Chapter 1 Midnight. Donghai City. A resounding bang echoed through the air. In a secluded alley, a disheveled figure crashed through a wall, tumbling out from the gaping hole. Ah! Jiang Zhao let out a pained scream as his body landed in a puddle of filthy water. His complexion was pallid, with a visible indentation in his chest, where several stark white bone fragments, stained with crimson blood, were exposed to the air. Huff! Huff! Jiang Zhao gasped for breath, the agony in his chest overshadowed by the terror in his heart. He quickly turned over in the muck, scrambling backward on hands and feet. As he retreated, his eyes were fixated on the wall he had just shattered. On the wall, the hole loomed dark and profound, as if harboring some unspeakable terror that sent chills down his spine. Who are you? Jiang Zhao swallowed hard, his voice hoarse as he stared into the void. But there was no response from the darkness. Only the sound of heavy footsteps drew nearer. With each step that fell, it felt as though it were crushing Jiang Zhao's heart, intensifying his dread. He stumbled back until his back pressed against the wall behind him. There was no escape. Despair flickered across Jiang Zhao's face as he trembled. Friend, I am a spirit tamer of the Shiguang Club. If you kill me, our leader will not let you go. Why not let this matter rest? I can pretend this never happened. Before he could finish his plea, a shadowy light shot forth from the hole in the wall, piercing through his chest with a sickening thud, pinning him to the ground. Agonizing pain surged through him. Jiang Zhao couldn't help but scream again. He looked down to discover that the dark light that had surged forth was, in fact, a large black banner, ancient in design and entirely obsidian. The banner flickered and writhed as if stirred by an invisible wind, enveloped in ominous black smoke that was utterly mesmerizing. The pole of the banner was made of an unknown material, chilling to the touch, its icy aura permeating his chest and seeping into his limbs, as if he had plunged into a frozen abyss. Sensing his impending demise, Jiang Zhao attempted to summon the spirit within him. Yet, inexplicably, the once reliable spirit lay dormant today. It felt as though this black banner was suppressing it, a phenomenon utterly astonishing. Could it be that this banner is indeed a spirit artifact? Jiang Zhao's eyes widened in shock. Just moments ago, he had encountered a young man dressed in ancient garb on the street, holding the very black banner, who spoke with an accent foreign to the region. Jiang Zhao had initially dismissed him, but, driven by the instincts of a spirit tamer, realized the significance of the black banner the instant he laid eyes on it. It was likely a spirit artifact. He had intended to lure the young man to a secluded spot to seize the banner. Yet, he never anticipated the young man would prove to be overwhelmingly formidable. In a mere exchange, Jiang Zhao had been gravely injured, and now, with the black banner piercing his chest, he clung to life by a thread. But deep down, Jiang Zhao understood that once the black banner was retracted, the spirit within him would awaken, and he would inevitably face the risk of its resurgence. Even if luck was on his side and the spirit remained dormant, the loss of blood would seal his fate. At this moment, he was bound to perish regardless of the outcome. Why is this happening? Jiang Zhao's mind screamed in anguish. He was not ready to die. He still had much to live for. Yet, as the footsteps drew ever closer, panic surged in his eyes. He struggled to lift his head to gaze at the wall not far off. There, a dark figure was advancing toward him. The newcomer was tall and slender, with hair flowing like a waterfall, clad in black, and as he walked, his attire billowed with the wind. A hint of mocking amusement danced across his strikingly handsome features, as if he were observing a clumsy and laughable insect. Who are you? Jiang Zhao gasped for breath before repeating his initial question. A dead man has no need for excessive knowledge. Jiang Zhao approached, his voice cold and indifferent, looking down at Jiang Zhao. He slowly raised one foot and placed it atop Jiang Zhao's head. With a firm press, a dull thud resonated. It sounded akin to a watermelon being crushed. Various red and white substances scattered, littering the ground. Beholding the headless corpse, Jiang Zhao shook his head slightly. I merely asked for directions. Why did you insist on courting death? If it were someone else, you would surely have perished today. But you are fortunate to have encountered me. I, Jiang, am merciful and harbor no grudges. Though you have offended me, I shall grant you a path to immortality." With that, Jiang Zhao formed a hand seal and reached out with one hand, summoning a spectral figure from the headless corpse, revealing the visage of the recently deceased Zhang Xinan. At this moment, the terror in Zhang Xinan's eyes intensified. He had heard tales of souls existing in this world, but he had never witnessed it himself, even amidst the rampant resurgence of spirits that plagued the land. Those spirits merely appeared from thin air, not as manifestations of a person who had perished. The souls of those killed by spirits had never emerged. Yet today, he beheld his own soul. The silver lining was that, although he was dead, his soul persisted. The grim reality was that it had been extracted by the young man before him. From a young man's methods, it was evident he was no spirit tamer, but rather akin to a demonic cultivator from a novel. The soul-devouring banner is a treasure of the abyss. Jiang Zhao murmured softly. His words were not loud, but they resonated in Zhang Xinan's ears like a devil's whisper. Just a few words sent chills down his spine. "No, please spare me," Zhang Xinan stammered in desperation. Yet before he could finish his plea, the black banner behind him suddenly swayed, its surface glowing ominously, an overwhelming force pulling him in, ensnaring his soul within. Having dealt with Zhang Xinan's soul, Jiang Zhao turned his attention back to the corpse. On the lifeless body, a pale, ghostly hand had appeared, swirling with ethereal energy, maintaining a chilling presence. The temperature around them seemed to drop several degrees with the emergence of the ghostly hand. Jiang Zhao scrutinized the hand, a contemplative look in his eyes. Is this what the spirits of this world have become? What pure, ghostly energy? If I could refine it, I might save myself half a month's worth of arduous cultivation. Jiang Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the ghostly hand crawling toward him. He felt no fear, only exhilaration. What others dreaded, he viewed as a miraculous elixir, indistinguishable from a precious pill. Jiang Zhao reached out, grasping the ghostly hand firmly. With his other hand, he formed a seal and pressed it against the hand, sealing it completely. Afterward, Jiang Zhao placed the ghostly hand into a jade box. Once he completed this task, he surveyed his surroundings, noting the lights flickering to life in nearby buildings due to the earlier commotion. He gently waved his sleeve, and a golden portal materialized behind him. With a step, he entered, and his figure vanished in an instant. At the Wansheng Immortal Sect, in the outer disciples area, inside a small wooden cabin, the golden portal appeared abruptly. Jiang Zhao stepped out. Upon his return, he promptly clapped his palm against his storage bag and produced the jade box, gazing at the ghostly hand resting quietly within. In that moment, his heart soared with joy. I truly brought it back. This journey across realms not only confirmed his ability to retrieve items, but, more importantly, the ghostly hand in the jade box held immense value for him. If he could refine it, his cultivation would undoubtedly ascend by at least one minor realm. He was currently at the 3rd level of Qi Refinement. Upon breaking through, he would reach the 4th level. Just as Zhang Xinan had surmised, Jiang Zhao was indeed a demonic cultivator. However, what Zhang Xinan failed to realize was that Jiang Zhao was also a transmigrator. 18 years prior, he had crossed over, and for the first decade and a half, Jiang Zhao had believed this was merely an ordinary ancient world. He had diligently studied literature day and night, not aspiring to be the top scholar. Even a modest position as a geneshur would suffice to add a page to his family tree. But who could have imagined? 3 months ago, he suddenly heard news of the Wansheng Immortal Sect recruiting disciples. It was then that he discovered this world was home to true immortals. At the moment he received the news, Jiang Zhao suddenly felt that the poetry and prose in his hand had lost their allure. What was the glory of being named on the golden list compared to the fragrance of immortality? Thus, he resolutely chose to join the Wansheng Shinzong. His journey to find a master was surprisingly smooth. There were no tests of his aptitude, nor any trials of temperament. The individual responsible for recruiting disciples merely cast a peculiar glance in his direction before promptly accepting him into the sect. At that time, Jiang Zhao believed himself to be an exceptional talent in cultivation, which was why he'd been admitted by the Wansheng Shinzong against the usual standards, for after all, the name of the sect sounded remarkably prestigious. With its associations of sanctity and immortality, it hardly seemed like a third-rate sect. However, upon entering the sect, Jiang Zhao learned the true name of Wansheng Xianzong from the lips of others. It was the Wangwuzong. This was still a relatively polite designation. In a more blunt manner, it was referred to as the Wanggiku. At the moment he grasped the truth, Jiang Zhao felt an overwhelming urge to weep without tears. He contemplated withdrawing from the sect and seeking refuge in a righteous one instead. Yet, regrettably, while joining the Wansheng Xianzong was easy, leaving was an entirely different matter. The prerequisite for betraying the sect was surviving the pursuit that followed, for although Wansheng Xianzong belonged to the demonic path, its foundation was remarkably solid. Any outer sect elder was a formidable golden core master. As for the inner sect elders, each one was a yuan-ing old demon, with his mere cultivation at the third level of Qi Refinement. Should he choose to betray his sect, it would likely take less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense for him to become one of the souls in their Wanhan banner. Withdrawing from a demonic sect was out of the question. Jiang Zhao could only tread the path of darkness, spending the past 3 months in Wansheng Xianzong with extreme caution, practicing diligently day and night. In a righteous sect, a slower pace of cultivation might lead to a few jests. But in a demonic sect, it was a matter of life and death. Although Wansheng Xianzong had rules against members harming one another, such regulations were merely for show. Anyone who took them to heart would be a fool. He had heard. Jiang Zhao had also heard. The current leader of Wansheng Xianzong had ascended to power by slaying his master. This matter was a taboo within Wansheng Xianzong, yet there were always those who could not keep their mouths shut. Jiang Zhao occasionally gleaned this information from the conversations of others. If even the head of a sect could act in such a manner, how could he, a mere outer sect disciple, feel secure? Fortunately, this afternoon, the golden opportunity he had longed for finally arrived. His golden opportunity was not a system, but rather a portal. Stepping through it would transport him to another world, a realm where ghostly beings were reviving. In that world, the air was thick with the aura of spirits. Upon first entering that realm, Jiang Zhao nearly believed he had arrived in the underworld. After all, even though Wansheng Xianzong prided itself on dealing with spirits, the atmosphere within the sect was nowhere near as suffocatingly ghostly. For ordinary people in that world, the resurgence of the eerie was akin to an apocalypse. Yet for someone like Jiang Zhao, a practitioner of the ghostly path, it was a paradise. To cultivate there for just a day would be equivalent to several days in his current location. Had he not been worried that lingering too long might lead to mistakes within the sect, he certainly would not have returned so soon. However, now that I am back, it is time to replace my original cultivation method. Otherwise, the consumption during the refinement of the ghostly hand may be quite considerable. Jiang Zhao pondered within himself. In the demonic path, there were myriad cultivation methods, most of which required killing to practice. Influenced by his previous life and initially unaware of his entry into a demonic sect, he had chosen a method that leaned towards the righteous path. However, with the arrival of his golden opportunity, along with the baptism he had undergone in the demonic sect over the past 3 months, his perspective had quietly shifted. In the realm of cultivation, there are not as many rules as one might think. There is but one ironclad law. The one with the strongest fist establishes the rules. Resolute in his decision, Jiang Zhao hastened his steps towards the scripture repository. Shortly thereafter, at the entrance of the scripture repository, Jiang Zhao stepped inside. As soon as he entered, he noticed a frail old man clad in gray robes, sitting behind a desk, drowsily nodding off. Jiang Zhao did not dare to be negligent. He stepped forward, respectfully clasping his hands in greeting, and spoke softly. "Disciple Jiang Zhao pays respects to the elder. Is there something you need?" The old man raised his head slightly, casting a disinterested glance at Jiang Zhao, his tone flat. "In response to the elder, I have come today to request a change in my cultivation method." Jiang Zhao responded. "Oh." Upon hearing this, the old man's brow arched, and he scrutinized Jiang Zhao's attire with a glint of sly amusement on his face as he inquired, "Have you come to a realization?" Individuals like Jiang Zhao were not unfamiliar to him. Over the years spent in the scripture pavilion, he had encountered countless young aspirants who, upon joining the Wanqing Xinzong, believed themselves to be virtuous souls, reluctant to practice any art that might harm others. Yet, after enduring the harshness of reality, many returned to alter their practices. After all, upon entering the demonic sect, if one refrained from taking lives while others advanced in power, it would inevitably be one's own life at stake. Indeed, Jiang Zhao affirmed with a nod, the customary fee for altering one's practice was 5 inferior spirit stones. The old man smiled. And upon confirming Jiang Zhao's intentions, his gaze towards Jiang Zhao was infused with a touch of admiration, embodying a sense of shared purpose. I have saved up, Jiang Zhao stated, producing the 5 inferior spirit stones he had collected. The old man accepted them with a nod. You may proceed. Remember, outer disciples are only permitted to select from the first level. Understood, Jiang Zhao replied with a slight nod before swiftly stepping into the depths of the scripture pavilion. Even at this late hour, the first level was bustling with outer disciples clad similarly to Jiang Zhao, navigating the rows of jade bookcases. Their goals mirrored his own, as they sought appropriate arts or mystical techniques. Jiang Zhao's focus was unwavering. He moved purposefully deeper into the pavilion, arriving at a jade shelf, where his gaze flitted across the titles until it settled upon a text named the Taiyin Shihun Method. The Taiyin Shihun Method. This was a technique designed specifically for devouring ghostly energy or the souls of others to enhance one's cultivation, a quintessential demonic art. Upon first encountering it, he had wondered why the Wanqing Xinzong possessed such a method. In hindsight, everything made perfect sense. Having previously rejected this text, he now understood that a mere refinement of his inner true essence would suffice for his cultivation. It would not take long. After retrieving the Taiyin Shihun Method from the shelf and registering it with the old man at the entrance, Jiang Zhao turned to leave, buoyed by the old man's approving gaze. Back in his modest chamber, Jiang Zhao sat cross-legged on the bed, committing the contents of the Taiyin Shihun Method to memory before commencing his cultivation. Approximately half a day later, the transformation within his true essence was monumental. Yet Jiang Zhao did not pause. He flipped his hand to retrieve the jade box containing the ghostly hand, his eyes gleaming with determination. Next, he would determine how much benefit this ghostly hand could bestow upon him. Jiang Zhao mused internally as the true essence within his meridians began to circulate automatically, emanating a terrifying suction from his palm that fervently drew in the ghostly energy surrounding the hand. The ghostly hand, which had remained quiet since its sealing, suddenly became agitated, struggling incessantly. However, it was of no avail. As the ghostly energy was siphoned away, its struggles grew weaker. In contrast, Jiang Zhao was absorbing a vast amount of ghostly energy, and his cultivation began to soar. With each cycle of true essence, it thickened progressively. What began as a trickle soon transformed into a mighty river. Bang! After an indeterminate amount of time, Jiang Zhao's body jolted, and he abruptly opened his eyes, rising from the bed and gazing inward, a look of astonishment spreading across his face. 4th level of Qi Refinement. Just as he had anticipated, after refining the ghostly hand, he had indeed made a breakthrough. Upon further inspection of his internal state, Jiang Zhao discovered an astonishing fact. His foundation was remarkably solid. There was no sense of instability or chaotic energy despite practicing a demonic technique. Could it be due to the ghostly hand? Jiang Zhao suddenly lowered his gaze to the jade box containing the ghostly hand, which, once suffused with eerie energy, now appeared utterly decayed at its first glance. It resembled the remains of something that had long since perished. It must be so. After scrutinizing the ghostly hand for a while longer, Jiang Zhao exhaled a long breath of stale air, the corners of his mouth curving upward. The path of cultivation is akin to the process of nourishment. However, the distinction lies in the fact that adherents of the righteous path pursue a methodical and gradual approach, allowing them to ascend higher and journey farther. In contrast, those of the demonic path indulge recklessly, disregarding all caution. While this can elevate one's cultivation to unimaginable heights in a short time, it inevitably invites various hidden perils. After all, anyone who eats indiscriminately will encounter health issues. However, Jiang Zhao was not like the typical practitioner of the demonic arts. The ghostly hand he refined was a product of the peculiar revival world. Its ghostly energy exceptionally pure and devoid of impurities. It was akin to food that had been thoroughly chewed, purified, beforehand. He simply needed to swallow. Admittedly, it sounded somewhat repulsive, but the principle remained unchanged. He could focus solely on cultivating vigorously without concern for his foundational stability. It was foreseeable that before long, a formidable figure in the cultivation realm with a solid foundation, rapid advancement, and formidable strength would emerge. Moreover, the ghostly entities from the peculiar revival world grew stronger by slaying ordinary people. What a spectacle it would be if I could draw them into the Wanhun banner and bring them to the cultivation realm to slay a few foundational or even golden core experts. Jiang Zhao's heart raced with excitement. He turned to glance out the window, only to realize that an entire day had passed and night had once again fallen. Most outer disciples of the Wancheng Xianzong had retired for the evening. After all, those in the Qi Refinement stage had not yet reached the level of fasting and could not endure round-the-clock cultivation. However, Jiang Zhao was unlike the others. He remained brimming with energy. Rest? What nonsense! Within the demonic sect, the true path was to elevate one's strength as swiftly as possible. Without any hesitation, Jiang Zhao first closed the window, then waved his sleeve lightly, summoning a golden portal before stepping through. His figure vanished without a trace. Buzz. He reappeared in the same alley as before. The moment he materialized, he surveyed his surroundings. Zhang Xianen's body was no longer present, and the blood had been cleared away. Leaving behind remnants of a police cordon. It seemed that Zhang Xianen's demise had indeed stirred the official authorities of this world, and their response was remarkably swift. Jiang Zhao chuckled softly, unperturbed, as he began contemplating where to seek out ghostly entities. When he first crossed over, he had encountered Zhang Xianen in hopes of inquiring about regions with a higher concentration of ghostly beings. Yet, he had not anticipated that Zhang Xianen, emboldened by audacity, would set his sights on him instead. As he thought of Zhang Xianen, a sudden realization struck him. If memory served him correctly, Zhang Xianen was affiliated with some club of ghost tamers, was he not? Now that I have slain Zhang Xianen, it stands to reason that the club will not take this lightly. Jiang Zhao nodded thoughtfully, murmuring to himself, it seems I must see this through to the end. Those ghost tamers, having spent years in close proximity to ghostly entities, must be suffering greatly from the encroachment of ghostly energy. If I can offer them a chance at transcendence, it would be a meritorious deed. In the future, when they gather within the Wanhun banner, they may even express their gratitude towards me. Upon reaching this juncture, Jiang Zhao retrieved the Wanhun banner. With a swift flick, a swirling mass of black mist erupted forth, within which a shadowy figure could be discerned. This figure was none other than Zhang Xianen. After a day had elapsed, Zhang Xianen's soul, nurtured by the Wanhun banner, had undergone a dramatic transformation. His visage now bore a fearsome countenance, and as soon as he emerged, he appeared poised to devour a chosen victim. However, upon laying eyes on Jiang Zhao, his dark form shuddered violently, and the previously fierce gaze softened to clarity, compelling him to bow in respect. He reverently intoned, Zhang Xianen pays his respects to the master. Jiang Zhao acknowledged with a nod, his tone imbued with warmth. You previously mentioned a club. How many ghost tamers are there? Are you referring to the Shiguang Club? Indeed, there were originally 14 members, but now there are only 13.13. Jiang Zhao's eyes brightened at this revelation, his breath quickening. The mere presence of one ghost had elevated him to a minor realm. He could scarcely fathom the magnitude of enhancement 13 spirits could confer upon him. Where is the Shiguang Club located? He pressed on. In response to the master, Zhang Xianen hurriedly replied, raising a hand to gesture towards the north. The Shiguang Club's stronghold lies within a villa in the northern suburbs of Donghai City. I shall escort the master there immediately. By the way. As they proceeded, Zhang Xianen seemed to recall something and added, the president of the Shiguang Club has suppressed 2 spirits within him, the most formidable being a ghost of blood. Should you confront him, master, be wary of his touch, for it will render you completely immobile. Additionally, he has a daughter who also harbors a spirit within her. Jiang Zhao listened intently, nodding softly. Although his current prowess was rather modest within the realm of cultivation, merely at the outset of his journey, in this world of eerie resurgence, he was already deemed quite formidable. Common spirits were no match for him. Nevertheless, Jiang Zhao harbored no thoughts of underestimating others. After all, prudence is the mother of safety. Meanwhile, in the northern suburbs of Donghai City, within a villa, the night was deep, yet the interior remained ablaze with light. It seems everyone is aware of the situation. At the long table, an elderly man with white hair leaned on his cane, his gaze sweeping over the assembly before he spoke in a grave tone. This man was Shinsong, the president of the Shiguang Club. As soon as he finished speaking, a youthful woman nearby, her expression shadowed, clenched her fingers tightly beneath the table and coldly declared, Father, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. XN was not only a member of our club, but he was also your future son-in-law, Whoever took his life must pay with their family. For Xianen's funeral. With the final words, the atmosphere in the hall thickened. The remaining members glanced sideways at the woman, silently acknowledging her fierce spirit. A testament to her lineage as the president's daughter. Rest assured, I am fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Xianen's death shall not be in vain, Shen Song replied, casting a sidelong glance at his daughter. Nodding with mild approval. Though she did not resemble him in appearance, her temperament was strikingly similar. Having fathered a daughter later in life, he had devoted the past 20 years to her education. And today he finally saw the fruits of his labor reflected in her assertive demeanor. To deal with enemies, one must eradicate them entirely, lest they pose future threats. Since the resurgence of the eerie, the Shiguang Club had maintained its standing due to its ruthless decisiveness. Old Song. It has been a day. Please share your findings, Shen Song said, lightly tapping the table, his gaze settling on a middle-aged man present. The man promptly replied, President, I have investigated the site of Jiang Zhao's demise. According to nearby residents, the confrontation lasted no more than 3 minutes. This implies that the individual who killed Jiang Zhao possesses extraordinary strength. 3 minutes, you say? At these words, Shen Song's brow furrowed. As the president of the Shiguang Club, his own strength was beyond question, bolstered by the two spirits within him. Yet, he pondered. Even he might struggle to resolve a confrontation with Jiang Zhao in such a brief span. Moreover, the middle-aged man continued. The alleyway where the incident occurred exhibited signs of destruction. It is said that Jiang Zhao's skull was crushed, an act beyond the capabilities of an ordinary human. That I suspect that the assailant harbored a spirit associated with immense strength. And furthermore, pausing momentarily, the man lowered his voice. After Jiang Zhao's death, his spirit should have awakened. Strangely, however, there are no signs of ghostly activity in the vicinity. I suspect that the spirit within Jiang Zhao was taken away by the perpetrator. Oh, upon hearing this, Shen Song's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He straightened in his seat and said gravely, Are you suggesting that the one who killed Jiang Zhao did so to procure spirits? The man named Old Song nodded gravely. That possibility cannot be ruled out. As he spoke, he produced a folded sheet of white paper from his pocket and unfolded it before the assembly. The paper bore a likeness of a figure. I inquired about Jiang Zhao's last moments, and according to the residents, he was indeed accompanied by a stranger when he entered the alley. Unfortunately, the nearby surveillance footage has been confiscated by the Spirit Administration. But, Old Song continued, I had someone sketch a portrait based on the residents' descriptions. While it may not be an exact likeness, it should bear some resemblance. Is that so? Shen Song remarked appreciatively, taking the paper and glancing at the image. Murmuring, somewhat unfamiliar. This individual is likely not a ghost tamer from Donghai City. President, could this person be someone sent by the Spirit Administration to specifically target our club? A member hesitantly suggested. Unlikely, Old Song interjected. Shaking his head slightly, to my knowledge, the Spirit Administration seems to be searching for this individual as well. Moreover, he added, if the Spirit Administration truly intended to strike against us, they would fear provoking us into the arms of the Ancient God Society. Since this is not an agent of the Spirit Administration, we can strategize accordingly. The young woman glanced at the paper, her expression animated. She suddenly rose to her feet, exclaiming, Father, what are you waiting for? Hurry and send someone to find him. If we delay, he may escape. Why the haste? Shen Song frowned slightly, casting a glance at his daughter. In this regard, she did not resemble him at all. However, he recognized that this was not the time for such musings. He took the paper and handed it to a nearby member, stating calmly, Shaoli, if memory serves, the spirit within you possesses tracking abilities, correct? Indeed. Shaoli nodded vigorously. Then utilize the image on this paper to see if you can locate the individual nearby. Shen Song instructed. Understood. Shaoli took the paper, producing a lighter from his pocket to ignite it. As the paper burned, wisps of smoke spiraled into the air, which he inhaled deeply, with his eyes closed. Shaoli summoned the spirit within him, concentrating intently. In the next moment, his expression suddenly shifted, and he exclaimed, I found him. What? So soon? Upon hearing these words, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Particularly, the young woman in attendance immediately inquired. Where is he? Just south of the villa, 1,000 meters away. Shaoli responded. Is it really that close? The crowd couldn't help but feel elated. However, before their joy could fully blossom, Shaoli's complexion changed. His tone laden with trepidation as he declared, No, it's actually 500 meters away. At this revelation, every individual, including Shen Song, wore a look of unease. How could it be that mere moments ago they were informed of one distance, only for it to suddenly diminish by 500 meters? Judging by the trajectory of the other party's movement, it seemed as though he was heading straight for me, before they could fully comprehend. Shally spoke again. He has arrived. Before the words could settle, a resounding bang echoed through the air. The entrance shattered, debris flying in all directions. Along with the fragments, a tall figure surged into the hall. Long hair cascading, clad in a black robe, moving with a grace that evoked the image of an ancient being, stepped forth from a painting into this present time. Jiang Zhao's gaze was profound. Dark energy swirling around him, he surveyed the assembly, counting the heads present, and an involuntary smile crept upon his lips as he warmly remarked, "Everyone is here. It's you." Upon seeing Jiang Zhao enter, the young woman couldn't help but arch her brows, exclaiming loudly. Although the likeness in the image on paper did not precisely mirror Jiang Zhao himself, the attire was too similar. Black robes and a headdress made it unmistakable. This man was indeed the murderer of Jiang Zhao. "You must be Ms. Shen." Jiang Zhao maintained his smile as he stepped forward, speaking as he walked. "Jiang Zhao asked me to convey a message to you." Xan, at the mere mention of the name, the young woman's expression ignited with excitement. Momentarily forgetting her adversary standing before her, she hastily pressed, "What did he say?" "Ah," Jiang Zhao chuckled lightly, surprised to find that Jiang Xinan's fiancé, he was rather infatuated. "He wanted me to tell you that he misses you dearly. Not just you," he continued. Having reached the table and pausing to survey the crowd, he leisurely added, "But all of you'd ate this pronouncement." A thick silence enveloped the hall. Every face present turned ashen. Jiang Xinan was already deceased, yet the other party continued to speak as if he were alive. Was this not a blatant declaration that he had come to end their lives? Arrogant, a burly man slammed his palm onto the table, rising in agitation. Alongside him, 3 other members of the Shiguang Club mirrored his actions, 2 positioned by the window, 1 blocking the entrance, effectively sealing off all escape routes for Jiang Zhao. "Young man," from behind the long table, Shen Song cleared his throat. With both hands resting on his cane, he gradually rose, his unwavering gaze fixed on Jiang Zhao. A disingenuous smile plastered across his face. "I must commend your audacity, but do you even grasp where you are? Even the captain of the Lingguan Bureau from Donghai City would not dare to be as reckless as you are here. This world is vast. Do not presume that controlling a couple of spirits and eliminating one Jiang Xinan makes you invincible. There are 13 of us here, and you." Shen Song scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. "Are but 1.do you truly think you can turn the tides alone?" The remaining club members echoed with mocking laughter, rising collectively to encircle Jiang Zhao in the center, each exuding an aura of ghostly energy. From the back of the crowd, the young woman gritted her teeth, her voice icy as she commanded, "Spare him for now. I wish to shatter his bones inch by inch to honor Xinan's spirit." "Rest assured," Shen Song replied with a tender smile, reaching out to stroke the young woman's hair as he spoke softly. "Once we capture him, I shall." But before he could finish, a flash of light erupted before them. In the next moment, Jiang Zhao appeared beside the young woman. Upon witnessing this sudden appearance, she gasped in shock, preparing to summon the spirits within her. Yet, she found herself staring into an enormous fist rapidly enlarging before her. "Don't you dare!" The contrasting cries rang out simultaneously, only to be abruptly silenced. Bang! A dull thud resounded. The young woman's head exploded beside Shen Song, who froze mid-motion, his hands still suspended in the air as if unable to process the reality of the decapitated corpse before him. Jiang Zhao slowly retracted his fist, casually swiping away the blood with a flick of his hand. He remarked flatly, "You all had far too many last words. You dare kill Yinner." Shen Song's body trembled slightly, disbelief washing over him as he glanced at the headless body beside him, then swiftly raised his gaze to Jiang Zhao, his expression darkening. With great difficulty, he forced the words through clenched teeth. "I've changed my mind. I shall ensure that you suffer a fate worse than death." As he spoke, his raised hand transformed visibly to a shade of ashen gray, reminiscent of a corpse long deceased, emanating a chilling aura as it lunged toward Jiang Zhao. Simultaneously, he bellowed, "Everyone, attack together. We have over 10 people here. I refuse to believe he can continuously wield the power of spirits." Indeed, to him, it was clear that Jiang Zhao's previous swift actions must have been fueled by the strength of the spirits. After all, an ordinary person could not possibly escape the encirclement of 6 or 7 individuals and deliver a single blow that obliterated his daughter's head. Upon hearing Shen Song's command, the remaining spirit tamers from the Shiguang Club launched their assaults in unison. The previously agitated, burly man grinned widely, revealing large, yellowed teeth that were incongruent with his age as he lunged towards Jiang Zhao's shoulder. Beside him, another spirit tamer bore a bizarre smile, his laughter echoing with an unsettling resonance that filled the air, compelling others to involuntarily join in the mirth. With a cacophony of voices, the numerous spirit tamers attacked simultaneously. In an instant, the entire villa hall was steeped in a suffocating atmosphere of ghostly energy. Akin to a surging ocean, various eerie forces converging upon Jiang Zhao from all directions. Yet, amidst this turmoil, Jiang Zhao remained as steadfast as a mountain, his robes billowing. Observing the approaching swarm, cold light sparked in his eyes. You enjoy encirclement, do you? How fortuitous. Jiang Zhao flipped his palm, revealing a massive black banner that fluttered ominously, dark mist swirling around it. The moment it appeared, an overwhelming chill permeated the air, sending shivers down spines. Jiang Zhao, like everyone else, relished the notion of a collective assault. Come forth, let us greet each other. As the words fell, the myriad souls within the banner surged forth, dark energy spiraling into the sky. The terrifying ghostly aura erupting like a volcano, amplifying the chill throughout the villa. Ha ha ha. Eh. The laughter, both sinister and disconcerting, suddenly tore through the void, resonating in the ears of the Shiguang Club members. Every individual present felt their demeanor shift, a glint of fear surfacing deep within their pupils. Glug. Someone swallowed hard, staring blankly upwards, murmuring, "What in the world is this ghastly thing?" He has been a ghost master for many years. Yet he has never encountered a situation like today. Today can truly be described as a small knife at the rear, awakening the great EYE.I in the air. Dozens of dark clouds floated, and within them, faint outlines of figures could be discerned, most of whom were garbed similarly to Jiang Zhao. However, one figure stood out, resembling them closely. Upon closer inspection, they could not help but gasp in shock. That wasn't that Zhang Sinan. Sinan. Shen Song also spotted Zhang Sinan and could not help but call out. Unfortunately, Zhang Sinan disregarded him entirely, his gaze instead filled with an insatiable bloodlust. How could this be? Shen Song felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. His outstretched hand froze mid-air as he incredulously uttered, "How could a ghost master possibly suppress so many vengeful spirits? How did you achieve this? Who exactly are you? You ask too many questions." Jiang Zhao replied, shaking his head. The soul banner in his hand swayed gently as he uttered 4 words once more. "Kill them." In the next moment, a cacophony of hair-raising roars erupted from the dark mist. Surging towards the members of the Shiguang Club from all directions, he beheld Zhang Sinan's spirit charging at him. Shen Song's brows furrowed tightly, and he shouted, "Capture the leader first." Although he was uncertain of the means by which Jiang Zhao had subdued the vengeful spirits, one thing was clear. Jiang Zhao had summoned those spirits using the black banner in his possession. If he could suppress Jiang Zhao or seize the banner, then these vengeful spirits would inevitably fall apart. Furthermore, he could become their master, just like Jiang Zhao. With such a ghostly artifact, even if he were the last member of the Shiguang Club standing, he would be more than capable of dominating the entire world. With this thought, a flicker of fervor emerged in Shen Song's eyes. Though he quickly suppressed it, Zhang Sinan approached menacingly. Shen Song clenched his right fist, his darkened knuckles aimed directly at his opponent's head. In a similar vein, Zhang Sinan delivered a seemingly ordinary punch. The two fists collided mid-air, and upon contact, Shen Song's eyes widened in disbelief that it felt as if his fist had struck a speeding locomotive. An overwhelming force coursed through him, propelling his body uncontrollably through the air. With a resounding crash, Shen Song's frail form slammed against the wall, causing the entire villa to shudder. As he slid down the wall and half-kneeled on the ground. Blood poured from his mouth. He felt as though the force of that punch had nearly displaced his internal organs. Were it not for the strength of the 2 vengeful spirits within him, he would have likely perished by now. How could this be? Shen Song's mind was awash with tumultuous waves. How long had it been since Zhang Sinan had died? From last night until now. It had been scarcely 24 hours. How could he, just recently turned into a vengeful spirit, possess such formidable power? Could it be? Shen Song suddenly raised his head, his gaze fixed upon Jiang Zhao, who was moving about the hall. More specifically, he focused on the black banner in Jiang Zhao's hand. His instincts told him that the banner harbored secrets. It seemed to contain the power to nurture ghostly entities. Otherwise, it was unfathomable how Zhang Sinan, having just died, could exhibit such terrifying strength. Moreover, if Zhang Sinan was this powerful, what of the others? Shen Song's eyes scanned the hall, and in just a few breaths, nearly all the members of the Shiguang Club had perished. Only 2 or 3 remained, desperately resisting. After all, they were merely ordinary people, barely managing to suppress the ghostly entities with their physical prowess. They could not dare unleash the full extent of the spirit's power. The moment they acted without restraint, they would be the first to meet their demise. They, in ordinary body, could not withstand the risks of the spirit's revival, but in stark contrast, the vengeful spirits released by Jiang Zhao acted without hesitation, unleashing their full power with every strike, making the disparity all too evident. As Shen Song's thoughts raced, Zhang Xinan struck once more. A ghostly claw shot forth, aiming directly for Shen Song's heart. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Shen Song crossed his arms in front of his chest, barely managing to block the blow. Though he had thwarted the lethal strike, the overwhelming power still left him reeling, and he coughed up blood again. Struggling to speak, Sinan, wake up, I am your father-in-law. Before he could finish, Zhang Sinan's blood-red eyes flared with murderous intent. His other hand clenched into a fist and swung towards Shen Kongbang. Shen Song's body was once again sent flying. As he soared through the air, he bellowed, "Damn it!" While Shen Song was treated like a ball by Zhang Sinan, Jiang Zhao roamed the hall. In the brief interval, he had subdued 10 revived ghostly entities, and the soul banner now contained 10 additional souls, requiring only a few days of nurturing to transform into 10 elite fighters. Though these ordinary souls, once turned into vengeful spirits, might not hold great value in the cultivation world, in this realm of revived ghostly entities, they proved exceedingly handy. Facing ordinary ghost masters would be as effortless as slaughtering chickens. Suddenly, 2 more anguished cries echoed through the air. Jiang Zhao turned to see 2 vengeful spirits from the soul banner, one clutching a transparent soul in its left hand, and the other hastily grasping a ghostly entity on the brink of revival in its right. Jiang Zhao, uninterested in examining the 2 souls, swiftly absorbed them into the soul banner. However, he lingered a moment longer on the 2 nearly revived spirits. One resembled a rope-like entity that continued to writhe even when held by the vengeful spirit, while the other was a human skin mask adorned with an eerie smile. Even a cursory glance elicited a compulsion to laugh. Jiang Zhao understood that this mask represented the rules of murder in this realm. The first time one laid eyes on the ghostly entity, it was best not to laugh. Should one succumb to laughter, unless they were a ghost master, death was inevitable. This world, with its revived ghostly entities, was indeed intriguing. Jiang Zhao scrutinized the 2 entities closely before sealing them away and storing them in his pouch. He had made up his mind. Once he returned to the Wansheng immortal sect, he would keep one ghostly entity for further cultivation, hoping it might yield some surprises. With the recent fall of 2 ghost masters, only Shen Song remained, desperately clinging to life. A dull thud echoed as Shen Song, with only half of his body intact, crashed into a wall. Cornered, he appeared utterly disheveled, his face ashen, and the ghostly energy around him swirled ominously, resembling a scene of impending doom as the ghostly entity within him threatened to awaken. Haha! Shen Song wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a cold smile gracing his lips, his eyes glinting with malice. He fixed his gaze beyond Zhang Sinan, locking onto Jiang Zhao, his murderous intent unabashedly evident. Unlike others, he harbored a deep-seated grudge against Jiang Zhao, making any plea for mercy impossible. He understood all too well that Jiang Zhao would not spare him. Though I know not your name, I shall remember your face, Shen Song rasped, his expression twisted in fury as he enunciated each word with venom. The debt of blood for my daughter must be repaid, even as a ghost. I will not let you off. Just wait. I shall be in the underworld, waiting for your arrival. With that, Shen Song's body trembled, his eyes dimming as the life force within him waned, ghostly energy swirling around him. You think you can haunt me, even as a ghost? Upon hearing Shen Song's words, Jiang Zhao couldn't help but smile. Why threaten anyone at all, especially a demon cultivator? It was one thing to threaten a demon, but to target a ghostly cultivator among them was quite another. It seemed we were on the same wavelength. Even if you transformed into a ghost, I had no intention of letting you off the hook. With that, Jiang Zhao raised his hand and summoned forth a transparent, ethereal figure from Shen Song's lifeless body. What on earth is happening? Shen Song stared in disbelief at the apparition floating above him. He had never imagined that his soul could be extracted after his death. In his moment of confusion, he suddenly caught sight of Zhang Xinan not far away. Previously, overwhelmed by the death of his beloved daughter and the dire circumstances, he had little time to ponder. But now, it dawned on him in a wonder Zhang Xinan had transformed into a vengeful spirit. It was all the doing of the person before him. If Zhang Xinan could turn into a ghost bound to obey him after death, what fate awaited him? The thought of being forced to serve his enemy after his demise was far more tormenting than death itself. Shun Tsung's body turned cold, as if plunged into an icy abyss, and he trembled as he spoke. "Who are you?" "Who I am is of little consequence," Jiang Zhao replied, a smirk playing on his lips, his tone languid. "What matters is what you said just before your demise." "I didn't quite catch it, Shun Tsung stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Eventually, he managed to muster a somewhat awkward yet polite smile and said, "I implore your mercy, esteemed one. It was all my fault before. Please, spare me this time. It seems you've forgotten." Jiang Zhao maintained his genial smile. His tone still soothing, he lightly clapped his hands, and a dozen vengeful spirits immediately turned their gazes towards him. Under the scrutiny of these spirits, Shun Tsung, who had just transformed into a soul and was barely a ghost, felt immense pressure. "From this day forth, you are to attend to him 100 times each day," Jiang Zhao commanded. "Each of you. 100 times, until he recalls what he uttered just before his end. Do you understand?" "Understood," the spirits replied in unison, their voices deep and resonant. Shun Tsung's spirit quivered as he gazed at the fearsome specters before him, his composure crumbling. He had intended to protest, but before he could utter a word, Jiang Zhao waved his hand, and the wandering soul's banner beside him gently swayed, emanating myriad black rays of light, drawing all surrounding spirits into its depths. Once Shun Tsung was dealt with, Jiang Zhao turned his attention to the corpse of Shun Tsung. In comparison to Shun Tsung himself, the two spirits within him captured his interest even more. One of these spirits took the form of a dark human skin, roughly the size of a palm, which had fallen to the ground upon Shun Tsung's death. As Jiang Zhao looked at it, the skin seemed to sense his gaze, quivering in response, then began to drift away like a withered leaf, attempting to escape through the window. "Humph, trying to flee?" Jiang Zhao sneered. Too late. Extending his fingers, he unleashed a terrifying pull that drew the skin into his palm. Sealing it with a swift incantation, the skin promptly ceased its struggle. After folding it a couple of times, he stored it in his spatial pouch and turned his eyes to the last spirit. This spirit manifested as a pool of black blood, exuding a putrid stench and bubbling incessantly. As Jiang Zhao suppressed the human skin, the black blood writhed silently, inching toward the door, but before it could take 2 steps, a large, dark jar fell from the air, ensnaring the ghostly blood in an inescapable void. Jiang Zhao flipped the jar over, casting a sealing spell, and exhaled a sigh of relief, after surveying the surroundings to ensure no details were overlooked. A smile crept onto his lips. Tonight had proven to be quite fruitful. The wandering soul's banner now contained 13 souls, and his spatial pouch held 14 spirits. Once he refined them, his cultivation might very well ascend several small realms. "It is time to return," Jiang Zhao murmured, waving his sleeve as a golden portal materialized behind him. Although this world was splendid and teeming with ghostly energy, he had no intention of secluding himself here just yet. For one, he had been missing for too long and feared that the Wancheng immortal sect might catch wind of his absence. Moreover, this world was not devoid of threats. Should a few rockets come flying his way while he was in seclusion, it would spell disaster. While he could easily withstand ordinary bullets with his cultivation at the 4th level of Qi Refinement, intercepting rockets would prove significantly more challenging, especially during a breakthrough. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Zhao stepped forward, vanishing into the golden portal. The moment of Jiang Zhao's departure, chaos reigned at the headquarters of the Spirit Management Bureau in Donghai City. Countless staff members rushed about, clutching documents. Is what you're saying true? In an office on the top floor, Lu Ruhai, the director of the bureau, with his receding hairline, suddenly stood up, fixing his gaze intently on a young employee before him. "Absolutely," the young employee nodded fervently, whether from fear or anxiety. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruhai staggered back, murmuring, "Over 30 spirits. Is a ghost tied upon us? Is the heavens intent on destroying Donghai City?" Even a single spirit causing an unusual incident warranted serious attention from the Spirit Management Bureau. And now, over 30 spirits. Lu Ruhai dared not contemplate further. He understood that if this matter was mishandled, it could escalate into a large-scale, Grade A anomaly, endangering the lives of countless citizens in Donghai City. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Ruhai swiftly retrieved his phone, ready to make a call, but then paused, looking back at the young employee and inquiring solemnly, "When did the ghost tide appear? What was its location?" "Approximately 5 minutes ago," the young employee replied without delay. As for the location, according to the Spirit Compass, it should be near the headquarters of the Shiguan Club. The Shiguan Club? Lu Ruhai repeated the name, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. But there was no time for prolonged contemplation. He quickly instructed, contact the television station immediately and interrupt the broadcast with a ghost tide warning. Also, have the telecommunications company send an evacuation message regarding the ghost tide to every mobile phone in Donghai City. And, he added, have the transportation department begin evacuating the citizens of Donghai City and seal all roads leading to the northern suburbs. Understood, the young employee replied and hurriedly departed. Watching the young man leave, Lu Rahai's expression darkened as he dialed a number as soon as the call connected. He spoke urgently. Captain Chen? Yes, it's me. Lu Rahai. I am ordering you to abandon all current tasks immediately and head to the northern suburbs near the Shiguang Club as quickly as possible to ascertain what has transpired. Report back to me with any news at once. Meanwhile, in a small village to the west of Donghai City, several figures cloaked in black robes, exuding an eerie aura, were gathered around a square table. Their unwavering gazes fixed upon a yellowed map spread before them. Were Lu Rahai present, he would undoubtedly recognize this map as the territorial chart of Donghai City. At this moment, a crimson stain began to spread from the upper part of the map. Its vivid hue strikingly vivid, accompanied by a nauseating scent of blood that permeated the air, intensifying as the radiance grew brighter. The black-robed figures seated around the table began to exhibit signs of agitation. The spectral map revealed a deep red hue. I believe, a raspy-voiced man in black robes, trembling slightly with barely contained excitement, proclaimed loudly, surely you all understand what this signifies. It heralds the awakening of another ancient deity. Another figure in black nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, just as these words fell, a voice interjected, could it not be a mere illusion caused by an excess of ghostly entities? Impossible. The initial speaker shook his head, his gaze fixed on the map as he solemnly stated, judging by the luminosity on the spectral map, such a phenomenon could only result from the simultaneous revival of at least 30 ghostly entities. The Spirit Control Bureau oversees Donghai City, and they would not allow such a multitude of ghosts to awaken at the same time and place. Therefore, there is but one truth. An ancient deity has revived within Donghai City. As he reached this conclusion, the man's excitement surged, and he inquired, who among you is willing to embark on a journey to welcome the resurrected ancient deity into our fold? A moment of silence enveloped the air. To his left, one of the black-robed figures rose and spoke in a low tone. I shall go. However, before he could finish his sentence, the crimson light on the spectral map abruptly dimmed, flickering twice before vanishing entirely. As if everything that had transpired moments ago had been but an illusion, never to have occurred. The black-robed man furrowed his brow in astonishment, questioning, what is happening? Why has the ancient deity suddenly disappeared? Could it be that the deity has concealed itself? Someone murmured, that possibility cannot be ruled out. The black-robed man nodded slightly, turning his gaze toward the individual who had just stood, and instructed, since Gao Lan is willing to undertake this journey, let him take a few others along to investigate. Whether the ancient deity has hidden itself or departed from Donghai City, you must exhaust all means to trace its whereabouts and make contact. Be cautious. As he concluded, the black-robed man's tone grew more somber, cautioning, stay alert for the Spirit Control Bureau's minions. Their senses are remarkably acute. Rest assured, I have my methods, replied Gao Lan, the black-robed figure, as he removed his hood, revealing a defiant countenance, and smiled. While Donghai City descended into chaos at the Wanqing Immortal Sect, Jiang Zhao stepped through the portal. He glanced around at the familiar furnishings within the room and exhaled a sigh of relief. It was still deep in the night, and no one had noticed his brief sojourn to another world. After confirming that the protective array outside was functioning normally and that all doors and windows were securely fastened, Jiang Zhao settled cross-legged upon his bed. With a wave of his hand, 14 sealed ghostly entities emerged from his storage pouch, settling around the bed. One ghostly entity had spared him more than half a month's effort in cultivation. Now, with 14 ghostly entities, how much could they elevate my prowess? A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Jiang Zhao's eyes. He steadied himself, calming the tumult of excitement within, and began to mobilize the true essence within him. As the true essence circulated, the ghostly entities surrounding him began to stir restlessly, their ghostly energy seemingly tugged by an invisible hand. Strands of ghostly energy flowed together like rivulets, ultimately converging into a mighty river, surging toward Jiang Zhao's core. In mere moments, his cultivation began to ascend rapidly. Boom! In the depths of his being, it felt as though something had shattered, sending a refreshing jolt through him. His aura swelled. doubling in intensity compared to moments prior. Fifth level of Qi Refinement. Shortly after breaking through to the fifth level, as a torrent of ghostly energy flooded him, Jiang Zhao's dantian brimmed once more, his cultivation soaring like a rocket. Boom! Another sound of breakthrough echoed. Sixth level of Qi Refinement. This process repeated itself, not long after. Seventh level of Qi Refinement. At this stage, the continuous influx of ghostly energy showed no signs of abating, still pouring into Jiang Zhao's dantian as before. Time passed, in the blink of an eye. Dawn broke. Jiang Zhao remained engrossed in his cultivation. This moment, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Jiang Zhao awakened from his trance. He did not rush to open the door, but instead took a moment to assess his progress. Eighth level of Qi Refinement. Judging by the fullness of the true essence in his dantian, he was not far from the ninth level. In just one night, he had broken through 4 minor realms. Such a rate of cultivation was nothing short of astonishing. If this news were to reach the outside world, countless envious eyes would surely turn green with jealousy. Indeed, Jiang Zhao's eyes gleamed as he murmured to himself, "The thrill of demonic cultivation surpasses that of the righteous path, which demands steady progress." Feeling the overwhelming true essence coursing through his meridians, Jiang Zhao nearly let out a triumphant roar, but after a moment's reflection, he restrained himself that at present, he could almost stride boldly through the bizarre world. However, in the realm of immortality, he remained at the level of resilient black iron. Excessive arrogance could lead to his own demise without him even realizing it. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Jiang Zhao reassured himself a few times. Subsequently, he cast a glance at the area surrounding his bed. Most of the 14 ghostly entities he had brought back had perished due to having their ghostly energy siphoned away, but one remained, clinging to life. Remarkably, one survived. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Zhao's mind as he raised his hand, retrieving a pitch-black ghostly rope that fell into his grasp, with most of its ghostly energy absorbed. The rope now resembled a lifeless serpent, limply draped over Jiang Zhao's fingers. Had he not experienced significant advancements in his cultivation and sharpened senses, he might have overlooked it entirely. Since you have survived, it indicates a certain affinity between us. I shall spare your life for now. In due time, I shall nurture you and assess your potential. With this resolution, Jiang Zhao placed the ghostly rope into his storage pouch. Then, with a sweep of his sleeve, he gathered the jars and containers he had previously used to seal the ghostly entities, ensuring nothing was left behind. Only after confirming everything was in order did he rise from his bed and approach the door. Opening the door swung open. A figure, dressed similarly to him but shorter in stature and bearing a somewhat timid expression, hurriedly clasped their hands in greeting, exclaiming, "Junior disciple Li Xian, pays respects to senior brother Jiang." "Junior brother Li, what brings you here so early this morning?" Jiang Zhao inquired in a gentle tone, as was customary. This Li Xian could be considered his only acquaintance at the Wanqing immortal sect, primarily due to their shared hometown. Both had joined the sect around the same time, and their assigned lodgings were not far apart, leading to a growing familiarity between them. Has the senior brother forgotten? Today is the day for the distribution of sect stipends. Jiang Zhao raised an eyebrow. Li Xian had mentioned it, and he had indeed forgotten. Ever since awakening his golden finger, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of capturing more spectral entities to rapidly enhance his strength. As for the meager allowance from his sect, he had long since cast it aside. After all, a mere 5 low-grade spirit stones, once refined, would hardly rival even the most ordinary ghostly beings from the bizarrely revived world. Moreover, refining spirit stones required converting spiritual energy into ghostly energy, a process both time-consuming and laborious. In contrast, spectral entities could be absorbed directly. When comparing the two, spirit stones had lost much of their allure in Jiang Zhao's eyes. Nevertheless, since Li Xian had come specifically to inform him today, despite his disdain for those few spirit stones, he felt compelled to at least make a show of collecting them. After all, it would raise eyebrows if a humble outer disciple suddenly ceased to require their sect's allowance. Outsiders would undoubtedly suspect something amiss. With this thought in mind, Jiang Zhao smiled and said, "Thank you for the reminder, junior brother. Shall we go together?" "Of course." Li Xian's eyes brightened as he nodded eagerly. As they walked, Li Xian fell back a step, observing Jiang Zhao's silhouette. After several hesitations, he finally stammered, "Senior brother, have you made another breakthrough recently?" "Just a stroke of luck," Jiang Zhao replied ambiguously. Nodding slightly, he admitted to having indeed broken through. yet refrained from disclosing the specific level of his advancement, in the realm of demonic sects. One must always maintain a measure of vigilance towards others. This principle was undoubtedly sound, even among master and disciple. Conflicts could arise, not to mention the limited camaraderie he shared with Li Xian. Truly, senior brother is a prodigy, Li Xian praised, albeit with a hint of melancholy. Upon entering the sect, he, like Jiang Zhao, had chosen a righteous cultivation method. However, while Jiang Zhao had progressed to the third level of Qi Refinement in just 3 months, nearing the fourth, many who had joined the demonic sect were advancing even faster than him. Were he in a righteous sect, given Jiang Zhao's talent, he would likely have already become an inner disciple under some elder. After all, 3 months to reach the third level of Qi Refinement. Close to the fourth, such a pace could easily lead to foundation establishment within 2 years, barring any unforeseen circumstances. In contrast, he himself had diligently practiced for the same 3 months, yet had barely managed to step into the first level of Qi Refinement, with the second level remaining a distant aspiration. Upon comparison, Li Xian came to realize that sometimes the gap between individuals could be wider than that between a person and a dog. Junior brother need not be disheartened. Perhaps one day fortune will smile upon you, Jiang Zhao said with a light chuckle, halting his steps to glance back at his junior brother. After confirming that Li Xian possessed neither a ring nor any small green vial, he felt a slight sense of relief. Fortune? Li Xian offered a desolate smile, shaking his head slightly. The two continued on their way. Along the path, Li Xian only posed a couple of questions regarding cultivation before lapsing into silence. His expression downcast and his eyes flickering as though lost in thought. Jiang Zhao sensed his junior brother's unusual demeanor and couldn't help but feel bemused. After all, he was still too young. With his thoughts plainly written across his face, if he wasn't mistaken, Li Xian was contemplating whether to switch to a demonic cultivation method, perhaps upon their next meeting. This junior brother would have transformed into a true practitioner of the dark arts. Half an hour later, Jiang Zhao and Li Xian arrived at the summit of a grand mountain. Atop the peak stood a magnificent palace, towering and imposing, inscribed with the words Qin Yun Palace, at the entrance. A throng of people bustled about, all clad similarly to them, outer disciples of the sect. Today marked the day of the sect's allowance distribution, so a larger crowd was to be expected. Jiang Zhao did not linger to observe. He strode directly into the main hall and approached a counter, presenting his identity jade token. Senior brother, I have come to collect my sect's allowance, he announced in a clear voice. Behind the counter stood an inner disciple who glanced at Jiang Zhao, took the jade token, and meticulously verified it. After a moment of silence, he simply tossed a small cloth bag towards Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao caught it and opened it to find merely 4 low-grade spirit stones within. He said nothing, maintaining a gentle smile, but took a moment to appraise the appearance of the inner disciple responsible for distributing the stones before turning to leave. As he exited Qin Yun Palace, he waited briefly before Li Xian hurriedly caught up with him. Senior brother, having just received the sect's allowance, it would be wise to avoid taking the main path down the mountain, he suggested. Glancing nervously at the descent, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories, then let us take the smaller path, Jiang Zhao replied nonchalantly. The two soon chose a concealed route to descend swiftly. Upon reaching halfway down the mountain, they were suddenly greeted by a fierce voice. Where are the spirit stones? None. None. Then what is this? Senior brother, I haven't had spirit stones to aid my cultivation for 5 or 6 months. I beg you, have mercy and let me go. Ha, let you go? Hand them over, the menacing figure barked. You too, drag him out and teach him a lesson. Be careful not to kill him, but do remember his appearance and residence. I shall return next month. Yes, senior brother. Shortly thereafter, from deep within the dense forest, 2 outer disciples at the 6th level of Qi Refinement emerged, dragging along a figure who appeared utterly terrified as they stepped into the open. They bumped directly into Jiang Zhao and Li Xian. Li Xian's complexion paled instantly, prompting him to subtly step back a pace while discreetly tugging at Jiang Zhao's sleeve, whispering, Senior brother, this is serious. Perhaps we should leave quickly. Leave? Do you think we can still escape now? Jiang Zhao retorted casually. Upon hearing this, Li Xian's face turned ashen. Indeed, while Jiang Zhao possessed slightly greater strength and might manage to flee, he himself, at merely the 1st level of Qi Refinement, would likely be unable to outrun those 2 6th-level outer disciples, even if he ran for his life. Well, have we stumbled upon another fat sheet? At that moment, the 2 6th-level practitioners exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with amusement. One of them quickly called out, Zhang Shixiang, there are 2 more here. 2 more. Where? A coarse voice echoed from the depths of the forest. In the next instant, a man clad in black robes, with sharp and fierce eyes, strode forth, his muscular frame exuding an intimidating aura of crimson killing intent that made one quail in fear. Seeing the approaching figure, Li Xian involuntarily trembled, retreating another half-step. He swallowed hard and managed to speak. Jiang Xiao. That man is Zheng, I heard he reached the 7th level of Qi Refinement just half a month ago. Haha. Zheng erupted into laughter upon hearing this. You little rascal, you actually recognize me. That makes things easier. He waved his hand grandly, declaring, you too, fork over 5 spirit stones each, and you can be on your way. 5 spirit stones. Li Xian's complexion shifted dramatically, instinctively placing a hand over his storage bag at his waist. This month, he had only received 4 spirit stones. Now, Zheng, he was demanding 5. Was he trying to take his life? He simply could not produce that amount. What? Do you plan to be like him, and only wake up when faced with disaster? Zheng, he pointed with his finger at the outer sect disciple, who was being restrained by 2 subordinates at the 6th level of Qi Refining, and the smile gradually faded from his eyes and face. Brother, why waste words on him? One of the subordinates said, releasing the restrained disciple and stepping forward with a dark expression and a sinister grin, ominously declaring, these people are nothing but worthless bones. Unless we show them some force, they won't obediently hand over their spirit stones. Exactly. Another subordinate of Zheng, he chimed in, nodding in agreement with a cold smirk, adding, having entered the Wanxing immortal sect, do they still not distinguish between reality and illusion? Do they truly believe that the sect rules can ensure their lives? I won't hesitate to inform you. This is the back mountain of Qingyun Palace. Even if we kill you, the elders of the sect may not even bat an eye if you are wise. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Zhao moved. His speed was akin to a bolt of lightning. Before anyone could react, he had already arrived before the foremost subordinate, delivering an unremarkable punch. Bang! The subordinate did not even have time to scream before his head exploded into a mist of blood. Witnessing this scene, Zheng He's brows furrowed in anger as a blood-red long knife materialized in his hand, and he roared as he charged at Jiang Zhao. However, Jiang Zhao's speed was too swift. Just as Zheng He made his move, Jiang Zhao had already reached another subordinate, executing a sweeping kick mid-air with immense force, creating a thunderous sound in the void. The man's expression turned to one of terror. Upon locking eyes with Jiang Zhao, he turned pale, barely managing to raise his arms to shield his chest. Bang! With the power of an 8th-level Qi Refining practitioner, Jiang Zhao wielded in overwhelming strength. In that instant, a terrifying force surged forth. The moment his leg struck, a series of bone-cracking sounds echoed from the unfortunate subordinate. He was sent flying backward like a massive black cannonball. As Jiang Zhao landed gracefully, he exerted force once more, crushing the ground beneath him, using the recoil to trace an arc and catch up to the subordinate. Stepping on his head, his body plummeted suddenly. Boom! A resounding crash erupted, and dust soared into the air. All present were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend that the usually taciturn Jiang Zhao would erupt into action so suddenly, let alone eliminate 2 6th-level Qi Refining practitioners in the blink of an eye. As the dust settled, Jiang Zhao stood in a deep pit, his foot resting upon a headless corpse, crimson blood flowing like a stream, staining the bottom of the pit. Jiang Zhao stepped out of the pit, leisurely saying, they said it themselves. Killing here, the elders of the sect may not even care. His clear voice echoed, and the surroundings fell into a deep silence. Li Xian, unable to believe what had transpired before him, found himself unsettled. Was this truly the Jiang brother he knew? Hadn't he been at the 3rd level of Qi Refining? Even if he had broken through, he should only be at the 4th level. How could he have slain 2 6th-level practitioners in an instant? Even with the advantage of a sneak attack, such an overwhelming victory seemed implausible. After all, one's realm was a significant factor. Not everyone could rely solely on the 4th level of Qi Refining to take down 6th-level practitioners. 8th level of Qi Refining. Zheng He, holding his long knife, glanced at the now lifeless bodies of his 2 subordinates and then at the impassive Jiang Zhao. His throat constricted, and an inexplicable sense of powerlessness surged within him, in his mind. After a brief internal struggle, he sheathed his long knife into his storage bag. The Qi Refining stage differed from the Foundation establishment stage. They lacked the advanced means of divine sense and could not perceive an opponent's strength until after the confrontation began. However, once the opponent made a move, discerning their realm was not difficult. If an 8th-level Qi Refining expert were present, and his two subordinates had not perished, Zhang He would have had a 50% chance of restraining Jiang Zhao alongside his subordinates. But now, with both subordinates dead, relying solely on himself to confront Jiang Zhao would be akin to dreaming that as a practitioner of demonic cultivation. Zhang He was adept at assessing situations, recognizing the current predicament was unfavorable. He hesitated not a moment before kneeling on the ground. With his hands clasped around his storage bag, he crawled forward to Jiang Zhao's side, raising the bag above his head, exclaiming, "Brother Jiang, I was blind to my own ignorance. I humbly ask for your mercy, and these spirit stones are a token of my sincerity that I hope you will not refuse, brother." At that moment, Li Xian snapped back to reality, disregarding the shock of Jiang Zhao being at the 8th level of Qi Refining. Hastily approaching Jiang Zhao's side and quickly stating, "This Sing brother is under the command of Brother Yang Hu. Perhaps it would be wise to spare him for the sake of maintaining a good rapport with Brother Yang." "Yes, yes." Upon hearing Li Xian's words, Zhang Yi nodded vigorously, quickly adding, "Brother Yang is an 8th level Qi Refining practitioner. It won't be long before he breaks through to Foundation establishment. If Brother Jiang spares my life, I will certainly speak highly of you to Brother Yang." "Yang Hu, you say?" Jiang Zhao murmured softly, yet inwardly he scoffed. It seemed every adversary had some backing. However, this was to be expected. In the world of demonic sects, one could scarcely survive without a support system. Jiang Zhao remained non-committal, extending a hand towards the storage bag. As it appeared the storage bag was about to change hands, Zhang He pressed his lips together. Lowering his head, his eyes filled with unwillingness and resentment. The spirit stones he had painstakingly acquired were now destined to benefit another. He begrudgingly accepted this loss for the day. But afterward, before he could devise a plan for future revenge against Jiang Zhao, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Jiang Zhao's fingers swiftly closing into a fist, descending upon his head with a fierce swiftness. Bang! His head exploded. Blood splattering everywhere. A headless corpse collapsed to the ground under Li Xian's horrified gaze. Jiang Zhao withdrew his fist, took out a piece of cloth, and began to wipe the blood from his hands, calmly stating, "Brother, today I shall impart a lesson. When dealing with enemies, one must eradicate them completely." And also, after collecting the souls of Zhang He and his two subordinates into the soul refining banner and storing their corpses in his storage bag, Jiang Zhao remarked indifferently, "In a demonic sect, the first rule is to survive by any means necessary, not through misplaced compassion." With that, Jiang Zhao departed. Left behind were only Li Xian and the disciple who had just been robbed of his spirit stones. Li Xian stared blankly in the direction Jiang Zhao had left, his eyes wide and his voice barely a whisper. Survive by any means necessary. This phrase struck Li Xian like a thunderbolt, penetrating his mind and gradually clarifying his thoughts. It seemed he had made a resolute decision. Clutching his storage bag at his waist, he hurried down the mountain. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhao returned directly to his thatched cottage. Once back in his dwelling, he closed the door and windows, then retrieved the storage bags of Zhang He and his two subordinates. Inspecting them one by one, a satisfied smile crept across Jiang Zhao's lips. Ive struck it rich. Within the storage pouch of Zhang He, there lay over 230 inferior spirit stones, along with a single medium-grade spirit stone, based on the exchange rate of one medium-grade spirit stone equating to 100 inferior spirit stones. Zhang He had effectively bestowed upon himself over 300 inferior spirit stones. This sum amounted to a considerable fortune, one that would take Jiang Zhao at least 5 years to accumulate through his meager sect salary, assuming he refrained from utilizing even a single spirit stone for cultivation during that time. Aside from the spirit stones, Zhang He's storage pouch contained several healing elixirs, a blood-red long knife, and an assortment of ordinary garments. These items held little value. The long knife, in particular, was a standard weapon distributed upon entering the sect. A common commodity. Jiang Zhao merely cast a glance before retracting his gaze. After examining Zhang He's storage pouch, Jiang Zhao also took a fleeting look at the storage pouches of his two subordinates. Comparatively speaking, they appeared rather impoverished. Nonetheless, they were still better off than the typical outer sect disciples, each providing Jiang Zhao with over 20 inferior spirit stones. In total, Jiang Zhao found himself in possession of nearly 400 inferior spirit stones. Although the significance of using spirit stones for cultivation was minimal for him, they served another purpose. Accessing the scripture pavilion to exchange for techniques, the Wanxing Xinzong, being a demonic sect, treated outsiders with ruthlessness. However, they were relatively generous towards their own disciples. Outer sect disciples could freely choose from techniques suitable for the Qi refinement stage, as long as they possessed sufficient spirit stones and energy to learn as many as they desired. Ah, Jiang Zhao chuckled lightly, weighing the storage pouch in his hand, murmuring to himself, with so many spirit stones, I can once again delve into the scripture pavilion to acquire additional techniques, while other demonic cultivators needed merely to roam about, slaying foes to train and guard against plots from their peers while evading the righteous sects. Jiang Zhao had a broader agenda in mind. With the existence of the dual crossing gate, he could utilize the peculiar entities from the resurrected world for cultivation, allowing him to dedicate the remaining time to researching various life-preserving techniques. With a newfound resolve, Jiang Zhao turned and pushed open the door, making his way to the scripture pavilion. Upon arriving once more, he was greeted at the entrance by the same elderly figure as before. Hearing the commotion, the old man slowly raised his head, scrutinizing Jiang Zhao with a hint of surprise. Oh, it is I. Jiang Zhao, the disciple, greeted respectfully, bowing in acknowledgement. Indeed, the elder replied, stroking his beard with a look of satisfaction. In such a short span of time, I never expected you to have advanced to the 8th level of Qi Refinement. Truly, the youth are formidable. Your praise is too kind, elder, Jiang Zhao humbly responded. He was not taken aback by the elder's perceptiveness. He understood that those who could linger in the scripture pavilion were no ordinary individuals. The old man before him might appear frail and on the brink of death, yet one could never ascertain his true strength. Jiang Zhao estimated that the elder was at least a powerful figure, perhaps even a transformation god, with no upper limit to his capabilities. After all, the Wancheng Xianzone was not a third-rate sect. It housed numerous experts in the nascent soul, transformation, and out-of-body stages, while the sect leader was a formidable being in the integration stage. Rumor had it that there were even ancient beings at the tribulation stage dwelling in the sect's rear mountains. However, the veracity of such tales was beyond the reach of an outer sect disciple like Jiang Zhao to investigate. Have you come today to learn techniques? The elder inquired with a smile. Indeed, Jiang Zhao nodded. Then proceed inside, the elder gestured, casually stating, as per the usual protocol. Each technique for the Qi Refinement stage costs 5 inferior spirit stones. I understand, elder, Jiang Zhao replied, slightly bowing before swiftly entering. Unlike his previous visit, this time, Jiang Zhao intended to acquire some offensive techniques, be it swordplay, knife techniques, or martial arts, anything would suffice. After all, his future adversaries would only grow stronger. Relying solely on his physical prowess or the few fierce spirits contained within the soul of 10,000 souls would not suffice to easily vanquish his foes. With this thought in mind, Jiang Zhao meticulously inspected the shelves in the scripture pavilion. The ghostly shadow step, a movement technique for the Qi Refinement stage, promised to render one as elusive as a specter upon mastery, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals of the same level to keep pace. Jiang Zhao's eyes brightened as he nodded in approval. Excellent. I shall take this, the Human Slayer Blade technique, a knife technique for the Qi Refinement stage. Required one to kill to refine the blade and devour souls, ghostly energy, and resentment. The more one killed, the stronger they became, and the mightier their technique. Once mastered, one would become virtually unmatched in the Qi Refinement stage. After reading the description, Jiang Zhao couldn't help but smile. How fortuitous. I happen to possess a knife. I shall take this as well. The Primordial Poison Scripture, an introductory volume. What kind of demonic cultivator would he be if he did not dabble in poison? I'll take this too. Half an hour later, Jiang Zhao emerged from the scripture pavilion, clutching a dozen tomes, leaving behind the elder's curious gaze as he registered his departure, once back in his modest abode. Jiang Zhao first perused all the techniques, committing them to memory before exhaling a sigh of relief. Casting a glance outside, he noticed that night had fallen once again. It was time to find a suitable location to practice the newly acquired techniques. I should find a place to hone my skills, he murmured softly. However, before doing so, an idea struck him. He retrieved the corpses of Zheng He and his 2 companions, then with a wave of his hand, summoned the previously near-death ghost rope. Upon its emergence, the ghost rope appeared weak and listless. Yet, in the following moment, as if it had caught a whiff of blood, the ghost rope, previously sealed, came to life, writhing eagerly in Jiang Zhao's grasp. Calm down, Jiang Zhao gently admonished, forming a hand seal as a black rune flickered in his palm. With a sharp clap, he pressed the rune against the ghost rope. The instant the rune embedded itself within the rope, an ethereal connection seemed to forge between Jiang Zhao and the ghost rope. After a moment of careful sensing, Jiang Zhao waved his hand to unbind the restrictions upon the ghost rope. Unlike before, this time, even without its seal, the ghost rope remained obedient, refraining from any erratic movements. Though it possessed little intelligence, it was acutely aware of one fact. Jiang Zhao's earlier strike had granted him absolute control over its life and death. With but a single thought, Jiang Zhao could extinguish its existence in an instant. Pleased with the efficacy of the slave ghost seal, Jiang Zhao smiled contentedly. He pointed at the 3 corpses on the ground and commanded, "Go." Upon receiving Jiang Zhao's permission, the ghost rope shot forth, releasing a chilling aura that lowered the room's temperature several degrees. Several dark, ghostly ropes descended from the beams, ensnaring the corpses of Zhang He and his companions and hoisting them into the air. The moment the ghost rope bound them, the 3 corpses began to desiccate at a visible rate. 15 minutes later, the 3 bodies had lost all vitality, resembling corpses that had lain dead for years. Exuding an unpleasant stench of decay, Jiang Zhao lightly waved his hand, using Zhang He's original storage pouch to collect the 3 corpses. He then turned his gaze to the ghost rope. Having absorbed the essence from the 3 cultivators' bodies, the ghost rope underwent a profound transformation. Its material became more resilient, imbued with a mesmerizing allure, and it radiated a dense aura of ghostly energy. Almost taking on a tangible form, Jiang Zhao beckoned with his finger, and the ghost rope obediently coiled around him. After a moment of scrutiny, he tugged with moderate force, finding it unyielding. He nodded appreciatively, exclaiming, "Truly, as expected from the entities of the resurrected world, absorbing the essence from 3 Qi Refinement stage corpses has remarkably enhanced its power. In the present day, the ghostly rope, as speculated by Jiang Zhao, possesses the capability to easily hang cultivators at the 5th level of Qi Refinement, and even pose a challenge to those at the 6th level. However, beyond that, it falters, as it would be utterly overwhelmed." Though the current utility of the ghostly rope may seem somewhat superfluous to Jiang Zhao, within the realm of eerie resurgence, it is more than sufficient for indiscriminate slaughter. Perhaps he could seek out a few oblivious senior brothers or sisters and offer their corpses to the ghostly rope, thereby significantly enhancing its power. He recalls that Li Xian mentioned a certain Yang who appears to be a supporter of Zhang He. Does he not? Jiang Zhao raised an eyebrow. He has never been one to relish making enemies. He can, with a clear conscience, declare that in the 3 months since joining the Wanxing immortal sect, he has not acquired a single foe. Yet now, with Zhang He's demise, he has inadvertently gained a potential adversary. This notion unsettles Jiang Zhao considerably. It seems he must devise a means to expedite Yang Hu's departure from this world. However, before that, he must first elevate his own strength. The 8th level of Qi Refinement is still too low for Jiang Zhao. At the very least, he must attain the foundation establishment stage to secure a semblance of safety as an inner sect discipled. In the next moment, Jiang Zhao elegantly waved his sleeve, conjuring a golden portal that he stepped through. Vanishing from sight, in the realm of eerie resurgence, he found himself once more in that villa. A golden portal manifested, and Jiang Zhao reappeared in the hall. The bloodstains left by Shun Tsung and others from the previous night remained. Yet the bodies had vanished, leaving behind a faint scent of blood in the air. Jiang Zhao glanced around, his gaze briefly lingering on a white SUV parked at the villa's entrance before shifting away. Seeking a secluded corner, he settled onto a sofa and summoned the Wanhun banner with a wave of his hand. The banner fluttered, releasing a swirling mass of black, ghostly mist that hovered before him. "Shinsong," Jiang Zhao spoke calmly, "inform me, where in Donghai City are the ghostly entities more prevalent?" Meanwhile, outside the villa, in the passenger seat of the white SUV, a young man clad in blue attire, slurping instant noodles, was rendered utterly aghast, his gaze fixated on the villa as though he had witnessed a specter. Convinced he must be mistaken, he rubbed his eyes repeatedly, only to confirm that indeed another figure had appeared within the villa. In a frantic manner, he set down his noodles and nudged the middle-aged man beside him, who was resting with his eyes closed. Captain, there is someone in the villa." "Someone?" Shun Yu exclaimed, abruptly awakening from his rest, and with a swift motion, he sat upright, peering towards the villa with a grave tone. "Where?" "Right over there." The young man pointed through the car window, following the direction of the young man's finger. Shin Yu's brows furrowed deeply. He retracted his gaze and solemnly inquired, "The nearby brothers have not been slacking off, have they?" "Absolutely not." The young man shook his head earnestly. "From last night until now, the brothers have been on rotation, Not even a fly could sneak into the villa without our notice, if that is the case. This individual must have appeared out of thin air. Qin Yu pursed his lips, casting a wary glance at the villa, and spoke in a low voice. This person in the villa likely possesses ghostly abilities and is probably one of the culprits behind the demise of the Shiguang Club. Xiao Jiang, Qin Yu turned to the young man beside him, speaking in a low tone. Notify the surrounding brothers to refrain from acting impulsively. I need to make a call to Bureau Chief Liu. Understood. Xiao Jiang responded, his mind sharpened with urgency. Simultaneously, at the headquarters of the Spiritual Management Bureau in Donghai City, in an office, Liu Ruhai, sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle, gazed sternly at the individuals before him, stating gravely, "The documents in your possession contain the entirety of information regarding the downfall of the Shiguang Club. According to the data, over 30 ghostly entities appeared during the club's demise. We have reason to believe this is a substantial force, organized, premeditated, and systematically targeting the Shiguang Club. The enemy's arrangements were exceedingly meticulous, and following the club's obliteration, they swiftly suppressed all remaining ghostly entities in mere minutes. Such power is formidable. A slight misstep could lead to a catastrophic ghost tide. The motivations of this mysterious force remain unclear, and we are unaware of their strongholds. However, Liu Ruhai lightly cleared his throat, lifted his teacup to take a sip, and continued, I hope at this critical juncture, all regional captains can support one another and collaborate wholeheartedly to prevent any potential disasters from unfolding for the sake of the millions of citizens in Donghai City. Bureau Chief Liu. Rest assured, we are well aware of our responsibilities. A man donned in a white suit and wearing an eye patch nodded gravely. Indeed, Liu Ruhai acknowledged with a slight nod, pausing momentarily before producing another document to distribute. Continuing, the purpose of today's meeting is not only to inform you about the Shiguang Club incident, but also to bring to your attention another matter. You have likely noticed that for the past week, Donghai City has lost contact with the outside world. Before this disconnection, we were all too aware that our great you had been steadily retreating against ghostly entities for the past 70 years. With only 9 major cities still holding their ground, now that we have lost contact, it is conceivable that we may be the next city to vanish. As he spoke, the atmosphere in the conference room grew heavy. For no one can remain calm in the face of death, not even those seasoned in confronting it. Of course, Liu Ruhai gently tapped the table, his expression grave. We cannot dismiss the possibility that the other 8 cities of our great you have already succumbed to the ghost tide, leaving Donghai as humanity's last bastion. In the face of adversity, responsibility is paramount. I hope everyone can shoulder their respective burdens. However, there is no need to be overly despondent, for I have good news to share. The strategic reserves we have stockpiled can still sustain us. Before he could finish, a sudden chorus of ringing mobile phones disrupted the somber atmosphere within the conference room. Good luck is coming your way. Good fortune brings joy and love. The cheerful and melodious ringtone lightened the mood. Liu Ruhai glanced at the caller ID before swiftly answering, his tone serious. Hello? It's me, Captain Chen. What has happened on your end? What? You're keeping watch over there. I'm coming right over. Upon concluding the call, Liu Ruhai sprang to his feet, casting a sweeping gaze across everyone in the conference room. He commanded, Captain Wang, Captain Han, you two take a team and accompany me. The rest continue to maintain stability in Donghai City. Meeting adjourned. Just as he finished his call, and before the phone screen could dim, Qin Yu felt a sudden poke in his arm. What is the matter? Qin Yu turned to inquire. Captain Qin, you must see this. He has emerged. Xiao Jiang stammered in trepidation. He has emerged. Qin Yu's heart raced, and he hastily turned his gaze towards the villa. Indeed, the doors swung open, revealing a figure clad in a black robe. Possessing a strikingly handsome visage, the individual strode into the courtyard, scanning the surroundings with a keen eye. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon Qin Yu. Their eyes met, and in that instant, Qin Yu felt his entire body freeze. A chill running down his spine as if he had plunged into an icy abyss on a scorching summer day. A wave of cold surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He found it impossible to articulate the intensity of this person's gaze through ordinary language. It was as if a deity, exalted and omnipotent, was gazing down upon mere ants at its feet. Devoid of wrath or murderous intent, there was only indifference and mockery. He has noticed me. This was the foremost thought racing through Qin Yu's mind. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on his phone, contemplating calling Director Wei once more to warn him of the formidable presence before him, best to avoid provocation. Yet, before he could take action, the young man in the courtyard moved, vanishing from sight only to reappear 100 meters away, and then, in a blink, he disappeared entirely at the end of the road. At that moment, Chen Yu felt as if he had returned from the depths of hell. Gasping for breath, it was only then that he realized. Following just a mere exchange of glances, his back had already been drenched in cold sweat. As a ghost handler, his instincts told him that this individual was no ordinary person. If he so wished, crushing Chen Yu would be as effortless as squashing an ant. What kind of existence had I been watching over at the Shiguang Club? Chen Yu mused, his lips pressed together as he swallowed hard, a terrifying thought taking shape in his mind. Could it be that our previous conjectures were entirely misguided? The annihilation of the Shiguang Club was not the work of a collective force, but rather that of a single individual? If that were indeed the case, Chen Yu dared not contemplate further. For one person to obliterate an entire club while effortlessly subduing a dozen resurrected spirits was a display of power that he had never witnessed, nor even heard of. Since the onset of the bizarre resurrection phenomenon, it was well known that their spirit management bureau had incurred immense costs to suppress spirits. The notion of simultaneously subduing over 10 spirits was nothing short of fantastical. Captain, what's wrong with you? Xiao Zhang's voice jolted Chen Yu back to reality. I'm fine. Chen Yu replied, shaking his head gently. Captain, he's left. Should we attempt to stop him? Xiao Zhang inquired tentatively. Stop him? Absolutely not. Chen Yu interjected swiftly. That would be preposterous. The man appeared to have single-handedly obliterated the Shiguang Club and looked utterly unscathed. Such power exceeded their comprehension. If he could nonchalantly dismantle the Shiguang Club, it stood to reason that he could effortlessly raise the entire Spirit Management Bureau. Currently, the Bureau had yet to engage in conflict with this individual, which was undoubtedly good news for everyone involved. If they were to send someone to intercept him now, the consequences could be dire. A single misstep could sow the seeds of destruction for the Bureau. What should we do now? Xiao Jiak asked again. Inform the nearby brothers to withdraw for the time being. Chen Yu replied after a moment's contemplation. He then gazed in the direction where Jiang Zhao had departed, continuing, As for the two of us, we shall follow discreetly. If we encounter that individual again, remember to keep your distance and refrain from provocation. If an opportunity for amicable interaction arises, we should seize it. Having witnessed Jiang Zhao's prowess, Chen Yu had already relegated the previous events at the Shiguang Club to the back of his mind. It was, after all, merely a neutral organization of ghost handlers. Its absence held little consequence. Their surveillance of the villa had not been for the purpose of avenging those individuals, but rather to uncover the truth. After all, in a world on the brink of apocalypse, the notion of retribution had become obsolete. Power was the only currency that mattered. Now, with the truth nearly uncovered, their primary mission was to ensure the safety of the millions of citizens in Donghai City by discerning the origins and intentions of Jiang Zhao. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Zhao traversed the towering edifices of Donghai City. Though he was not yet capable of flight at the Qi Refinement stage, the introduction of the Ghost Shadow Step had significantly increased his speed, allowing him to flicker through the air with an almost ghostly grace, covering distances of several dozen to 100 meters in an instant. To his surprise, the individuals from the Spirit Management Bureau exhibited considerable patience. Having maintained their vigil for such an extended period that as he journeyed, Jiang Zhao's thoughts drifted to the figures outside the villa. Each of them believed themselves to be skillfully concealed, but to a practitioner like Jiang Zhao, with his heightened senses, their attempts were laughably inadequate. From the very moment he crossed into this realm, he had been acutely aware of every move they made. This outcome had been anticipated, after all. Since his arrival, he had never concealed his whereabouts. Given the advanced surveillance capabilities of this world, coupled with the considerable commotion he had caused in dismantling the Shiguang Club, it was only natural that someone would pick up on his trail. However, as long as they did not seek him out, Jiang Zhao had little interest in engaging with them. Yet should they come looking for trouble, he would not shy away, for in his eyes, there was no necessity for interaction with either the Spirit Management Bureau or ordinary citizens. The disparity in their perspectives and strengths rendered any conversation futile. What could one say about the unity of heaven and man that would not be misconstrued as philosophical musings by an ordinary person in this world? The sole entities that piqued Jiang Zhao's interest were the spirits themselves. Shinsong, where is the Yuhuan community you mentioned? Jiang Zhao inquired as he continued on his path. This was the location that Shinsong had provided him while at the villa. According to Shinsong, about 5 years prior, a B-class anomalous event had erupted within that community, enveloping the entire area in a thick fog. The Spirit Management Bureau, in conjunction with several ghost handler organizations, had invested tremendous effort, Yet they had only managed to confine the spirits within the community. Suppression, however, was nearly impossible. The spirits had decimated nearly the entire community. And while the exact number of spirits was uncertain, the number of spirit servants exceeded 1,000. Any ghost handler who dared to enter would face certain death. It was safe to say that as long as the spirits remained contained, the citizens of Donghai City would have cause for celebration. Who would dare venture in to suppress the spirits? Just ahead. We are almost there. However, Master, please exercise extreme caution. The spirits within the Yuan community are no ordinary foes and may possess A-class strength. A-class spirits possess intelligence and can communicate with humans normally. Shinsong replied swiftly, offering a warning. He discreetly glanced at Jiang Zhao's expression, genuinely fearful. After being warmly received in the Myriad Souls banner for a day, he had been left with a psychological scar that would haunt him for a lifetime. That if given a choice, he would never wish to return to that place. Thus, he was fully committed to answering Jiang Zhao's inquiries without holding back. Understood. Jiang Zhao nodded gently, quickening her pace slightly. The night deepened. The Yuan community was enveloped in a shroud of darkness. From a height, looking down upon the dazzling lights of Donghai City, the location of Yuan community resembled a black hole, devouring everything around it. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the night. Outside the community, on a broad road, two inebriated figures paused in shock upon hearing the scream, their drunkenness momentarily shaken by the chilling breeze. The two exchanged bewildered glances and glanced at a nearby road sign, Wangjiang Road. The three bold characters struck their vision. Damn it, how did we end up here? One of them muttered, a sense of dread washing over him. Not far ahead lay Yuan community. Through the shadowy treetops, the buildings within the community came into view, conjuring memories of its notorious past, and a recent scream. A cold sweat broke out on their backs. Without hesitation, they turned and fled rapidly along the path they had come. Meanwhile, within the depths of Yuan community, in a pitch-black room, a figure, covered in blood, with disheveled hair and a slender frame, scrambled backward in a panic, her eyes darting around in desperation. Please, please spare me. Just grant me my life, and I will do anything. It was as if some great terror lurked around her, and her pleas for mercy filled the air. Yet, the specters nearby paid her no heed. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh sliced through the air, and her desperate words were abruptly silenced. In the darkness, a severed head, eyes wide open in eternal horror, rolled across the floor. Applause, applause, a voice rang out in the pitch-black room, accompanied by the soft glow of dim, ghostly green light emanating from an oil lamp held aloft. The bearer of the lamp, clad in a black robe that enveloped him from head to toe, approached a tattered sofa where another similarly dressed figure sat. After a few light claps, the figure lifted the hood of his cloak, revealing a proud visage, his gaze flicking to the lifeless head at his feet. With a nonchalant kick, he sent the head tumbling toward the window. His attention then shifted to the figure at the center of the room. As the dim lights brightened, the scene became increasingly vivid, revealing a nightmarish chamber strewn with severed limbs and remnants, resembling a hellish purgatory. In the midst of this horror stood a headless, one-armed figure with pallid skin, mechanically searching through the piles of corpses. Soon, it unearthed a nearly decayed head and placed it upon its neck, giving it a gentle nod as if finding it a fitting match. Slowly turning, it revealed a visage of decay, its jaw moving as a raspy voice echoed. Not enough. Not enough? The proud man raised an eyebrow. Unfazed by the statement, I understand your appetite is vast, and I can certainly provide you with more blood offerings. However, before that, we must discuss our collaboration. Speak. The one-armed specter struggled to utter a single word after a prolonged silence. We seek an ancient deity. The proud man smiled subtly, his expression revealing that he had reeled in his quarry. Speaking leisurely, it is the ancient deity that awakened in the northern part of Donghai City last night. After its revival, it vanished without a trace. Yet, it shares a common origin with you, Lord's severed head. I believe locating it should not pose a challenge for you. After all, his gaze swept the room before he turned his attention outside, stating flatly, you still have a multitude of ghostly servants at your disposal. Sending them out to turn Donghai City upside down should be no problem. Upon hearing this, the severed head specter fell silent. After a brief pause, it spoke stiffly, the ghostly servants cannot leave. Furthermore, I require 1,000 blood offerings. We can find a way regarding the ghostly servants. You only need to grant me control. The proud man's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes narrowing as he spoke confidently. However, 1,000 blood offerings might be a bit challenging. You are aware that there are numerous spirit tamers outside. Even our ancient deity association cannot secretly deliver 1,000 blood offerings. But the specter interjected, "We have another method." The man, brimming with self-assurance, continued, "Once we succeed, we will assist you in breaking the ghostly apparatus the Spirit Bureau uses to suppress you. At that point, all of Donghai City will be yours." Upon hearing the prospect of breaking the apparatus that constrained it, even the typically stoic one-armed specter appeared slightly agitated, its speech becoming more fluid. Without a moment's hesitation, it quickly blurted out, "Deal." Then it settled. The proud man rose, taking a few steps forward, smiling. "Shall we enjoy a fruitful collaboration?" "Collaboration." The severed head specter nodded in agreement, its voice raspy. Before it could finish its sentence, bang, the nearby window shattered. A shadowy figure burst into the room, surveying the surroundings before fixing its gaze on the peculiar assembly of beings. With a smile, it remarked, "It seems I have arrived at an inopportune time. Have I not interrupted your delightful gathering?" Upon the sudden intrusion of Jiang Zhao, the proud man's brow furrowed slightly, though the darkness obscured the intruder's features. It was clear that anyone daring to enter Yuhan community at such a moment possessed considerable prowess. After all, the notorious reputation of Yuhan community had long echoed throughout Donghai City, a place known to be off-limits even to ordinary folk. Let alone spirit tamers. One would have to be quite reckless to set foot here. Nevertheless, the intruder had boldly entered. The man pondered for a moment before subtly retreating a few steps with his subordinates, positioning themselves at the doorway to observe the unfolding events, ready to retreat if necessary. In stark contrast, the one-armed specter's thought process was far more straightforward. Having been suppressed by the Spirit Bureau among humans for so many years, aside from an initial feast on some blood offerings, it had not laid eyes on food since. Yet today, a human had delivered themselves right to its door. Moreover, this human seemed to exude an extraordinarily vibrant life force, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. The specter's instincts told it that if it could consume this individual, it would undoubtedly ascend to an S-class entity, as humans described. Realizing this, the one-armed specter unsheathed a rusted knife from its waist, a fervent emotion igniting in its decaying eye sockets. You arrived just in time." With a decisive step forward, the specter raised the knife high, preparing to strike. Observing this scene, the two figures standing at the doorway, Chao Chuan and his companion, exchanged glances filled with pity as they looked at Jiang Zhao. While others might be oblivious, they were acutely aware. The severed head specter's power had been steadily growing over the years. Especially during the initial resurgence, it claimed the lives of over 1,000 ordinary individuals, elevating its power to the level of an A-rank ghost. In the subsequent years, while the number of its victims diminished, its strength continued to grow, albeit at a slower pace. Apart from the absence of any ghostly tricks, its inherent abilities were already formidable enough to contend with S-rank malevolent spirits when it struck down. It was evident that not only ordinary ghost hunters would falter, but even the captains of the Donghai City Spirit Management Bureau would find it challenging to escape death. Curiosity piqued within him. What audacity did this young man in black possess to intrude into Yuhan residential area at such a time? Disrupting his plans, as Chao Chuan anticipated a thrilling spectacle, in the next moment, Jiang Zhao stepped forth, his figure flickering before vanishing from sight. Before anyone could react, he appeared right before the decapitated ghost. Observing the adversary brandishing a cleaver, Jiang Zhao's expression remained unchanged. As usual, he flicked his hand. "Who are you trying to scare?" A resounding slap echoed throughout the room. The head of the decapitated ghost exploded on impact. The terrifying force radiating from its cranium sent its body spinning like a top for several rotations. The decapitated ghost was momentarily dazed, its headless form swaying unsteadily, akin to a stroke-afflicted individual. Before it collapsed to the ground with a thud, Chao Chuan and his companion, standing by the doorway, were left speechless. They had envisioned numerous outcomes and had suspected that the young man in black might possess some hidden cards capable of matching the decapitated ghost. After all, one would dare venture into such a place late at night without sufficient prowess. Yet, they could never have anticipated the sheer ferocity displayed by this young man. Upon encountering the decapitated ghost, he immediately delivered a slap, seemingly incapacitating the creature. After a considerable pause, the decapitated ghost finally regained its senses, shaking its body and propping itself up with one hand, desperately searching the ground with the cleaver-wielding hand. Upon locating a decayed head, it hastily attempted to place it upon its neck, seemingly wanting to utter some menacing words. However, before it could straighten up, a black boot descended upon its hand, crushing it along with the head into a grotesque pulp. Observing the twitching form of the decapitated ghost, Jiang Zhao's gaze was devoid of warmth. Any living creature would experience pain, fear, or reveal a flaw when attacked, but not ghosts. With that, he swiftly kicked out his other leg. A dull thud resonated as the decapitated ghost's body disintegrated into a shower of bones and flesh under the immense force. The impact was so significant that it stirred the entire residential area, provoking a chorus of anguished howls. Following closely were the rapid, approaching footsteps. Jiang Zhao approached the window and gazed downwards. What met his eyes were countless figures. Previous residents of Yuhan residential area who had been slain by the decapitated ghost, now transformed into its ghostly thralls. Years had passed, and these thralls appeared emaciated, as if a mere gust of wind could topple them. Yet, in stark contrast, these ghostly thralls possessed immense strength, leaping and bounding between buildings as if traversing flat ground. Racing towards Jiang Zhao under the lead of several formidable spirits. Listening to the commotion outside, Chao Chuan and his companion turned pale. The figure in the black robe holding the lantern swallowed hard. Quietly inquiring, "Brother Chao, what shall we do? What else can we do?" "Just sit tight," Chao Chuan replied tersely. Originally, a collaboration had been established, and next, he was to master the method of controlling the ghostly thralls to lead 1,000 of them into Donghai City, delivering a minor yet eerie shock to the Spirit Management Bureau. However, who could have imagined that a terrifying presence would emerge at this juncture? With just a slap and a kick, this young man had subdued the decapitated ghost that had wreaked havoc in Donghai City for years. Although the decapitated ghost had not yet perished, its thralls had been roused. Venturing outside at this moment would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise, even with the lantern capable of restraining spirits in hand. It would be futile. Once the oil was depleted, death would still await them. At present, remaining within this room was their only source of safety. As the two pondered how Jiang Zhao would proceed, they witnessed him wave his hand, summoning a large black banner adorned with intricate patterns. The banner billowed, releasing tendrils of black mist that swirled within the room. With a decisive gesture, over 20 wisps of black mist surged forth from the banner, each concealing a fiercely malevolent spirit within. Their aura suggested they were far more terrifying than the previous decapitated ghost. What is this? Could they all be malevolent spirits? My heavens! Chao Chuan and his subordinate gazed at the horrifying scene, trembling uncontrollably, an unsettling warmth coursing through them from their thighs to their ankles that a single ordinary spirit would suffice to instill fear in them. Yet now, there were over 20. What manner of individual could command such a multitude of spirits? Did he not fear a backlash from them? The black-robed figure behind Chao Chuan tugged at his clothes, his complexion pale as he whispered, "Brother Chao, do you not sense that this person resembles a demonic cultivator from novels?" "Indeed," Chao Chuan replied, his own face ashen, nodding with difficulty. Jiang Zhao paid no heed to the two. He focused on the approaching thralls below, speaking calmly. "Shen Song remains. The rest shall deal with those thralls. If any of them still possess souls, bring them all back." Understood. The 20-plus malevolent spirits responded in unison, swiftly launching into action. Having been nourished by the myriad souls banner, their strength had reached unprecedented heights. As they plunged into the thrall ranks, they wreaked havoc with ease, akin to a tiger among sheep, effortlessly downing thralls in droves. Once assured that no unforeseen incidents would arise, Jiang Zhao turned his attention back to the remnants of the decapitated ghost in the room. In the brief interval that passed, the bones and flesh had begun to coalesce anew, writhing restlessly, and a humanoid shape was discernible in mere moments. The decapitated ghost would likely resurrect. This ability was indeed impressive. Jiang Zhao clicked his tongue softly that he had long familiarized himself with the nature of spirits in this world. They could not perish until their ghostly energy was fully expended. Regardless of how they were dismembered, they would always revert to their original form. "I wonder if I now possess such abilities after absorbing this spirit," Jiang Zhao mused internally. However, this was not the time for experimentation. He flipped his palm and produced a large black jar, tossing it to Shen Song, instructing, "Shen Song, seal it up?" "Yes." Shen Song accepted the jar without hesitation, hastening forward. Shen Song, Chao Chuan, and his companion exchanged glances, surprise evident in their eyes. If memory served correctly, Shen Song was the president of the Shiguan Club. So how had he ended up here? Moreover, he appeared to be on the verge of becoming a malevolent spirit himself. Could it be that Brother Chao, the Shiguan Club, was eradicated by him? The figure cloaked in black behind Chao Chuan murmured softly. Upon hearing this, Chao Chuan pressed his lips together and nodded stiffly, struggling to squeeze out a few words that it is possible, observing the room filled with a dense black mist and the hurried silhouette of Shen Song, who was busy sealing the headless specter into a jar. Chao Chuan felt a chill run down his spine. Just a moment ago, he was the illustrious president of the Shiguang Club. Today, he had been reduced to a mere pawn under someone else's command. The stark contrast was utterly tragic. Even someone as formidable as Shen Song had seen his subordinates, a dozen or so ghost tamers, fall. What fate awaited him? With that troubling thought, Chao Chuan raised his gaze towards Jiang Zhao. Their eyes met, and a shiver coursed through him. He forced a smile and said, "Rest assured, sir, we have seen nothing tonight, nor will we speak of it." As the cacophony from outside reached his ears, Chao Chuan, along with his subordinate, reached for the doorknob and swiftly declared, "Since you have important matters to attend to, we shall not disturb you further. We will take our leave now." With that, he twisted the doorknob and prepared to exit. However, just as he lifted his foot, Jiang Zhao's voice drifted over ominously from behind. "Who said you two could leave?" Chao Chuan's expression froze, and he slowly turned around. The grim look he had worn moments ago was instantly replaced by a forced smile. "I wonder, sir, if there are any further instructions you might have for us. If there is anything we can assist with, we are at your service." "Assistance is unnecessary," Jiang Zhao replied calmly, stepping closer and fixing his gaze on the two. "Now, tell me about your backgrounds." This, Chao Chuan's body trembled slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. He hailed from the ancient god society, a name that sounded grandiose, yet in reality, it merely served the whims of the bizarre. Such a revelation would not be well received. At present, he had only a fleeting acquaintance with Jiang Zhao and could not fathom his thoughts or opinions regarding the ancient god society. If Jiang Zhao were inclined to support the bizarre's dominion over the world, that would be one thing. But what if, recalling Jiang Zhao's ruthless actions against the headless specter moments ago, Chao Chuan dared not entertain any delusions of safety? After much contemplation, he whispered, "To be candid, sir, we are both civilian ghost tamers. We came here today seeking ways to subdue the specters in Yuhuan community. Upon witnessing your intervention, we deemed it unnecessary to embarrass ourselves further. Is that so?" Jiang Zhao replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. Just as his words fell, Shen Song, who had been busy sealing the headless specter, suddenly looked up. He glanced at Chao Chuan and then at the attire of his companions. Under the piercing gaze of Chao Chuan, who felt as though his heart was being torn asunder, Shen Song uttered, "Master, they are from the ancient god society." "The ancient god society? What is that?" Jiang Zhao inquired with curiosity. He had visited the bizarre revived world several times, but each time had been solely for the purpose of suppressing specters and enhancing his own strength. His understanding of the current global situation was merely superficial. The ancient god society was a faction subservient to the bizarre. Shen Song organized his thoughts and quickly explained, "In today's world, once a revived specter reaches A rank, it awakens intelligence by the time it reaches S rank. Its intellect rivals that of ordinary humans. The ancient god society has developed gradually, leveraging a few S-rank bizarre entities. Similar factions include the Wanjin sect, the underworld, and others, each backed by one or more S-rank bizarre entities. They remain deeply concealed, and even the Spirit Management Bureau is powerless against them." Shen Song spoke with great fervor, completely disregarding Chao Chuan's frantic signals to stop. Once he finished, an eerie silence enveloped the room, broken only by the heavy breathing of Chao Chuan and his companion. "I see," Jiang Zhao murmured. "This was nothing short of treachery against humanity. No, to be more precise, human treachery was an inadequate description. Human betrayal was more fitting. Jiang Zhao did not consider himself a good person, but he could not bring himself to engage in such treachery. However, he was more than willing to deal with those who did." As he watched Jiang Zhao approach him slowly, Chao Chuan's subordinate was the first to crumble. With a thud, he fell to his knees, exclaiming, "Spare me, my lord. I realize my mistakes. I vow to reform and be a better person. Please, grant me this one chance." Witnessing this scene, Chao Chuan gritted his teeth and followed suit, kneeling before Jiang Zhao with utmost reverence. "My lord, I too am willing to change my ways, and I know the location of the ancient god society's stronghold. If you spare my life, I will guide you to eliminate their base." "A stronghold?" Jiang Zhao's interest piqued, and he inquired, "How many ghost tamers are stationed there?" "8. Yes, there are 8. Chao Chuan hurriedly replied. In addition to the 8 ghost tamers, there is also an A-rank specter and 4 B-rank specters roaming nearby. If you wish to take action against them, I can lead you there right now. My car is just outside." As he spoke, Chao Chuan retrieved the car keys from his pocket. "Very well," Jiang Zhao said, taking the keys with a satisfied nod. His expression softened as he remarked, "To recognize one's mistakes and amend them is a great virtue." Upon hearing this, both Chao Chuan and his subordinate were overjoyed. If all went according to plan, it seemed their lives would be spared. They both bowed repeatedly, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord. Thank you." "There's no need." Jiang Zhao waved his hand dismissively. "Just be mindful in your next life. My lord, rest assured, in our next lives, we will certainly." Chao Chuan continued, but as he spoke, a sudden chill coursed through him, as if something was amiss. Before he could gather his thoughts, he felt a sharp coldness at his neck, and as his vision spun, he caught sight of two headless corpses kneeling beside him, crimson blood gushing from their severed necks. Those corpses looked somewhat familiar. Just as the final thought crossed Chao Chuan's mind, darkness enveloped him entirely. Observing the two headless corpses before him, Jiang Zhao casually reached out and extracted two ethereal souls, disregarding their expressions of terror. He casually instructed, "Shen Song, please inform the others that from now on, each person must take care of these two souls 1,000 times a day, not one less. Understood?" Shen Song, who had just sealed the headless specter in the jar, perked up at this command. He glanced at the souls of Chao Chuan and his companion, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Each person caring for them 1,000 times would amount to a total of 20,000 repetitions. With this, the time would swiftly pass, and they would have no time to tend to him. With that thought, Shen Song trembled with excitement. Indeed, his earlier words had borne fruit. "Master," he said, suppressing his excitement as he stepped forward and respectfully offered the jar, stating, "I have sealed the specter within." "Good." Jiang Zhao nodded lightly, casually stowing away the jar. Subsequently, he stepped forward to the window and gazed downwards. In the brief span of time that had passed, the commotion outside in the community had nearly subsided. Jiang Xianen returned with 6 B-class ghostly entities, solemnly presenting them into Jiang Zhao's hands. Including the previously acquired headless ghost, Jiang Zhao had harvested a total of 7 revived malevolent spirits in the Yuhan community. While it was uncertain whether he could achieve the pinnacle of the 10th level of Qi Refinement, he was certainly assured of advancing to the 9th level. "What is the situation with the ghost slaves below?" Jiang Zhao inquired after securing the 6 ghostly entities within his storage bag. Jiang Xianen, who had just returned, promptly responded, "Master, the ghost slaves still possess remnants of their souls. However, they have long since lost their wits, becoming mere instruments of slaughter. What are your intentions regarding their fate, Master?" "Oh." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhao emitted a soft exclamation, his eyes brightening with intrigue. Within the cultivation realm, most ghost cultivators erase the intellect of the souls within their soul banners. After all, with awareness comes hesitation, and with hesitation, one becomes encumbered in battle. For ghost cultivators, spirits devoid of intellect are the most desirable. Jiang Zhao had chosen to preserve the intellect of his ghostly entities primarily because he required their assistance. He could always erase their intellect later when he had amassed a greater number. However, he had never anticipated encountering a multitude of soulless ghost slaves in the Yuhan community today. This fortunate turn of events would save him considerable effort. It seemed that luck was on Jiang Zhao's side. In a hushed tone, he raised his hands, forming intricate hand seals, as an arcane symbol soared forth, merging into the soul banner. "Gather," he proclaimed. Suddenly, the soul banner emanated a brilliant radiance. A myriad of dark lights bursting forth like a black sun rising within the chamber. The brilliance streamed through the window, cascading onto the ground below. The ghost slaves, previously ravaged by over 20 vengeful spirits within the soul banner, trembled and looked up vacantly, their already hollow gazes dimming rapidly. Ethereal souls began to drift from their heads, coalescing into a flowing river, intermingled with low, mournful howls, forcibly drawn into the soul banner. After a full quarter of an hour, silence enveloped the community, while within Jiang Zhao's soul banner, over 1,500 spirits, now solely aware of their purpose to kill, had been amassed. With a little nurturing, they would be formidable assets. Jiang Zhao exhaled a breath of relief, wiping the perspiration from his brow. It must be said that absorbing over 1,000 ghost slave souls at once was no small feat for him. Nonetheless, Jiang Zhao's benevolence compelled him to provide these souls, once citizens, a refuge even after death, rather than allowing them to serve as mere tools for other spirits. However, ghost slaves remained just that, ghost slaves. Not true spirits. Jiang Zhao shook his head slightly. If these ghost slaves could also absorb ghostly energy to enhance their powers, he dared not imagine the heights of strength he would achieve after absorbing over 1,000 of them. Yet, Even so, the accumulation of these souls represented a significant gain. Upon his return to the Wancheng immortal sect, he would need not lift a finger against foes. Merely unleashing these vengeful spirits in sheer numbers could overwhelm any adversary. At last, he felt a semblance of what it meant to be a ghost cultivator. Jiang Zhao chuckled lightly as he gathered Shen Song and the others into the soul banner, leaving only Chao Chuan behind. He then looked towards him and stated calmly, "Lead the way." He had not forgotten that behind Chao Chuan lay an ancient god society stronghold. According to Chao Chuan's account, that stronghold housed several ghost tamers and numerous ghostly entities. If he could subdue them all, it might significantly enhance his strength. Yes, Chao Chuan's complexion paled slightly as he hastily turned to float out of the window, just as Jiang Zhao intended to follow. A beam of golden light descended from above, slicing through the rooftop and hurtling directly towards him. Sensing something amiss, Jiang Zhao furrowed his brow and immediately formed seals with his hands to shield himself. However, it proved futile as the golden light pierced through his palms and entered his body directly. The moment the golden light surged within him, Jiang Zhao experienced a profound jolt. A refreshing current flowed from the Baihui point at the crown of his head throughout his entire being. As if a veil of confusion had been torn away from his mind, his thoughts began to operate at an astonishingly accelerated pace, far surpassing their previous capacity, once merely regarded as a talented individual within the cultivation realm. At this instant, his comprehension appeared to have multiplied several times over. Many previously obscure concepts in his cultivation suddenly became clear. Even the various divine abilities and techniques he had recently exchanged for at the scripture pavilion now replayed in his mind with newfound clarity. Jiang Zhao felt confident that with a bit of practice, he could master them effortlessly. What is this? After an indeterminate amount of time, Jiang Zhao opened his eyes, their clarity radiating an otherworldly aura. He softly murmured, "Could this be the infusion of merit, something he had long heard of. It was said that individuals of the demonic path, after committing numerous vile acts, might attract the attention of righteous cultivators, leading to the bestowal of heavenly merit upon their demise. Yet, this was merely hearsay he had encountered, never something he had witnessed firsthand. To his astonishment, he found himself the recipient of such fortune today. He quickly turned his focus inward, examining his meridians, organs, and dantian until he finally discovered a glimmer of golden light nestled deep within his dantian. The light was faint, akin to a grain of rice, lingering within the depths of his dantian and emanating a soft glow that enveloped his true essence in a delicate golden sheen. Indeed, it is merit. The moment he beheld the golden light, Jiang Zhao could no longer contain the smile that blossomed upon his lips. The benefits of merit were manifold. It could avert calamity, bring fortune in times of crisis, suppress inner demons, clarify the mind, and enhance comprehension. Moreover, merit could also be utilized in artifact refinement. Contemplating this, Jiang Zhao's gaze shifted towards the soul banner in his hand. If he possessed an ample amount of merit, could it not transform this soul banner into a postnatal treasure of merit? In the future, with the merit golden wheel upon his person, treading upon the lotus of merit, and wielding the golden soul banner, who would dare to lay a hand upon him? Not only that, but even harboring hostile thoughts might invoke retribution from the heavenly laws. Truly, the heavenly laws of this realm were generous. Jiang Zhao's heart swelled with fervor. Initially, his aim in subduing the spirits was merely to enhance his own strength. Now, with merit descending upon him, his resolve to take action against malevolent spirits was further fortified. No more hesitation, he resolved. Let us eliminate the ancient God Society stronghold. In that moment, Jiang Zhao's gaze became unprecedentedly resolute. Descending the stairs, he entered Chao Chuan's vehicle, taking his place in the passenger seat with his eyes closed, seeking solace. The sudden influx of over 1,000 souls had drained him significantly, and as they journeyed towards the ancient deity's stronghold, he needed to recuperate. Fortunately, this world was steeped in ghostly energy. A brief period of cultivation would suffice to restore his internal true essence to a considerable extent. As for the driving, that responsibility was entrusted to Chao Chuan. Although he had already transformed into a ghost, in this world, incidents involving ghosts were rampant. The sight of a ghost at the wheel was hardly a remarkable event. Noticing Jiang Zhao had settled in, Chao Chuan wasted no time, pressing the accelerator and propelling the vehicle forward. Shortly after their departure, at the northern entrance of Yuhuan Community, a white SUV came to a halt. Chen Yu from the Spirit Administration Bureau, accompanied by his subordinate Xiao Jiang, stealthily exited the vehicle. Upon reaching the community entrance, Xiao Jiang peered into the dark depths of the complex and swallowed hard, whispering, "Captain, are we sure we haven't pursued the wrong direction?" This is Yuhuan community, where multiple spirits reside, and thousands of ghost servants dwell. In O one who enters ever returns, that we should be on the right track. Qin replied softly. Captain, Xiao Jiang said, anxiety creeping into his heart as he looked at his leader. Incredulously asking, you can't possibly be thinking of going in, can you? Why not? Qin retorted casually, having come this far, how could I leave without a proper look? I could, Xiao Jiang answered without hesitation. His curiosity was not so insatiable. In this bizarre, resurgent world, the supreme rule for survival was to cast aside any foolish curiosity. You? Qin Yu's words faltered. Then he shook his head, solemnly instructing. Very well, I will venture in alone. You stay here and keep watch. If anything seems amiss, return immediately. But, Xiao Jiang began, glancing back at the myriad lights behind him, then at the ominous darkness of the community before him. After a brief internal struggle, he ultimately changed his mind. Captain, perhaps we should enter together. With both of us as ghost tamers, we can look out for one another. Are you no longer afraid? Qin Yu regarded him with a sidelong glance. Not afraid. Xiao Jiang shook his head. Good lad. Qin Yu chuckled softly, patting his shoulder before leading the way into the community, saying, come on, don't stray too far from me. The two entered the eerily silent complex, a chilling atmosphere pervading the air. They edged along the walls, advancing slowly while inhaling the nauseating stench of decay, their hearts pounding in their throats. The infamous reputation of Yuhuan community had long been ingrained in the minds of the citizens of Donghai City. Particularly for Qin Yu, who, during his tenure at the Spirit Administration Bureau, had participated in the sealing of the spirits within Yuhuan community. He was acutely aware of the ferocity of the entities contained within. If roused, it was uncertain whether he would be able to escape. Yet, despite the inherent danger, he felt compelled to investigate, for as a member of the Bureau, he bore the responsibility for the lives of millions of citizens in Donghai City. Only by understanding the intentions of that young man in black could he ascertain whether he was friend or foe. After traversing an indeterminate distance, their nerves were stretched taut as they passed withered black trees, resembling the grotesque visages of hellish demons, unsettling their minds. Upon rounding a building, Qin Yu lifted his gaze and frowned, muttering, Strange, Captain, have you found something? Xiao Jiang inquired in a hushed tone. Do you not find the silence here unsettling? Isn't it always like this? Xiao Jiang retorted. Not quite. Qin Yu shook his head, speaking in a grave tone. There are still over 1,000 ghost servants hidden within Yuhuan community, yet we have traversed this far without encountering a single one. This is highly irregular. Isn't that a good thing? Xiao Jiang instinctively responded, S.O. in the captain's eyes. One must encounter a ghost servant and risk their life to be considered correct, filled with doubt. Qin Yu quickened his pace, moving with greater urgency than before. At this moment, a hypothesis began to form in his mind, but to verify it, he needed to confront the reality before him. Captain, Xiao Jiang called out, wanting to raise his voice but then suppressing it, urgency lacing his tone. Wait for me. The two continued onward, passing 2 or 3 buildings when suddenly, a horrifying sight greeted their eyes, leaving both Qin Yu and Xiao Jiang momentarily stunned. Xiao Jiang, in particular, was nearly convinced he was seeing things. Rubbing his eyes and looking again, he confirmed the shocking reality and gasped, his voice hoarse, Captain, these corpses must be the ghost servants from the community. Right, indeed, Qin Yu replied, his voice equally strained. Though he had suspected this outcome, the stark evidence before him was still hard to fathom. He stepped forward, entering the sea of corpses, reaching down to touch the remains on the ground. They were cold to the touch, but no longer emanated the eerie energy that once accompanied them. This indicated that the bodies before them were no longer ghost servants, but ordinary corpses. At this moment, Xiao Jiang joined him, his expression one of disbelief as he exclaimed, Captain, this doesn't make sense. Aren't ghosts supposed to be indestructible? I recall that ghost servants are similar to ghosts. They cannot be killed. But now, Xiao Jiang gestured towards the scattered remains, momentarily at a loss for words. Their entire world had spent years and countless lives deciphering the irrefutable laws concerning ghosts. They could not be killed. And only ghosts could subdue them. Yet, everything that transpired today shattered those very laws. Ghosts could indeed be slain. Am I dreaming? Xiao Jiang slapped himself twice, the sharp sound echoing, yet the dream remained elusive. His face burned as he rubbed it, muttering, Captain, should we still check upstairs? No need. Qin Yu shook his head, Rising to his feet, he glanced at the adjacent building, whispering, "If I am not mistaken, the ghosts in this community are no more." With that, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The phone emitted a series of beeping sounds. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently busy." Xinyu remained unperturbed, waiting a short while. Indeed, before long, a call came through. He picked up the phone, and the voice of Lu Rahai, the director of the Spirit Administration Bureau, erupted in a furious roar. "Hello, is this Captain Shin? Where have you been? I don't care where you are right now. Drop everything and head to Yuhuan community at once to ascertain what on earth is happening. Why have dozens of spirits suddenly appeared?" Once Lu Rahai finished speaking, Xinyu maintained a calm demeanor, glancing at the corpses at his feet, and replied solemnly, "Director Lu, I am currently within Yuhuan community. I believe you should come here in person to see for yourself." On the other side, after spending over half an hour, Chao Chuan drove out of the city and arrived at a small village on the outskirts. The village was enveloped in an eerie silence. Shrouded in the cloak of night, Chao Chuan parked the car by the roadside and pointed towards a solitary figure clad in black at the village entrance, saying, "That is an A-grade specter, responsible for patrolling outside the ancient God Society's stronghold that we refer to it as the Smoke Ghost." As he uttered the term master, Chao Chuan found it somewhat difficult to articulate, but recalling that everyone addressed it this way, he relaxed and continued, "You must be cautious of the black mist it exhales. Once touched by that mist, no matter who it is, they will find it nearly impossible to resist for a short time. Becoming mere prey. My suggestion is that we stealthily infiltrate, dismantle the enemy from within, and then return to deal with the specters on the periphery. Is there any surveillance around here?" Jiang Zhao unfastened her seatbelt, opened the car door, and inquired before exiting. "None at all," Chao Chuan replied, shaking his head. "There is one A-grade specter on guard, along with 4 B-grade specters and several C and D-grade specters on patrol. Such defensive strength is more effective than any surveillance system. Even if a large contingent from the Spirit Management Bureau were to arrive, it would be exceedingly difficult to subdue so many specters working in unison in a short time." "Then let's go," Jiang Zhao declared, stepping out of the vehicle and striding towards the village entrance. "Hey, master, wait for me." Seeing this, Chao Chuan hurriedly floated out of the car. Before he could catch up, Jiang Zhao took a single stride, crossing dozens of meters, and directly confronted the smoke ghost at the village entrance, launching a kick without any warning. Pooh! The gust of wind caught the smoke ghost off guard, its entire being enveloped in ghostly energy as it began to gather black mist in its mouth, preparing to spit it out. Suddenly, a powerful force struck, sending it hurtling backward like a cannonball. Before it could reach the ground, a blood-red long knife appeared in Jiang Zhao's hand. She rushed forward, executing the human butcher's technique. And with a flurry of blade flashes, the smoke ghost had no chance to resist, being dismembered mid-air into several pieces. Jiang Zhao, adept in her movements, did not wait for the smoke ghost's body to regenerate. Instead, swiftly stuffing it into a large jar, the entire process seamless and fluid. Chao Chuan felt as if he were in a dream. In the past, an A-grade specter was akin to an insurmountable chasm. An ordinary specter controller would need a small team to subdue such a formidable entity. Even then, there was no guarantee of avoiding casualties. Yet today, counting the beheaded specter from Yuhuan community and the smoke ghost before him, in the presence of his master, neither had lasted even a breath. Chao Chuan felt as though his worldview had been utterly shattered. After dealing with the smoke ghost, Jiang Zhao retrieved the 10,000 souls flag, waved it, and released a dozen fierce ghosts, instructing them casually, "Go around and scout that if you encounter any specters, suppress them without letting a single one escape." "Understood." The fierce ghosts responded in unison. Once they dispersed, Jiang Zhao turned to the still-dazed Chao Chuan and urged, "What are you standing there for? Lead the way." "Oh, right." Chao Chuan snapped back to reality, quickly moving to the front, raising a hand to point ahead, and respectfully stated, "Master, the specter controllers of the ancient God Society are in the house at the very center of the village. Jiang Zhao nodded and strode forward. Meanwhile, in the heart of the village, within a dimly lit basement, the flickering light cast uncertain shadows upon the faces of several individuals gathered around a table. "What is happening?" A figure clad in a black robe voiced his confusion. First, a suspected ancient god appeared in the northern suburbs of Donghai City, and now, barely a day has passed, yet Yuhuan community is radiating a brilliant glow. Could it be that the specters in Yuhuan community have suddenly reached the ancient god level? The ancient god they referred to was none other than an S-grade specter. Unlike A-grade specters, upon reaching S-grade, A specter's intelligence significantly increases, along with the awakening of a unique ability known as ghost magic. It could be said that possessing ghost magic and lacking it represented two entirely different forms of existence. Once an S-grade specter acquired ghost magic, it could effortlessly overpower a dozen A-grade specters without sustaining any injuries. I am not certain. Wan Zhongshan shook his head slightly. As the leader of the Ancient God Society's outpost in Donghai City, he bore the responsibility and duty to monitor the movements of all specters in the area. Whenever a specter ascended to S-grade, he would dispatch someone to make contact immediately. Previously, he had sent Chao Chuan to investigate the ancient god that appeared in the northern suburbs, but a day had passed with no word from him. Until Chao Chuan returned, he dared not send more individuals out, as the risk of exposure increased with their numbers. In just about a day, two suspected S-grade specters had emerged, and the Spirit Management Bureau would undoubtedly take significant action. He had been sending people to infiltrate Donghai City, and if things went awry, the Ancient God Society might find itself exposed, with the Spirit Management Bureau tracing them back. Even though they had numerous specter controllers, they would likely not be a match for the Bureau. The Bureau had managed to keep Donghai Town free from major disturbances for years, demonstrating some underlying strength if a serious conflict arose. Subduing 2 or 3 A-grade specters would be a trivial matter for them. They simply wished to avoid incurring such substantial costs. Shaoli, Wan Zhongshan took a deep breath, turning his gaze to a young man, and said solemnly, "Have you managed to contact Chao Chuan?" The person referred to as Shaoli quickly stood and replied, "I tried to reach him earlier, but his phone has been unreachable." "Keep trying," Wan Zhongshan commanded, his voice firm. "Do not stop until you have connected." "Yes," Shaoli responded promptly. Before Shaoli could sit down, a figure who had been fixated on the ghostly map on the table suddenly exclaimed in shock, "What the hell? What's going on? Why are we also starting to radiate red light?" Hearing the commotion, Wan Zhongshan swiftly turned back to the ghostly map, only to see a vibrant crimson glow intensifying at the location corresponding to their outpost, as if an unquenchable pool of fresh blood, exceptionally glaring. How could this happen? Wan Zhongshan furrowed his brow. Their village had long been completely shielded by a special ghostly artifact, and logically, the ghostly map should not display any specter information from within their village. Could it be the smoke ghost? Someone suggested, a hint of excitement in their voice. Considering the entire village, at that moment, only the A-grade specter, the smoke ghost, had the potential to break through to become an S-grade specter. Unlikely. Wan Zhongshan shook his head slightly, his eyes narrowing, his voice calm. This occurrence could indicate that someone has secretly infiltrated our outpost vicinity and released multiple specters. He stood up, speaking in a serious tone. "You all stay here. I will go take a look." "Boss, I'll go with you." A figure in a black robe also rose quickly to join him. "Very well." Wan Zhongshan pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Just as they were about to exit, Shaoli, who had been responsible for contacting Chao Chuan, suddenly exclaimed in delight, "Boss, I got through to Brother Chao." As the words fell, a melodious ringtone echoed from outside the basement door. The sound of ding-ling-ling reverberated. A rather ordinary mobile phone ringtone, yet its sudden emergence instilled an inexplicable sense of foreboding among those present. "It's Brother Chao. With the arrival of the moment, why not step inside?" One individual, disregarding the apprehension, advanced towards the door with the intention of opening it. "Don't go over." Before he could swing the door wide, Wan Zhongshan abruptly interjected, "What's the matter, boss?" The man inquired, puzzled. The person outside. Wan Zhongshan's vigilance heightened as he cast a glance at Shaoli, who still clutched his phone, then turned his attention back to the basement door and spoke in a low tone. "It may not necessarily be Chao Chuan." "What?" The would-be door opener, upon hearing this, instinctively recoiled a step, uncertainty etched on his face. "Boss, don't scare me. That ringtone clearly belongs to Brother Chao. If it's not him outside, could it be a ghost? It could also be someone from the Spirit Administration Bureau." Wan Zhongshan shot a glance at the ghostly images on the table, their crimson glow still radiating fiercely. Previously, he had been perplexed as to why such brilliant red light would suddenly illuminate the vicinity of their stronghold. Now, he seemed to grasp the situation. If all went according to expectations, it was likely that individuals from the Spirit Administration Bureau were coming for them. Only they possessed the ability to mobilize such formidable ghostly powers in a short span of time, almost leading one to mistakenly believe that an S-class ghost had awakened. Spirit Administration Bureau. Upon hearing these 3 words, the temperature in the room plummeted noticeably. The occupants exchanged glances, a palpable weight of seriousness settling upon each countenance. One person asked in a hushed tone, "Boss, what should we do now? What else can we do? We must fight back." Wan Shoshan replied with a cold smile. He retrieved a large red candle from his pocket, lit it with a lighter, and began to stride towards the door. Just as he was about to open it, a thunderous crash resounded. The entire door flew back towards him, catching Wan Shoshan completely off guard. His eyes widened in shock as he could only let out a scream before being swept through the room by the door, crashing violently against the rear wall with a deafening thud. The noise was so immense that it could be deemed ear-splitting, and the force was such that the entire basement trembled, dust cascading from above. All present were left in a state of bewilderment, their heads turning stiffly toward the back wall, where the door was now pressed tightly against it. Crimson streaks of blood oozed from the cracks. Witnessing this scene, every individual in the room involuntarily shivered. Thankfully, it hadn't been them who had opened the door. Otherwise, who could say who might have been lurking behind it? Who was Wan Shoshan? At that moment, outside the door, a calm voice rang out. Jiang Zhao strode in confidently, casting a sweeping gaze over all present. Unfazed, he seated himself at the table and remarked nonchalantly, "Why is it taking so long to open the door? My patience is nearly exhausted. Delay another second, and one of you shall perish." Silence enveloped the room as no one dared to speak. They were paralyzed by fear. Throughout their years as ghost tamers, they had never encountered such a ruthless figure. "Very well," Jiang Zhao said appreciatively. "I admire those with backbone." With a single wave of his hand, a black ghostly rope shot forth. Instantly, dark ropes descended from the rafters, ensnaring the neck of a member of the ancient god society before he could comprehend the situation, hoisting him aloft. Within the blink of an eye, he ceased to show any signs of life. After his demise, the ghost he had intended to revive sensed the surrounding disturbance and fell silent once more. Still not speaking, Jiang Zhao frowned, his patience waning. He snapped his fingers, and another ghostly rope fell, ensnaring yet another member of the ancient god society, lifting him to the ceiling in the same manner. At this juncture, the remaining members finally regained their composure. My lord, wait. A figure clad in black robes stepped forward, pointing at the door beside him. "Our boss is right behind that door." Jiang Zhao raised an eyebrow. Upon entering, he had already discerned that someone had been killed behind the door. However, he had dismissed it as merely a stroke of bad luck for some unfortunate soul, not realizing it was the leader of this stronghold. "Damn!" Jiang Zhao cursed internally, raising his hand to extract the soul from behind the door. At that moment, Wan Shoshan was still in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Why does my head feel so fuzzy? But as he turned to see the bloody door in the room, realization dawned upon him. Am I dead? How could I, a core member of the ancient god society and the leader of a stronghold, who has caused countless troubles for the Spirit Administration Bureau in Donghai City, have perished so easily? Just as Wan Shoshan was grappling with this perplexity, a chilling voice pierced through his thoughts. "Where's the stronghold of the ancient god society? Who are you?" Wan Shoshan turned to Jiang Zhao, confusion evident in his expression. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you find yourself in my grasp. Reveal the location of the ancient god society's stronghold, and I might grant you the chance of immortality," Jiang Zhao replied with a smile. Yet, to Wan Shoshan, this smile was chilling beyond measure. "I do not know." He shook his head. "Yes, that's so?" Jiang Zhao was unfazed. He had encountered many hard-headed individuals before. He had ample means to make them speak. With that, he clapped his hands, summoning Shen Tsong and others from the Shiguan Club to rush in from outside. "Master, what is your command?" "Treat him well until he remembers the location of the ancient god society's stronghold." "Understood." Shen Tsong and his companions grinned maliciously, emitting a series of eerie chuckles as they lunged toward Wan Shoshan. Newly transformed into a soul, Wan Shoshan was no match for Shen Tsong and his crew. But a single exchange, he was pinned to the ground and pummeled mercilessly. The remaining members of the ancient god society, witnessing the scene unfold, shuddered in fear. While they could not see Wan Shoshan's soul, they could see the vengeful spirits of Shen Tsong and his gang, mercilessly assaulting an empty space. The intensity of their blows was so fierce that even they felt a chill. After a full quarter of an hour, Jiang Zhao waved his hand, signaling Shen Tsong and the others to disperse. He turned his gaze to Wan Shoshan, whose soul had become increasingly ethereal, and asked softly, "Have you remembered now?" "I truly do not know. Spare me." Wan Shoshan lay on the ground, his voice barely a whisper, still stubborn. "Are we?" Jiang Zhao chuckled coldly. "Continue the beating." This was merely due to his inability to perform soul-searching techniques. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to go to such lengths. It wasn't that he hadn't sought to learn. Rather, the technique required spiritual awareness, which could only be achieved after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. At present, he was merely at the 8th level of Qi refining, still a small distance from foundation establishment. Many demonic techniques remained beyond his reach. After another quarter of an hour, Wan Chongshan's soul was on the verge of disintegration. Yet he remained obstinate. At this moment, Jiang Zhao sensed something amiss. He raised his hand to summon Chao Chuan, solemnly inquiring, "Did you not say that Wan Chongshan knows the location of the ancient god society's stronghold?" Chao Chuan glanced at the tragic scene of Wanchong Mountain, his heart pounding anxiously as he spoke softly. "I believe that, as the leader of the stronghold, he holds a position of great power within the ancient god society. Perhaps he knows the location of their lair. Perhaps." Jiang Zhao's eyes narrowed sharply. "After all my efforts, you conclude with perhaps? Very well." Jiang Zhao's anger morphed into a mocking smile, but he clapped lightly, and the members of the Shiguang Club immediately turned their attention to him. Awaiting his command, "From this day forth, this man shall be beaten daily, relentlessly, until he is dead or beyond saving. Do you understand?" "We understand." The members of the Shiguang Club chorused in unison. Particularly, Shen Song's eyes sparkled with excitement, his joy evident. Previously, he had held the lowest status among the souls within the Wanhun banner. Yet now, with the support of someone from the ancient god society, he felt a surge of fortune. After all, while his own Shiguang Club had contributed somewhat to resisting the resurgence of the eerie, it paled in comparison to the ancient god society, whose members willingly acted as pawns for the sinister forces, committing countless atrocities. By comparison, Shen Song felt as though he had become a paragon of virtue. Indeed, Jiang Zhao uttered a soft acknowledgement, surveying the basement. As his gaze swept over the remaining few, they instinctively recoiled, some attempting to plead for mercy. However, before they could utter a word, Jiang Zhao's icy voice preemptively rang out, "Dispose of the remaining ones." And no sooner had he spoken than 5 ghostly ropes descended from the beams, ensnaring the last 5 members of the ancient god society, rendering their struggles futile. The moment the ropes bound them, the spirits within them were suppressed, leaving them to helplessly witness their lives ebb away. A short while later, the 5 perished, adding 5 new souls to the room. Jiang Zhao collected them all into the Wanhun banner, subsequently repressing the spirits within them before retracting the ghostly ropes. Upon a careful examination, following the demise of 8 ghost controllers from the ancient god society, the power of the ghostly ropes had increased marginally. However, the enhancement was relatively limited, indicating that for the ghostly ropes to advance, the slaughter of ordinary people yielded minimal benefits. Jiang Zhao estimated that he would need to eliminate several hundred, if not thousands, of ordinary individuals for the ghostly ropes to evolve into the S-class entities spoken of by the ghost controllers in this world. The pace was too slow. Jiang Zhao shook his head. In essence, ghost controllers were merely ordinary individuals who borrowed the power of spirits. Regardless of how many spirits they hosted, they could not escape their ordinary status. In contrast, eliminating cultivators proved to be far more advantageous. It was said that taking down 1 or 2 perfected Qi refinement cultivators was more beneficial than slaying numerous ordinary people. It seemed he needed to return to his sect and devise a plan. Jiang Zhao retracted the ghostly ropes and searched the basement thoroughly. Ultimately, he discovered 3 red candles, 10 white candles, and a yellowed map. Beyond that, he found common items like mobile phones and coins, which he couldn't be bothered to examine. At his current level of power, these items held little significance for him. However, the potential uses of the 2 types of candles brought a flicker of joy to his heart. The red candles, once ignited, emitted a light that even the ghostly ropes found repulsive, while the white candles possessed an inexplicable allure for the ropes. Had Jiang Zhao not been suppressing them, the ropes would have likely consumed all 10 candles in an instant. Intriguing. One repels spirits while the other attracts them. If utilized effectively, he would no longer need to scour for spirits in the future. Jiang Zhao delightfully stowed all the candles into his storage pouch. Finally, he cast a glance at the map on the table. Though termed a map, it was, in fact, a spirit with a unique function. It could reveal nearby anomalies. After a brief examination, he sealed it completely. Having ensured nothing was overlooked, Jiang Zhao stepped outside, where the ghostly entities near the ancient god society stronghold had been thoroughly eradicated, with a total of 12 spirits brought forth by Xing He and others, including the spirits possessed by Wanchong Mountain and the ghostly map, as well as the smoke spirit at the village's edge. This single stronghold had provided him with a staggering 24 spirits. The abundance was primarily due to the fact that some ghost controllers within the ancient god society harbored more than one spirit within them. This was a substantial haul. Jiang Zhao's eyes shone brightly. Just from one ancient god society stronghold, his gains were remarkable. If you were to add the 7 spirits from the Yuhan community and the spirits within Chao Chuan and another individual, his collection would soar to 33 spirits. Initially, he had thought that merely reaching perfected Qi refinement during his time in the world of eerie resurgence would suffice. Yet now, it seemed that foundational cultivation was not as distant as it had appeared. It was time to contemplate the matter of breakthroughs. As a ghost cultivator, he required a significant amount of ghostly energy for foundational cultivation. While 33 spirits were a considerable number, the ghostly energy needed during the foundational stage was equally formidable. Compared to the crowded and chaotic environment of the Wanxing Xianzong, it was far safer to break through in this world. Jiang Zhao pondered for a while. The Wanxing Xianzong, after all, was a sect of demonic practices. Moreover, the breakthrough would undoubtedly attract attention if someone were to covet his humble abode and unleash a supernatural force. Even though the cottage was protected by formations, the residual impact could not be entirely negated. A moment's carelessness could lead to a disrupted breakthrough, leaving him with nowhere to lament. In contrast, breaking through in this world would be a different matter altogether. Previously, Jiang Zhao had obtained a detailed tome on formations from the scripture pavilion. With the aid of formations, he would be virtually unthreatened in this world, even during a breakthrough. After contemplating for some time, Jiang Zhao ultimately resolved to return to the villa where the Shiguang Club resided. The sole reason was that this place felt more familiar to him. After approximately 2 hours, following the instructions in the formation manual, Jiang Zhao set up a spirit-concentrating formation, a defensive formation, and a killing formation around the villa. With 3 formations in place, he walked within the villa, sensing the increasingly dense ghostly energy, which instilled a sense of security within him. This should suffice. Jiang Zhao nodded gently. Finally, he positioned the ghostly ropes near the villa for protection. Once he confirmed that everything was secure, he contentedly entered a bedroom and began his cultivation. While Jiang Zhao immersed himself in his training, chaos reigned at the headquarters of the Spirit Management Bureau. In the conference room, Lu Rohai wore a troubled expression, and the hair he had left seemed to have thinned even more in recent days. He glanced around at the gathered individuals before nodding slightly at the entering Chinyu as a greeting. Once Chinyu took his seat, Lu Rohai cleared his throat and said, "Everyone is here, I presume. Let us commence the meeting. The purpose of gathering you all today is simply to discuss the recent events concerning the Yuhan community and the Nanjiao Shaowang village." His voice was calm, but as he concluded, he turned his gaze toward Chinyu. "Captain Chen, please share the specifics with everyone." "Certainly." Chinyu nodded lightly, taking over the conversation. "Just 3 hours ago, around 11 last night, I accompanied Xiao Jiang in following a young man in black to the Yuhan community. Shortly after entering the community, I discovered that the severed head ghost, which had plagued our Donghai city for years, along with its minions, had vanished completely. As soon as these words were spoken, many present furrowed their brows. A young man clad in a white suit and sporting an eye mask spoke with a furrowed brow and a serious tone. "Captain Chen, do you realize what you are saying? The headless ghost in Yuhan community possesses formidable strength. Its disappearance would spell disaster for our entire Donghai city. And furthermore," the young man paused before continuing, "the headless ghost previously slaughtered nearly half of the residents in Yuhan community, having reached a strength close to the S level. With the passage of these years, it has come perilously close to becoming an S-level entity. Should it escape and commence a massacre of ordinary citizens, the potential for annihilation of Donghai city looms large." His words were not mere ominous rhetoric. An S-level ghost possessing cunning and intelligence would be beyond the capabilities of ordinary ghost tamers to contain. Once it concealed itself and began to evolve, the obliteration of Donghai city would merely be a matter of time. "Everyone, please remain calm." Chinyu maintained a tranquil demeanor, continuing, "Allow me to complete my statement. When I say the headless ghost has vanished, I do not mean it has fled. Rather, I surmise it may have been killed." "What?" Upon hearing this, all present could no longer maintain their composure. As ghost tamers, they had battled against these entities for years. Were they not aware of the possibility of a ghost being slain? If such a feat were possible, their bureau would have long since sounded the horn for a counterattack. The truth is, the reason they were so apprehensive was precisely because ghosts could only be suppressed, not exterminated, which had led to the gradual encroachment of human territory. "Captain Chen, is what you say true?" A particularly agitated individual inquired if Chunyu's claims held any veracity. It would represent a monumental discovery not only for them, but for the entirety of Dayu. "Absolutely." Chinyu nodded gently, pressing a button on a remote control. Instantly, several photographs appeared on the projection screen at the back of the conference room. Enlarging one of the images, Qin continued, "What you are witnessing now are pictures taken by Xiao Jiang and me in Yuhan community. The images indicate that all the ghost slaves under the headless ghost have lost their life signs. Even the bizarre powers within their corpses are dissipating rapidly. We have reason to suspect that the headless ghost has met the same fate as these ghost slaves and has been slain." Could it be true? A captain-level figure murmured, gazing at the projection screen. Yuhan community had long been a forbidden zone in Donghai City, a source of constant vexation for them. If the community only harbored the headless ghost and a few ordinary ghosts, they would have subdued it long ago. The reason it had persisted until now was the existence of over 1,000 ghost slaves, which, like the ghosts themselves, could not be destroyed or contained, leaving them to endure the situation. However, no one could have anticipated that this great trouble had been resolved today. Captain Qin, could you kindly disclose who accomplished this? The young man in the white suit sat up straight, rapidly pressing for an answer. Hearing his question, the other captains swiftly turned their gazes toward him. Like the young man, they too were curious about the identity of the individual responsible. In truth, they all recognized this person. Qin Yu pressed the remote control again, and the projection screen displayed a figure dressed in black robes, tall and slender, yet with a somewhat indistinct visage. Upon seeing the image, the attendees could not help but raise their eyebrows. "Is it him?" "Indeed," Qin Yu confirmed, continuing, "If I am not mistaken, it is he who killed Zheng Sinan, and likewise, he who annihilated the Shiguang Club. Weren't the Shiguang Club's downfall attributed to a mysterious organization?" Someone questioned in confusion. "That was our misjudgment." Qin Yu shot a glance at the individual, then elaborated, "Last night, I led a team to surveil the villa where Shun Tsong resided, and I happened to witness this individual make an appearance." Seemingly struck by an unbelievable thought, Qin Yu's expression became somewhat unnatural as he said, "Upon his arrival, he paid us no heed and proceeded directly toward Yuhan community. Xiao Jiang and I pursued him by car. And approximately 30 minutes later, we arrived at Yuhan community. However, upon our entry, we found that all the ghosts had vanished, and the remaining ghost slaves had also lost their life signs. Based on his speed, he must have eradicated all the ghosts and ghost slaves in Yuhan community within 10 minutes. After listening to Qin Yu's account, everyone was left in shock. They took considerable time to deal with even an ordinary ghost. Yet this individual had dispatched an A-level ghost and over 1,000 ghost slaves in mere minutes. Was he even human? Wait. At that moment, someone noticed a crucial detail and pressed on, "Captain Qin, you mentioned that you and Xiao Jiang took half an hour to arrive, while that individual had already concluded the battle. Does that not imply that he traversed from Shin Song's villa to Yuhan community in approximately 20 minutes? Could it be that he can fly?" "No, he cannot fly," Qin Yu replied, contemplating the ghostly figure of Jiang Zhao, his face displaying a perplexed expression as he remarked, "But it is close enough." Previously, whether regarding the downfall of the Shiguang Club or the disappearance of the ghosts in Yuhan community, or the events that transpired 2 hours ago in Shaowang village, the ghostly apparatus beneath our headquarters had detected significant ghostly activity that we have reason to suspect that this individual may be suppressing at least 20 or more vengeful spirits. 20 vengeful spirits, my goodness. The conference room erupted into a chorus of gasps. Most of them housed only one ghost within themselves, and that alone was enough to drive them to the brink of despair. The prospect of 20 was utterly unfathomable. If they were all contained within one body, even if the ghosts did not revive, the mere aura of malevolent energy they emitted could lead to their immediate demise. By the way, Qin Yu seemed to recall something and continued. After eliminating the ghosts in Yuhan community, this individual proceeded to Shaowang village. Our personnel, after conducting a site investigation, confirmed that it was indeed a stronghold of the ancient god society. However, all the ghosts within that stronghold have also vanished. Everyone was rendered speechless. If previously they merely thought that the figure in the photograph was formidable, now they felt a sense of dread creeping in. Did he not fear the resurgence of the ghosts? Ordinary ghost tamers had to meticulously manage the powers of the ghosts down to the second. Yet this individual had effortlessly swept through Yuhan community and subsequently targeted an ancient god society stronghold in one night. Just how many times had he employed the power of ghosts that evening? Was it possible that the ghosts within him were benign spirits that posed no harm to his body? "Captain Qin, can you ascertain his identity?" A captain-level figure quickly inquired. "I cannot." Qin Yu shook his head. "Our database has yielded no information regarding his identity. Could he possibly be from outside our Dayu?" Someone murmured. "Regardless of whether he hailed from Dayu or not, There was one thing they could ascertain. Chun Yu's expression turned grave as he slowly stated, that is, this individual is exceptionally invested in the realm of ghosts. Invested in ghosts. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a shiver run down their spines. The figure in black had, within the span of just 2 to 3 days, obliterated the Shiguang Club, Yuhan community, and an ancient god society stronghold. Each of these forces, if singled out, would pose a significant challenge even for their Ghost Management Bureau. Who could say if this black-clad man might one day set his sights on the Ghost Management Bureau itself? After all, within the realm of the Spirit Management Bureau, there exists a considerable number of spirit tamers, each harboring at least one spirit within their being, should one of them choose to unleash their wrath. The individuals present dare not entertain the thought of such a scenario. Considering their own predicament, they surmise that they may not withstand the onslaught for long. While it might take the adversary a mere 10 minutes to decimate the entirety of the Yuhan community, it is likely that the annihilation of the Spirit Management Bureau would require no more than an hour. How does Captain Qin view this? After a prolonged silence, Lu Ruhai turned to Chun Yu and inquired. This individual is beyond the capacity of our Spirit Management Bureau. Chun Yu pondered thoughtfully before articulating his conclusion. Lu Ruhai, upon hearing this, was not taken aback. He nodded gently and remarked, Captain Qin speaks the truth. I share the same sentiment that I in the past. I might have held a more defiant stance, but now, the entire city of Donghai has lost contact with the outside world. The spirit tamers of Donghai alone cannot possibly contend with such a formidable entity. I believe we should attempt to establish contact with him, Lu Ruhai stated in a measured tone. What does the director imply? Someone inquired. It is quite simple, Lu Ruhai replied, sipping his tea thoughtfully. He has an affinity for spirits. Does he not? Over the past several decades, our Spirit Management Bureau has dealt with innumerable bizarre incidents. We have accumulated a significant number of spirits in our storage. Retaining these spirits is akin to harboring a ticking time bomb for our bureau, as they could potentially explode at any moment. Given the current circumstances, if someone wishes to collect spirits, why not extend a gesture of goodwill and offer him these spirits? Of course, Lu Ruhai continued, shifting his tone. If we can take this opportunity to become familiar in his eyes, it may prove advantageous for all members of our Spirit Management Bureau. Lu Ruhai was acutely aware of their standing. He dared not indulge in the fantasy of Jiang Zhao joining their bureau. After all, if Jiang Zhao truly wished to join, a mere word or glance would suffice for them to welcome him with great fanfare. However, the crux of the matter is that Jiang Zhao does not harbor such intentions. Lu Ruhai, possessing the wisdom to recognize this, refrained from pursuing him eagerly, lest he be met with rejection. He merely wished to garner a modicum of favor from Jiang Zhao. As long as their dealings with him do not mimic their approach to the Shiguang Club, it would be sufficient. What do you all think? Lu Ruhai inquired. The meeting room fell into silence for a moment. Chun Yu was the first to speak. I have no objections, neither do I, echoed the others in agreement. Very well. Lu Ruhai nodded slightly and swiftly declared, since there are no objections, it is settled. Captain Wang, please proceed to the storage room and select 30 spirits for packaging. As for Captain Qin, continue your search for the whereabouts of the individual in black. Once located, attempt to make contact. Understood. The two captains promptly stood, responding with enthusiasm. Time passed swiftly, and a day had slipped by in the blink of an EYES night enveloped Donghai once more, in the villa located in the northern outskirts. Jiang Zhao sat cross-legged upon a grand bed, his expression solemn, hair cascading freely as a torrent of ghostly energy surged toward him, all converging into his dantian. The originally gaseous, ghostly energy was compressed to its utmost limit within his dantian. Just as it seemed about to overflow, the central true energy coalesced into a droplet, marking the first, soon to be followed by more ghostly energy transforming into true essence. This entire process continued in a cyclical manner. Jiang Zhao was unaware of how long this persisted, but upon the complete transformation of the ghostly energy within his dantian into true essence, a terrifying aura erupted from his being, in an instant. The villa was engulfed in a tempest akin to an 8th-grade gale, with drapes fluttering and window frames rattling in its wake. Jiang Zhao gradually opened his eyes, a sliver of consciousness naturally expanding from his mind. Enveloping a radius of 100 meters, capturing every detail in his vicinity with perfect clarity, this what consciousness feels like. A smile crept upon Jiang Zhao's lips as he surveyed the entirety of the villa from all angles before reluctantly retracting his perception. For him, achieving the foundational level of a cultivator was as simple as eating and drinking. There was no need for any foundational elixirs. After all, his aptitude was far from being that of a waste. Not only could he cultivate demonic arts, but he also held confidence in successfully establishing his foundation within 2 to 3 years, solely relying on spiritual stones without the aid of pills. Should elixirs be available, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly accelerate. It could be said that the initial stages of cultivation presented no significant hurdles for him. Based on his own estimations, he anticipated encountering challenges only when breaking through to the nascent soul stage, and finding it arduous during the transformation stage. As for the out-of-body realm, that would require some supplementary elixirs. Of course, these considerations pertain to the normal circumstances, presently. Having entered an eerie world of revival and embarked on the path of demonic cultivation, nothing was as it should be. Ultimately, he could not predict how far he would ascend. Rising to his feet, Jiang Zhao reveled in the immense true essence coursing through him. His spirits lifted this moment. He comprehended that his former self was merely an insignificant ant. The Qi Refinement stage and the Foundation Establishment stage were entirely distinct realms, incapable of being bridged merely through numbers. No matter how many he had previously amassed, he could never contend with the current version of himself. The mere ability to fly using a spirit tool placed him leagues ahead of any Qi Refinement cultivator. After tidying up the room, Jiang Zhao initially intended to depart, yet at that moment, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, causing Jiang Zhao to raise an eyebrow in intrigue. He promptly turned his attention inward, only to notice that the massive merit within his dantian had grown slightly larger. As he sensed the increasingly clear thoughts in his mind, he realized that both his comprehension and fortune had seen a significant increase. A delightful surprise. Jiang Zhao's face lit up with joy. With such a boon, he felt no urgency to leave. Having gained so much in understanding, it would be a disservice not to seize this opportunity to enhance his proficiency in the Ghost Shadow Step and the Human Slayer Blade. Half a month later, within the villa, a tall figure wielding a blood-red long knife practiced his swordsmanship. Each strike unleashed a torrent of blade light, suffused with ghostly energy, weaving through the air with an intimidating presence. Moments later, clang, Jiang Zhao sheathed his knife, standing resolute as an aura of power surged around him, exhaling a breath of turbid air. Over the past half-month, he had cultivated the Ghost Shadow Step and the Human Slayer Blade to a state of consummate perfection. In fact, these two techniques had reached completion a full 10 days prior. However, while practicing the Human Slayer Blade, he often felt an enigmatic urge to break through beyond its confines. Thus, he chose to linger, hoping to seize that elusive sensation. Regrettably, after a fortnight, the feeling seemed to be separated from him by a mere thin membrane, perpetually beyond his grasp. This sensation must be the essence of the blade, thought Jiang Zhao. This exemplifies the benefits of heightened understanding. For others, it might take half a year or even a year or two to attain mastery in their mystical arts and martial techniques. Yet he required merely 5 days to achieve perfection. Moreover, he had brushed against the threshold of the blade's essence, but after 10 days, he still could not grasp it. Jiang Zhao understood that excess can be detrimental. Unable to leap forward at this moment, he realized that further training might yield little breakthrough. It would be wiser to let things unfold naturally, perhaps leading to sudden enlightenment one day. With a tranquil mindset, Jiang Zhao felt a notable lightness. Casting a glance around the courtyard, he pushed forth with one hand, unleashing a torrent of true essence that swept through the grounds, restoring the area to its former smoothness. Upon returning to the villa, Jiang Zhao entered a bedroom that he had transformed. The floor was inscribed with an intricate array, continuously drawing in the surrounding ghostly energy and channeling it into the central One Han banner. Over the past half-month, he had not only honed his mystical arts, but also refined the One Han banner. After this duration, the spirits contained within had undergone a dramatic transformation, even the weakest among them now rivaling cultivators at the 4th or 5th level of Qi Refinement. As for the strongest, they could likely hold their own against those at the 8th or 9th levels. This was the advantage of the bizarrely revitalized world. Ghostly energy was virtually inexhaustible, in the cultivation world. To achieve such progress with the spirits in the One Han banner, one would typically have to slaughter an entire city of innocents to extract the necessary ghostly energy. The entire process was exceedingly tedious and fraught with peril. Encountering a righteous expert could very well spell his demise. Fortuitously, the existence of the dual crossing gates spared him from treading the same treacherous path as other demonic cultivators. Jiang Zhao mused, slightly calculating the time since he had departed from the sect, murmuring, "It has been quite a while since I left the sect. It is time to return." The One Han banner in his possession was, to put it bluntly, Merely a standard artifact of the sect, too low in grade and quality to accommodate spirits of the Foundation establishment stage. He would need to procure better materials and refine it anew. Upon joining the Wanshengxian sect, disciples were allowed to choose their own artifacts. Initially, Jiang Zhao selected a long sword, but upon realizing the sect's nature, he switched to the Wanhan banner. However, artifacts gifted by the sect were bound to be of mediocre quality, akin to common wares in the outside world. Even if he chose to sell it, it would hardly fetch a few spirit stones. At present, the Wanhan banner housed over 1,000 spirits, nearing its limit. He was genuinely concerned that it might burst under the strain. After retracting the Wanhan banner, he summoned the ghost rope into his sleeve. Ensuring there was nothing amiss before gently waving his sleeve, a golden portal materialized, and stepping into it, his figure vanished. The next moment, he emerged from the golden portal in a thatched cottage within the outer sect of Wanshengxian. Observing the familiar furnishings, he felt an uncanny sense of having returned after a long absence, having inadvertently been away for over half a month. Before purchasing materials for refining, he needed to elevate his status. Jiang Zhao contemplated that to buy supplies, he must venture outside the mountain gate, and in the outside world, the distinction between an outer sect disciple and an inner sect disciple was starkly different. With a higher status, fewer would dare entertain ill intentions, thereby sparing him considerable trouble. Pushing the door open, he stepped outside, inhaling the fresh air of the cultivation realm, feeling invigorated. After orienting himself, Jiang Zhao set off towards Qing'an Palace. The place not only for receiving sect stipends but also for promoting one's status. Just as he was midway, still some distance from Qing'an Palace, a voice of surprise echoed from behind him. "Senior brother Jiang?" Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Zhao turned to see a disciple clad similarly to himself standing not far behind. It was none other than Li Xian, the one who had accompanied him to collect their stipends half a month ago. Compared to then, Li Xian had undergone noticeable changes. A vigorous aura surrounded him, indicating significant advancement, likely nearing the second level of Qi Refinement. That if not mistaken, he had also acquired a new technique and had taken a life. It seemed that having tasted blood had altered Li Xian's demeanor. Upon seeing Jiang Zhao again, he was no longer the timid figure of before, appearing considerably more confident. "Do you have something to discuss?" "Junior brotherly," Jiang Zhao inquired casually after sizing him up. "Nothing much." Li Xian stepped closer, smiling as he spoke. "It has been a while since I last saw senior brother Jiang. By the way, have you been cultivating in your cottage all this time?" "Indeed," Jiang Zhao nodded, not wishing to elaborate. "If there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave." "Wait, senior brother." Li Xian hastily moved forward to block Jiang Zhao. His expression slightly uneasy. "I sought you several times over the past half-month, but you did not respond. Today, I intended to visit you, but fortuitously encountered you here, saving me quite a bit of effort." "Oh, is that so?" Jiang Zhao replied, somewhat surprised. "If you have something to say, please do. It's not a major matter." Li Xian rubbed his hands together, hesitating before continuing. "That a certain senior brother wishes to meet you. He possesses considerable strength, and it would be beneficial to establish a connection, as it would provide mutual support in the outer sect." "Not interested," Jiang Zhao declined outright, then resumed his journey towards Qing'an Palace. What a jest! He had already established his foundation. What interest would he have in befriending outer sect disciples? To him, they were as insignificant as ants, and he had no desire to play the caretaker. "Senior brother." Seeing this, Li Xian grew anxious, stepping forward again to grasp Jiang Zhao's sleeve, pleading, it would be wise to at least hear him out. Jiang Zhao responded with a soft hum, his brow furrowing. After half a month apart, Li Xian seemed to have undergone quite a transformation. In the past, he would not have dared to be so bold in front of him, yet now he had the audacity to pull at his sleeve, which surprised Jiang Zhao. "And who is this senior brother you mentioned?" Jiang Zhao narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Li Xian intently. Li Xian lowered his gaze, avoiding direct eye contact. "If you go, you'll find out." Seeing the guilty expression on Li Xian's face, Jiang Zhao smirked inwardly. After a moment's contemplation, he calmly stated, "Since you are so insistent, lead the way." "Excellent," Li Xian exclaimed, visibly relieved. He gestured invitingly, saying, "Please, follow me." The vast expanse of the Wansheng immortal sect is indeed remarkable. Aside from the numerous peaks predominantly occupied by various elders, there remains a considerable number of peaks that are unclaimed territories. Jiang Zhao trailed behind Li Xian along a narrow mountain path, which grew increasingly secluded with each step. Were it not for Li Xian leading the way ahead, Jiang Zhao might have mistakenly believed he had strayed far from the sect's entrance into a desolate wilderness. Observing Li Xian's silhouette in front of him, Jiang Zhao shook his head slightly. He found it hard to believe that Li Xian, merely at the first level of Qi refinement, would dare to roam so recklessly within the Wanqing immortal sect. After all, the demon sect is not a righteous one. If one were to unwittingly wander into a secluded area and meet an untimely demise, it is unlikely anyone within the sect would care. To put it plainly, outer disciples are ultimately still labeled as outer. If one were to perish, it would simply be a matter of indifference. While three-legged frogs are rare, disciples at the Qi refinement stage are abundant within the Wanqing immortal sect. Yet today, Li Xian appeared to navigate the path with the ease of familiarity, as if he had traversed it numerous times before, exhibiting an unsettling level of comfort. Jiang Zhao fell a few steps behind. Observing Li Xian's back, and calmly inquired, "Junior brother, you seem preoccupied today. It would not be too late to reveal your thoughts now." Preoccupied. Upon hearing Jiang Zhao's words, Li Xian's expression stiffened momentarily, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Though he quickly composed himself, he turned, a smile gracing his face, and replied, "Senior brother is jesting. I have no such worries. You must have misjudged me. Is that so?" Jiang Zhao remained unfazed, his gaze fixed ahead as he calmly remarked, "Then it must be that I was mistaken. How much farther do we have to go?" "Not far, not far," Li Xian hurriedly responded, continuing to lead the way as he spoke. "We shall arrive shortly." "Very well," Jiang Zhao nodded, choosing to remain silent. As he regarded Li Xian's form, a chill spread through his eyes. He had offered an opportunity, yet it appeared to have been in vain. Meanwhile, atop an unnamed small peak, in a pavilion, Yang, who sat confidently on a stone bench, a voluptuous woman nestled in his embrace. Behind them stood two towering figures, each resembling iron statues, their muscles bulging, and their eyes gleaming with a cold light. The woman, with a playful smile, glanced down the empty path and then playfully fed Yang Hu a piece of fruit, teasingly saying, "Is it possible that Li Xian has once again come alone today?" "Who can say?" replied the man on Yang Hu's left, a disdainful smile creeping across his face. "This marks the fourth or fifth time. Li Xian always arrives alone. I suspect this time will be no different. It seems that the Jiang senior brother he mentioned must be frightened." The woman giggled, her eyes sparkling with mischief. How could a mere 8th-level Qi refinement practitioner not fear someone like Yang senior brother? The man on the right chimed in, his expression apathetic. "In my opinion, there's no need for us to linger here idly. Wouldn't it be more efficient to strike directly? After all, we know where Jiang Zhao resides." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Hu huffed coldly, "Fool, use your brain and think. There's a formation laid down by the sect's elders over that hut. Do you believe you can breach it?" The man who had just spoken fell silent, realizing the futility of his words. The formation above the hut posed no challenge for the elders, as fragile as paper, but for them, mere outer disciples at the Qi refinement stage. It was akin to an insurmountable chasm. "Calm down, Yang senior brother," the woman gently soothed, her hand brushing against Yang Hu's chest. "I have already investigated. Jiang Zhao has only been in the sect for a little over 3 months. Although his rapid rise to the 8th level of Qi refinement is astonishing, it ends there. After all," the woman continued, her gaze alluring and her words smooth, "the Qi refinement stage is not the foundation establishment stage. He has not undergone fasting, and having hidden in that hut for half a month, he is likely nearing his limit. In my estimation, in 2 or 3 days, Jiang Zhao will have no choice but to emerge. If we can seize the opportunity, it will not be difficult to eliminate him. Say, Xian, you make a valid point." Yang Hu nodded slightly, his eyes icy, a palpable killing intent lurking within. "The first person who dared to kill me was Jiang Zhao. If I capture him, I shall break his bones one by one to vent my rage." Having spent so many years in the outer sect, Yang Hu had never endured such humiliation. If he did not seek retribution for what had transpired with he, would it not mean that anyone could kill one of his subordinates and then walk all over him? "Rest assured, senior brother, should he dare to emerge, I will be the first to charge in," the man on the left assured with a smile. As the group conversed, Yang Hu suddenly shifted his demeanor, attentively sensing the surroundings for a moment before giving the man on the right a knowing glance, stating flatly, "Go check outside." "Yes," the man immediately leaped out, peering down the mountain path. Before long, a look of delight spread across his face as he turned back, exclaiming, "Senior brother, Li Xian has arrived, and he is accompanied by someone." "Oh," Yang Hu's eyes glimmered with excitement as he sprang to his feet, a formidable aura radiating from him. He bellowed, "Excellent. I have awaited this moment for so long. Not long after, on the path, two figures approached the summit, one following the other. Upon spotting the figures in the pavilion, Li Xian's expression grew somewhat unnatural, and his previously upright posture slightly bent. This demeanor did not escape the notice of Yang Hu and his companions, eliciting a round of mocking laughter. However, it was Jiang Zhao, trailing behind, who drew their attention, particularly the woman beside Yang Hu, adorned with a radiant smile, playfully entwined her legs and, covering her mouth, softly remarked, "What a handsome young man he is." Enough of that, Yang Hu scoffed, casting a glance at the woman before striding forward to the edge of the pavilion. He fixed his icy gaze upon Jiang Zhao, declaring coldly, "You are Jiang Zhao. You are the one who killed Xinghe." Jiang Zhao feigned ignorance, slightly turning to Li Xian, and calmly asked, "Junior brotherly, are these the senior brothers you mentioned?" Yes, they are," Li Xian stammered, feeling immense pressure, his speech faltering. "Senior brother Jiang, they are aware of your actions regarding Xinghe. All you need to do is sincerely apologize to Yang senior brother, and they will not make things difficult for you," Li Xian urged. Indeed, the woman chimed in, her brows arching playfully as she raised a finger, gently tapping the ground. "If you simply crawl over on your knees and apologize to Yang senior brother, they might speak a kind word on your behalf. Perhaps Yang senior brother will show mercy and only break your limbs without taking your life." As she spoke, the woman's heated gaze drifted from Jiang Zhao's face downwards, lingering at his waist, where she teasingly licked her lips with her pink tongue. Jiang Zhao maintained a calm demeanor, betraying no hint of anger or joy. He surveyed the faces of the four in the pavilion before finally returning his gaze to Li Xian, inquiring once more, "Junior brotherly, I wish to know, was it you who informed them of my involvement in Xinghe's death? Or did someone else tell them? Or perhaps, did they discover it through their own investigation?" If he recalled correctly, there were two witnesses present when he had slain Xinghe. One was Li Xian, and the other an unfamiliar outer disciple. If it was Li Xian who had betrayed him, then everything would be clear. However, if another outer disciple were to leak information, Jiang Zhao would be determined to unearth the culprit. He is not a bloodthirsty individual, yet he will never allow any hidden dangers to linger by his side. This young brother not only possesses striking good looks but also has an engaging manner of speaking. The woman beside Yang Hu, her laughter shaking like blooming flowers, teased, at this juncture, still digging for the truth? "Do you wish to play the role of a wise ghost? Since you have inquired, allow me to show mercy and enlighten you." The corners of Yang Hu's mouth curled into a sinister smile, his voice dripping with coldness as he stated, "He approached us willingly. Otherwise, we would not have discovered you so swiftly. Are you not surprised? Is it not?" Yang Hu relished the moment, reveling in the sight of others becoming infuriated and powerless. Little did this disciple, named Jiang Zhao, anticipate that his fellow townsmen would betray him for a mere 10 low-grade spirit stones. Yet, before he could finish his thought, Jiang Zhao moved in a swift step. He appeared beside the woman like a specter, the crimson gleam of his blade flashing in an instant, freezing the scene in time. "You." The woman's complexion altered, her mouth opened to speak, but crimson blood seeped forth. It was only then that she touched her neck in terror, but her hand barely lifted halfway when a scarlet line spread rapidly across her throat. Sizzle, the sound of fabric tearing echoed. Blood mist sprayed forth as her head rolled to the ground. In her final moments, she remained bewildered by the events that had transpired. Jiang Zhao raised his long knife, wiped it against Yang Hu, and gazed at the headless corpse with indifference, remarking, "Did your family never tell you that it is best to refrain from interrupting others while they speak? You dare to kill Ru Yan?" Yang Hu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Ru Yan's corpse, lost in shock. When he finally lifted his gaze, his eyes were already blood-red, resembling a ferocious beast ready to devour its prey, instilling fear in the hearts of those around him. "You seek death. Do not be so quick to anger," Jiang Zhao replied with a gentle smile, akin to a warm spring breeze, casually remarking, "You will meet her soon. Attack together. Kill him." Yang Hu bellowed. The other two, upon hearing his command, exchanged glances and swiftly lunged at Jiang Zhao from two directions. In mid-air, they witnessed Jiang Zhao's long knife emit a resonant hum. Clang! The long knife swept outwards, unleashing a torrent of malevolent energy. The temperature within a mile radius plummeted sharply, creating an icy atmosphere despite it being midday. The black blade's light spread like an ocean, radiating in all directions. This was the knife of the great perfection level of the human slayer. Yang Hu's subordinates, witnessing this scene, felt their eyes nearly burst from their sockets. They attempted to evade, but it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, the blade pierced through their bodies in midair, leaving behind only 2 remnants, which plummeted from the sky amidst a rain of blood. Yang Hu, slightly stronger than his 2 subordinates, despite being cleaved in 2, still clung to life, laboriously dragging his remaining half along the ground, his face pallid. He muttered, "You are not at the Qi refining stage. You are a Foundation establishment cultivator." Sharp eyes, Jiang Zhao praised. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you be a Foundation establishment cultivator?" Yang Hu shrieked in despair. Though the reality unfolded before him, he still refused to accept it. After all, just half a month prior, he was merely at the 8th level of Qi refining. How could he, in the blink of an eye, transform into a Foundation establishment powerhouse, even if one practiced demonic arts? Such rapid progress seemed unthinkable. Moreover, how long had Jiang Zhao been in the sect? Merely 3 months. This meant he had ascended from an ordinary individual to a Foundation establishment cultivator in just 3 months. During this time, he not only broke through to Foundation establishment, but also perfected the human slayer knife. Furthermore, with Yang Hu's keen insight, he discerned that Jiang Zhao possessed at least one more perfected technique. Was this truly a human? What kind of monster had he provoked, while others meditated and cultivated, unable to refine their supernatural abilities? Jiang Zhao, on the other hand, not only made rapid progress in cultivation, but also found time to hone his skills. Could it be he had 24 hours in a day? In this world, nothing is impossible. Jiang Zhao approached Yang Hu, lifted a foot, and placed it upon the latter's face, coldly stating, "If one is inept, one must practice more." With that, he exerted force. Boom! It was as if a watermelon had burst open, scattering various red and white substances across the ground. After dealing with Yang Hu and his companions, Jiang Zhao turned to face Li Xian. Noticing Jiang Zhao's gaze, Li Xian hesitated for a moment, wanting to speak but ultimately remaining silent, his knees buckling as he fell to the ground. Like Yang Hu, he too could not fathom how Jiang Zhao had become a Foundation establishment cultivator in such a short span of time. After changing cultivation methods, witnessing his own rapid advancement, Li Xian had dreamed of one day matching Jiang Zhao's prowess, or even surpassing him. He wished to see Jiang Zhao's cautious demeanor before him. Yet, the outcome today shattered all his dreams. As he watched Jiang Zhao's approaching footsteps, Li Xian trembled, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap to his own face. Smack! The sharp sound echoed as his face swelled visibly. "Jiang Xixiang, it is all my fault. I was blinded, revealing your secret to Yang Hu. I implore you, for the sake of our shared hometown, spare me this time. I, Li Xian, swear to heaven that from now on, I will follow your lead. If you tell me to go east, I shall not venture west." As he spoke, his hand moved swiftly, delivering several slaps to his face until it resembled a pig's head. Observing this pitiful sight, Jiang Zhao shook his head slightly and replied, "I have already given you an opportunity. It is your own inadequacy that has led to this." Li Xian was at a loss for words. In that moment, he recalled when they ascended the mountain, Jiang Zhao had asked him if he had any worries. Yet, he had chosen to deny it and continued to lead Jiang Zhao up the mountain. With this thought, Li Xian's mental state crumbled. His body trembled uncontrollably as he retreated, pleading, "Jiang Xixiang, it was you. You taught me to survive in the demon sect by any means necessary. I merely wish to live better. What wrong have I committed? If I recall correctly, I taught you a principle back then." Jiang Zhao raised a hand, forming a sword with his fingers, calmly stating, "That is, when dealing with enemies, one must eradicate them completely." With that, under the direction of his sword, the blade of the human slayer erupted with light. Clang! A flash of the blade passed, and Li Xian's corpse slowly fell to the ground. Jiang Zhao's expression remained as tranquil as an ancient well as he gazed at Li Xian's body. Standing in silence for a moment, subsequently, he collected the souls and bodies of the fallen and turned to leave. Jiang Zhao did not head to Qing'an Palace, but instead returned to his humble abode first. Having just slain several individuals, the bodies required disposal. They could not simply remain in the storage bag. Inside the cottage, Jiang Zhao entrusted the corpses to the ghost rope for handling and then opened the storage bags of the deceased to inspect them one by one. So much. At first glance, Jiang Zhao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Before him lay a storage bag brimming with spirit stones, piled high like a small mountain. At a cursory count revealed no fewer than 1,000 pieces, causing the concentration of spiritual energy within the bag to rise significantly. Admittedly, these were all low-grade spirit stones. This must belong to Yang Hu, Jiang Zhao mused. Clicking his tongue in awe.it was no surprise that someone who had roamed the outer sect for many years would possess such a staggering amount of spirit stones, far surpassing the common disciples. For an ordinary person to amass this many spirit stones would take decades, perhaps even longer. After all, the Wanqing sect nominally allocates 5 low-grade spirit stones to each outer disciple. But the actual amount received is often considerably less. Generally, a typical outer disciple might manage to obtain 3 spirit stones a month, which is already considered quite good. After inspecting Yang Hu's storage bag, Jiang Zhao turned his gaze to those of the others, only to find their assets rather disappointing. The highest among them barely exceeded 80 stones, while the least had none at all. That if Jiang Zhao's guess was correct, the one with the least spirit stones must be Li Xian. Maintaining a positive mindset, Jiang Zhao acknowledged that although he lacked spirit stones, he at least possessed a bag that could be used to carry items. Having gathered all the storage bags, Jiang Zhao's attention shifted to the ghost rope in the room. In the brief time that had passed, the essence of blood and flesh from the 5 corpses had been nearly fully absorbed by the ghost rope. The remains of 5 Qi Refinement stage cultivators, coupled with the formidable presence of Yang Hu at the pinnacle of Qi Refinement, had significantly enhanced the ghost rope's power after consuming the essence. The ghost rope lay motionless as if it were in a state of paralysis. Jiang Zhao prodded it with his hand, but there was no response. This must be a sign of impending advancement, he thought, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Previously, the ghost rope's strength was already comparable to an A-grade ghost. After this advancement, it would likely ascend to S-grade. It is said that S-grade ghosts possess ghostly tricks. Although Jiang Zhao, now a foundational cultivator, could dispatch S-grade ghosts with ease, he remained covetously intrigued by their ghostly tricks. He wondered what the ghost rope's tricks might be like. With a flicker of expectation in his heart, he stowed the ghost rope and rose to leave the room. This time, his visit to Qingyun Palace was uneventful. After registering and confirming his status as a foundational cultivator, the disciple in charge promptly provided him with a new robe and a fresh identity jade token. Moreover, even his residence was changed. He did not rush to inspect his new abode. Instead, after departing Qingyun Palace, he turned towards Jinyu Peak. As the name suggests, Jinyu Peak serves as the prison for the Wanqing sect. It is said that beneath its heights are imprisoned countless righteous figures, including many who have attained the transformation stage, and even a few from the integration stage. Of course, this is merely hearsay. Jiang Zhao had yet to witness such phenomena himself. Nonetheless, it was evident that Jinyu Peak was no ordinary place, and those tasked with guarding such formidable individuals were certainly not to be trifled with. They all shared a unified identity within the Wanqing sect, the enforcers of the Law Enforcement Hall. To become a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall, one must possess at least foundational cultivation. Jiang Zhao's purpose in visiting Jinyu Peak today was to aspire to become an enforcer. Compared to the identity of an ordinary inner disciple, being an enforcer provided him with a greater sense of security. Within the sect, flying was prohibited, and it took him a full quarter of an hour to reach the foot of Jinyu Peak. Gazing up at the imposing, towering peak and observing the bustling enforcers coming and going, Jiang Zhao stepped forward to ascend the mountain. Upon reaching the midpoint, a thunderous roar erupted on a nearby competition platform. A figure clad in inner disciple robes was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth and nose. Crashing against the edge of the platform, before anyone could rush to his aid, a towering beast, resembling a fierce tiger and standing at least 5 meters tall, lunged forward and devoured him whole. This shocking scene elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd surrounding the platform. How dare a foundational beginner step onto the competition platform? What was he thinking? Does he not fear death? Perhaps he was merely seeking a stroke of luck. But why come here of all places? The tasks assigned to the enforcers are perilous, representing the sect's reputation. If he can't even survive a beast attack, how can he expect to become an enforcer? What a foolish dream. Look, another one is stepping up. This one seems promising. I wonder how many rounds he can last against the beast. The crowd buzzed with lively discussion, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Jiang Zhao couldn't help but cast a glance at the platform. At that moment, it was occupied by a young man dressed in black, his expression stern, wielding a long sword, exuding a formidable aura. Opposite him stood another beast, and without a word, the two launched into a fierce battle. After observing for a while, Jiang Zhao withdrew his gaze and proceeded towards the grand hall opposite the competition platform. Based on his deductions, the young man on the platform would likely meet a grim fate at the jaws of the beast. After all, among equals, beasts often possess greater resilience and strength compared to humans. It is far from simple for an ordinary person to triumph over a beast as he entered the grand hall. Jiang Zhao glanced towards the registration area, only to find it empty. However, on the opposite side of the hall sat two elderly men deeply engrossed in a game of chess. The one on the left had graying hair yet appeared spirited, while the one on the right looked frail and lifeless, draped in a loose gray robe, resembling a mere skeleton. Noticing Jiang Zhao's entrance, both elders paused their game and turned their attention towards him. The healthier-looking elder, holding a white piece, calmly inquired, "Do you wish to join the law enforcement hall?" "Indeed," Jiang Zhao replied, offering a slight bow. The elder nodded gently, rising to approach Jiang Zhao. "The disciple responsible for registration has stepped out. I shall assist you. Please present your identity jade token." "Certainly." Jiang Zhao flipped his hand, retrieving his jade token and presenting it. The elder accepted it, his consciousness probing within to examine it closely. After a moment, his expression shifted, and he quickly raised his gaze, scrutinizing Jiang Zhao with newfound interest. "You have only been in the sect for just over 3 months?" "Oh, 3 months." At this, the gaunt elder draped in gray, who had been silent until now, also lifted his head to regard Jiang Zhao, clearly taken aback by the news of someone achieving foundational cultivation within such a short span. He hadn't anticipated such a promising talent emerging from the outer sect. The healthier elder, a smile gracing his lips as he held Jiang Zhao's identity jade token, spoke earnestly, "Young man, do you understand the rules for becoming a disciple of the law enforcement hall?" "I do," Jiang Zhao replied, his voice steady. Knowing yet daring to come forward, the elderly man, with a healthy complexion, cast a surprised glance at Jiang Zhao. It is widely acknowledged that the disciples of the law enforcement hall are the elite among their peers. Aspiring to join the hall requires one to first vanquish a demon beast of the same rank. Typically, individuals wishing to enter the law enforcement hall must be at least in the mid to late stages of foundation establishment to even contemplate such an endeavor. Yet Jiang Zhao is merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, having only been initiated for 3 months. No matter how the two elders viewed it, they could not perceive Jiang Zhao as a worthy opponent for a demon beast. Given the brevity of time, it is likely that Jiang Zhao has been preoccupied with methods to enhance his cultivation, with no prior exposure to divine abilities or techniques. Such an individual, to speak frankly, even if he were to break through to foundation establishment, would still rank among the weakest within that realm. To be honest, elder, I am truly eager to make progress, Jiang Zhao earnestly expressed. "Excellent." Upon hearing this, Guyuzhou could not help but exclaim in admiration as he looked upon Jiang Zhao, his eyes brimming with appreciation. "Indeed, a disciple of our immortal sect possesses such ambition." With that being said, "Allow me to register your details." As he spoke, he flipped his palm and produced a jade slip, recording Jiang Zhao's identity information within it. With a gentle wave of his hand, he declared, "Proceed. The competition stage has been prepared for you outside." "Thank you, elder," Jiang Zhao replied with a slight bow before turning to leave. Observing his retreating figure, Guyuzhou smiled softly and murmured, "To dare challenge the trials of the law enforcement hall at the initial stage of foundation establishment, he must either be a fool or possess some hidden strength. This young man is certainly no fool." Meanwhile, the elderly man clad in gray robes stroked his beard thoughtfully, remarking, "So he does possess some form of reliance." Returning to the chessboard, Guyuzhou picked up a white piece and placed it on the board, inquiring, "Elder Zheng, how many moves do you believe he can take down the demon beast, at least?" Elder Zheng Qian pondered for a moment, his tone tinged with uncertainty. "Perhaps after 500 moves. Even if he has some hidden strength, his overall power remains insufficient. 500 moves, you say?" Guyuzhou smiled slightly, exuding confidence. "I believe that the victor will be determined within 100 moves. "Oh." Zheng Qian's eyes brightened as he turned his gaze toward the arena outside, murmuring, "I shall eagerly await the outcome." At that moment, outside the grand hall, the competition stage had been nearly cleared. As Jiang Zhao ascended the platform, the young man dressed in black was being carried away, perhaps having some hidden cards up his sleeve, as he had not perished on the stage but managed to preserve his life. Upon seeing Jiang Zhao take the stage, the surrounding spectators' eyes lit up. Another one. Yet, when they beheld Jiang Zhao's cultivation level, they were taken aback. Another at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Am I seeing things? What is happening today? Just moments ago, a disciple at the initial stage fell, and now another appears. Did he not witness the demise of the last contender? Let us not be too hasty, Perhaps this individual possesses some hidden strengths, but what does that matter? In a battle of equals, it is exceedingly difficult for a human cultivator to triumph over a demon beast, unless they are one of those rare prodigies. Yet it was clear to all present that this individual was not among them. The murmurs of the crowd reached Jiang Zhao's ears, yet he paid them no heed. His gaze fixated calmly upon the competition stage before him. Boom! The ground trembled as the surface of the stage emitted a low hum, parting to reveal a colossal, golden-hued demon beast rising from beneath. Towering at a height of 10 meters, it stood like a small mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of dread. The beast resembled a lion, its golden mane glistening like steel needles under the sun's rays. "Is that a golden lion?" someone exclaimed. It was said that such demon beasts possess a trace of the ancient golden-haired hound's bloodline. It was surprising that the sect had managed to capture one. The spectators below gasped in astonishment. Demon beasts are inherently powerful, and those like the golden lion, bearing ancient bloodlines, are akin to exceptionally gifted prodigies among the human race. Their strength within the same rank is fearsome indeed. For the average person to face it, not only would they struggle to achieve victory, but merely surviving would be considered a stroke of luck. Unexpectedly, my first experience of pressure comes from a demon beast. Jiang Zhao mused internally. With a clear mind, he extended one hand, grasping at the void, summoning a blood-red long knife that appeared in his grasp, its blade vibrating as immense true essence surged into it. In an instant, the knife sang with a thunderous resonance, unleashing a torrent of ghostly energy that surged in all directions. Roar. Almost simultaneously, the golden lion let out a deafening roar, its massive form charging forward like a mountain. And even at a distance, a fierce aura enveloped Jiang Zhao. "Come at me," Jiang Zhao exclaimed lightly. With agility akin to a specter, he sprang into the air. In the realm of Foundation establishment, one could only fly for brief moments without a weapon to support them. But such a fleeting duration was ample for Jiang Zhao. His figure vanished in an instant, leaving the colossal golden lion bewildered. Just as it began to look up, clang! Above it, Jiang Zhao swung the blood-red long knife downward. In that moment, the sky within a radius of several hundred meters seemed to plunge into darkness. Ghostly energy. It was an almost boundless tide of ghostly energy. In that split second, the entire competition stage transformed into a realm of hell, filled with ghostly apparitions brimming with lethal intent. Following this illusion was an awe-inspiring strike. Countless onlookers witnessed a scene that would be etched in their memories forever. The pitch-black blade light hung like a dark river across the heavens, cascading down to cleave the sky in two. Clang. The blade light struck the ground, carving a profound gash into the competition stage. As for the golden lion, its body had become rigid, and after several breaths, its head slowly shifted amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd. Then, with a resounding thud, it collapsed to the ground. The sound jolted everyone back to reality. The human slaughtering blade, the great perfection of the human slaughtering blade. Not only that, but his previous strike had touched upon the brink of a certain realm. Nearby the competition stage, the Foundation establishment cultivators were astonished, while the Qi Refinement practitioners had become numb. They had come to witness how a cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm engaged in battle, hoping to glean valuable experience. Yet that last strike had far exceeded their understanding, and no matter how many times they replayed it in their minds, the conclusion remained the same. They could never replicate it. It was simply beyond their grasp. Crack. Within the grand hall, the two elders seated opposite one another were momentarily stunned, even as the chess pieces slipped from their fingers. They remained oblivious. After an indeterminate amount of time, Gyujo was the first to regain his senses, involuntarily murmuring, "A prodigy." In just over 3 months, not only had he successfully established his foundation, but he had also mastered the ghostly shadow step and the human slaughtering blade to the pinnacle level. Observing his execution, the chilling aura he exuded suggested that this young man had likely taken the lives of numerous beings. Zheng Qian's throat bobbed as he spoke, his frail frame trembling slightly. A glimmer of brilliance igniting in his eyes. Is it truly possible he has only been in the sect for a little over 3 months? Gyujo instinctively responded, but he quickly regained his composure. Sizing up Zheng Qian with a discerning gaze, and after a moment of realization, he remarked, "Elder Zheng, could it be that you—" His words trailed off. However, among the 2 elderly men present, who wasn't astute? Zheng Qian nodded slightly. His expression shadowed, casting a fleeting glance at Jiang Zhao, who was entering the hall, and cryptically stated, "In my earlier years, when I broke through to the nascent soul stage, I was ambushed by the old demon Han. Now, the prospect of achieving that breakthrough again seems hopeless. My lifespan is already dwindling." If I do not make a desperate attempt now, I fear that 30 years from now, I will merely be a mound of earth. This, Guyuzhou hesitated, his words hanging on the tip of his tongue before ultimately dissolving into a resigned sigh. Alas, he understood Zhang Qian's sentiment. After all, not everyone could brush off being ambushed during a crucial breakthrough. To have one's future severed was akin to a grievous betrayal, akin to the murder of one's parents, who wouldn't yearn for vengeance. Yet, given Zhang Qian's current condition, seeking revenge was no more than a futile dream. His lifespan was severely limited, and his strength was waning. Even if he were to face the old demon Han head-on, he would likely face more defeats than victories. Besides, practitioners who have glimpsed the wondrous vistas on the path to immortality cannot idly watch their lifespans dwindle without response. It can be said that in the realm of cultivation, the higher one's power, the more one fears death. Sometimes, they are even more sensitive to mortality than ordinary people, once one embarks on the path of cultivation. Every individual harbors the dream of becoming an immortal ancestor. Zhang Qian was no exception. His disciple, Jiang Zhao, had successfully completed his trial and had come to report to the two elders. Jiang Zhao entered gracefully, slightly cupping his hands in greeting to the two venerable figures. Guyuzhou's expression was complex, and he remained silent for the moment. In contrast, Zhang Qian suddenly stood up, his figure flickering as he appeared beside Jiang Zhao, his bony hand reaching out to clasp Jiang Zhao's shoulder. Jiang Zhao sensed something amiss. He was about to resist, but chose to remain still upon recognizing the individual who had seized him. Zhang Qian's withered hand pinched Jiang Zhao's shoulder, and the light in his aged eyes brightened as he could not help but exclaim, "Remarkable talent, excellent bone structure, exceptional comprehension." To his astonishment, such a gem of talent still existed among the outer sect. "Young lad, would you be willing to take me as your master? Not willing? Begone." Jiang Zhao silently cursed, yet his face bore an expression of astonished courtesy as he replied, "Disciple is unworthy of receiving such favor from the elder. Were he in a righteous sect, the offer from an elder to accept him as a disciple would have filled him with joy. However, in the demonic path, that was entirely unnecessary, for in the demonic realm, some elders take on disciples not merely to pass on their teachings, but perhaps with ulterior motives, such as seeking to seize control of their bodies or feeling that their crafted weapons lacked a principal soul. Regardless, the drawbacks far outweigh the benefits. The elder before him appeared to be on the brink of death, seemingly buried in the earth up to his neck. It was hard to see him as having noble intentions. Moreover, having just revealed his talent, Jiang Zhao had every reason to suspect that this elder coveted his very being. How despicable! Do you know who stands before you? At this moment, Guyuzhou walked over with a composed demeanor, stating, "This is Elder Zhang Qian, one of the elders of the outer sect. Hundreds of years ago, he was already a formidable golden core cultivator, just a step away from the nascent soul. If you were to take him as your master, it would undoubtedly spare you a century of detours. A century of detours, more like a lifetime of detours." Jiang Zhao scoffed inwardly. Nevertheless, Guyuzhou's words served as a reminder. The name Zhang Qian rang a bell. After pondering for a moment, he felt a jolt within. If he recalled correctly, this elder Zhang had seemingly lived for over 800 years. Generally, golden core cultivators have lifespans of around 500 to 600 years. Yet, this Zhang Qian had astonishingly prolonged his life. To live another century would not be an exaggeration at all. Furthermore, Jiang Zhao had heard rumors that this elder Zhang seemed to share a profound enmity with another elder Han. The reasons behind their feud were unknown to him, but the animosity between them was no secret. As various thoughts flitted through his mind, Jiang Zhao maintained an expression of utmost surprise, looking up at Zhang Qian and exclaiming, "So it is Elder Zhang in person. This disciple is unworthy of recognizing such greatness, and I hope the elder will forgive my ignorance. It is of no matter." Zhang Qian's gaze was profound as he scrutinized Jiang Zhao. His aged visage softened with warmth as he smiled and said, "Young lad, have you made your decision? Do I have a choice?" Jiang Zhao silently cursed that he was cornered. Should he refuse, he could very well meet a fate of being stabbed in the back and dying by his own hand the following day. After all, few in the demonic path were known for their magnanimity. If he rejected Zhang Qian today, it would undoubtedly leave a grudge in the elder's heart. Although he possessed the ability to escape into another world through the dual crossing gate, thus ensuring his survival, the crux was that he currently lacked the supporting techniques for cultivation. Given his limited understanding and experience in the foundation establishment stage, he lacked the confidence to create his own techniques. After much contemplation, Jiang Zhao could only slightly bow and sincerely declare, "Disciple Jiang Zhao greets master. Wonderful, wonderful." Zhang Qian felt immense relief. stroking his beard with one hand while raising the other in the air, exclaiming, "Good disciple, quickly, no need for formalities. Congratulations, Elder Jiang, on acquiring such an excellent disciple." The Yuzhou chimed in timely with his congratulations that I merely happened to be in the right place at the right time. Zhang Qian laughed heartily, as if all his pent-up frustration dissipated in that moment. He flipped his hand, revealing an ancient tome, which he presented to Jiang Zhao. "My dear disciple, since you have taken me as your master, I naturally cannot be without a gesture. This cultivation technique can be practiced up to the nascent soul stage that I bestow it upon you today." Jiang Zhao accepted the tome, yet his body remained motionless. This demeanor puzzled both Gu Yuzhou and Zhang Qian. "Disciple, is there something else?" "Master, disciple has just broken through to the foundation establishment stage and currently lacks a suitable weapon. If I were to venture outside and encounter an accident, losing my life would be trivial. However, if I were to tarnish Master's reputation, that would be most unfavorable." Jiang Zhao earnestly stated. Zhang Qian pondered for a moment. It seemed there was some truth to that. Without hesitation, he flipped his hand again, producing a black long knife, which he handed to Jiang Zhao, smiling as he said, "I noticed that your human butcher blade has already reached the perfect state. Just so happens that I possess an ancient knife, the Xianyu, which is classified as a top-grade magical weapon. Today, I gift it to you. Top-grade magical weapon." Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up, and he quickly reached out to accept it, stowing it away. Indeed, after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, he had felt that the blood-colored long knife he obtained from Zheng He was becoming inadequate. He did not expect that today would turn the tide, granting him a top-grade magical weapon from his new master. Such a weapon was incomparable to inferior magical weapons. Typically, it was commendable for foundation establishment cultivators to possess a medium or superior magical weapon, let alone a top-grade one. This elder truly lived up to his reputation as a seasoned golden core cultivator, his wealth indeed substantial. Jiang Zhao lowered his head, licking his lips, his eyes ablaze with excitement. He bowed once more, yet before he could speak, Zhang Qian raised an eyebrow, sensing a wave of unease within. Sure enough, in the next moment, Jiang Zhao spoke again. "To be honest, master, although I have fortuitously cultivated the human butcher blade to perfection, my defenses are still lacking compared to those of body-refining cultivators. If I were to compete with such individuals, I would inevitably find myself at a disadvantage. I wonder, master, do you possess any suitable defensive artifacts for your disciple?" Zhang Qian fell silent. He glanced at Jiang Zhao, then at Gu Yuzhou. This was not his own cave abode, and it would be inappropriate to dismiss Jiang Zhao outright. If news of today's events were to spread, others might think that Zhang Qian, after much difficulty, had taken on a disciple but could not even provide a couple of artifacts. How could he endure such ridicule? Although he was a demonic cultivator, he was also a venerable figure at the pinnacle of the golden core stage. In the outside world, he held a respectable position. Thus, he cared about his reputation. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Qian reluctantly produced a long rope, as white as snow and as thin as a cicada's wing, emanating a soft, radiant glow. It was immediately evident that it was no ordinary item. This was a high-quality defensive artifact, known as, before Zhang Qian could finish his introduction. Jiang Zhao gratefully accepted it, bowing deeply. "Thank you, master." Zhang Qian opened his mouth, only to find his hand emptied. He initially intended to say something, but ultimately waved his hand slightly, saying, "Never mind. This is what a master ought to do. Your benevolence is commendable, master." However, Jiang Zhao hesitated and, with a hint of embarrassment on his face, said, "Master is also aware that I have been in the sect for less than 4 months, and my finances are indeed rather limited." Zhang Qian's forehead twitched with irritation. He glanced at Gu Yuzhou beside him. Since their acquaintance, Zhang Qian had never found Gu Yuzhou so annoyingly conspicuous. After several deep breaths, Zhang Qian withdrew a handful of spirit stones, placing them in a storage bag and presenting it to Jiang Zhao, his voice somewhat strained. "This should be sufficient, right?" "Quite enough." Jiang Zhao hurriedly nodded, reaching for the storage bag and probing inside with his divine sense for a closer inspection. Wow! Just one glance made Jiang Zhao's heart leap. With JOYAS expected of a golden core master, he had offered 50 high-quality spirit stones. This was indeed remarkable, converted into low-quality spirit stones that amounted to 500,000. A typical outer sect disciple would likely never accumulate such a vast fortune in a lifetime. If only the disciple had not. Zhang Qian began to speak, but was quickly interrupted by Jiang Zhao. Master. As a disciple of the law enforcement hall, the enemies I will encounter are certainly not to be trifled with, although I possess the Xian Yu ancient blade and a defensive artifact. Should I face an opponent beyond my capabilities, relying solely on my perfected ghostly shadow step, I fear I may not evade their pursuit. I wonder, Master, do you have enough? Zheng Qian quickly raised his hand to interrupt. Disciple, do not continue. He retrieved an artifact shaped like a carriage from his storage ring and placed it in Jiang Zhao's hands. Without waiting for Jiang Zhao's reaction, he nodded slightly to Gu Yuzhou. Elder Gu. I just remembered that there are matters in my cave that require my attention, so I shall not linger any longer today. In that case, allow me to see you off. Elder Jing. Ge Yuzhou spoke while casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Zhao. In his heart, he also felt a twinge of sympathy for Zheng Qian. Was this truly taking on a disciple? It was more akin to adopting a greedy creature. No need. Zheng Qian waved his hand dismissively, not even glancing at Jiang Zhao, and stepped forward, his figure disappearing from sight. Having returned to his own cave, Zheng Qian's expression darkened immensely. He smashed a stone table with a wave of his hand, disregarding the dust that filled the air, and turned to look in the direction of Jinyu Peak. His voice was icy as he muttered, "What a little wretch! How dare he scheme against me?" Having lived for over 800 years, how could he not discern Jiang Zhao's intentions? It was merely an attempt to take advantage of their master-disciple relationship and extract benefits from him. Unfortunately, Gu Yuzhou had been present at the time. Moreover, they were in a significant sect stronghold like Jinyu Peak, which concealed countless fearsome beings who would not permit him to act recklessly. Thus, he had patiently bestowed some advantages upon Jiang Zhao. It was fortunate that he had departed in time. Had he remained, Jiang Zhao might have even sought his life-bound artifact. Little brat, we shall see. My belongings are not so easily taken. I will reclaim them. With interest, in due time. Zheng Qian murmured to himself. He indeed yearned to seize Jiang Zhao's body. However, possession was not as simple as merely projecting one's consciousness into another's body. It required extensive preparation. For instance, he needed to bring his own condition to its peak, then set up a soul-locking formation to extract Jiang Zhao's soul bit by bit, without harming his sea of consciousness. Additionally, he would need to prepare certain spiritual herbs to ensure that his soul would perfectly merge with Jiang Zhao's physical form after the possession. Any misstep in this process could jeopardize all prior preparations. Adjusting one's condition was manageable, but arranging the formation necessitated the expertise of a formation master, which could be quite tedious. As for the spiritual herbs, Zheng Qian murmured softly to himself, once all these items were ready. He estimated it would take at least over a year. A year is neither long nor short. That little brat should not be able to stir up much trouble in a year. Right? Zheng Qian pondered. But soon, he shook his head with a smile. Having lived this long, he found himself growing increasingly foolish. Although Jiang Zhao was talented, that was all there was to it. While he might cultivate rapidly during the Qi Refinement stage, once he reached the foundation establishment stage, he could not possibly continue to break through at such a frantic pace. After all, the higher the realm, the more difficult the cultivation. This was a universally acknowledged truth in the cultivation world. Even a prodigy like Jiang Zhao would not be able to violate this ironclad rule. A year later, Jiang Zhao would be lucky to reach the mid-foundation establishment stage. With such cultivation, he was not beyond Zheng Qian's control. Disciple bids farewell to master. At Jinyu Peak, within the hall halfway up the mountain, Jiang Zhao bowed deeply, putting on an ample display of respect. After all, Gu Yuzhou was present, and he had to maintain appearances. After seeing Zheng Qian off, Jiang Zhao slowly straightened, casting a cold gaze in the direction Zheng Qian had departed. The old fool runs quite swiftly. Next time we meet, I shall send you on your way. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Jiang Zhao looked down at the small carriage he still held in his hand, which Zheng Qian had left behind. The carriage was no larger than a palm, entirely black, and drawn by two white celestial steeds, appearing remarkably lifelike and majestic. Although Zheng Qian had not specified its grade, Jiang Zhao surmised that it was likely a high-quality flying artifact. With this, he would no longer have to fly around on a spirit tool like other Foundation establishment cultivators. Think he would give away a high-quality artifact so casually. How wealthy must that old man be? Jiang Zhao's heart burned with excitement. Were it not for his insufficient strength, he would have long since sought Zheng Qian to demand more resources. Just you wait. It won't be long now, disciple. At that moment, Gu Yuzhou broke the silence, speaking softly. What can I do for you, master uncle? Jiang Zhao snapped back to attention, hastily responding. Since the other party referred to him as a disciple, he decided to play along. dropping the elder title and directly addressing him as Master Uncle. Now that they were so familiar, would it not be remiss for the elder not to express some acknowledgement towards his junior? Cough. Gyuzhou cleared his throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed under Jiang Zhao's fervent gaze. As a practitioner of the demonic path, he naturally possessed a thick skin. Were it anyone else, he would hardly bother with any form of greeting. However, this was a disciple of Zheng Qian, with whom he maintained a cordial relationship within the Wanqingxian sect. Observing that Zheng Qian had taken in a disciple, he felt compelled to extend some courtesy. Even though he was aware that this was merely a tool for Zheng Qian's soul transference scheme. After all, it was only proper to put on a show of respect for appearances sake. Considering that Jiang Zhao might soon meet his demise, Gyuzhou decided to do Zheng Qian a favor. With a flourish of his hand, he produced an ancient tome inscribed with the 5 characters Wangue Shixinzhangs, presenting it before Jiang Zhao. Nephew, this divine art is perfectly suited to your current realm that I hope you will diligently cultivate it and not become complacent. Rest assured, Uncle Master, Jiang Zhao replied, his eyes shining with joy. I will surely use this divine art to repay Master and Uncle Master. He carefully stowed the tome into his storage bag. Gyuzhou lightly clapped his hands, and a disciple hurried over, carrying a tray. Nephew, from this day forth, you are a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall. Here is your identity jade token and the sect's attire. Be sure to keep them safe and not lose them. Your nephew will remember, Jiang Zhao replied as he accepted the tray. Having learned from Zheng Qian's previous experience, Gyuzhou was concerned that Jiang Zhao might linger, so he waved his sleeve dismissively. As a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall, you are required to complete at least 6 sect tasks each year. Depart quickly and do not waste time here. Understood, Jiang Zhao said reluctantly, cupping his hands as he spoke in a low voice. The younger generation takes their leave. Once he left the Jinyu Peak, Jiang Zhao did not return to his residence. With a significant sum of money in hand, he felt compelled to spend some of it. Otherwise, he would feel it was a loss. Moreover, with Zheng Qian bestowing such valuable items upon him, he felt uneasy about not having them inspected. After all, they were both practitioners of the demonic path. Well aware of each other's backgrounds, who would give gifts without leaving a hidden agenda? What if Zheng Qian and Gyuzhou had embedded some powerful backdoor within the techniques or artifacts they gifted him? He might not even realize how he met his end in the future. Where could he go for an inspection? Jiang Zhao pondered. Since the items were given by Zheng Qian and Gyuzhou, he certainly could not seek assistance from anyone within the sect. Neither of them could be considered virtuous, and the other members of the sect might not be trustworthy either. Recklessly asking someone within the sect for help could very well lead to being killed for treasure. Even if he were not killed, if the news leaked, it would mean he had already severed ties with Zheng Qian and Gyuzhou, a scenario Jiang Zhao wished to avoid. As merely a foundation establishment disciple, he was no match for 2 golden core old demons. After much contemplation, Jiang Zhao ultimately decided to venture down the mountain for a while. Hours later, he arrived in Pingyang City, a grand city not far from the Wanqingxian sect. The streets were bustling with people, yet Jiang Zhao walked along the broad avenue, his interest waning as he glanced at the stalls lining the roadside. Most vendors were ordinary folk, with only an occasional cultivator present. And those were merely casual practitioners at the 3rd or 4th level of Qi Refinement. The stalls offered little of value, and after a casual glance, he lost all interest. Not long after, at the end of the street, a magnificent and opulently decorated palace came into view, its entrance adorned with a plaque bearing the flamboyant characters, Wanbao Pavilion. Jiang Zhao's eyes brightened at the sight. He approached the entrance, and as soon as he arrived, a young attendant hurried to greet him. Upon seeing Jiang Zhao's attire, the attendant's demeanor became even more cordial. Clad in black with crimson cloud patterns embroidered on his chest, this was the mark of a Law Enforcement Hall disciple from the Wanqingxian sect. Indicating a significant patron, esteemed guest, please come inside. Summon your manager. Jiang Zhao entered Wanbao Pavilion, surveying the elegant interior before speaking calmly. Please wait a moment, I'll fetch him right away. The attendant did not dare to delay. Quickly turning to leave, before long, a round man with a beaming smile emerged briskly from the back hall. From a distance, he called out, it is a fellow from the Wanqingxian sect. Li, apologize for not greeting you sooner. Please forgive me. It is nothing. Jiang Zhao waved his hand, turning to face him with a subtle smile. I have a few items I wish to part with. I wonder if your Wanbao Pavilion is willing to acquire them? Do not jest, my friend. Li Wanfu replied with a smile, though his tone carried a hint of arrogance. Our Wanbao Pavilion conducts business far and wide. What is it that we would not dare to accept? However, this is not the place for discussions. Let us converse inside. Agreed, Jiang Zhao nodded. Please, follow me. Li Wanfu gestured invitingly and led the way. Soon, the two entered a private chamber, once the attendant had served tea. Li Wanfu turned to Jiang Zhao, smiling as he asked, Might I inquire what items you wish to sell? You shall see, Jiang Zhao replied, casually waving his hand as two jade slips landed on the table before them. Li Wanfu picked up the jade slips, probing their contents with his consciousness. Upon examining the first, his expression turned slightly astonished. However, when he viewed the second, his demeanor shifted to one of unease. After placing both slips down, he took a sip of tea and fixed his gaze on Jiang Zhao, speaking in a serious tone. If I am not mistaken, the contents of these two slips are the Yellow Springs Demonic Refinement Sutra and the first half of the Wangui Shixin Zhang from the Wanqingxian sect. Correct? You have a keen eye, my friend. Jiang Zhao nodded gently, encouraging him to continue. Li Wanfu hesitated for a moment, his expression tinged with uncertainty. The Wangui Shixin Zhang poses no issue. Our Wanbao Pavilion can certainly accept it. However, regarding the Yellow Springs Demonic Refinement Sutra, he paused, gathering his thoughts before continuing. The situation is rather complicated. Is that so? Jiang Zhao narrowed his eyes. That old fox Zheng Qian had indeed tampered with the techniques. Could you discern what the issue might be? Jiang Zhao sipped his tea leisurely, feigning casual interest. To be honest, Li Wanfu said after a moment's contemplation, the content of the Yellow Springs Demonic Refinement Sutra has been heavily altered. Practicing it without caution could lead to madness at best, or the risk of falling into demonic possession at worst. While our Wanbao Pavilion could accept this technique, the price, he trailed off, his meaning clear without further elaboration. A technique riddled with flaws, even if one could cultivate it to the nascent soul stage, would hardly hold any value. After all, who could say whether one would first break through to the nascent soul or fall into madness while cultivating such a flawed technique? In light of this, Jiang Zhao reached out and collected both jade slips, smiling lightly as he said, Then I shall not sell them. Li Wanfu was taken aback. Is there such a way of conducting business? Why not make an offer? How can you simply decide not to sell? Though the Yellow Springs Demonic Refinement Sutra had issues, the Wangui Shixin Zhang was still valid. Why would he forego both? Friend, take a look at these items instead. Jiang Zhao waved his hand, revealing several artifacts that shimmered with brilliance, illuminating the entire room. Li Wanfu's eyes narrowed, and his smile returned, although the previous deal had fallen through. This one seemed promising. Judging by their appearance, the lowest grade among them was a superior grade artifact, with one being an exceptional grade artifact. After acquiring these, he could anticipate a substantial profit from reselling them. Friend, allow me to assess them. Li Wanfu's expression grew serious as he examined each artifact meticulously before finally stating, These artifacts are all in order. If you are sincere about selling, I can offer this amount for the exceptional grade artifact. The long-sabered as he spoke, Li Wanfu extended his 5 fingers and waved them in front of Jiang Zhao. It's too low. Jiang Zhao's face remained impassive as he uttered 2 words, instantly retracting all the magical artifacts, and calmly declared, I shall not sell. This left Li Wanfu utterly perplexed. In his many years of business, it was the first time he encountered someone who, rather than haggling, simply withdrew their items upon seeing a lower price. Are you here to toy with me? If it weren't for the fact that Jiang Zhao was clad in the attire of a disciple from the law enforcement hall of the Wanqing Immortal sect, he would have lost his temper. Had it been anyone else, he would have likely had them thrown out immediately. Dao friendly, I regret to inform you that this deal cannot proceed. However, Jiang Zhao slightly shook his head. Retrieving a list from his storage bag and presenting it to Li Wanfu with a serious tone, I hope you will not disappoint me with this transaction. I am still new to cultivation. Do not deceive me, or my master, Zheng Qian, will not let this matter rest. Zheng Elder. Upon hearing this, Li Wanfu's eyes narrowed. Their Wanbao Pavilion in Pingyang City was not far from the Wanqing Immortal sect, and they were well aware of the formidable figures within. While he had little contact with those at the transformation, out-of-body, or integration stages, he was somewhat familiar with the elders at the Golden Core and nascent soul stages, including Zheng Qian. That old man, having lived for over 8 centuries, had slain many cultivators and was considered a notorious figure even among the righteous path, given that Zheng Qian's lifespan was nearing its end. It would not be surprising if he acted erratically in his final days, despite their Wanbao Pavilion being grand and prosperous. The branch in Pingyang City was ultimately not the headquarters. If they were to confront a mad and at the peak of the Golden Core stage, it would certainly present a significant challenge. Contemplating this, Li Wanfu's smile grew more amiable. Dao friend, you flatter us. Our Wanbao Pavilion has always conducted business based on integrity, that we would never deceive our customers. That is reassuring. Jiang Zhao smiled. Please wait a moment. I will prepare the items for you. Li Wanfu rose, took the list, and with a slight bow, quickly turned to leave. Shortly thereafter, Li Wanfu returned swiftly, holding a storage bag. He placed it on the table before Jiang Zhao and said hastily, the items are ready. Feel free to inspect them. As for the spirit stones, the total comes to 12 high-grade spirit stones, along with 32 mid-grade spirit stones. Considering Elder Jing's reputation, we shall waive the remainder. It is 12 high-grade and 30 mid-grade spirit stones in total. Jiang Zhao nodded thoughtfully. Be wise calculations. After waiving the remainder, it should have amounted to 10 high-grade spirit stones, meaning that the favor of Zheng Qian was worth merely 2 mid-grade spirit stones. It seemed that this old man was not as formidable as he had previously thought. Perhaps he should bring Gu Yuzhou along next time, as their combined presence might exert greater influence. Resolute in his decision, Jiang Zhao opened the storage bag to take a look. Inside, he first found an alchemy furnace, followed by various materials for artifact refining. Confirming their authenticity, Jiang Zhao paid the spirit stones and took his leave. At the entrance of Wanbao Pavilion, Li Wanfu wore a beaming smile. Dao friend, take care on your journey, and do come again. As he watched Jiang Zhao depart, Li Wanfu couldn't help but click his tongue. Although he had successfully completed a transaction, he felt inexplicably as though he had suffered a loss. Yet, he couldn't pinpoint where he had faltered. The processes of inspecting and verifying the goods had been proper, but his instincts hinted that something was amiss. Upon returning to the Wanzheng immortal sect, Jiang Zhao made his way to the scripture repository. At the entrance stood the same old man as before. Upon hearing some noise, he glanced outside, and upon seeing Jiang Zhao, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. You've established your foundation? Indeed, Elder, you have a keen eye. Jiang Zhao responded with a slight bow. Remarkable. It has hardly been long, and you've already established your foundation. The old man stroked his beard, a broad smile on his face. It seems our Wanqing immortal sect will soon gain another golden core cultivator. Your praise is unwarranted, Elder. Jiang Zhao replied gracefully. I have come today to select some cultivation techniques and spells, and I hope for your approval. Go right in. The old man gestured with his hand, advising, the foundational techniques and spells are on the second floor. Each technique costs 5 mid-grade spirit stones, so be mindful of your resources. I understand. Elder. Jiang Zhao nodded and stepped into the scripture repository, proceeding directly to the second floor. Jiang Zhao first browsed through the area dedicated to techniques, ultimately selecting a cultivation method titled Xian Injinjie. This technique only contained the upper half and could only be cultivated to the peak of the golden core, which was inferior to the one Zheng Qian had provided. However, it offered peace of mind, free from the worry of being plotted against. After choosing the cultivation method, Jiang Zhao selected another called Yuing Jing Hong as a replacement for his previous movement technique, Ghost Shadow Step. As for offensive techniques, while he possessed the Wan Gui Shi Exine Zhang, which was commendable, he favored the sword techniques more, especially since he had already perfected the Ren Tu Dao. He was merely a step away from comprehending the essence of the sword, making it imprudent to switch to another offensive method at this juncture. After deliberating for some time, Jiang Zhao selected the Wuxing Dao Jing. Like Xian Injinjie, this was also an incomplete sword technique. The difference was that the lower half of Xian Injinjie was located on the third floor of the scripture repository, while the lower half of Wuxing Dao Jing was within the Blood Knife sect. Although he only possessed half of the technique, it would suffice until he reached the nascent soul stage. After breaking through to the golden core, he could inquire with the Blood Knife sect about the possibility of learning the latter half. If it were possible, then all would be well. If not, Jiang Zhao smiled faintly at the thought. After all, he was a demon cultivator. At worst, he could forego the beef. In any case, he had set his sights on acquiring the latter half of the Wuxing Dao Jing. And not even Jesus could deter him from this goal. Once he had selected all his techniques and spells, Jiang Zhao also picked up a tome on artifact refining and another on soul searching before heading downstairs. Presently, he possessed numerous magical artifacts for both offense and defense, but he needed to reforge the Wan Hun fan in his possession. This particular artifact was too malevolent to rely on others for its refinement, leaving him with no choice but to self-study the art of artifact crafting. After registering at the entrance, Jiang Zhao, with several tomes in hand, turned to leave. following the route indicated on his identity token. He did not return to the outer sect but instead proceeded directly toward the inner sect. After a quarter of an hour's journey, a tranquil valley came into view. On either side of the valley loomed majestic mountains, their towering heights adorned with ancient trees that cast expansive shadows. In the center, a small stream cascaded down from the mountains, flowing through the entire valley. The water was crystal clear, and one could faintly see fish frolicking within. Jiang Zhao walked along the stone path leading into the valley, taking in the lush greenery and mist-shrouded scenery, with pavilions built into the mountainsides, seamlessly blending with nature, an idyllic paradise that eased his heart. He had not expected that demon cultivators could also indulge in such pleasures. With a sigh, Jiang Zhao reflected on the grim reality he faced. Although demonic cultivators frequently took lives, any person of sound mind would surely recoil from the idea of residing amidst a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Such an environment would not only dampen one's spirits, but also bear the unmistakable mark of danger, rendering them an easy target for righteous cultivators. As he traversed the valley, Jiang Zhao halted his steps and turned towards the mountainside. Moments later, a courtyard constructed from verdant bamboo came into view. Utilizing the identity jade token at his waist, he dispelled the outer wards and entered through the door. The courtyard was modest in size, merely 100 or so square meters, yet it was a significant improvement compared to previous accommodations. Typically, the outer disciples resided in rudimentary straw huts, crammed into a small area where thousands of them were squeezed together, creating a landscape dotted with tiny, makeshift dwellings. In contrast, within the spacious valley designated for inner disciples, Jiang Zhao noted that only about 20 of them resided there. The disparity in living conditions was stark. Upon returning to his bedroom, Jiang Zhao began the process of establishing dominion over all his magical artifacts by dripping his blood upon them. Afterward, he meticulously reviewed the divine abilities and spells he had acquired, committing them to memory. With a flick of his hand, a golden portal materialized before him. He stepped through it, instantly transported to another realm. Surrounded by a thick atmosphere of ghostly energy, Jiang Zhao felt a surge of elation that he imagined that old Jiang could never have anticipated his ability to traverse into such a ghost-laden world, where he could swiftly enhance his power by refining ghostly entities, reaching the golden core stage. Surely that is achievable with mere effort, Jiang Zhao mused to himself. He glanced at the outside world, but chose not to venture out immediately, as there would always be opportunities to seek out ghostly beings. His immediate priority was to refine the one on banner. Otherwise, should he encounter ghost slaves, the banner would be unable to contain them. More critically, the newly added souls of Yang Hu and others were formidable in their own right. With just a little nurturing, they could reach the peak of Qi Refinement, becoming fearsome specters. If he could not enhance the quality of the one on banner immediately. Once Yang Hu and the other souls broke through to the foundation establishment stage, it was likely that the banner would burst under the pressure. Resolutely, Jiang Zhao returned to his bedroom and retrieved the alchemy furnace he had just purchased from the Wanbao Pavilion. Placing it squarely in the center of the room, the specialized furnace for crafting artifacts was somewhat expensive, so he settled for a low-grade alchemy furnace, knowing he would not be attempting to create any top-tier artifacts. His intention was merely to elevate the quality of the one on banner. Achieving a mid-grade artifact would be a success. Anything beyond that would be a delightful surprise. Pieces of spirit stones flew from his storage bag, embedding themselves into the grooves of the alchemy furnace. With the addition of these spirit stones, mysterious patterns emerged upon the furnace, glowing with an arcane light. In the next moment, a soft pop resonated as a pale blue flame erupted from within the furnace. Jiang Zhao's eyes brightened as he followed the instructions from the artifact crafting manual, tossing the one-on banner into the flames, followed by an array of rare materials in a systematic manner. As time flowed by, a full day slipped away. Outside the villa, a large truck was parked by the roadside. In front of the truck, Qinyu and Lu Ruhai stood shoulder to shoulder, gazing at the villa before them, hesitant to step any closer. After a prolonged silence, Lu Ruhai turned to Qinyu and inquired, "Captain Qin, are you certain there was no mistake in your investigation? It has been over 10 days. And that gentleman has yet to show himself." "Director, I am not entirely certain of the specifics, but I can assure you that the gentleman must be inside the villa," Qinyu responded with unwavering conviction. How could an ordinary person go without food or drink for such an extended period within the villa? Lu Ruhai expressed his astonishment, but the question remains. Qinyu pursed his lips, glancing toward the villa, and murmured, "Is that gentleman even a normal person?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ruhai fell silent. Indeed, no ordinary individual could obliterate the Yuhuan community in a single night. only to then decimate a base of the ancient god society. How about this? Lu Rahai suggested after a moment of contemplation, Captain Qin, you should return to address the peculiar incidents at the Bureau. I can manage things here alone, due to the recent destruction of an ancient god society base. Many ghost tamers had flocked to Donghai City seeking the truth behind the incident, retaliating against the spirit administration and ordinary citizens alike. In the span of just half a month, the spirit administration had already lost over 10 ghost tamers. If this continued, even with their vast resources, they would struggle to endure such losses. After all, they lacked the backing of an S-class ghost and could not continuously produce ghost tamers, while the ancient god society faced far fewer constraints. Any ordinary person who joined their ranks could quickly become a ghost tamer with the aid of an S-class ghost. Not if it's just you here, I am concerned. Jinyu began, casting a wary glance toward the villa. The ancient god society was indeed formidable, but the presence within the villa posed an even greater threat. If he were to leave, leaving Lu Rahai alone in this place, he worried that his own director might encounter dire consequences upon meeting the being within the villa. After all, since the being had first appeared, no living soul had ever returned from their encounters. Is my life less valuable than that of ordinary citizens? Lu Rahai urged, giving Qinyu a gentle shove. Go on. I will take action as the situation demands. Do not forget that I am also a ghost tamer. Finding himself unable to oppose Lu Rahai's insistence, Qinyu reluctantly nodded and said, Very well, I will handle one peculiar incident and return immediately. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden tremor shook the earth. Within the villa, a surge of ghostly energy erupted. What is happening? Qinyu and Lu Rahai exchanged astonished glances. Witnessing the shock mirrored in each other's eyes, turning their attention back to the villa, they beheld a series of mysterious symbols illuminating above it, each radiating a faint glow, resembling a constellation of stars. Strikingly prominent, beneath these symbols, a column of black smoke spiraled upward, piercing the sky. Reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, the black mist surged into the heavens, rapidly expanding and obscuring the sunlight, casting vast shadows below. Enveloped by this oppressive black fog, both Qinyu and Lu Rahai felt as though they had plunged into an ice cavern. An intense chill surged from their feet to the crown of their heads, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. Is this the aura of a ghostly entity? Qinyu murmured, a captain within the spirit administration. He had long been accustomed to confrontations with ghostly beings, and he was well acquainted with their presence. However, the aura emanating from the villa today was not merely concerning. It evoked genuine fear, akin to an ant gazing up at a dragon, rendering them utterly incapable of resistance. Fortunately, the mysterious symbols outside the villa mitigated much of the overwhelming force. Otherwise, Qinyu felt that both he and Lu Rahai might have been severely injured in that very moment. Is he nurturing ghosts within? Lu Rahai's complexion turned ashen as he recalled the previous conjectures made by the spirit administration regarding that enigmatic figure clad in black. He could not help but feel a surge of terror within. What level of ghostly entity could possess such formidable power? Perhaps it is of SSS rank. Qinyu swallowed hard, murmuring to himself, ordinary S-rank spirits possess the capability to easily annihilate an entire city, while SS-rank entities can obliterate a province. As for SSS-rank spirits, it is speculated that they hold the power to devastate a nation, yet such entities have not yet manifested. They exist solely within the realm of speculation. They had not anticipated that today, in the outskirts of Donghai City, they would witness a being suspected to be of SSS ranked AT that moment. Qinyu and Lu Rahai were at a loss as to whether to laugh or cry. Meanwhile, within the villa, the alchemical furnace had been opened, and a large black banner slowly ascended, its surface shimmering with dark radiance, akin to a small black sun radiating myriad beams of light. Ghostly figures roared thunderously within the myriad souls banner, their combined presence creating a dark ocean, surging and tumultuous. The sheer number of spirits elevated the power of the myriad souls banner to an extraordinary level, regardless of the demon cultivator present. The sight of this banner would surely elicit admiration for such a treasure. It is done. Jiang Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he reached out to grasp the myriad souls banner. Holding it aloft for a moment before keenly sensing its energy, his eyes lit up at the realization that it was comparable to what he had anticipated. It was a mid-grade magical artifact. Thanks to the high-quality materials used, it was but a hair's breadth away from being classified as a superior-grade artifact. With a bit more refinement, the power of the myriad souls banner could ascend even further. To successfully forge an artifact on the first attempt, It seemed my talent for artifact creation is quite commendable. A smile spread across Jiang Zhao's face as he understood that his ease in this endeavor was inextricably linked to the blessings bestowed upon him in this realm. After all, such blessings not only enhanced his comprehension but also invisibly increased his fortune. The experience he gained from forging this one artifact, bolstered by his heightened understanding, was equivalent to what others might achieve after numerous attempts. Coupled with the assistance of fortune, he found that even when on the verge of failure, he could often avert disaster. With both factors at play, it seemed that even contemplating failure in artifact crafting would pose a challenge. If he were to forge several other artifacts, perhaps it would not be long before he earned the title of a master craftsman within the cultivation world. Jiang Zhao felt an overwhelming sense of joy and could not help but laugh heartily. After admiring his crafting achievements, he prepared to venture outside in search of spirits. Suddenly, he felt an inkling and turned his gaze towards the exterior. Is it him again? Previously, before visiting the Yufan community, Jiang Zhao had encountered Xinyu. He was aware that the latter had been monitoring him. At that time, he had been focused on capturing spirits, hence he had disregarded them. Now, seeing Xinyu peering around outside his villa, even Jiang Zhao, known for his patience, felt a flicker of murderous intent. As a demon cultivator, he despised being secretly observed by others. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Zhao retrieved the myriad souls banner once more and summoned Shen Song, commanding, "Eliminate them." Understood, Shen Song responded respectfully. Just as he was about to depart, Jiang Zhao suddenly called out, "Wait, what other instructions do you have, master?" Shen Song inquired, puzzled. Jiang Zhao did not respond, but instead extended a thread of divine sense, passing through Chun Yu and his companion, and peered into the back of a large truck, where he distinctly observed dozens of spirits packed within the cargo area. Though Jiang Zhao raised an eyebrow, the ominous expression on his face dissipating, replaced by a slight smirk. Could it be a gift? He had intended to seek out spirits to bolster his strength, yet here were individuals offering them voluntarily. This would save him considerable effort. Shen Song, lead them in. Yes, Shen Song was utterly bewildered. Although he could not comprehend why his master had changed his mind so swiftly, he understood that once given an order, he simply needed to comply. Outside the villa, Qinyu and Lu Ruhai remained engulfed in their earlier astonishment, occasionally glancing towards the villa. Just as they felt a wave of unease, a figure cloaked in swirling black smoke floated out from within. "Director Lu, it's been a while." The familiar voice resonated, causing Lu Ruhai's heart to skip a beat. He steadied himself and looked towards the shadowy figure. Upon recognizing the individual, a tumultuous wave surged in his mind. He momentarily lost his composure, his throat dry, muttering, "So it is Mr. Shen. I am no longer merely Mr. Shen. Now, I am but a pawn in my master's service." Shen Song waved his hand dismissively. He turned to the side and gestured. "My master requests your presence. Please follow me. One moment." Lu Ruhai swallowed hard and asked in a low voice, "May I inquire how your master is addressed?" "My master's surname is Jiang," Shen Song replied matter-of-factly. "Ah, so it is Mr. Jiang." Lu Ruhai understood, simultaneously casting a subtle glance at Xinyu. The latter quickly caught on, turning to the truck and hurriedly retrieving a plethora of items, returning with a brisk pace. Shen Song glanced at the items in Xinyu's hands, immediately identifying 2 packs of cigarettes, a case of fine liquor, 2 tins of premium tea, and an antique. Fortunately, Xinyu was a spirit manipulator. Otherwise, he might not have been able to carry all this. "Follow me," Shen Song said without further ado, turning to lead the way. The trio, 2 humans and 1 spirit, entered the villa's grand hall in succession. Upon entering, they beheld a figure draped in black descending gracefully from the 2nd floor. Shen Song did not dare hesitate, promptly bowing, "Master, I have brought them." Behind him, Lu Ruhai and Chun Yu exchanged glances before turning back to imitate Shen Song's respectful gesture, saying, "Lu Ruhai, Chun Yu, pays respects to Mr. Jiang." Jiang Zhao acknowledged with a slight nod, seated on the sofa in the hall, casting a glance at the 2. Lu Ruhai and Chun Yu, not having heard an invitation to sit, stood awkwardly, unsure of what to do. Though they had encountered numerous challenges outside, standing before Jiang Zhao, their inferiority and power rendered them hesitant to act out of line. "Speak." Jiang Zhao finally broke the silence after a moment's pause. "What brings you here?" "Well, Mr. Jiang," Lu Ruhai beamed with a smile, speaking quickly, "we have come today to express our gratitude on behalf of the millions of citizens of Donghai City for your previous acts of kindness. Had it not been for your intervention, the spirits at Yufan community and the fiends within the ancient god society would have surely claimed countless innocent lives. To commemorate this meeting, we have prepared a small token of appreciation. And we hope you will not refuse. As he spoke, he signaled Chunyu, who promptly placed the items on the hall floor. Jiang Zhao glanced up at the offerings in Chunyu's hands, then returned his gaze, his expression remaining impassive. These items, once deemed valuable to him, now held little worth. He had already established his foundation and lacked need for such mundane trinkets. Lu Ruhai sensed the shift in Jiang Zhao's demeanor and quickly continued. We have heard that Mr. Jiang has a fondness for collecting spirits, so prior to our visit, we specially prepared some for you, which are still in the truck. I wonder if they would be to your liking. You are truly considerate. Jiang Zhao rarely revealed a hint of a smile and began to commend them. It is our honor to be able to serve Mr. Jiang. Lu Ruhai could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, quickly nodding in agreement. Faced with a terrifying presence capable of effortlessly annihilating their spirit control bureau with just a few moves, it would be impossible for him to claim there was no pressure. Fortunately, Jiang Zhao's demeanor had softened somewhat, allowing the anxious heart that had been suspended in his chest to ease, albeit reluctantly. By the way, Mr. Jiang, Lu Ruhai seemed to recall something and spoke again. In our Spirit Control Bureau's warehouse, there are still some ghostly entities stored. If Mr. Jiang is interested, I can arrange for someone to deliver them shortly. This delightful prospect brightened Jiang Zhao's gaze slightly, though his expression remained impassive as he replied. Then let someone bring them over. Certainly. Lu Ruhai readily agreed, then nudged Chunyu and cupped his hands, saying, If you have no further matters, Mr. Jiang, we shall take our leave for now. Upon our return, we will promptly arrange for the delivery. Having gained some familiarity in front of Jiang Zhao, Lu Ruhai felt that his objective had been achieved. As for any further matters, Lu Ruhai dared not hope. He merely wished that Jiang Zhao would not turn his attention to the Spirit Control Bureau while searching for ghostly entities, and that was sufficient. The two turned to leave, but from behind, Jiang Zhao's voice once again reached them. Since you are here, why hurry to depart? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruhai's figure trembled slightly. He slowly turned around, his face marked with uncertainty as he asked, May I inquire if Mr. Jiang has further instructions? Should the Spirit Control Bureau be capable, we will certainly do our utmost to accommodate, and no need to be anxious. Jiang Zhao waved his hand with a light chuckle. I harbor no ill will towards you two. On the contrary, I intend to bestow upon you a significant fortune. After all, I am not an entirely good person. Lu Ruhai silently scoffed at this thought, yet maintained a countenance of uncontainable joy as he replied, Mr. Jiang is exceedingly gracious. However, as the saying goes, no merit, no reward. In my view, this great fortune, is it not something you do not wish for? Jiang Zhao furrowed his brow. Lu Ruhai quickly shook his head in denial. Mr. Jiang has misunderstood. If you are willing to bestow us this fortune, we would be overjoyed. How could we possibly not want it? That is good to hear. Jiang Zhao waved his sleeve lightly. From the storage bag at his waist, a flurry of yellow talismans flew forth. Then, holding a vermilion brush, he began to draw symbols in midair. In less than a quarter of an hour, 100 spiritual talismans were successfully completed. The method of drawing talismans was something he had learned when he first joined the Wansheng Immortal Sect, initially intending to earn some extra income within the sect. However, he later awakened the dual crossing gate, and the art of talisman drawing gradually faded from his mind. Fortunately, after enhancing his strength, his skills in talisman drawing had not diminished. On the contrary, they had improved significantly, and he had not failed a single one of the 100 talismans. After putting away the vermilion brush, Jiang Zhao presented a stack of spiritual talismans to Lu Ruhai. His demeanor gentle as he said, I see that you, as ordinary mortals, are burdened with controlling ghostly entities, which must lead to a life of immense hardship. Moreover, your bodies are incessantly assaulted by ghostly energy, which will surely shorten your lifespans. Fortunately, I possess some ghost-restraining talismans. Upon your return, affix them to yourselves, and you shall have no further concerns. Though he spoke thus, in reality, Jiang Zhao did not possess any true ghost-restraining talismans. He merely inscribed the slave ghost seal onto the talisman paper. By affixing these talismans to their bodies, the ghostly entities within them would be marked by Jiang Zhao's imprint, akin to a ghostly tether, effectively becoming his ghostly pets. With just a thought, Jiang Zhao could compel these entities to restrain their ghostly energy, rendering them harmless to humans. Conversely, he could also, with a mere thought, command the entities within them to swiftly end their host's life. Generally speaking, as long as the Spirit Control Bureau personnel did not harbor hostility towards him, Jiang Zhao would refrain from allowing the ghostly pets to bring harm to their hosts. After all, Jiang Zhao was kind-hearted and could not bear to see ordinary citizens suffer. Thus, he granted the ghost tamers of the Spirit Control Bureau a glimmer of hope. Once the ghost tamers received this hope, Jiang Zhao believed they would devote themselves even more fervently to combating ghostly entities, leading to an increase in the ghostly entities he would later collect. Most importantly, should a ghost tamer fall in battle while confronting ghostly entities, Jiang Zhao would even generously allow their descendants to inherit their parents' ghostly entities. With a legacy of deep-seated grievances against the ghosts, Jiang Zhao estimated that future ghost tamers would harbor even greater animosity towards these entities. This cycle would continue indefinitely, ensuring that Jiang Zhao would merely need to cross over and collect the ghostly entities that came to him, with only a few troublesome ones requiring his intervention. This was far easier than his previous ventures of aimlessly wandering about ghost-restraining talismans. Lu Rahai remained lost in the spectacle he had just witnessed, unable to regain his composure. After all, in his entire life, he had never witnessed someone wave their sleeve and conjure so many talismans that floated in midair without descending to it was nothing short of divine artistry. Could it be? This Mr. Jiang is truly an immortal? Upon contemplating this, Lu Rahai's attitude towards Jiang Zhao grew even more respectful. With a beaming smile, he tremulously accepted the spiritual talismans, treating them as precious treasures. Anything given by an immortal must surely be of great worth. Moreover, considering his formidable strength, he could have anything he desired. He was merely an ordinary person, at best a relatively strong ghost tamer. Such strength was insignificant before Mr. Jiang. Furthermore, he likely possessed nothing of value that would warrant Mr. Jiang's interest. Thus, this Mr. Jiang must surely be acting out of goodwill in bestowing these talismans upon them, with no intent to harm. I have also taken into account your dedication to the public good, which is why I bestow these ghost-restraining talismans upon you, that I hope that after addressing your physical concerns, you will remain true to your original intentions. Jiang Zhao spoke plainly, though he emphasized the last 4 words with greater weight. Upon hearing this, Lu Rahai's expression grew solemn, and he assured in a deep voice, "Rest assured, Mr. Jiang. Our Spirit Control Bureau has always been at odds with ghostly entities. Even without the ghost-restraining talismans, we would fight to the last breath against them. Now that we possess the talismans, everyone in the Spirit Control Bureau will face any challenge, even if it means climbing mountains of blades or traversing seas of fire, without so much as a furrowed brow." "Excellent," Jiang Zhao exclaimed with admiration. "That is precisely what I wish to hear. The ghostly entities outside, given your current strength, you are temporarily unable to handle. From now on, any ghostly entities you suppress may be sent to me." With a serious expression, Jiang Zhao, resembling a righteous giant of the righteous path, declared, "I will find a way to eliminate them one by one." "Mr. Jiang can rest easy. We understand what must be done," Lu Rahai assured repeatedly. "Indeed." Jiang Zhao nodded gently and waved his hand. "As long as you understand." Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Zhao's expression shifted as he glanced outside the villa, stating flatly, "Are the 2 ghost tamers in the neighborhood across the street also your people?" "The neighborhood across the street?" Lu Rahai was taken aback, exchanging puzzled glances with Qinyu. After a moment, he shook his head gently. "We are unaware. Long ago, upon realizing Mr. Jiang's strength, all personnel from the nearby Spirit Control Bureau were withdrawn. After all, the power Mr. Jiang has demonstrated is exceedingly terrifying. It is already a blessing that he has not sought trouble with us. Who would dare to send someone to monitor Mr. Jiang's every move at this time? Wouldn't that be akin to inviting disaster, not your people? Then, that makes things simpler." Jiang Zhao's lips curled into a smirk as he slowly rose to his feet, stepping forward, his figure vanishing in an instant. Almost simultaneously, on the 18th floor of an apartment building across the street, 2 shadowy figures clad in black funeral garments stood by the window. One of them held a telescope, fixated intently on the villa area across the way. "Brother Ming, do you think Lu Rahai and Qinyu have been inside for so long? What on earth could be happening in there?" inquired a lanky man in a hushed tone. Beside him, the man referred to as Brother Ming lowered his telescope with an irritated sigh, retorting, "How would I know? Our task is simply to keep a close watch on Lu Rahai and Qinyu." "Brother Ming," the slender man said, his eyes darting with cunning, "I now suspect that those who previously annihilated our ancient deity society's stronghold are residing in that very villa below. Do I need you to tell me that?" Ming scoffed, his annoyance palpable. "That I'm not blind. Earlier, when Lu Rahai and Qinyu entered the villa, their respectful demeanor, smoking and drinking, had not escaped their notice. One was the director of the Spirit Management Bureau, and the other was its captain. Either of them was a prominent figure in Donghai City. That it was inconceivable that such reverence would be afforded to an ordinary person, especially in light of the horrifying scene they had just witnessed. If one were unaware, they might think it was the apocalypse. Surely, only someone of extraordinary caliber could so swiftly dismantle a stronghold of the ancient deity society. As the news spread, Meng picked up the telescope once more to observe below, ensuring Lu Ruhai and the others had not yet emerged before turning to inquire. "Rest assured, Brother Meng," the lanky man replied, shaking his phone with a smile. "I sent word just now." "And what did they say?" Meng pressed. "They instructed us to remain here and not alert the enemy. In 1 hour, they will send some powerful reinforcements," the slender man responded swiftly. "1 hour, you say?" Meng's brows knitted together. In the past, he might have thought little of it, but now an hour felt unbearably long. Perceiving Meng's anxiety, the lanky man attempted to reassure him with a grin. "Brother Meng, there's no need to worry. Even if the villa's occupants are formidable, how many spectral beings can they contend with? Our ancient deity society has invested heavily for this confrontation. 3 Class A specters, 10 Class B specters, and over a dozen spirit manipulators. Even if the Spirit Management Bureau sends a large force, it will be more than enough to handle them." "Damn it, I know that without you saying," Meng retorted, irritation flaring as he kicked the man lightly. "Keep your voice down. We don't want to be discovered." "Don't we have ghostly funeral garments?" the lanky man protested, rubbing his belly and brushing off the footprints on his clothes. "The garments can conceal our ghostly aura. Ordinary people surely won't detect us. Besides, Lu Ruhai and Qin, you haven't noticed us, have they?" "They may not have, but what of the individual within the villa?" Meng shot back, glaring at him. Then, picking up the telescope again, he resumed his watch. Just as his eyes aligned with the lens, he couldn't help but exclaim softly, "What is that?" In the villa, a dark light surged upward with astonishing speed, appearing at the window in the blink of an eye. As it drew closer, Meng finally discerned what it was. A person, more precisely a young man, enveloped in a formidable aura of darkness. As if he were a lord of the underworld, the mere glance sent chills racing down one's spine. As if plunged into an icy abyss. "Oh no, we've been discovered." Meng's heart raced, and he instinctively attempted to retreat, but it was too late. With a thunderous crash, the window shattered, sending shards of glass flying. Both Meng and the lanky man were hurled backward, their bodies crashing against the wall with a resounding thud, causing countless cracks to radiate outward from their point of impact. Despite this, they were not dead. As spirit manipulators, their vitality surpassed that of ordinary humans. "Speak. Who sent you?" Jiang Zhao strolled into the room and took a seat, regarding the two with an air of casual authority. "Ugh." Meng coughed, struggling to rise. He wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze fixed fiercely on Jiang Zhao, and hissed, "If you have the guts, kill me. The message has already been sent out. It won't be long before the rest of the ancient deity society arrives here." "I'm not afraid to tell you. Want to die? Consider it done." Jiang Zhao, uninterested in further dialogue, raised his hand and struck out. In the void, ghostly energy surged, coalescing into a massive black handprint, which shot towards Meng's head with a piercing shriek. With a dull thud, Meng's words were abruptly cut off. Only a headless corpse remained, standing motionless as blood poured forth. This scene sent the lanky man's terror soaring to its zenith. He had known Meng for years and understood the man's character. He was not one to face death with indifference. Meng's earlier bravado had merely been an attempt to intimidate Jiang Zhao using the name of the ancient deity society. Yet, who could have anticipated the sheer ferocity of this figure in black? Without hesitation, Jiang Zhao had obliterated Meng's head. Was he not afraid of the ancient deity society? In that moment, the fragile thread of the lanky man's resolve snapped entirely. He quickly fell to his knees, wailing, "Please, don't kill me. I'll tell you everything." Now, it was too late. Jiang Zhao approached the trembling man, extending a hand to rest upon his head. A strand of consciousness surged from his palm into the man's mind. In no time, a vast expanse of memories unfurled before Jiang Zhao's eyes. After a thorough examination, he withdrew his hand. Already possessing the answers he sought. 3 Class A specters, 10 Class B specters, and 13 spirit manipulators. With such meager strength, did they dare to scheme against him? Naive, Jiang Zhao smirked, glancing down at the feeble man. Now slumped and drooling in a stupor, he crushed the man's skull underfoot, then collected the 2 unclaimed specters and the souls of the 2 men before striding to the window. Raising his hand, He summoned a black carriage to as it appeared. It elongated in the wind, transforming in an instant into a genuine carriage, 2 meters high and 4 to 5 meters long, with 2 lifelike white horses at the front. So realistic that one might mistake them for living creatures if not examined closely. That old geezer Zheng Qian must still have a treasure trove of goodies. Jiang Zhao mused. I must make sure to demand a share when I return. With that thought, he stepped into the carriage to the next moment. The white horses neighed, their hooves striking the air as they pulled the black carriage into the sky, swiftly vanishing into the horizon. After Jiang Zhao's departure, Lu Ruhai and Chun Yu had just emerged from the villa's entrance. They gazed up at the fading light in the sky, lost in thought that Mr. Jiang must truly be a celestial being. Lu Ruhai murmured, "Perhaps." Chun Yu replied, uncertainty clouding his expression, but the events of the day had completely upended his previous worldview. Speaking of which, with such anomalies afoot, is it not reasonable to expect a celestial being as well? Director, should we not pursue? After all, every time Mr. Jiang takes action, it creates quite a stir. We ought to assist in the aftermath, don't you think? Chun Yu murmured softly. That makes sense. Lu Ruhai pondered for a moment, then retrieved his car keys from his pocket and strode towards a black vehicle, stating as he walked, "Let's take my car and see if we can catch up to Mr. Jiang." Meanwhile, in a skyscraper in Donghai City, a dozen silhouettes were gathered around a conference table. Each person exuded an ominous aura, and those at the forefront were not even human, but rather specters, their terrifying presence causing the temperature in the room to drop several degrees. "Have we all assembled?" At the head of the table, a man with a scarred face glanced at the others and spoke in a deep voice. "I have just received news from Xiaoming regarding the recent developments concerning the dismantling of the Ancient Deity Association's stronghold in Donghai City." "Who is responsible for this?" a hoarse voice inquired. The speaker was a severed head placed on the table, while its body sat in a chair behind. If an outsider were to witness this, they would undoubtedly be terrified. However, those present were seasoned individuals who regarded it with indifference. It is said to be someone residing in a villa in the northern suburbs. As for who exactly, that remains unclear, but we have identified the owner of the villa, the scarred man quickly replied. "Who is the owner of the villa?" someone asked. It is the president of a ghost tamers club, though that club has since disbanded. The scarred man responded. In that case, what are we waiting for? Let us go and crush him." The headless corpse rose, casually picking up the severed head from the table, and began to stride towards the exit. However, after taking just a couple of steps, the scarred man immediately stood up to obstruct him, saying, "Ghost head, please hold. What more do you wish to say?" Ghost head halted, his voice chilling. Hearing his tone, the ghost tamers present couldn't help but shudder. While others might be unaware, they understood a few things. The smoker outside the Ancient Deity Association stronghold had supposedly emerged from the same place as Ghost Head, and the two had a good rapport. Now, Ghost Head's urgency was also to avenge the smoker. It is as follows. The scarred man felt a chill run down his spine, but gritted his teeth to continue. "The individual in the northern suburb villa was able to dismantle one of our strongholds in a short period, indicating considerable strength. If we act recklessly without proper preparation, I fear he may escape. Once he slips away and conceals himself, finding him again would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack." Upon hearing this, Ghost Head contemplated for a moment, then holding the severed head, returned to his seat. He turned the head to face the scarred man, speaking darkly, "Elucidate your plan." My plan is as follows. Shortly, I will lead a few ghost tamers to block the front entrance, while you, Ghost Head, along with 2 other A-grade specters, will conceal yourselves nearby," the scarred man stated solemnly. He surveyed everyone present and continued in a hushed tone. "When we engage him, you will all launch a surprise attack. Even if he possesses extraordinary abilities, he will find it impossible to escape death. This plan may not be foolproof, but it relies on an element of surprise. With a success rate exceeding 70%, what does everyone think? The plan is quite commendable." Just as the scarred man finished speaking, a voice of praise echoed through the room. Hearing this, the scarred man felt a sense of pride. After all, having one's plan acknowledged by others was indeed a matter worth boasting about. Yet the next moment, his expression abruptly shifted. Why does that voice sound somewhat unfamiliar? He slowly turned his head towards the source of the sound, and in the next instant, his pupils dilated in disbelief. Outside the window hovered a black carriage. Upon it stood a strikingly handsome young man dressed in black, gracefully traversing through the air towards them. Crack! The glass shattered as Jiang Zhao stepped inside. He surveyed the room, counting the individuals present, 3 A-grade specters and 13 ghost tamers. Only 10 B-grade specters were missing. Where were those specters? As he spoke, a black banner materialized in his hand, and with a resounding thud, he thrust it into the ground. The banner billowed, releasing wisps of black mist that sent shivers down the spines of all present. Who are you? Do you know where this place is? The scarred man did not respond. Instead, one of his subordinates, a ghost tamer, abruptly slammed his palm on the table and shouted in anger, "You have quite the audacity." Jiang Zhao turned his gaze, and no sooner had he finished speaking than a fierce ghost erupted from the banner beside him, propelled by a dense aura, charging towards the ghost tamer. Thud, the sound of fabric tearing echoed. Before anyone could react, the ghost tamer's body disintegrated, a shower of blood, flesh, and bone scattering in all directions. In the conference room, every individual found themselves inevitably splattered with droplets of blood. Such a gruesome scene, even for those accustomed to death, caused a tremor of shock to ripple through their minds. If I am not mistaken, you are the one who obliterated one of our ancient deity association strongholds. Correct. The scarred man slowly spoke, though his face remained composed. A torrent of turmoil surged within him. What was happening? How could this be? We have yet to approach, yet he has come to us so boldly. Could it be that Xiaoming leaked information? A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind as he slightly rose, a strange aura emanating from him. Yet before he could fully rise, a black ghostly hand unexpectedly grasped his shoulder. With a forceful thud, he was pressed back into his seat. The scarred man swiftly turned his head, only to discover that a figure enveloped in black smoke had appeared behind him, its crimson eyes gleaming with a ferocious intensity, as if ready to tear him apart in an instant. What in the world is this? The scarred man was utterly bewildered. When he turned back around, he realized that every ghost tamer present, even the specters, was now accompanied by a shadowy figure. You are indeed correct in your assumptions. Jiang Zhao stepped forward, slowly approaching the scarred man. He gently shook his head and stated flatly, "But that is not the answer I seek." As he spoke, he raised a hand and placed it upon the man's head. A surge of divine consciousness swept forth. Moments later, Jiang Zhao withdrew his hand, having refined his soul-searching technique, and swiftly discovered the answers he sought. However, he was somewhat dissatisfied to find that within the scarred man's mind, he still could not locate the whereabouts of the ancient deity association stronghold. The ghost tamers and specters present hailed from a city within the Dayu territory that had been mysteriously obliterated. A city devoid of humanity, now a bizarre paradise. The stronghold of the ancient deity association established there had lost its significance. Consequently, the headquarters had dispatched them to Donghai City. The objectives were twofold: to investigate the truth behind the previous stronghold's destruction and to re-establish the ancient deity association's foothold in Donghai City. It was unexpected that the ancient deity association had concealed itself so deeply. It seemed the ghost tamers from the Spirit Management Bureau would need to conduct a thorough investigation. Jiang Zhao contemplated inwardly. In the ancient deity society, where the bizarre reigned supreme, it was not uncommon for these entities, whether human or ghostly, to present themselves willingly. Logically, this should have been advantageous for him. However, Jiang Zhao harbored a disdain for passively receiving these specters. He preferred to take the initiative and confront them directly. Otherwise, each time he crossed into their realm, he would be burdened with trivial matters, which he found to be a grievous waste of time. With a newfound determination, Jiang Zhao turned his gaze towards the headless specter beside him, whose severed head lay upon the table, its lifeless eyes fixed intently on him, despite being thoroughly subdued by the vengeful spirits behind it. It continued to resist, as if filled with an unyielding defiance. "Where are those 10 B-level specters you possess? Release me. I shall avenge the smoke ghost." The head upon the table shrieked incessantly. Simultaneously, the headless body seated in the chair thrashed violently, emitting billowing clouds of black smoke from its neck, through which a phantom specter began to materialize. Before it could fully coalesce, bang! Jiang Zhao struck down with a fist, forcefully sending it back. "This is sufficient," he declared, settling into the chair previously occupied by the scarred face. He waved his hand languidly. "Dispose of them." "Understood." The specters responded in unison. In the next moment, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted, but it was swiftly silenced. A dozen ghost tamers met their demise simultaneously, their inner specters, including 3 A-level entities, all sealed away. As Jiang Zhao observed the addition of several souls to the soul banner, he felt an unperturbed calm within. After all, with the prior experience from the Jade Box district, the arrival of these souls offered little cause for excitement. Compared to ordinary souls, those from the Jade Box district, which were solely driven by slaughter, provided a far superior return on investment. It seemed prudent to inquire with Lu Ruhai and others about areas with a higher concentration of ghostly servants, having concluded his dealings with the Ancient Deity Society. Jiang Zhao did not depart immediately. Instead, he lingered for a while. Approximately 20 minutes later, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the conference room. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, and over 10 ghost tamers rushed inside. Upon entering, the gruesome scene within the room left them pale with shock. Some of the more impressionable tamers turned ashen-faced, hastily covering their mouths and fleeing. Conversely, Lu Ruhai, leading the group, maintained a semblance of calm. He steadied himself and gazed towards the figure draped in black seated quietly at the conference table, a respectful smile creeping onto his face. Mr. Jiang, are you unscathed? I am fine, Jiang Zhao replied nonchalantly. Though your arrival was considerably delayed, you are capable of flight, while we are bound to run. How could we match your speed? He thought, yet Lu Ruhai refrained from voicing this, offering an apologetic smile instead. We were delayed en route. I hope Mr. Jiang can be forgiving. It is of no consequence. Jiang Zhao waved dismissively, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Ruhai. Since you have arrived, I leave this matter in your capable hands. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, we shall handle it thoroughly, Lu Ruhai assured, patting his chest in guarantee. Very well. Jiang Zhao rose once more, inquiring. During this time, please investigate the location of the Ancient Deity Society's stronghold, as well as areas with a higher number of ghostly servants. Report back to me with any findings immediately. Understood. Lu Ruhai's eyes brightened at this, straightening his posture. Is Mr. Jiang preparing to take action against the Ancient Deity Society? This is indeed promising news. For years, the Ancient Deity Society had been infiltrating Donghai City with their spirits, compelling the local spirit administration to remain ever vigilant. Should Mr. Jiang succeed in eradicating the society, it would grant them a momentary reprieve. Leave. There is no need to see me off. Jiang Zhao waved his hand, moving to the window where a carriage awaited. Once comfortably seated, 2 white horses neighed and took off into the sky. As Jiang Zhao departed, one of the ghost tamers behind Lu Ruhai could no longer contain himself. Director, who is that Mr. Jiang? He does not strike me as someone benevolent. Before he could finish, Lu Ruhai barked a sharp command. Silence. He quickly dashed to the window, peering outside to ensure Jiang Zhao had not returned. Once satisfied, he exhaled a discreet sigh of relief. Turning back, he fixed an intense gaze upon the tamer who had spoken. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Thankfully, Mr. Jiang has already left. Otherwise, every one of us present today would have had to pay for your reckless remarks. Whether Jiang Zhao is a good or bad person is something the Spirit Administration Director is well aware of. Over the years, while he may not claim to have encountered countless individuals, his long tenure in a position of power has afforded him a wealth of experience with all manner of people. Many he could gauge merely by observing their actions. As for Jiang Zhao, as long as he stands opposed to the Bazaar, Lu Ruhai cares little for the other details. What of his methods being cruel? If they are effective against the Bazaar or the Ancient Deity Society, then such measures are justified. For years, how many innocent lives have been lost at the hands of the Ancient Deity Society or other Bazaar forces? In truth, Lu Ruhai felt no remorse for the scene that unfolded in the conference room. Rather, it allowed him to release pent-up frustrations. The tamer who had spoken hesitated, seeking to add further, only to be cut off by Lu Ruhai's stern voice. Tell me, what time is it now, and who perished in this room? It is. Do not be naive. We are living in apocalyptic times. The ones who died here are all heinous villains. Lu Ruhai's expression turned icy as he articulated each word deliberately. Are you aware of how many lives are lost daily in our great you due to the resurgence of the Bazaar? The Bazaar has nearly seized control of the entire world. Even our Donghai city has lost contact with the outside. Yet, at this moment, there exists someone who can safeguard you, me, and even our families, friends, and the millions of citizens of Donghai City. And you still wish to debate if he is a good person or a bad one. As his words hung in the air, a heavy silence enveloped the conference room. After a moment, the tamer spoke softly. Director, I understand now. You understand nothing. Lu Ruhai snapped. Glaring at him, he waved his hand dismissively. Go home and reflect for a while. Return only when you have learned to control your tongue. As for the rest of you, Lu Ruhai turned his attention to the others, his voice firm. Upon your return to the bureau, each of you is to sign a confidentiality agreement. Whatever you have seen or heard today must not be divulged to anyone outside. Is that clear? Understood. The group responded in unison. Good. Lu Ruhai nodded, surveying the room scene before continuing. Leave 2 individuals here to meticulously clean this area, ensuring no trace remains. The rest of you shall escort all personnel from this company back to the Spirit Administration for thorough questioning. In hopes of extracting any valuable information, I have already noted that this floor belongs to a software company, and the presence of the Ancient Deity Society members here must be intrinsically linked to it. Mr. Jiang has issued a directive to investigate the Society's stronghold, so it is prudent to begin with the individuals behind this company, seeking to uncover any useful intelligence. Now, disperse, Lu Rahai commanded. Yes, as the crowd received their orders. They turned to leave. Just then, Captain Qin, observing the departing individuals, seemed to recall something and called out, "Director, do you have any further instructions?" Qin Yu turned back, his curiosity piqued. "Please arrange for a few people to stand guard at the corridor entrance and ensure that no one approaches the conference room." Additionally, Lu Rahai's demeanor grew more solemn as he instructed, "Have your personnel act swiftly to deliver the spirits required by Mr. Jiang without delay, that we cannot afford to keep him waiting." Understood, Qin Yu nodded and hastily departed. Upon returning to the villa, Jiang Zhao first unloaded all the spirits from the large truck. Even though he was already aware of the exact number, seeing 30 spirits laid out before him brought an uncontainable smile to his face. Lu Rahai is indeed a generous man, Jiang Zhao thought to himself, recalling that he had personally gathered only 26 spirits earlier. Yet Lu Rahai had delivered 30 in one go. Combined, he now possessed a total of 56 spirits. It seemed his foundation building was assured. Before Jiang Zhao could revel in his joy for too long, the sound of brakes echoed from outside the villa. He lifted his gaze and, upon seeing the source, couldn't help but smile. Another arrival. A spirit handler from the Spirit Management Bureau drove over in a truck filled with spirits. Although not as many as the last time, there were still 22. Jiang Zhao waved for Shinsong to lead a group of fierce spirits outside to assist in moving the new arrivals into the villa. "Master," Shinsong said as he set down the spirits inside, "the person from the Spirit Management Bureau asked me to convey a message to you." "What did he say?" Jiang Zhao inquired. "He mentioned that the spirits in the Bureau have been completely depleted." "Is that all?" Jiang Zhao's brow furrowed. To his knowledge, the resurgence of spirits in this world had been ongoing for some time, and the Spirit Management Bureau in Donghai City had managed to endure through the apocalypse for quite a while. Their foundation must be substantial. How could they possibly have only 70 or 80 spirits? Returning to the master, the spirit handler said that prior to the isolation of Donghai City from the outside world, most spirits had already been sent to Kyoto. The spirits we received are merely what they have accumulated over the past 6 months. Shinsong explained slowly. "I see." Jiang Zhao nodded slightly. Although the quantity was less than he had anticipated, the 78 spirits available were nonetheless sufficient as he reached the foundation building stage. Each minor breakthrough required a significant accumulation of true essence, far more than the casual few spirits he had relied upon during the Qi Refinement stage. He estimated that upon refining all 78 spirits, while he could not guarantee reaching the pinnacle of foundation building, advancing to the later stage should be quite feasible, having awaited the initial foundation stage for half a month. It was time for a breakthrough. Returning to his room, Jiang Zhao sat cross-legged on the bed, arranging the spirits in a neat line from inside to outside the room, feeling the rich aura of spirits surrounding him. He slowly closed his eyes, preparing to elevate his cultivation level. In the next moment, as the true essence circulated through his meridians, the dense aura of spirits seemed to find an outlet, surging wildly into his body. The influx of spirit energy propelled Jiang Zhao's cultivation to new heights. More than half an hour later, in the office of the Donghai City Spirit Management Bureau, Lu Rahai sat behind his desk, addressing 8 captains who stood before him. "The purpose of calling you all here today is to present a particular item." Lu Rahai spoke calmly. As he spoke, he retrieved a thick stack of talismans from his cloak. The 8 captains exchanged puzzled glances upon seeing the stack of talismans. When the anomalies first emerged, the official government had consulted both Buddhist and Taoist sects for methods to counter the strange occurrences. But the results were disheartening. They had not anticipated that today, Lu Rahai would produce a collection of talismans. Beside him, Qin Yu, already aware of the situation, felt a flicker of excitement in his eyes. However, as Lu Rahai had yet to speak, he refrained from commenting further. "You must be curious about what this is," Lu Rahai said, sipping his tea leisurely, ignoring the impatient gazes of the captains. "I will not keep you in suspense. This item is called the Spirit Subduing Talisman. I acquired it from a wise individual. Its specific effects have yet to be tested. Who among you would like to be the first to try it?" The 8 captains exchanged glances again. Finally, Qin Yu took a step forward, About to speak when someone interjected. "I'll give it a try," said a young man clad in a white suit, his face obscured by an eye patch. Appearing rather haggard, this was to be expected. Once a spirit was controlled, it would continuously drain the host's vitality. Every spirit handler experienced a decline in their physical and mental state. Some resembled mere shells, with the spirits within them poised to awaken at any moment. Lu Ruhai glanced at the speaker and nodded slightly. Since Captain Han is willing to be the first to try, let him demonstrate for everyone. With that, he handed a yellow talisman to Captain Han. "How do I use this?" Captain Han inquired. Lu Ruhai hesitated. It seemed he had neglected to ask that question. However, with no turning back, he tentatively suggested, "Perhaps you should stick it on your eye?" "All right." Captain Han nodded and placed the talisman on his eye. The next instant, the mysterious patterns on the talisman appeared to come alive, shimmering with a black glow. An arcane rune slowly ascended, transforming into a streak of light that surged into Captain Han's mind with remarkable speed. Bang! Captain Han's vision darkened, and he slumped to the ground. What just happened? The others were visibly alarmed. Even Lu Ruhai stood up in shock, gazing at Captain Han. "Captain Han, are you all right?" Chun Yu rushed to his side, extending a hand to assist him, but before his hand could reach, Captain Han raised his hand to stop him. Shaking his head gently, his voice, though faint, carried a hint of joy. "I'm fine." Captain Han pushed himself up off the ground. He slowly removed his eye patch and pulled out a small mirror from his pocket to check his now restored black and white pupils. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, "The spirit subduing talisman works. It's truly miraculous. Not only am I unharmed, but I feel fantastic." "And what about the spirit inside you?" someone asked. "I'll give it a try," Captain Han responded, without any further action. His eyes suddenly turned blood red, the crimson glow enveloping the entire office. Captain Han's figure shifted like a phantom, flitting through every corner of the office. After 7 or 8 minutes of experimentation, he finally retracted his eerie powers with a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, one of the captains stopped the timer on his phone. 7 minutes and 36 seconds. Having announced the time, he turned to Captain Han and added, "After using such eerie powers for so long, there are no signs of the spirit within you reviving. It seems Captain Han's spirit truly has been subdued." "Is that so?" Lu Ruhai's spirit soared. He glanced at the remaining 90 or so spirit-subduing talismans on the table, his excitement intensifying. For years, the Spirit Management Bureau had been suppressed by strange forces and ancient deities, precisely because their spirit handlers could not continuously wield eerie powers in ordinary circumstances. When a ghost master engages in combat with a spectral entity, utilizing the powers of the supernatural for 1 or 2 minutes is commendable. 7 or 8 minutes is a mere fantasy. However, the present situation is markedly different. With the aid of the ghost restraining talisman, Lu Ruhai is confident that within a month, he can capture dozens of ghostly beings. Indeed, it is entirely possible that the number may exceed that. Mr. Jiang truly is a remarkable individual, Lu Ruhai silently praises in his heart. Then hands the ghost restraining talisman to Chun Yu before gravely stating, "Captain Chun, distribute these talismans to everyone." "Understood." Chun Yu promptly replies, "Yes." Chun Yu distributes the talismans to each captain. One who has just received a talisman cannot contain his curiosity and inquires, "Director, where did you acquire this ghost restraining talisman?" "Do not ask too many questions." Lu Ruhai gestures dismissively, eyeing the individual with seriousness. "Just remember, from this day forth, you must capture more ghostly entities. Each captain should aim to capture at least 7 or 10 ghostly beings each month." "That is not excessive, is it?" "Not excessive at all." Several captains quickly shake their heads in agreement. While Jiang Zhao is preoccupied with his breakthrough and the Spirit Management Bureau is busy capturing ghosts, time quietly slips away. Half a month later, at the foot of a mountain belonging to the Wanqing immortal sect, Zhang Qian bows respectfully, a faint smile emerging on his aged face as he hoarsely says, "Taoist Zhou, I shall take my leave here." "You are too courteous, Taoist Zhang," replies the elderly man addressed as Taoist Zhou, whose white hair and modest cultivation level, merely at the mid-stage of golden core, belie his other significant identity, a master of formations. Such individuals are rare talents in the cultivation world. Although their personal strength may be lacking, without the aid of formations, Zhang Qian could easily overpower 5 golden core stage formation masters. Yet, once the formations are set, those 5 Zhang Qians could find themselves at a disadvantage against a single formation master. "Taoist Zhang, the price I offer is quite reasonable. You might want to consider it further." There should be no one near the wanching immortal sect offering a lower price than mine. The elderly man named Zhou smiles as he speaks. Rest assured, I will notify you at the earliest opportunity once I have made my decision. Zheng Qian replies with a smile that does not reach his eyes. Very well, Taoist Zhou slightly bows and says, I shall take my leave for today. With that, the old man turns to depart. Once he has flown far away, Zheng Qian's expression darkens, and he snorts coldly. What a brazen demand! To ask for 1,000 high-quality spirit stones for a soul-locking formation, and that does not even include the cost of materials. Even with some savings accumulated over the years, I cannot afford such extravagance. I cannot simply become impoverished after successfully seizing control. It seems I must consult other formation masters. Zheng Qian ponders this as he considers the nearby formation master when he catches sight of his subordinate from the corner of his eye and inquires, What has my dear disciple been up to lately? Reporting to you, my lord, the subordinate quickly bows and replies respectfully. Since senior brother Jiang returned to his residence, he has not stepped out even once in the past half-month. Is that so? Zheng Qian chuckles coldly, disdain evident in his voice. Is my dear disciple planning to engage in seclusion training to surprise me? What a pity. He muses that it is far too late to begin such training now. With less than a year remaining, his preparations are nearly complete. In this limited time, even if Jiang Zhao spent every day in seclusion cultivating, what difference would it make? A year from now, could he truly turn the tables? Although the likelihood is slim, Zheng Qian believes he must still prepare for contingencies. Go to Jiang Zhao's residence. Zheng Qian calmly instructs. Tell him that remaining within the sect is hardly appropriate, as a disciple of the Wanzhang immortal sect. He must contribute to the sect's efforts that he should undertake several tasks at the mission hall in the coming days. And also, he adds, let us see what progress he has made in the past half-month. Out in the world, dangers abound far more than within the sect. Zheng Qian does not believe that, under these circumstances, his dear disciple can still focus on seclusion training. Yes, I shall inform senior brother Jiang at once. The subordinate deeply bows and swiftly departs. Meanwhile, in the uncanny realm, within a villa, Jiang Zhao has entered a peculiar state. Holding the Xianyu ancient blade, he relentlessly practices the whooshing sword cannon, though he does not employ true essence. Each move and stance is executed with sublime precision, akin to the elusive horns of an antelope, leaving no trace behind. With every completed practice, the fierce blade aura emanating from him intensifies. 2 days pass. Every blade of grass and tree within the villa seems to be influenced, transforming into an array of menacing long knives, resonating with a chilling clang as Jiang Zhao wields his blade. Not far away, Shen Song and a group of fierce spirits have already taken refuge beneath the eaves, their eyes filled with terror as they observe Jiang Zhao practicing his sword techniques in the courtyard. Should we call out to the master? One suggests in a hushed tone. Absolutely not. Shen Song shakes his head, gazing at Jiang Zhao's figure and solemnly saying, the master is currently in a state reminiscent of enlightenment as depicted in novels. If we were to disturb him now, we would surely face his wrath. What if? At this point, Shen Song cast a meaningful glance at the spirit who had just spoken, implying, the master has instructed the spirits within the Wanhan banner to greet you 1,000 times daily. Can you withstand that? Upon hearing this, the spirit who had just spoken trembles in fear. The current situation is vastly different from before. The number of fierce spirits within the Wanhan banner has exceeded 1,000. Each calling out 1,000 times is a burden even the gods would find hard to bear. Yet, if the master continues to practice the sword, it is not a sustainable situation. What if? In the end, the master remains unresponsive, and we are the ones who perish first. After all, one spirit adds, fear evident in its eyes. The master has not provided us with a means to leave the villa. Just bear with it. Shen Song gazes at Jiang Zhao's figure in the courtyard, saying helplessly, it should be soon. Although he has ventured outside before, it was only with Jiang Zhao's permission that he could leave the villa. Should Jiang Zhao disallow it, the only fate awaiting him would be to be reduced to ashes. As Shen Song and the other spirits approach despair, Jiang Zhao's mind sinks into silence. He wields a blood-stained long knife. Traversing a desolate expanse, where beneath his feet lies a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, an immeasurable number of bodies piled behind him into a small hill. Since his moment of enlightenment, he has lost count of the lives he has taken. Thankfully, after the last being fell, no new lives emerged. The whooshing sword cannon truly meant to slaughter all beings, Jiang Zhao softly murmurs. Gazing skyward, he senses that his comprehension of the human slaughter blade and the whooshing sword cannon has reached a new pinnacle. Yet, while his understanding of the human slaughter blade is accurate. He feels somewhat lacking in grasping the whooshing sword cannon. Before he can ponder further, the mountain of corpses behind him suddenly quakes, transforming into a swirling mass of black mist that ascends into the heavens, coalescing into a colossal figure in the sky. This figure, towering 100 feet tall, wields a dark long knife. Upon its formation, it remains silent, directly swinging the knife downward. The blade's radiance cascades like a waterfall, resembling a celestial river descending from the highest heavens. Before it even approaches, Jiang Zhao feels an imminent threat of death. If he cannot withstand this strike, he shall perish. Instinctively, Jiang Zhao attempts to shift his body to evade the blow. But in the next instant, he gazes upward, and the visage of the dark figure standing in the sky comes into view. Damn, why is it Zheng Qian? This old relic, when in the presence of the outside world, was consumed by lust for his own flesh, yet now, having attained enlightenment, he still does not release him from the depths of his subconscious. Initially, Jiang Zhao wished to evade, but now he resolves not to retreat. Gripping the hilt of his sword with a single hand, Jiang Zhao draws a deep breath, an immense surge of true essence flooding into the long blade, the Xianyu ancient sword resonating melodiously in his grasp. The keen edge of the sword cleaves through the fabric of space itself that a magnificent sword intent, akin to a volcanic eruption, soars into the heavens. Clang! Jiang Zhao unleashed his blade, an endless tide of malevolent energy and ghostly aura surged forth. Overwhelming and tumultuous, transforming the area within a radius of several hundred meters into a vast ocean centered around him. In an instant, tumultuous waves roared. The dazzling light of the sword sliced through the celestial expanse. An awe-inspiring spectacle that rendered all nearby into mere shadows. Two beams of sword light collided in midair, producing a thunderous roar, causing everything around to become ethereal, illusions gradually fading away. The scene within the villa slowly came into view. Jiang Zhao stood upon an open expanse, his sword intent solidified, resembling a sword that had transcended the mortal realm, its edge radiating brilliance, his hair billowing in the wind. He murmured to himself, "So it is. Without life, this is the path of annihilation before rebirth. Only in the realm of the lifeless can one carve forth the most breathtaking of strikes." Ha ha ha. Jiang Zhao laughed heartily, wielding the Xianyu ancient sword. The two types of sword intent entwining and coalescing into a singular, profound beam of light, piercing through the void. The ghostly energy within a radius of several hundred meters erupted violently, converging towards him. This intensified the already terrifying sword light by a third, rendering the formation Jiang Zhao had previously set up as fragile as paper before this radiant blade. Then, the sword light shot skyward. It reverberated throughout the city. That night, countless souls in Donghai City were deprived of slumber, but it is likely that the old man Zheng Qian could never have imagined that I have not only advanced to the late stage of foundation building, but have also comprehended two types of sword intent. A smirk graced Jiang Zhao's lips. To date, he had cultivated two divine sword techniques. One, the slaughtering blade, and the other, the blade scripture of non-existence, though there existed a disparity in their ranks. The essence of the sword techniques held no such distinctions. One follows the path of slaying all beings, while the other embodies the principle of annihilation before rebirth. At present, both types of sword intent in his hands had transcended the threshold of mere initiation and achieved a minor level of mastery. Should this news reach the Wanxing immortal sect, countless demonic cultivators would surely be left agape. Many would spend their entire lives without grasping any profound principles. Yet, in stark contrast, Jiang Zhao not only comprehended one, but two. Is there no justice in the heavens? Indeed, comprehension is truly a remarkable gift. Jiang Zhao softly spoke, turning to regard the quaking specters, and inquired, "How many days have passed, Master?" "It has been 2.5 days. Shen Song steadied himself and replied respectfully, "Has it been that long?" Jiang Zhao raised an eyebrow, considering the time spent enhancing his cultivation and practicing other techniques. It meant he had lingered in this bizarre world for 17 days. Having vanished for so long, it was time to return. Before departing, Jiang Zhao rearranged the formation once more. While setting the formation, he called out, "Ghost rope, Master, I am here." A black light swiftly darted from the room. Days prior, the ghost rope had awakened, and not only that, it had also gained intelligence akin to other ghostly beings in this world. When it first stirred, Jiang Zhao had been too preoccupied with grasping his techniques to delve into the ghost rope's current strength. Now that he had a moment, he was eager to ascertain its progress. "Have you awakened the ghostly veil?" Jiang Zhao inquired with curiosity. I have awakened, master, the ghost rope promptly replied. As it spoke, its form twisted, and wisps of white mist rapidly expanded, enveloping a radius of 100 meters in mere breaths. Within this shroud, visibility was utterly obscured, a vast expanse of white prevailing. As Jiang Zhao paused his actions to set the formation, he extended his consciousness to scan the vicinity, carefully sensing for a moment before nodding slightly in approval. This mist imposes considerable limitations on both consciousness and the five senses, even with his late-stage foundation building. His faculties were diminished by about 10%. While this effect may seem minor at first glance, one must recognize that at his level, the outcome of battles against peers often hinges on a fleeting instant. Should his opponent's consciousness and senses be weakened by 10%, there would likely stand no chance against Jiang Zhao. Is the range only this large? Jiang Zhao inquired once more. Not at all. Master, the ghost rope shook its form, seemingly in denial, and proudly declared, at maximum range, I can envelop the entire city. However, at that extent, the efficacy of the ghostly veil would be significantly diminished. I estimate that. At that point, it would only confuse ordinary individuals or common ghost tamers. To cover an entire city. Jiang Zhao mused softly. In the realm of cultivation, such an ability may not be deemed extraordinary. But in the bizarre world, it could be said without hesitation that the ghost rope could almost unleash chaos. In this eerie resurrected world, there were no cultivators, and certainly no lofty means such as consciousness. Even if the ghost rope activated its full ghostly veil, it was unlikely that many ghost tamers could traverse it unscathed. Can you teleport within the ghostly veil? Jiang Zhao's thoughts ignited with excitement. Recalling novels he had read before his journey, the ghost rope was his ghostly companion. If it could teleport within its own veil, it would imply that he could do the same. Such a capability would be a tremendous weapon, even surpassing the foundation stage and reaching the golden core realm. As far as Jiang Zhao knew, golden core cultivators merely had superior flight speed. They lacked the ability to teleport. With such a trump card, he would possess greater confidence when facing Zheng Qian. Even if he could not win, escaping would still be feasible. He did not believe that the old man Zheng could keep pace with him if he could teleport. It seems I cannot. The ghost rope's voice faltered, lacking conviction. Jiang Zhao pursed his lips. The flickering flame of excitement that had just ignited was extinguished by the ghost rope's 4 brief words. No teleportation. Jiang Zhao felt a pang of regret within. However, he quickly regained his composure. In the bizarre resurrected world, there may be few bipedal beings left, but ghosts possessing ghostly veils were plentiful. He could always capture a few more. With a little cultivation, what kind of ghostly veil could he not obtain? That said, the ghost rope's ghostly veil might not be inferior. If it could be developed further, and if it could drain the consciousness and senses of a nascent soul, or even a divine transformation old monster entirely, would it not be as easy as defeating a fool? With this thought, a smile crept across Jiang Zhao's lips. Upon returning to the cultivation realm, he would certainly seek out several foundation stage cultivators to feed to the ghost rope for absorption. His demands were modest. He simply needed to turn foundation stage individuals into fools. Before long, the final spirit stone soared into the air, surrounding the villa. A brand new grand formation rose from the ground. Compared to before, this formation had been enhanced by 2 whole tiers. With 2 prior experiences of setting formations, Jiang Zhao felt he had gained some insights of his own in the art of formation. This should suffice. Jiang Zhao clapped his hands, nodding in satisfaction. He then retracted the ghost rope and all the other specters, waving his sleeve to summon a golden portal. Stepping through, the surrounding scenery transformed in an instant. Back in his courtyard, Jiang Zhao poured himself a cup of tea, yet before he could bring the cup to his lips, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Zhao furrowed his brow, setting down the teacup and murmuring, at this hour, who could be seeking me? Within the sect, the only individual he was somewhat familiar with, Li Xian, had already been stripped of his consciousness, nearly reaching the 6th or 7th level of Qi Refinement through the manipulation of the Wan Hun banner. Aside from Li Xian, Jiang Zhao could hardly think of anyone else who would come seeking him. Could it be that old rascal Zheng Qian? A chill ran through Jiang Zhao's heart as he became fully alert. Cautiously lifting his foot to approach the door, opening it to reveal an exceedingly unfamiliar figure before him at first glance. The person's face appeared to be that of someone just over 20 years old. Yet a sense of impending doom enveloped him, suggesting a life nearing its end. A mid-stage foundation establishment, likely having consumed a longevity elixir. Jiang Zhao cast a fleeting glance at the stranger, feeling a slight sense of relief. Junior brother Li Su, sent by Lord Jiang, comes to offer my respects. Should there be any offense, I hope brother Jiang will forgive me. Upon seeing Jiang Zhao open the door, Li Su hurriedly clasped his hands in greeting. Although he stood behind Jiang Qian and had been following him longer than Jiang Zhao, he was merely a subordinate, while Jiang Zhao was a disciple in his own right. In essence, to Jiang Qian, Li Su was nothing more than an ordinary attendant. While Jiang Qian was in seclusion, Li Su helped manage the medicinal fields and spirit beasts on the mountain, his status akin to that of a servant in a wealthy household. Judging by status, the disparity between him and Jiang Zhao was akin to heaven and earth. After all, Jiang Qian had only Jiang Zhao as his disciple, and it would be illogical for Li Su to offend him. Lord Jiang, upon hearing this name, Jiang Zhao's expression immediately turned. I see why to is there's something you need. Indeed, there are certain matters Li Su struggled to articulate. Just a moment ago, everything was fine, but for some inexplicable reason. Upon mentioning Jiang Qian, a chilling aura emanated from Jiang Zhao, and a terrifying pressure assailed him from all directions, making him feel as though his very life was in peril. Lord Jiang wishes me to convey to brother Jiang that as a disciple of the immortal sect, one should contribute to the sect. It would be best for you to undertake a few sect tasks in the coming days. Li Su quickly conveyed, understood, is there anything else? Jiang Zhao nodded, speaking in a neutral tone. This notion had already crossed his mind. The sect regulations stipulated that disciples of the law enforcement hall must undertake at least 6 tasks annually. His prolonged absence would not go unnoticed. And without Jiang Qian's reminder, individuals from the law enforcement hall would eventually come to summon him. If they were to find him missing from his residence, yet still within the sect, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of those with ulterior motives. Nothing more. Li Su quickly shook his head in response, lightly clasping his hands in respect. I've delivered the message. I shall take my leave. With that, he swiftly departed. Only after running quite a distance did he come to his senses. It seemed he had forgotten to inquire about Jiang Zhao's cultivation level. Yet, recalling the overwhelming pressure Jiang Zhao had exuded, Li Su couldn't help but shiver, internally reflecting, never mind. I'll address it later. It was likely that after a month and a half, Jiang Zhao's strength had not increased significantly. After bidding farewell to Li Su, Jiang Zhao did not linger long. That he locked up his small courtyard, set up restrictions, and made his way towards the task hall of the Wansheng immortal sect. The task hall, also known as the Hall of Certainty, was situated atop a mountain peak. Upon entering, Jiang Zhao observed numerous tasks posted on the surrounding walls, with several disciples standing beneath each one. He examined them one by one. Task content: deliver the head of the core disciple by Zhang Feng of the Zhengyang sect. Cultivation requirement: peak foundation establishment. Task reward: 5 high-grade spirit stones. Task content: exterminate the remnants of the Zhou clan. Task requirement: foundation establishment, 7 individuals. Task reward: 140 mid-grade spirit stones. Task content: refine 10 Wanshui pearls. After surveying the tasks, Jiang Zhao couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a demonic sect, the majority of the tasks on the surrounding walls involved killing. Some particularly challenging ones even required the annihilation of an entire sect or the eradication of a family. He was not yet capable of single-handedly sweeping through a sect. Thus, he could only settle for a few simpler tasks. Jiang Zhao had modest expectations for the tasks, merely requiring them to be in close proximity to the sect. After completing them, he would need to return swiftly to the enigmatic world to enhance his cultivation. After all, he had an old demon named Jiang Qian keeping a watchful eye on him, leaving him no room for complacency. He could not afford to let his guard down until he had dealt with the other party. After deliberating for quite some time, Jiang Zhao selected the task to exterminate the remnants of the Zhou clan, along with the task to gather wind grass, both of which were within 30,000 miles of the sect. If he completed them swiftly, the round trip would take about a week. At the entrance of the Hall of Certainty, he briefly registered, received the tokens for both tasks, and hurried out of the sect. Meanwhile, outside the gates of the Wansheng immortal sect, 4 figures either sat or stood along the sides of the pathway. One disciple clad in blue attire bore an impatient expression, frequently glancing toward the interior of the sect. It has been half a day. Why is one person still missing from our group? Do not fret, Junior Brother Wang, replied a bearded man seated atop a piece of bluestone. We've already been waiting for this long. A few more moments won't matter. Besides, this task is no small feat among the remnants of the Zhou clan. There may be those at the late stage of foundation establishment. It's understandable that others might hesitate to take on this task. Hearing this, Wang Shou was not pleased. His voice turned icy. Both Zhao and Xia have already gone ahead. Their strength is well acknowledged. Let us not end up with the task completed while we four are left with nothing. The Wanxing Immortal Sect's tasks have always favored those who contribute the most. With two powerful brothers already on their way, they remain stuck at the mountain gate. If news of the task's completion were to arrive now, they would be left empty-handed, merely watching in dismay. Though Zhao and Xia possess formidable strength, the remnants of the Zhou clan are no easy adversaries. Perhaps we should, the bearded man began, but was abruptly interrupted as he suddenly shifted his expression. Glancing down to check the task token at his waist, upon reading its contents, he couldn't help but break into a grin. What was junior brother Wang saying just now? The bearded man waved the token in his hand. The last person has just arrived? Jiang Zhao? Wang Shou also examined his token, pondering for a moment before expressing his confusion. Who is this person? Does anyone have any recollection? The others shook their heads lightly. The bearded man mused for a moment, then spoke thoughtfully. This name sounds unfamiliar to me as well. He must be a recent inner sect disciple who has just broken through. Seems likely, Wang Shou sneered, his expression darkening further. After waiting so long, he had envisioned the arrival of a senior brother at the late stage of foundation establishment, or even at the peak, who would carry them to success. Instead, they received a novice at the early stage of foundation establishment, who would require their guidance. The bearded man had mentioned, the remnants of the Zhou clan were indeed formidable adversaries. Not long ago, a family had been eradicated by a golden core elder of the Wanxing Immortal Sect. After capturing the larger fish, a few smaller ones had managed to escape. The elder, disinclined to waste time, yet intent on eliminating all traces, thus posted this task in the task hall. At first glance, this task seemed trivial. However, upon deeper reflection, one could see that those who managed to escape from a golden core cultivator were far from ordinary. Although Jiang Zhao's strength was somewhat lacking, he could still serve as a companion. Wang Shou scoffed. It would be a blessing if he doesn't become a hindrance. Wang Shou's eyes flickered with a cold glimmer as he murmured softly, how dare a mere foundation establishment novice take on such a task? It's utterly reckless. However, it is fortuitous that my Wan Hun banner is still lacking a principal soul. Once he is slain by the remnants of the Zhou clan, he shall perfectly fill the void in my banner. Upon hearing this, the three individuals present could not help but cast their gazes upon him. The man with a bushy beard swallowed hard but ultimately refrained from saying anything further. In the realm of demonic cultivation, such matters were commonplace. Killing and refining souls was as routine as daily meals. Yet, many would refrain from bringing such affairs to light, especially when it involved their fellow disciples, to avoid raising suspicions. But Wang Shou cared little for such nuances. He spoke his mind without hesitation, emboldened by the knowledge that he had a master of external elder status, who, though not immensely powerful, was still a golden core expert. This slight difference in realm was enough to keep these foundation establishment inner disciples firmly in check. Wang Shidi, this seems rather inappropriate, does it not? After a brief pause, the bearded man pondered aloud. Inappropriate? Wang Shou erupted into hearty laughter. I am merely teaching that junior brother Jiang a lesson, so he understands the limits of his abilities. If he cannot match up, who can he blame for his demise? Well said. A clear voice chimed in. Wang Shou's heart stirred, and he turned towards the source of the voice. But before he could discern who it was, a dark figure rapidly expanded before his eyes, obscuring his vision. Bang! Darkness enveloped him as he felt an overwhelming force crash down upon him. Before he could react, he was sent hurtling backward by this tremendous power. Thud! His head collided with the ground in an intimate embrace, and he felt as though his very brain was jolted into disarray. It was at this moment he suddenly realized. Was that a shoe sole? Just now, you claimed you were going to teach me a lesson? A foot rested upon Wang Shou's head as Jiang Zhao looked down with a calm demeanor. You seek death? Wang Shou's heart surged with fury. Since joining the Wanxing Immortal Sect, he had never endured such humiliation. Especially after befriending a golden core elder, he had walked among the inner sect with a sense of superiority. Every inner disciple he encountered would shower him with praise. Having heard such words so often, he had begun to feel somewhat invincible. Deep within, he had always believed that he was merely a touch less fortunate than those who were direct disciples of the sect leader or the esteemed elders of the out-of-body and transformation realms. Among his peers, he felt justified in claiming a place among the top 10. Yet today, he had been ambushed by a stranger, caught off guard, and now found himself beneath another's foot, a profound disgrace in his eyes. Indeed, in Wang Shou's mind, his defeat was solely due to the ambush in a fair contest. The outcome was far from certain. "Let us fight honorably." Wang Shou managed to utter it as he spoke. True essence surged through his dantian and into his arms. He pushed against the ground, attempting to rise and reclaim his lost dignity. But before he could muster his strength, the boot resting on his head suddenly lifted, just as confusion clouded his mind. That same boot came crashing down with even greater force. "Fight honorably? Have you forgotten your own standing?" Jiang Zhao mocked. With a sweeping kick, Wang Shou's body flew backward like a cannonball, tracing an arc before crashing against the mountain wall with a resounding boom. Dust billowed into the air as large stones tumbled down from above. Witnessing this scene, the three inner disciples nearby were engulfed in a tide of disbelief. Each of them scrutinized their task tokens as if to confirm something, their eyes reflecting shocked. If their conjecture was correct, this young man must indeed be Jiang Zhao, the one who had recently accepted the mission to hunt the remnants of the Zhou clan. This name was unfamiliar to them. They were almost certain Jiang Zhao had only recently become an inner disciple. Yet the pressing question remained, had recent inner disciples become so formidable with a single kick? He had incapacitated Wang Shou, a mid-foundation establishment practitioner. What level of cultivation was required for such prowess? The three of them were keen to ascertain Jiang Zhao's strength, but given the precarious situation and Jiang Zhao's unhesitating attack on Wang Shou, they felt a deep-seated trepidation. At this moment, probing into another's cultivation level would be tantamount to seeking unnecessary trouble. As the dust settled and the rubble lay scattered, Wang Shou, battered and bruised, crawled from the debris. His hair disheveled and blood trickling from his mouth. His chest had caved in significantly, exposing white bone to the air. As he crawled, he left a trail of crimson behind him, despite his disheveled appearance. His eyes burned with resentment, fixating on Jiang Zhao as he gasped. "So, Jiang Zhao, is it? I shall remember you. We have all the time in the world. How is it that you still live?" Jiang Zhao remarked, somewhat taken aback. His kick, though not delivered with full force, should have been sufficient to shatter the opponent's meridians and end his life. Upon closer examination of Wang Shou, Jiang Zhao noted that he wore a tattered golden vest, dimmed in brilliance and riddled with holes. That it appeared to be a low-grade defensive artifact, which had been rendered useless after absorbing the impact of his kick. "It seems I should have kept my foot on your head," Jiang Zhao mused, shaking his head with indifference. He stepped forward and, as before, placed his foot upon Wang Shou's head, stating flatly, "Since you survived, why not simply play dead? Why must you crawl out and utter such threats?" As Jiang Zhao applied pressure, the sound of cracking bones echoed ominously from Wang Shou's head. Simultaneously, a piercing scream escaped Wang Shou's lips, reverberating around the mountain gate. At this moment, among the three inner disciples, a man and a woman involuntarily stood up. Yet after a moment of contemplation, they both sat back down. Ultimately, it was the bearded man who hastily approached, calling out loudly, "Jiang Zhao, hold your hand. Are you attempting to be the voice of reason?" Jiang Zhao turned to regard him. Under Jiang Zhao's gaze, the bearded man faltered momentarily, forcing a strained smile as he spoke awkwardly. "Brother, this is the mountain gate. Wang Shou's master is the external elder Hong Wanqiu." And he gestured subtly towards two disciples stationed nearby, who had already taken out a communication jade slip to relay the situation back to their superiors. By now, it was likely that disciples from the law enforcement hall were en route. Upon hearing the bearded man's words, Wang Shou regained his spirit. He shouted from beneath Jiang Zhao's foot, "Yes, yes, my master is Hong Wanqiu. You cannot kill me. If you do, my master will not let you off easily." "Is having a master truly so impressive?" Jiang Zhao chuckled lightly, exerting force beneath his feet, and with a resounding bang, it seemed as if a large watermelon had burst underfoot, sending a myriad of crimson and white fragments flying in all directions. Particularly affected was the man with a scruffy beard, who was positioned relatively close. Caught off guard by Jiang Zhao's audacity, he bore the brunt of the splatter, becoming stained with blood. The bearded man was momentarily stunned. Behind him stood a man and a woman, along with disciples tasked with guarding the mountain gate, all of whom were equally dumbfounded. They could hardly fathom that someone would dare to commit such an atrocity before the mountain gate. Utterly disregarding the sect's regulations most, the rules of the Wanxing Xinzong were akin to mere scraps of paper. However, context mattered. If this had occurred in a desolate area, the death of a mere Wang Shou would likely go unnoticed by anyone in the sect, save for his master. Yet, this was the very entrance of the mountain. To kill here was tantamount to trampling the sect's rules underfoot. Gulps. The bearded man swallowed hard, his voice faltering. In his eyes, Jiang Zhao had become synonymous with a lawless criminal. Although all members of the Wanqing Xinzong were practitioners of demonic cultivation, they were not all created equal. Jiang Zhao undoubtedly belonged to the reckless type, those who acted without restraint and would not hesitate to kill anyone who dared provoke them. Such individuals were best approached with caution. After all, who could guarantee their safety within the mountain gate should they inadvertently offend him? Silently, the bearded man withdrew, having scarcely taken a few steps when a sharp reprimand echoed from above. Who dares to stir trouble at the mountain gate? As the voice landed, two figures appeared beside Jiang Zhao, clad in black garments adorned with blood-red patterns. A menacing aura reverberated between them. They cast a glance at the headless corpse at Jiang Zhao's feet. One of them extended a hand, and a force of attraction pulled Wang Shou's identity token into his grasp, his consciousness probing within for a cursory examination. Wang Shou, a disciple of Elder Hong Wanqiu. Upon hearing this, the other disciple from the law enforcement hall furrowed his brow. Killing someone at the mountain gate was one matter, but the deceased was connected to an elder. This affair would undoubtedly not be resolved easily. If mishandled, the repercussions could very well fall upon the two of them. After all, they were merely at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, although they were on the brink of entering the golden core stage. That thin line felt like divine retribution. Without crossing it, they were nothing more than ants in the eyes of golden core cultivators. Realizing the gravity of the situation, both disciples turned their gazes toward Jiang Zhao. The one who had seized Wang Shou's token spoke in a grave tone. "Did you kill him?" "It was I." Jiang Zhao did not deny it. With so many witnesses present, any attempt at denial would be futile. "Very well," the speaker nodded slightly, his voice cold as he continued, "You will accompany us.do. You think you can capture me? Do you even know who I am?" Jiang Zhao laughed. "Who couldn't he call for reinforcements?" Wang Shou had backing, as if Jiang Zhao did not. Just then, the speaker's expression turned frosty, ready to chide Jiang Zhao, but before he could utter a word, the slightly plump disciple from the law enforcement hall quickly intervened. A smile creeping onto his face as he addressed Jiang Zhao with a respectful nod. "May I ask your name? Junior brother? Which elder do you serve?" "I am Jiang Zhao, a recent addition to the law enforcement hall." Jiang Zhao replied, lifting his gaze. "My master is Elder Zheng Qian, and Elder Gyuzhou from the law enforcement hall is also my uncle." Hiss. The two disciples from the law enforcement hall inhaled sharply. They exchanged glances, both reflecting a palpable sense of fear. The plump disciple felt an immense relief in his heart, grateful he had asked the question. Otherwise, their troubles would have escalated significantly. While Wang Shou's master was indeed Hong Wanqiu, he was, in essence, just an ordinary outer sect elder. Such elders were numerous within the Wanqing Xinzong. However, Zheng Qian was a different matter altogether, a seasoned golden core cultivator at the pinnacle of that realm. Not someone to be trifled with. It was said that he had once attempted to break through to the nascent soul stage but had failed for reasons unknown. Although he failed, the foundation of his golden core cultivation was no laughing matter. Had he been younger, Zheng Qian would have ranked among the strongest below the nascent soul stage. Moreover, there was also Gyuzhou, the elder Jiang Zhao had just mentioned. He was even more formidable, possessing greater authority within the law enforcement hall than Zheng Qian, effectively their superior. Most crucially, Zheng Qian and Gyuzhou shared a close bond. To offend one was to provoke both. While they referred to Gyuzhou as elder, Jiang Zhao called him uncle, a clear distinction in their standing. As this realization dawned upon them, the expressions of the two law enforcement hall disciples shifted. Moments later, warm smiles graced their faces. It is junior brother Jiang. What a delightful coincidence that we are all on the same side. But the two had entered the sect before Jiang Zhao and possessed slightly higher cultivation. Their address of him as brother came from genuine respect. The plump disciple gently patted his palm and sighed. "Had I known junior brother Jiang was here, we wouldn't have needed to rush over, since you are also a disciple of the law enforcement hall. This matter could simply be entrusted to you." By the way, the plump disciple turned to Jiang Zhao, ingratiatingly inquiring, "How do you plan to handle this situation? Was it not Wang who struck first?" "Well," Jiang Zhao's countenance grew contemplative. He found himself somewhat unaccustomed to their abrupt change in demeanor. Even before he could respond, having only uttered a simple "well," the two disciples of the law enforcement hall had already gleaned the answer they sought. Indeed, he had acted first. The other disciple from the law enforcement hall, eyes wide, raised a recording stone and addressed the three bystanders. "Did you three witness what transpired?" The bearded man took a step back, swallowing hard as he glanced at Wang Shou's headless body and then at Jiang Zhao, finally lowering his gaze to the blood staining his clothes, realizing the blood had yet to dry. He quickly nodded, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, I saw everything." It was Wang Shou who struck first, and junior brother Jiang had no choice but to kill him. As he spoke, the man and woman behind him nodded in agreement, adding numerous details that left even Jiang Zhao bewildered. Had he truly engaged in such a lengthy confrontation? Finally, the two law enforcement hall disciples questioned the two guards at the mountain gate. Receiving remarkably consistent responses, they exchanged knowing smiles and stowed away the recording stone. This matter was secure, as long as no elder of the Golden Core stage intervened, even if the King of Heaven himself came. It would be established that Wang Shou had acted first. That said, elders above the Golden Core stage were often ancient beings who had seen it all, as long as the affair did not concern them. They lacked the inclination to step in and clarify matters. After all, the Wanqing Xinzong was not a righteous sect, but a thoroughly demonic one, where strength reigned supreme. Now that everything was clear, they decided not to linger any longer. They had to return and report back. The slightly plump disciple of the enforcement hall retrieved a communication jade slip and presented it before Jiang Zhao, saying, "Brother Jiang, my name is Cheng Huan, and this is my fellow disciple, Xie Feng. Should you ever require our assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. We shall comply without hesitation." "Very well," Jiang Zhao replied with a smile, accepting the communication jade slip and bowing in return. "Safe travels to you both." After bidding farewell to the two, Jiang Zhao first collected the body of Wang Shou, and then used the 10,000 souls banner to gather Wang Shou's spirit before turning his attention to the three men with beards. Upon sensing Jiang Zhao's gaze, the three men shivered involuntarily, particularly the bearded man, whose smile was more akin to a grimace. How could a simple task for the sect lead to an encounter with a figure as formidable as Brother Jiang? After completing their mission, would Jiang Zhao, like Wang Shou, eliminate them as offerings? Such acts of harming fellow disciples were considered heinous in righteous sects, yet they were commonplace in demonic sects, where rapid cultivation was prioritized. The Wanqing Immortal sect was utterly unconcerned about the loss of its disciples. Moreover, the true core of the Wanqing Immortal sect comprised only those disciples personally taught by the sect leader or elders of the transformation and out-of-body stages. The likes of them, mere inner disciples, were not held in high regard. "What troubles you three?" Jiang Zhao inquired with a gentle smile, his voice clear. "Have you abandoned your sect mission?" "Of course not." The bearded man quickly snapped back to reality, hastily summoning a flying carpet and gesturing for Jiang Zhao to proceed first. As Jiang Zhao and his companions set out to fulfill their sect mission at the outer sect of Wanqing Immortal sect. Within a grand hall atop a mountain, Zheng Qian sat at a stone table surrounded by several jade boxes. His murky gaze swept over each box as he murmured to himself, still missing the purple luo heavenly fragrant herb and the soul-fixing divine wood. To ensure a worry-free possession, the purple luo heavenly fragrant herb must be at least 1,000 years old. Yet the Wanbao Pavilion only has one aged 600 years. The efficacy is inevitably lacking. Zheng Qian sighed, a hint of reluctance etched on his face. "It seems I must have them procure a specimen from elsewhere." In addition, acquiring the soul-fixing divine wood was not an easy task either. While Zheng Qian's mind was engrossed in calculations, a timid voice echoed from outside the hall. "Isu seeks an audience with the master." "Come in." Zheng Qian waved his sleeve, stowing away the items on the table before speaking blandly. Upon hearing this, Li Su hurried into the hall, kneeling at a respectful distance from Zheng Qian. Reporting to the master, "I have conveyed your message to Brother Jiang Dao." Zheng Qian's eyes brightened at this, and he pressed. He had no response. None. Li Su shook his head. None. Upon hearing this, Zheng Qian stroked his beard and let out a hearty laugh, feeling gratified. Although that lad Jiang Zhao is indeed talented, he remains somewhat naive. He still harbors a degree of reverence toward me. Initially, he had feared Jiang Zhao might harbor resentment upon realizing his intentions, anticipating some resistance when he sent his subordinates to urge him to complete the sect mission. To his surprise, Jiang Zhao had genuinely proceeded with his task. With the mission underway, it would take at least 10 days to a month for him to return. Once he did, Zheng Qian planned to assign him additional tasks. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a smirk crept onto his face, revealing a sense of confidence in his strategy that a mere year is not too long. A few assignments will swiftly pass the time. Once I am prepared, Jiang Zhao's days of ease will come to an end. As for whether Jiang Zhao would defect during this year, Zheng Qian had never considered it. He understood that Jiang Zhao was no fool, not to mention the insurmountable pursuit he would face from the Wanqing Immortal sect. Even if he did escape, the very techniques he practiced bore the mark of the demonic path. Righteous cultivators would never let him go. Nor would they believe he would reform and become virtuous after betraying his sect, To the Righteous. Only the dead demonic cultivators were deemed acceptable. Furthermore, slaying a demonic practitioner would not only earn them a commendable feat, but also a windfall of unexpected fortune. Who wouldn't seize such an opportunity? By the way, Zheng Qian seemed to remember something and inquired again. Has my dear disciple made any breakthroughs during this prolonged seclusion? Well, at this question, Li Su shivered involuntarily, cold sweat trickling down his back as he stammered. I took a cursory glance. How is it? Zheng Qian's eyes narrowed, his tone becoming notably grave. Brother Jiang, he is still at the initial stage of foundation building. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Li Su's response, Zheng Qian burst into hearty laughter. Just as he had suspected, after over half a month, his dear disciple had made minimal progress. Such a realization put his mind at ease, even if Jiang Zhao were to seclude himself for an entire year. Merely achieving the mid-foundation stage would be a stroke of luck. Oh, foolish disciple. Zheng Qian's expression turned ice-cold as he shook his head slightly. During the time at the Jinyu Peak, had Jiang Zhao asked for pills to enhance his cultivation, Zheng Qian might have felt some trepidation towards him. However, Jiang Zhao had sought artifacts instead. Though such items could significantly bolster combat strength, they were merely tools for display among peers. Relying on them to fight beyond one's level was utterly impossible. Yet he wondered, had Jiang Zhao truly practiced the techniques he had provided? Zheng Qian pondered deeply. If Jiang Zhao had indeed mastered the methods he bestowed, the situation would become even simpler. You have performed admirably in this matter. This vial of pills is your reward. Zheng Qian lowered his gaze towards Li Su, flicking his sleeve to send a vial of pills flying towards him. Thank you, Master, Li Su exclaimed joyfully, just as he was about to reach for the pills. Suddenly, a thunderous boom resonated throughout the mountain hall, causing the entire structure to tremble. Zheng Qian, come forth to answer, a strong yet chilling voice called from outside the mountain. Li Su was baffled by the unexpected voice. But Zheng Qian's face darkened with anger. He rose abruptly and stepped outside the mountain, only to see a burly figure clad in red robes hovering in the sky above his peak. The man exuded a palpable aura of bloodlust, almost materializing in its intensity, a middle-aged man of late golden core stage. His hair billowed wildly, a frosty expression etched upon his face, hands clasped behind his back. His robes billowing ominously. The terrifying energy he radiated was unapologetically potent, overwhelming the surroundings. Nearby inner disciples at the foundation stage were paralyzed with fear, while even some golden core elders were stirred by the commotion. Instinctively emerging to ascertain the cause of the disturbance. It was none other than Elder Hong. Zheng Qian's expression darkened. He glanced at his mountain peak and then at the onlooking elders, snorting coldly. We harbor no enmity between us, yet you dare to disrupt my cultivation grounds. If you cannot provide me with an explanation today, I fear this matter will not end amicably. In the realm of demonic practitioners, no one possessed a gentle temperament. Zheng Qian had been peacefully engaged in his pursuits when a fellow elder of equal standing had intruded without cause. That if he were to meekly concede, how could he continue to navigate his position in this territory? Did he not care for his own reputation? Once, an old sorcerer named Han disrupted his affairs. It cannot be that after so many years, another sorcerer named Hong has re-emerged. Can it? An explanation? Upon hearing Zheng Qian's words, Hong Wanshou appeared to be amused by something, letting out a cold laugh as he spoke. I have come today not for any other reason, but to seek an explanation. What do you mean? Zheng Qian was bewildered, looking at Hong Wanshou with confusion and asking, is there some misunderstanding on your part, Elder Hong? Given the current situation, it seems I am the one at a disadvantage. Does it not? Why does Hong Wanshou wear such a mournful expression? Hong Wanshou sneered, taking a step forward, his aura becoming even more terrifying as he coldly stated, that question should be directed at your prized disciple. Jiang Zhao, I shall not pressure you. Simply hand Jiang Zhao over to me for disposal, and I can pretend today's events never transpired. The demand to surrender Jiang Zhao caused Zheng Qian's expression to darken considerably. If it were anything else, he might have acquiesced. However, Jiang Zhao was intended for his own possession. In other words, if Jiang Zhao were to perish, so too would his own existence. At this juncture, Hong Wanshou's insistence on Jiang Zhao's surrender was akin to demanding his life. Moreover, they were both cultivators of the Golden Core realm. Should one demand the other's disciple, must the latter comply? Would he not be left with no standing? Even among mortals, there exists a struggle for dignity. And in the realm of cultivation, those who have lived longer hold their pride in even higher regard. A commoner who loses face might only endure mockery for a few decades. Yet for cultivators, the repercussions are far graver than mere ridicule. So, will you surrender him or not? Hong Wancho's voice dripped with coldness. If his disciple were to die, especially at the gates of the sect, many eyes would witness such disgrace. It was said that Jiang Zhao had crushed Wang Shou underfoot. Was Wang Shou merely a pawn? That was a blow to his pride. He did not care for Wang Shou's demise, but today, he must reclaim his lost honor. Zhang Qian took a deep breath, his gray robe billowing as a terrifying aura surged within him. He ascended with determination, his voice grave. What if I refuse to comply? That can be arranged. Hong Wancho replied dismissively that a confrontation would suffice. He raised his fist, striking the air, causing the void to tremble. This fist descended, drawing all surrounding spiritual energy, its blood-red hue resembling a colossal mountain as it bore down upon Zhang Qian. Clang! Zhang Qian summoned a black umbrella, rapidly enlarging it until it nearly matched the height of the mountain behind him. Boundless demonic energy erupted, transforming into a black dragon that surged forth, claws bared. The clash of fist and dragon resonated through the air, producing a deafening roar. The terrifying shockwaves spread across the heavens, as if heralding the apocalypse, sending tremors through the earth for hundreds of miles, leaving countless onlookers pale with fear. Both were cultivators of the Golden Core realm. However, Zhang Qian stood at the pinnacle of that realm, merely a step away from the nascent soul stage, yet his advanced age rendered him far from his peak. In contrast, Hong Wancho, though only at the later stage of Golden Core, was in the prime of his life. As they fought, the contest seemed evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. They battled from the sky to the ground and back, their battlefield stretching for miles. Fortunately, the protective formations on each mountain of the Wanqing immortal sect prevented significant damage during their clash. After a full quarter of an hour, a nascent soul elder intervened to halt their conflict. Although the confrontation was forcibly terminated, all present understood that the enmity between the two had been irrevocably established. This infuriates me. Zhang Qian, bruised and battered, returned to his mountain palace as soon as he entered. He unleashed his fury upon a large boulder, shattering it with a single punch. The rage within him had yet to dissipate, and that blow seemed to exacerbate his internal injuries, causing his expression to darken as he coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood. Staining his garments, he quickly consumed a medicinal pill to stabilize his chaotic vital energy before turning to the nearby Li Su, speaking coldly. You, go investigate what that little rascal Jiang Zhao has done. Yes, I shall do so immediately. Li Su did not dare to delay and hurriedly descended the mountain. Soon after, Li Su returned, kneeling before the still furious Zhang Qian, trembling as he reported, I have found out what happened. What did he do? Zhang Qian asked coldly. Jiang Zhao, he killed Elder Hong's disciple, Wang Shou, at the mountain gate. What? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. He sprang to his feet and, with another furious punch, shattered a jade table into powder. The force of the blow aggravated his internal injuries once more, and his complexion shifted as he coughed up yet another mouthful of blood. His chest heaved violently as he quickly swallowed another pill. His expression a tumultuous blend of emotions. So that is it. Zhang Qian forced out 4 words through gritted teeth. In that moment, he understood. No wonder Hong Wancho had come to confront him. It was all rooted in this matter. What a clever scheme. Zhang Qian pondered for a moment, his expression darkening. Jiang Zhao's act of killing Wang Shou meant that Hong Wancho, as Wang Shou's master, would not simply let the matter rest. It was clear why Hong Wancho had come storming in today, intent on a confrontation. On the surface, their clash appeared evenly matched, but those involved knew their own circumstances. Unlike Hong Wancho, who remained at his peak, Zhang Qian had long since entered the twilight of his years. This battle had cost him a decade of his already dwindling lifespan. To put it plainly, while others expended their vital energy, Zhang Qian was sacrificing his very life. If he were to engage in 1 or 2 more skirmishes, he might find himself digging his own grave instead of seeking to seize a new form. Cough, cough. Zhang Qian covered his mouth, coughing violently. When he withdrew his hand, he saw blood staining his palm, his eyes darkening further. It seemed he must hasten his plans. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, on a flying carpet, Jiang Zhao sat cross-legged at the forefront, holding a communication jade slip. His consciousness delved into its contents. He examined the message from Cheng Huan with a hint of regret crossing his face. Alas, Jiang Zhao sighed softly. It appeared Hong Wancho was not as formidable as he seemed. After all that effort, he had failed to eliminate Zhang Qian. Clearly, it was time for him to intervene personally. Brother Jiang, Are you perhaps worried about Elder Jiang? At that moment, Yu Gang, sporting a full beard, turned to him with curiosity. As an inner disciple, he had some acquaintances within the sect, and given the magnitude of the events unfolding, it was only natural for him to receive some news. Indeed, Jiang Zhao responded, his tone laden with emotion. How could he not be concerned for Zheng Qian? Given their relationship, he feared Zheng Qian might thrive too well. Otherwise, once he achieved the golden core stage, dealing with him would become quite troublesome. Today's battle between Hong Wanzhou and Zheng Qian served as a sobering reminder. If he wished to eliminate Zheng Qian, it was best to do so with a single strike. 2 strikes would not suffice. Should the encounter be prolonged, it was likely that higher-ups in the sect would intervene. At that point, not only would Zheng Qian be beyond his reach, but he would also have to remain vigilant against Zheng Qian's schemes. Given Jiang Zhao's character, he had no desire to be on guard against a hidden foe. After all, one cannot steal for 1,000 days without the risk of being stolen from. Brother Jiang need not worry. Elder Jiang is a man of destiny, and he shall surely be fine. Yu Gang and the others offered a few words of comfort. However, upon noticing that Jiang Zhao's spirits were low, they quickly fell silent. To them, it seemed that Brother Jiang was perhaps preoccupied with concerns for Zheng Qian. This was, after all, a natural sentiment. After all, Zheng Qian was of advanced age, a fact that was no secret within the sect. Engaging in combat with a formidable adversary like Hong Wanzhou posed the risk of misfortune, and Zheng Qian could depart from this world at any moment. Should Zheng Qian pass, Jiang Zhao would lose his most significant support. Without Zheng Qian's backing, it was uncertain whether Jiang Zhao alone could withstand any retribution from Hong Wanzhou. As for Elder Gu Yuzhou, those present were well aware that while it was acceptable to address him as Uncle Gu in Zheng Qian's presence, without him, who would remember who he was? Practitioners of the demonic path were not only ruthless, but also adept at turning their backs on others. Time flowed slowly, and before long, 3 days had slipped by. While Yu Gang piloted the flying carpet leisurely through the skies, suddenly, Jiang Zhao and the others all shifted their expressions. The 4 of them flipped their palms and took out a mission token to examine. Yu Gang was the quickest to react. He glanced at the contents of the token and exclaimed with delight. Everyone received the news about Brother Zhao and Brother Xia, right? We did. Jiang Zhao and the others nodded lightly. They had not anticipated that these 2 brothers would act so swiftly. Within just 2 or 3 days, they had already located the whereabouts of the remnants of the Zhou clan. Yu Gang's spirits soared. Yet upon discerning their current location, a hint of embarrassment crept across his brow. However, it seems we have veered off course. I was flying according to the coordinates given for the sect's mission. Yet the location of the Zhou clan remnants is a staggering 8,700 miles away from us. Even if we hasten our pace, it would take nearly a day to reach them. There is no need for self-reproach. Yu Gang had barely finished speaking when a lean man interjected. His name was Yin Shui, a practitioner at the mid-stage of foundation building, comparable to Wang Shou. He continued, the tracking artifact used to pursue the Zhou remnants was taken by brothers Zhao and Xie. Is only natural that they would locate the remnants before us. Furthermore, the Zhou clan members are not immobile. Given that we are pursuing them, they would undoubtedly scatter in flight, making it inevitable that we would pursue in the wrong direction. Indeed, Brother Yin speaks wisely, Yu Gang said, adjusting the carpet's direction. It is not too late for us to head over now. With our 2 brothers there, I believe the Zhou clan cannot cause much trouble. Before he could fully change course, Jiang Zhao rose, waved his sleeve, and summoned a divine light that transformed into a carriage. Hovering before the flying carpet, let us use my flying artifact for our journey. Initially, he had intended to keep a low profile. After all, his companions were practitioners of the demonic path, appearing amicable on the surface, yet harboring unknown thoughts. During this mission, some possessed flying artifacts, and Jiang Zhao was more than willing to catch a ride. However, after 3 days of travel, Yu Gang's flying carpet had been slow and had deviated from its path. Now, reaching the mission location would require an extra day, leading to a total of 2 days wasted. While Yu Gang and the others could afford to squander a day or 2, Jiang Zhao could not. He was under the watchful gaze of the old demon Zheng Qian, and every moment was of utmost importance to him. He could not afford to remain hidden any longer. Completing the mission came first. After eliminating the Zhou remnants, he had another task to gather wind grass, which would take another several days. A superior flying artifact. At the sight of Jiang Zhao's summoned artifact, a gasp escaped from the side. Yin Shui's eyes sparkled with uncontainable fervor. Among foundation building practitioners, having a low-grade flying artifact like Yu Gang's was already impressive. The likes of him often resorted to flying atop their weapons. Commonly referred to as sword flight, Jiang Zhao's display of a superior flying artifact indicated a level of privilege reserved for true disciples. Yan Shui's throat bobbed as he covertly cast a glance at Jiang Zhao. Quickly suppressing the heat in his gaze, the image of Wang Shou being crushed flashed vividly in his mind. They were no longer at the sect's gates. Should he offend Jiang Zhao, his fate would likely be no better than Wang Shou's. More critically, he had no mentor to stand behind him. If he were to perish, he would truly be alone, without anyone to advocate for him. Brother Jiang is indeed worthy of being Elder Zhang's disciple. His resources are evidently abundant. Should there be any needs in the future, you may certainly seek out Junior Sister. A white-clad female practitioner approached gracefully, subtly licking her lips as she spoke softly. Junior Sister will surely welcome you with open arms. Within my 10,000 souls banner, there remains an elegant seat available. Would you care to consider it? Jiang Zhao responded, and upon hearing this, the female practitioner named Hua Ying froze momentarily, forcing a stiff smile as she murmured, "Brother, you jest." "Ha!" Yu Gang laughed heartily, sensing the atmosphere had grown tense, and quickly interjected, "Our brother is merely joking. The mission is our priority, so let us proceed." As they continued their journey, Jiang Zhao remained at the forefront, with Yu Gang closely following. Once the four were settled, the black carriage, under Jiang Zhao's command, transformed into a streak of divine light, shooting skyward and swiftly vanishing from sight. After 4 hours, a dilapidated village came into view. Keeping a distance, Jiang Zhao retracted the carriage and, along with Yu Gang and the others, concealed their presence as they stealthily approached. Under the moonlight, the four of them could clearly see several Qi Refining stage practitioners patrolling at the village entrance. If all went as expected, these individuals were likely the remnants of the Zhou clan. It was reasonable to assume that these people were away when the calamity struck, and upon hearing of the survival of a powerful clan member, they had gathered here. Strange, Yu Gang stood behind a large tree, sending out a thread of divine sense to cautiously survey the area, murmuring, "Where are brothers Zhao and Xie? Why are they not here? Should we send them a message? There is no need to search." Jiang Zhao retracted his divine sense, a smile curling at the corners of his lips as he spoke. "They are inside." "What? Inside? Have they engaged in battle? Yet there seems to be no commotion?" Yu Gang was momentarily taken aback, still processing the information. When he finally came to his senses, he saw Jiang Zhao already stepping forward, arriving at the village entrance. As he observed Jiang Zhao's back, Yu Gang pondered repeatedly. He felt an underlying excitement in Jiang Zhao's voice upon realizing that brothers Zhao and Xie were within the village, before he could fully grasp it. He witnessed Jiang Zhao gently wave his hand. From the heavens above, dark ropes descended, their ominous presence reminiscent of vengeful spirits. Upon their arrival, they swiftly ensnared the patrolling individuals at the village entrance. The figures struggled helplessly for a moment before quickly succumbing to lifelessness. At the sight of this scene, both Yu Gang and Yan Shui, as well as Hua Ying, felt a chill run down their spines. What kind of technique was this? They had never seen anything like it before. While Yu Gang and the others were momentarily stunned, Jiang Zhao's figure had already vanished from sight. A thin veil of mist gradually spread, soon enveloping the entire village. At this juncture, Yu Gang and the others had no time to ponder further and hurriedly followed in Jiang Zhao's footsteps. They had scarcely entered the village when a hearty laughter echoed from a brightly lit room. "Come, Daoist Zhao and Daoist Xie, let us raise our glasses together." Inside the room, 7 or 8 figures were gathered, the atmosphere lively and vibrant. At the head of the table sat a middle-aged man clad in azure robes, a broad smile adorning his face as he raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. To his left was a young man with flowing black hair, a smile playing on his lips as he gently sipped his drink. This individual was none other than Zhao Feng, the esteemed senior brother spoken of by Yu Gang and the others. Opposite him sat another senior, Xie Tianqing. The man in azure lowered his cup, casting a brief glance at the two, and proclaimed loudly, "My dear friends, your willingness to assist Zhou in this endeavor fills my heart with gratitude. Allow me to toast to you once more." As he spoke, he refilled his cup and raised it again. "Zhou Daoist, you are overly courteous," Zhao Feng replied, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke leisurely. "Xie Shidi and I are merely doing this for remuneration." After all, the sect's assignment did not specify that success was the only outcome. He left unsaid the fact that even if they succeeded, the benefits from this task would be minimal, with a total of 140 medium-grade spirit stones, which amounted to less than 1.5 high-grade spirit stones, and that was to be divided amongst 7 people. For such a meager reward, who would be willing to risk their lives. If all of Zhou's clan members were mere novices, it might have been a different story. However, upon their arrival, both he and Xie Tianqing had quickly spotted two late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. One was accompanying them, while the other was Zhou Can, seated at the head of the table. This individual possessed formidable strength, and Zhao Feng speculated that Zhou Can likely concealed a portion of his true power, possibly being a peak Foundation establishment cultivator. Faced with such adversaries, Zhao Feng and Xie Tianqing contemplated that even if they joined forces, they might not stand a chance. After all, both were demonic cultivators, and they had to consider whether their fellow sect brothers might betray them at a crucial moment. Conversely, Zhou Can and his companions were of the same clan, united in their cooperation, and even if the other five tasked with this mission arrived, they might still struggle to complete it. Given the circumstances, collaboration seemed the wisest course. This way, all parties could benefit. As for the elder who had obliterated the Zhou clan, that was beyond their concern. Senior brother Zhao speaks wisely. Xie Tianqing nodded in agreement, adding, "Let us hope that Zhou Daoist achieves his goals without making things difficult for us." Rest assured, Zhou Can replied boldly, "Once our objectives are met, each of you shall receive 2 high-grade spirit stones, not a single one less." Upon hearing the mention of high-grade spirit stones, both Zhao Feng and Xie Tianqing couldn't help but smile. Just look at him. He offers 2 high-grade spirit stones up front. In stark contrast, the elder from their sect had issued such a challenging task, yet was only willing to offer 1.5 high-grade spirit stones. Completing this mission would require nothing short of a miracle. Zhou Can then set down his cup and turned his gaze towards Zhao Feng, smiling as he asked, "When will your junior brothers arrive?" "I have already informed you, Shidi." Zhao Feng pondered for a moment before responding. Given their pace, they should arrive in about 5 or 6 hours. Once they are here tomorrow, Xie Shidi and I will certainly coordinate with Zhou Daoist to take them all down. "Excellent," Zhou Can exclaimed, slapping the table in approval. With their heads in hand, Zhou would have an offering when he ventured into the territory of the Zhengyang sect, ensuring he wouldn't lack for protection. "Come, let us drink another toast." "Cheers." Zhao Feng raised his cup. As they drank, he caught a fleeting glance at Xie Tianqing, and upon noticing that there was no sign of abnormality from him, his smile grew even brighter. His junior brother Xie was likely still unaware that tomorrow he too would be among Zhou Daoist's offerings. The portion of spirit stones allocated to Xie Tianqing would ultimately find its way into Zhao Feng's hands, as Zhou Can had promised him an additional stone as well. All told, that would amount to 5 high-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 500 medium-grade spirit stones. Such a bounty would take years of diligent saving on his part, relying solely on his sect stipend. For the sake of his promising future, he could only slightly inconvenience his junior brother. Meanwhile, seated opposite Zhao Feng, Xie Tianqing felt a momentary stiffness in his movements, but he quickly regained his composure, maintaining a facade of normalcy. With a smile on his face, he raised his cup and drank deeply. Yet within, his thoughts churned restlessly. Why was Zhao Feng looking at him? Had he detected something amiss? That seemed unlikely. Their previous conversation with Zhou Daoist had been conducted with utmost discretion, so he should not have noticed anything. With this thought, Xie Tianqing stole another glance at Zhao Feng, relieved to find no signs of suspicion. It seemed he had indeed been overthinking it. He resolved to secure his share of the spoils before making any moves tomorrow. Once they had dealt with everyone, he would employ a secret technique to escape. After all, should Zhao Feng and the others perish, he would be left alone, without any means to contend with Zhou Can and his formidable clan. Zhou Can chuckled softly as he set down his cup, his gaze sweeping over Zhao Feng and Xie Tianqing, his expression laden with significance. The spirit stones of the Zhou clan were not so easily obtained. Not long ago, he had commanded the formation of a lethal array around the village. When the others from the Wanqing demon sect arrived tomorrow, the moment the formation activated, none of them would escape. While he may not be able to kill the elder who had annihilated the Zhou clan just yet, eliminating a few lesser demonic cultivators would be more than feasible, with the heads of these 7 individuals as leverage. He would have no trouble securing protection from a righteous sect. Simultaneously, outside the house, Yu Gang and the others wore ashen faces. They were oblivious to the convoluted schemes taking place within the room. Yet they could sense the jovial atmosphere. Their own senior brother Zhao and senior brother Xie were sitting with their mission targets, drinking and conversing. It was clear from their words that they had already been sold out by their 2 senior brothers. "Jiang Xixiao, should we not take our leave?" Yu Gang quietly transmitted. The 2 senior brothers possessed far superior strength, and with the backing of the remnants of the Zhou clan, he could hardly see any chance of victory for their group. Having come this far, Why retreat? Jiang Zhao shot him a sidelong glance, mentally instructing, Gue Sheng, go and gather up any nearby spirit stones and array materials. Do not let anything go to waste. Yes, master, Gue Sheng replied and vanished from sight. Jiang Zhao then stepped toward the door. Observing his actions, Yu Gang's expression shifted, and he hastily transmitted, Jiang Xixiao. Behind him, Huaying and Yin Shui exchanged a glance, both perceiving the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. As they took in the scene within the room. At this moment, Jiang Zhao was again striding towards the door, seemingly intent on seeking his own demise. They acknowledged that Jiang Zhao's strength was indeed formidable. At the very least, even when combined, they were unlikely to match him. However, should he confront the individuals within the room, the outcome remained uncertain. Just the two of them, Zhao Shixiang and another, were late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. And with the addition of the Zhou clan's members, it was clear that a single Jiang Zhao would find himself severely outnumbered. Contemplating this, the two discreetly took a step back. They were not righteous heroes. And having only known Jiang Zhao for 3 or 4 days, their bond was hardly profound. Thus, they were disinclined to accompany him to his death. Witnessing Jiang Zhao willingly walk into danger served to buy them precious time for escape. Arriving at the doorway, Jiang Zhao delivered a powerful kick. Bang! The door shattered, and thick mist surged violently into the room. The sudden appearance of the mist raised alarm among the occupants, who immediately sprang to their feet. Their faces etched with seriousness as they turned to face the entrance. Their senses expanded like ripples, sweeping through the surroundings of the house. Although the ghostly mist imposed certain limitations on their spiritual perception, it could not entirely obstruct the probing of so many late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. In less than a breath's time, Yin Shui and his companion, who had fled to the village's edge, along with Yu Gang, who stood hesitantly at the door, and Jiang Zhao, who had stepped inside, were all fully visible to them. You shitty. Zhao Feng's expression shifted from tense to relaxed, but then a thought seemed to strike him as he glanced at Zhou Can. A glimmer of murderous intent intensifying on his face. Did you see everything? Yu Gang shook his head vigorously, hastily denying, shitty. I saw nothing, Taha. Zhao Feng chuckled lightly, his demeanor appearing nonchalant as he stepped forward. Speaking as he walked, do you truly believe your own words? While I am unaware of how you arrived so swiftly, you must be prepared to face the consequences for witnessing things you should not have. As he passed by Jiang Zhao, Zhao Feng paid him little mind, considering him a stranger of seemingly lesser strength. After all, having mingled in the inner sect for several years, he had a good grasp of those stronger than himself. He found it hard to believe that someone could suddenly emerge from obscurity to surpass him in power. Thus, he disregarded Jiang Zhao's cultivation level and inquired of Yu Gang, why are there only 4 of you? What of the other? Wang Shidi, Yu Gang's face turned pale, his words faltering as he subconsciously cast his gaze towards Jiang Zhao. At that moment, Zhao Feng sensed something was amiss and quickly turned to look at Jiang Zhao. Just as he did, he heard Zhou Can's warning, be careful. Before he could comprehend the situation, he suddenly saw a massive fist rapidly enlarging in his vision. You dare! Zhao Feng's eyes widened in fury as he raised his hand in defense. But it was too late. Bang! The fist, as large as a sandbag and imbued with tremendous force, struck down, shattering a head before the horrified gazes of all present. Various red and white substances flew in all directions, leaving only a headless corpse standing silently in place. Jiang Zhao retracted his fist, shaking the blood from his hand, and slowly raised his gaze towards the occupants of the room, speaking with deliberate calmness. I kicked the door in, and I was the first to enter. Yet, it seems you have somewhat overlooked my presence. You. Zhou Can's expression darkened as he regarded Jiang Zhao, speaking each word with weight. Late-stage Foundation establishment. Sharp eyes, Jiang Zhao complimented, gesturing towards the headless corpse with a smile. At the very least, I am far superior to him. Fellow Taoist, Zhou Can took a deep breath, his demeanor grave, and said solemnly, as the saying goes, it is better to resolve enmity than to cultivate it. Why don't we sit down and discuss matters? The benefits I previously promised Zhao Shidi can be delivered to you in full. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhao had yet to respond, but Yu Gang at the door panicked first. Jiang Xixiang, do not listen to him. Silence. However, before he could finish, he was coldly rebuked by Xie Tianxing, who then smiled quickly, saying, you must be Jiang Shidi. Zhou Daoist speaks correctly. We harbor no deep-seated grudges against him. Why not take the opportunity for some free spirit stones? Call me Xixiao, Jiang Zhao replied, stepping forward slowly, speaking flatly. As for the spirit stones, if I kill you, your spirit stones will still belong to me. Zhou Can's eyes narrowed, a powerful aura erupting from his body, sweeping through the room like a violent wind, causing the entire space to tremble. So, there is nothing to discuss. He slightly turned, addressing Xie Tianqing, and quickly said, Xie Daoist, my previous promise still stands. Upon killing this person, I will double your reward. A deal. Xie Tianqing's eyes brightened. A deal. Zhou Can stepped forward, raising his voice, attack. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he produced a yellow gourd, which expanded to the size of a small mountain. Its mouth exuding radiant light and emanating a boundless killing intent that threatened to shatter the ceiling. Buzz, countless beams of light surged forth from the gourd, cascading down towards Jiang Zhao. Simultaneously, Xie Tianqing and another late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator from the Zhou clan unleashed their attacks, a palm and a sword. Infused with terrifying power, converging upon Jiang Zhao from two directions, the three of them launched their assault in unison, nearly sealing off all avenues of escape for Jiang Zhao. It's over. Seeing this scene, Yu Gang felt an impending sense of doom, inadvertently taking a few steps back. Who could withstand the combined might of three late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, unless a peak Foundation establishment powerhouse arrived? There was little hope. Even if such a figure intervened, Yu Gang believed they would likely suffer severe injuries, let alone someone of Jiang Zhao's late-stage cultivation. At this moment, he felt a twinge of regret. He should have fled alongside Yin Shui earlier, and now it seemed too late to escape. Just as he hesitated internally, within the room, Jiang Zhao's robes billowed as he maintained a calm expression. He extended a hand, grasping at the air, coalescing a dark light in his palm that transformed into a long, pitch-black blade, its blade as dark as ink, exuding a chilling aura. In the next moment, an overwhelming intent surged forth like a volcanic eruption, soaring into the sky and engulfing the surroundings. Within a radius of several hundred meters, it felt as if the area had transformed into a chaotic ocean. Swirling violently, as if one were trapped in an endless purgatory, instilling a sense of despair. It seemed that in the next instant, one would be mercilessly cleaved by the inexorable sword light. Damn it. Zhou Can's expression shifted, an expletive escaping his lips. Sword intent. This person has comprehended sword intent. Flee. Before he could turn around, a clashing sound of metal rang out. The long blade swept through the air, unleashing a torrent of ghostly energy, akin to thunder erupting from the ground. Time appeared to freeze at that moment in the eyes of all present. Only a profoundly deep, black blade of light. Spreading wildly in a circular fashion, under the cloak of night, Jiang Zhao unleashed a single strike, obliterating all divine abilities before him. Only that blade of light remained, entirely ink-black, suffused with ghostly and malevolent energy. Frantically expanding in all directions, wherever it passed, nothing was left unscathed. Everything within sight was cleaved in twain. Even the moonlight cascading from the heavens seemed to be severed in two, plunging the entire village into a brief abyss of darkness and silence. Outside the village, Yin Shui and Hua Ying hid in a corner, their gaze fixed intently on the distant settlement. Brother Jiang and the others must have engaged in battle by now, Yin Shui remarked, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Initially, both he and Hua Ying had intended to flee. However, upon reflection midway, they realized that Brother Jiang was not to be underestimated, even in the event of a confrontation. With Zhao and Xie as well as the remnants of the Zhou clan joining forces, it was uncertain whether they could defeat Brother Jiang in a short span. After all, Brother Jiang had powerful backing. His magical artifacts were of considerable quality, and with the guidance of a Golden Core Elder, his combat prowess was undoubtedly superior to that of an average individual. Perhaps, in the end, the outcome would be one of mutual destruction. At this juncture, the two unscathed mid-stage Foundation establishment practitioners returning to the village would spell certain doom. In such a scenario, the treasures of the Zhou clan, as well as the possessions of Zhao and Xie, and Brother Jiang's magical artifacts would all belong to them. The mere thought of the superior flying artifact Jiang Zhao had previously summoned left Yin Shui somewhat dazed, even without engaging in combat. It seems inevitable, Hua Ying chuckled lightly. Very well, let us wait a bit longer. Once the battle concludes, we shall act immediately. Yin Shui nodded, expressing his thoughts aloud, and no sooner had he finished speaking than a terrifying blade intent erupted within the village. Following closely was a blade of darkness, spreading like wildfire. The blade surged forth like a torrential flood, swiftly engulfing everything, rendering the entire village as fragile as a sheet of paper, effortlessly torn apart. Damn, where did this blade intent come from? Yin Shui uttered a strange cry, ready to flee, Yet it was already too late. He and Huaning were swept away like drifting leaves upon an endless ocean. Propelled dozens of yards into the air, their mouths spitting out blood continuously. Upon landing, they dared not look back and fled into the distance. Filled with trepidation, Yin Shui flew while discreetly transmitting a message to Huaing. Hurry. That is Brother Jiang's aura. He must have emerged victorious. We cannot return to the sect now, or we may encounter Brother Jiang on the way. Given his temperament, he likely would not spare us. Let us head east and hide for a while. Within the village, Jiang Zhao stood firm. The house he had occupied moments ago had vanished without a trace. Also missing were the upper halves of Brother Xie and another mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner from the Zhou clan. Though Shoukan still clung to life by a thread. At this moment, Shoukan lay amidst the ruins, his upper body remaining, alongside a yellow gourd and an ancient azure shield. However, the ancient shield was riddled with cracks, threatening to shatter into countless fragments at any moment. Shoukan swallowed the blood pooling in his mouth, his eyes betraying a barely concealed terror as he spoke slowly. Yet, he was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Zhao, who raised his hand to seize the ancient shield beside him, his expression tinged with dissatisfaction. You have damaged my artifact. How do you intend to compensate? Shoukan was left speechless, but he still clung to his last breath. Insisting, I possess spirit stones. Everything in my storage ring is yours. Just spare my life. How naive of you. Jiang Zhao chuckled, casually remarking, to use my belongings to buy your life. Your calculations are quite astute. Removing Zhou Can's storage ring from his hand, Jiang Zhao did not rush to examine it, but instead inquired again, your Zhou clan was once a considerable family. Did you not leave any contingency plans for a resurgence? None remain. They are all in your possession. Zhou Can shook his head. So you're utterly useless then. Jiang Zhao lifted his long blade, poised to strike. Zhou Can, who had been on the verge of death, somehow regained a sliver of strength, flipping himself upright and swiftly forming seals with his hands, a glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes as he murmured, since you wish to kill me, let us descend to the Yellow Springs together. 6 Yang Exorcism Formation. Activate. This was his premeditated backup plan, specifically devised to counter Xie Tianqing and Zhao Feng. However, he had not anticipated how swiftly events would unfold. Zhao Feng perished immediately, and Jiang Zhao's blade soon followed. All present were either dead or grievously wounded. Fortunately, he still clung to life, and though his true energy was scarce, activating the formation was still feasible. Once this killing formation was set in motion, whether he would survive remained uncertain, but Jiang Zhao would undoubtedly be buried alongside him. He did not believe that a mere mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner could breach his meticulously arranged 6 Yang Exorcism Formation. Boom! The final hand seal was completed. In the air, an oppressive silence fell. The anticipated formation did not materialize. Instead, Jiang Zhao and he exchanged wide-eyed glances in disbelief. How could this be? Zhou Can, unwilling to accept defeat, attempted to form seals once more. Save your efforts. I will inform you shortly why your formation has failed. Jiang Zhao stepped forward and swung his blade down. In a single stroke, the corpse was cleaved in two. Subsequently, he grasped with one hand, extracting an ethereal soul from Zhou Qin's lifeless body. Holding Shoukan by the collar, Jiang Zhao waved his hand gently. Ghost rope, come, master, I'm here. Outside, the ghost rope rushed in, carrying a bundle as if presenting a treasure, and swiftly delivered it to Jiang Zhao. Upon opening the package, dozens of spirit stones and various formation materials were clearly visible. See, your formation lies within this. Zhou Can was consumed by humiliation and fury, glancing at the spirit stones in the package and then at Jiang Zhao. Thankfully, he was already a soul. Otherwise, he would have surely coughed up a mouthful of blood. Calm yourself, though we were enemies before. We shall be friends from now on. The days ahead are long, and we will often be in each other's company. Wouldn't you agree, Junior Brother Xie and Junior Brother Zhao? As he spoke, Jiang Zhao's gaze shifted toward the corner of the previous room, where several ethereal figures lingered. These individuals had been formidable in life, merely having their physical forms shattered by Jiang Zhao's blade. Yet their souls had miraculously survived. Even so, they were in dire straits. Their souls were exceedingly ethereal, far more insubstantial than those of ordinary individuals, appearing as if they might dissipate at any moment. This was largely due to Jiang Zhao, who had tempered his strength upon striking. Otherwise, these individuals would have left nothing behind, not even a soul. Brother Jiang, we were wrong. We truly recognize our mistakes. Please, have mercy and spare us. Zhao Feng and Xie Tianqing fell to their knees, repeatedly bowing and pleading. Like Jiang Zhao, they were demonic cultivators, fully aware of the methods employed by their kind. Should they fall into the hands of another, they might very well be stripped of their consciousness and transformed into vengeful spirits, doomed to serve their captor for eternity. In life, you are merely foundation establishment cultivators, but by following me, I can assure you that you may very well attain the status of nascent soul or even divine transformation in the future. You ought to be grateful to me. Having spoken, Jiang Zhao waved his sleeve, and a large black banner descended from the heavens, firmly embedding itself into the ground. The banner billowed, releasing tendrils of black mist that swirled around. Amidst the heartfelt gratitude expressed by Zhou Can and the others, Jiang Zhao enveloped them all within the 10,000 souls banner. Subsequently, he kicked the corpse beside him. Gui Shou, all of these belong to you. Thank you, Master. Gui Shou exclaimed joyfully, swiftly darting out to entwine itself around half of the corpse, ravenously absorbing the essence of blood and flesh. Observing Gui Shou's gluttonous display, Jiang Zhao could not help but twitch his lips. With the essence of blood and flesh consumed, he found himself unable to practice corpse refining, but recalling his own limited proficiency in such arts, he felt somewhat relieved. After all, having fed Gui Shou, nothing was wasted. With no distractions, Jiang Zhao extended his divine sense and quickly searched the vicinity. Before long, he uncovered half of a storage bag buried within a mound of earth. He pulled it out with a swift motion. Was it truly only half? Holding the half storage bag in his hand, an inexplicable sense of alarm flickered in Jiang Zhao's heart. Storage bags are not particularly resilient. Their defensive capabilities pale in comparison to defensive treasures. Even a casual foundation establishment cultivator could effortlessly tear a storage bag apart. Once breached, the small spatial realm within a storage bag would unleash chaotic spatial currents, shredding everything tangible within. Common elixirs would surely succumb to such spatial slicing forces. Only certain resilient heavenly materials could narrowly escape destruction. However, Jiang Zhao remained deeply skeptical that such valuable items would fall into the hands of a foundation establishment cultivator. After rummaging through the ruins for a while, Jiang Zhao ultimately discovered 2 intact storage bags and several damaged magical artifacts, none of which were of particularly high quality. However, Zhou Can's yellow gourd caught Jiang Zhao's eye. This artifact was well preserved and of a commendable grade. Reaching the upper tier, when activated, the gourd could unleash countless divine lights to aid in combat. The average foundation establishment cultivator would find it nearly impossible to withstand such power. This truly was a remarkable item. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Zhao quickly dripped his blood to establish ownership, taking a moment to admire it before casually stowing it away. He then examined the 2 storage bags, one after the other. Damn, he couldn't help but exclaim. Whose pitiful storage bags were these? A mere glance revealed a total of only around 50 mid-grade spirit stones. Pathetic. Aside from the spirit stones, there were various unlabeled vials and jars. Jiang Zhao casually scanned them and could tell that these pills were of no exceptional quality. Although the contents were disappointing, at least he now had 2 bags. Jiang Zhao silently reassured himself. After storing the 2 bags, he turned his attention to the final noteworthy item, Zhou Can's storage ring. As he probed within, a smile gradually spread across Jiang Zhao's face. The storage ring was indeed a high-grade item in the cultivation world. Its space was over 10 times larger than that of a storage bag, and the contents within left Jiang Zhao astounded. A brief scan revealed over 20 jade slips of cultivation techniques. Upon closer inspection, he noted that most techniques and spells were rather elementary, suitable for Qi refining stage cultivators. However, there were also some valuable items among them. For instance, the Imu Cha Qingju was a technique that could be cultivated up to the golden elixir stage. A legitimate orthodox method, this technique had a high threshold for cultivation, with progress entirely dependent on one's innate talent and comprehension. Its advantage lay in its solid foundation, ensuring steady advancement, along with the benefit of prolonging one's lifespan. In addition to the Imu Cha Qingju, there was also a spell named Lan Yu Shou, which similarly caught Jiang Zhao's eye. This spell also belonged to the golden elixir level. According to its description, upon reaching perfection, one could pluck stars and seize the moon with ease. It was clearly exaggerated, as plucking stars and seizing the moon at the golden elixir stage would lead to utter destruction at the nascent soul stage. What of the transcendent stage? Jiang Zhao silently scoffed, but his actions were swift as he quickly skimmed through the contents, committing them to memory before placing them back in the ring. Besides the jade slips, the ring also contained a significant quantity of spirit stones. With over 100 high-grade spirit stones and more than 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, AS for low-grade spirit stones, there were even more piled high like a small mountain within the ring. Furthermore, in the corner of the ring, he found numerous jade boxes, each containing a spirit herb. Upon casually opening one, he discovered that the herbs were all at least 300 years old. This must represent a fraction of the Zhou clan's wealth. Jiang Zhao mused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Given Zhou clan's status as merely a foundation establishment cultivator, Jiang Zhao found it hard to believe he could possess such affluence, let alone carry a storage ring. Such items were typically standard for golden elixir cultivators, while foundation establishment cultivators still relied on storage bags. Speaking of which good-natured family would send their child into the world with a trove of cultivation jade slips? With these resources, establishing a new clan would be a breeze. Coupled with a technique leading directly to the golden elixir stage, it would be a mere matter of a few centuries of discrete development to nurture a golden elixir cultivator. As Jiang Zhao tallied his gains, outside the village, a mound of yellow earth stirred slightly. With a rustle, the yellow earth parted, and a disheveled figure rolled out, the tattered Yu Gang lying on the ground. His chest heaving violently, a look of joy at having survived etched on his face. I actually survived, Yu Gang murmured to himself, sitting up to survey the nearby village and then his own location. Exclaiming in disbelief, could it be that I flew over from there? That must be 400 or 500 meters. Just as he finished speaking, a cold wind swept by, and he suddenly felt a chill at the top of his head. Raising his hand to touch his scalp, he discovered that his once thick and lustrous hair had been completely shorn, leaving only a shiny bald head. Then, he glanced down at his other hand. In his palm lay over a dozen defensive talismans, all reduced to powder, and even his low-grade defensive artifact had become battered and broken. Though Yu Gang felt a twinge of regret upon seeing these items, he was nonetheless grateful to be alive. It was fortunate that Jiang Zhao's blade had not been aimed at him. Otherwise, even with double the life-saving measures in his possession, he would have ultimately met his demise. The essence of the blade. Yu Gang contemplated the last image he had seen before losing consciousness, feeling a mix of emotions. Brother Jiang has actually comprehended the essence of the blade. Such insight would surely place him among the elite. Even within the inner circle, in contrast, he was merely an ordinary person, having lived a mundane life in his hometown until a celestial being descended, sweeping him and several other youths from his village into the heavens with a mere wave of his sleeve. Upon awakening, he found himself a disciple of the Wansheng Xianzong's outer sect. He had spent a full 7 to 8 years in the outer sect, and it was during this time that he came to a horrifying realization. He was truly just an ordinary person. In matters of cultivation, he was almost entirely clueless, lacking any aptitude for practice in a righteous sect. He wouldn't even qualify as a menial worker, unable to progress beyond the Qi refining stage. It was only by staying at the Wansheng Xianzong that he had managed to come into contact with some demonic skills, which allowed him to barely cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. Although he had become an inner disciple, he lived every day with trepidation, acutely aware that foundation establishment was merely the lowest tier in the cultivation world, without significant fortune or extraordinary demonic skills. His achievements in this life would likely stop here. He dared not hope for great fortune, while he knew that the extraordinary demonic skills lay within the scripture vault. However, his strength was insufficient, and his realm was lacking, rendering him incapable of achieving his goals. Yet today, after witnessing Jiang Zhao's performance, the flickering flame in his heart, which had nearly extinguished, suddenly reignited. Having spent many years within the demon sect, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. That he had not only mastered the ruthless and treacherous nature of demonic cultivators, but had also learned to be bold. Demonic practitioners inherently defy the heavens. Even the tribulations they face are more arduous than those of ordinary individuals. If one does not take risks, how can there be a glimmer of hope? Should one succeed, the path ahead would be smooth and unobstructed. Contemplating this, Yu Gang lowered his head, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Brother Jiang, do not blame me. I also wish to. Longevity. Brother Jiang. In the ruins, after Jiang Zhao had finished tallying his gains, a familiar voice reached his ears. He looked up, a hint of surprise crossing his face. You shitty? Are you unharmed? Previously, when he struck, the entire village had been utterly destroyed, and even Zhou Can, at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, had been left in a severely weakened state. At that time, he had spread out his divine sense and scanned the village, finding no other traces of life. He had assumed that Yu Gang had perished beneath the aftermath of his strike. Yet unexpectedly, Yu Gang had re-emerged, albeit with visible injuries. His junior brother had narrowly escaped with his life. Had it not been for Brother Jiang's intervention, he might well have met his end. Yu Gang, with a face full of gratitude, clasped his hands in thanks. Jiang Zhao nodded slightly. This was indeed true. Without his assistance, Yu Gang and Yin Shui would have stood no chance against Zhao Feng and his companions. Although Yu Gang had been severely injured by Jiang Zhao's blow, he had at least managed to salvage his life. But what of Yin Shui and the others? Jiang Zhao waved his hand, glancing curiously at Yu Gang's back. What of Yin Shui and the others? In Jiang Zhao's eyes, Yu Gang occupied a position of potential ally or enemy. After all, he had not directly betrayed his comrades and had not openly offended him. However, Yin Shui was a different matter. Setting aside the fact that Yin Shui had fled before the battle, just the look in his eyes when Jiang Zhao had summoned his flying artifact had provided enough reason for Jiang Zhao to eliminate him. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Zhao had deemed him potentially useful, which was why he had spared his life. In retrospect, it seemed that keeping Yin Shui around had been of little value. Shitty has been gone for quite some time. Perhaps he has returned to the sect? Yu Gang replied uncertainly. Return to the sect? Jiang Zhao's eyes narrowed. Did he truly believe that returning to the sect would ensure his safety? Deep within Jiang Zhao's gaze lay a chilling coldness. Run if you must. You may escape the monk, but not the temple point. One day, we shall meet again. The virtues of demonic cultivators were numerous, and while Jiang Zhao had yet to master them all, he had certainly become adept at harboring grudges and being cunning. Yu Gang had come to see Jiang Zhao for two reasons: to bid farewell and to present a token of appreciation for his life-saving intervention. I hope Brother Jiang will not refuse. With that, Yu Gang flipped his hand and produced a jade vial, respectfully offering it to Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao accepted it, uncorking the vial, and a rich fragrance of medicine wafted out, inducing a sensation akin to impending enlightenment with just a single whiff. This Qing Yundan. After a thorough inspection, Jiang Zhao regarded Yu Gang with a peculiar expression. This type of elixir was exceedingly rare. The refinement process was complex, with a low success rate, and the spiritual herbs utilized were precious. Moreover, once created, it was only effective for cultivators below the foundation establishment stage. Qi refining stage cultivators could easily break through several minor realms upon consumption, while foundation establishment cultivators could save years of arduous training and, with good fortune, experience a moment of enlightenment. Should one become ensnared in this enlightenment, it would not be difficult to cultivate a divine ability to a significant degree within a short period. However, once one reached the golden core stage, consuming Qing Yundan would yield minimal benefits. Due to these factors, Qing Yundan held a rather awkward position. Typically, Qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators could hardly afford it, as alchemists would never sell their wares at a loss. Conversely, golden core cultivators could afford it, but it would serve little purpose. Thus, only some large factions would refine a few batches to train their outstanding juniors, making such elixirs rarely seen in the outside world. Yet, Jiang Zhao did not expect Yu Gang to produce one and present it to him. You shitty, you wish to gift me this elixir? Jiang Zhao scrutinized the Qing Yundan once more, a meaningful smile crossing his lips as he teased. Indeed? Yes, that I implore Brother Jiang to accept it, Yu Gang replied, his head bowed, eyes averted. Very well. Jiang Zhao nodded, remarking casually, then I shall accept it. Upon hearing this, Yu Gang discreetly exhaled, having accomplished half of his objective with the successful delivery of the elixir. In terms of combat prowess, Yu Gang sincerely questioned whether he could hold a candle to Jiang Zhao. In truth, he was no match for him at all. However, in the realm of poison, he believed that Brother Jiang might not be his equal. That a young prodigy capable of comprehending the intent of the sword surely had little time to delve into the study of toxicology. In Yu Gang's estimation, that was unlikely. Today, by presenting a single Qing Yundan, he was confident that Jiang Zhao would be unable to resist consuming it. Once he did, the situation would be entirely within Yu Gang's control. If brother has no further matters, I shall take my leave, Yu Gang said, casting a discreet glance at Jiang Zhao. His voice steadied. No need to see me off. Jiang Zhao nodded in response. Farewell, brother. Yu Gang clasped his hands and turned to depart. Just as he pivoted, taking barely a step, a sound akin to fabric tearing resonated. Yu Gang felt a sudden, searing pain in his chest, and as he struggled to look down, he discovered a dark blade protruding from his torso. Having appeared unbeknownst to him, the long blade was icy cold, entwined with a swirling mass of black demonic energy. In that instant, the sharpness of the blade shattered his entire network of meridians. Are you truly leaving? Came Jiang Zhao's chilling voice from behind. Hearing this, Yu Gang's lips trembled as he coughed up crimson blood, disbelief etched on his face as he turned to gaze at Jiang Zhao. Murmuring, Brother Jiang, the Manual of 10,000 Poisons, Introductory Section. Did you think you were the only one who studied it? Did you truly believe that the heart-eating goo hidden within the Qingyan was flawlessly concealed? Jiang Zhao spoke calmly. Previously, he had selected dozens of divine abilities and secret techniques from the scripture pavilion, not to master them all, but to broaden his horizons. At the very least, he wanted to discern certain clues when others plotted against him. The cultivation world was rife with underhanded tactics. Strength alone did not guarantee survival. By learning more, he would undoubtedly find opportunities for application. And today, the manual of 10,000 poisons proved its worth. Retrieving the long blade, Yu Gang's lifeless body fell to the ground with a thud, his spirit directly drawn into the soul-collecting banner. Jiang Zhao spoke once more. Ghost Rope, clean up the mess immediately. Understood, Master, Ghost Rope exclaimed with glee, surging forth from Jiang Zhao's sleeve, swiftly wrapping around Yu Gang's corpse. In a matter of moments, the essence within Yu Gang's body was entirely absorbed by Ghost Rope. Simultaneously, the aura emanating from Ghost Rope surged several times stronger than before. Having absorbed so many corpses of Foundation establishment cultivators, Ghost Rope's power had progressed beyond Jiang Zhao's expectations. Based on his estimations, Ghost Rope could now likely contend with 5 or 6 Yu Gangs at once. Should the specter be unleashed, even the combined efforts of Zhao Feng and Xie Tianqing may not suffice to subdue the Ghost Rope. With a casual motion, Jiang Zhao stowed the Ghost Rope away. He then retrieved a task token, scrutinizing it closely. Cold Moon Valley. This locale is renowned for its abundant supply of wind grass. According to the task route, Cold Moon Valley lies directly to the east of his current position, approximately 6,000 miles away. Traveling by cart, it would take merely 2 or 3 hours. After collecting the wind grass, he would return to the enigmatic realm of revival. Given the passage of so many days, the Spirit Administration Bureau must have accumulated a significant number of specters. Whether he could transcend to the Golden Core stage remained uncertain. But at the very least, he aimed to reach the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. With resolve solidified in his heart, Jiang Zhao waved his sleeve, and a black carriage manifested in the sky. He stepped inside. And with a resounding hum, the carriage soared into the heavens, swiftly vanishing beyond the horizon. During the journey, Jiang Zhao patiently contemplated the newly acquired lunar grasp technique. Although this divine ability could only be cultivated at the Golden Core stage, his formidable comprehension allowed him to grasp some superficial aspects. Given sufficient time, mastering it entirely would pose no challenge. Half an hour later, while immersed in understanding the technique, Jiang Zhao's expression suddenly shifted as he glanced downward. There, on the ground, a dense miasma of vengeful spirits began to rise, its scale suggesting that hundreds had perished to create such an atmosphere. It seemed likely that a fellow disciple had intervened here. Jiang Zhao expanded his consciousness, taking a quick survey before preparing to depart. The rules of the Wansheng Immortal sect explicitly forbade disciples from acting against ordinary people in the vicinity of the sect. After all, the presence of numerous demonic cultivators within the sect meant that if left unchecked, the area surrounding Wansheng Immortal sect would be devoid of life. Not even a single ant remaining within hundreds of thousands of miles. If ordinary people were wiped out, recruiting disciples would become a dilemma. They could not continuously venture into the righteous sect's territories to capture commoners. Could they? A few times might suffice. But frequent forays would inevitably lead to disaster. Should righteous cultivators block their paths, especially at a considerable distance from their own sect, the outcome would be dire. That said, the sect's regulations were merely guidelines to be observed, not absolute decrees. Although killing ordinary people was prohibited, as long as disciples refrained from targeting large cities, discreetly annihilating a few small villages would not be questioned. As long as no one was caught in the act, the higher-ups within the sect would hardly inquire into the matter. Jiang Zhao, observing the scene below, felt no inclination to intervene. In this world, countless ordinary people met their demise daily. It wasn't solely the malevolent sects that committed such acts. The righteous cultivators were not all benevolent either. A mere disagreement could lead to the slaughter of a village deemed disrespectful, a common occurrence. In the eyes of most accomplished cultivators, ordinary people were akin to ants. Saving them was an act of mercy, while neglecting them was merely the fate they were dealt. Recalling his consciousness, Jiang Zhao prepared to leave. Yet in the next moment, he couldn't help but exclaim softly, "Yin Shui," upon spotting the familiar figure. A smile rapidly spread across Jiang Zhao's face. It seemed that fortune favored him. He had intended to settle scores with Yin Shui after dealing with old Demon Zhang, yet here they were, unexpectedly crossing paths. Was it a stroke of bad luck for Yin Shui, or good luck for him that they found themselves in the same direction? As he spoke, Jiang Zhao urged the carriage to descend. In the blink of an eye, he landed in a small courtyard, striding with purpose to the front door. With a simple kick, he shattered the door with a resounding crash, amidst the swirling dust. He stepped into the room. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a man suspended on the wall in a big shape, his limbs impaled with iron nails. Crimson blood flowed from his wounds, staining half the wall. Beneath the wall, a disheveled woman lay on a wooden table, her breathing shallow, indicating she was beyond saving. Jiang Zhao turned slightly to see two headless, hunched bodies entwined on a nearby wooden bed. An infant nestled between them. However, the infant had long since perished. After scanning the grim scene, Jiang Zhao's expression remained impassive. He had previously surveyed with his consciousness and understood that this was merely the tip of the iceberg. The entire village was engulfed in similar horror. The pervasive suffering endured by the villagers during their lives and the gruesome manner of their deaths had given rise to a potent aura of resentment. This very aura was precisely what demonic cultivators relished. Senior brother Jiang, Yin Shui, who was dressing by the table, was startled by the commotion behind him, his hands fumbling as he turned around. Upon seeing Jiang Zhao enter, he was further taken aback. After several breaths, his mind rebooted, allowing him to stammer out a greeting. He couldn't fathom why, after completing his task, Jiang Zhao had not returned to the sect but instead traveled in the opposite direction. Had he known this, he would have flown westward to return to the sect instead of running east. "Did you do all of this?" Jiang Zhao inquired as he approached the table, glancing at the woman. He raised his hand to adjust her tattered clothing slightly. "Senior brother, you wouldn't be considering avenging them, would you?" Yin Shui's mind was in turmoil. After a moment of silence, he reluctantly admitted, "Yes." However, he quickly added, "But this isn't solely my doing. Most of our outer sect brothers have done the same. I learned it from them. They told me that to obtain the most ferocious specters, one must kill their parents before their eyes, violate their wives, and sever their offspring. Only then will the deceased become exceptionally fierce, and with a bit of nurturing, make for excellent vengeful spirits. That's quite an ingenious method," Jiang Zhao praised. Hearing this, Yin Shui released a breath of relief and quickly replied with a forced smile. "Indeed, the spirits in the 10,000 Souls banner came about in this manner. Since we've encountered each other today, I shall do you a favor and offer all these vengeful spirits to you, hoping you will accept them graciously. These are hardly sufficient." Jiang Zhao shook his head. Though his words suggested otherwise, his actions were swift. With a gentle wave of his hand, a large black banner materialized. Its surface billowing as all the specters were drawn in, frantically pulled into the 10,000 Souls banner. As he collected them, Jiang Zhao also wiped their consciousness clean. These villagers had suffered immensely in life and were now left to rot in the wilderness after death. Without Jiang Zhao's intervention, their fates would likely have been twofold, either left to wither away without the cycle of reincarnation, ultimately resulting in their spirits dissipating, or they would have been consumed by yin energy, growing stronger to become vengeful spirits, eventually captured by passing demonic cultivators and imprisoned within the 10,000 Souls banner, their lives and deaths manipulated by others. Neither outcome was acceptable to Jiang Zhao, for he was inherently kind-hearted. He could not bear to see ordinary people suffer, nor could he allow these vengeful spirits to pose a threat to others. With no other choice, he could only incorporate them into his 10,000 Souls banner, sharing the path of longevity with them. As he observed the vengeful spirits he had gathered being absorbed by Jiang Zhao, Yin Shui felt a tremor of reluctance in his heart but maintained his composure and cautiously asked, "Is this enough to satisfy you, senior brother?" "Not nearly," Jiang Zhao replied, raising an eyebrow as he turned to Yin Shui with a smile. "Do you have any family?" Yin Shui was taken aback. Suddenly, he realized that Jiang Zhao had been toying with him from the very beginning, and the intent to spare him had never crossed his mind. Thus, Yin Shui, without a moment's hesitation, ignited the vital essence within his body and fled towards the door with unparalleled swiftness. This blood-burning secret technique, honed over many years, transformed him into a formidable force at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. Even a practitioner of Zhang's caliber, who was merely in the late stages, could not hope to catch up to him. The thought of being pursued was nothing short of a fanciful dream. A sense of pride welled up within Yin Shui, though his strength was lacking, as a practitioner of demonic arts, who among them lacked a few hidden talents. His singular focus was the arduous cultivation of the blood-burning technique, designed precisely for situations like today, ensuring that even against someone he could not defeat, if he wished to depart, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to detain him. With this thought in mind, he glanced back, only to find no trace of Jiang Zhao as expected. He mused, Realizing that Jiang had yet to react, the smirk played upon Yin Shui's lips as he prepared to accelerate further and escape. However, when he turned around, he was struck by an unbelievable sight, causing his pupils to involuntarily constrict. The figure shot skyward, abruptly halting midair. Jiang Zhao. In that moment, Yin Shui felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. His hands and feet turned cold. He could scarcely fathom how, despite employing his secret technique, Jiang Zhao was still able to match his speed, and even, unbeknownst to him, had positioned himself ahead. What manner of movement technique was this? Where do you think you're going, junior brother Yin? Jiang Zhao inquired with a smile. Yin Shui's eyes. That smile sent a chill down his spine. Was there truly a genius capable of mastering the intent of the blade while simultaneously cultivating movement techniques? Judging by Jiang Zhao's speed, it was evident he had achieved mastery in a movement technique. Yin Shui stammered, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears. He evasively replied, I wasn't planning on going anywhere. I merely intended to get some fresh air. As he spoke, one hand slipped behind him, revealing a talisman. If I were you, I wouldn't use that talisman, Jiang Zhao warned, before his words had fully escaped his lips. He vanished like a phantom, reappearing before Yin Shui and delivering a kick that struck true at Yin Shui's dantian. In the next instant, Yin Shui felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow. His eyes bulged, veins protruded from his face, and his body contorted at an unnatural angle, plummeting towards the ground like a cooked shrimp. Bang! A resounding crash echoed. Dust billowed into the air as Yin Shui lay at the bottom of a crater. Blood trickling from his lips, his bones nearly shattered. Yet, this was not what terrified him most. What instilled fear in him was the realization that as Jiang Zhao's kick landed, he could no longer sense his own cultivations. The true essence that had once flowed through his meridians was dissipating at an alarming rate. My cultivation has been destroyed by you. Yin Shui murmured in disbelief, lifting his gaze towards the sky. Where resentment filled his eyes, do not be angry, Jiang Zhao said, descending from the heavens with an air of nonchalance. We have merely just begun. Subsequently, he formed a seal with his hands and struck down upon the distant Wanhun banner, causing the banner to tremble as dense ghostly mist spread forth, enveloping the vicinity in a shroud of darkness. Soon after, from within the ghostly fog emerged one vengeful spirit after another. Each spirit bore crimson eyes and was shrouded in a menacing aura. Merely casting a glance at them sent shivers down one's spine. Most of the spirits within the Wanhun banner had their consciousness erased by Jiang Zhao, leaving only a few, such as Shinsong, who retained their wits. The reason for their retention was that in this bizarre world of resurrection, he still required one or two subordinates to carry out tasks. Without intelligence, communication would pose a challenge. However, within the realm of cultivation, Shinsong and others were of little use. He merely sought a group of obedient and fearless enforcers. Listen well. Aside from Shinsong and the other spirits, all vengeful ghosts within the Wanhun banner are to be unleashed. Jiang Zhao commanded. Surveying the throngs of spirits, he tossed a dagger into the air and calmly declared, each of you spirits must inflict at least 10 cuts upon him, should he perish at the hands of anyone before those 10 cuts are completed. That individual shall take his place. Do you understand? Roar. A cacophony of ghostly wails erupted. Jiang Zhao frowned. The erasure of their consciousness had left them unable to utter a word. Go. Jiang Zhao waved his hand. Over 1,000 vengeful spirits surged forth, racing towards Yin Shui like a tidal wave. You Jiang, I curse you. If you have the ability, then kill me. Faced with the overwhelming horde of spirits, Yin Shui's face drained of color. His mouth spewing curses, but it was all in vain as blades of light flickered before him. The previously defiant Yin Shui soon let out a piercing scream. Seizing the moment, Jiang Zhao glanced into Yin Shui's storage bag. Discovering little of value, yet his attention lingered on the Wanhun banner. Delving into it with his consciousness, he discerned 3 vengeful spirits within. The weakest among them possessed the strength of a peak Qi refining stage, while the strongest was a spirit at the early stage of foundation establishment. This was not due to Yin Shui's scarcity of killings, but rather that he followed the elite path common among most ghost cultivators, killing a multitude of individuals, allowing the vengeful spirits to devour one another until only the strongest remained. After all, in this world, the air was thick with spiritual energy, yet ghostly energy was exceedingly rare. Should there be too many spirits within the Wanhun banner, sustaining them would be impossible. Conversely, Jiang Zhao faced no such constraints. He possessed a bizarre world of resurrection, capable of nurturing as many vengeful spirits as he desired, given time. Cultivating all the spirits within the Wanhun banner into formidable beings at the Tribulation Transcendent stage would pose no challenge. Over 1,000 beings at the Tribulation Transcendent stage. Jiang Zhao glanced at the spirits mercilessly tormenting Yin Shui, his spirits buoyed by the thought, and a thrill coursed through him, just as he envisioned a promising future. His expression shifted suddenly as he turned his gaze toward the outskirts of the village. A figure in white, slowly retreating, seemed as though frozen in place, locking eyes with him. Hua Ying's face was as pale as death. Her legs trembling uncontrollably, in an intangible way. She perceived a terrifying wave of murderous intent sweeping toward her like a tsunami. The single glance sent chills racing down her spine, and a wave of cold surged from her feet to the crown of her head. Recalling the earlier scene, Hua Ying dared not entertain any illusions. What sort of individual could command over 1,000 vengeful spirits, each possessing strength beyond the 7th level of Qi Refining? How had they been nurtured? How many lives must he have taken to amass such ghostly energy and cultivate these spirits? The depths of this matter were too profound for her to contemplate, and upon realizing she had been discovered, Hua Ying instinctively summoned all her true essence, raising a white longsword and soaring into the sky. Observing Hua Ying's retreating figure, Jiang Zhao let out a cold snort, thinking of escaping. Clang. A long blade appeared in Jiang Zhao's hand as he swung it downwards. A torrent of true essence surged through his meridians, merging into the blade. As the long blade descended, a majestic arc of light erupted, drawing upon the surrounding ghostly energy, darkening the skies. The blade's reach extended like thunder, traversing over 1,000 meters in an instant, looming in the void like a colossal black mountain, striking terror into hearts. Boom. The unrefined strike descended like a cannonball aimed at a mosquito. Hua Ying emitted not even a scream before being reduced to a mist of blood high above. What did it matter if you fled 900 meters when the blade spanned 1,000? Jiang Zhao sheathed his blade and spoke calmly, observing the blood mist drifting from the sky. He instructed the ghostly rope to absorb the essence of the corpse, recognizing the value of such resources and deeming them too precious to waste. As for the storage pouch, if there were any, he would retrieve them. If not, it mattered little. He was well aware of the formidable power of the strike he had just delivered. Unless something unforeseen occurred, acquiring the storage pouch was highly unlikely. Given the distance, he could hardly expect to slay while avoiding damage to it. After dealing with Hua Ying, Jiang Zhao transferred the 3 fierce spirits of Yin Shui into his 10,000 souls flag. Having completed this task, he waited for a brief moment. Soon, a chilling scream echoed in his ears, marking Yin Shui's final demise. It was undeniable that a spirit with enhanced strength was remarkably precise. Over 1,000 fierce spirits were dispatched with neither excess nor deficiency in strikes. Gazing at Yin Shui, whose emaciated form bore little flesh, Jiang Zhao raised his hand and extracted the latter's soul. After a cursory examination, he found that Yin Shui's methods appeared to be effective. In that moment, Yin Shui's eyes gleamed crimson, his power significantly surpassing that of an ordinary fierce spirit, exuding black smoke from his entire being. Even without Jiang Zhao having dulled his intellect, he seemed somewhat deranged, eager to engage in conflict with anyone he encountered. That a little nurturing would likely transform him into a formidable force. Jiang Zhao marveled at this, promptly dulling Yin Shui's consciousness before incorporating him into the 10,000 souls flag. After scanning the surroundings to ensure nothing was overlooked, he waved his sleeve and summoned a carriage. Stepping inside, he sped towards the Cold Wind Valley. This time, the journey was uneventful, and he arrived at Cold Wind Valley in a flash. After spending the better part of the day searching the nooks and crannies, he finally located 10 stalks of wind grass. Though they were not particularly old, they were more than sufficient for his task. With both missions accomplished, it was time to return to the sect and submit his findings. After all, completing a task without submission was akin to having not completed it at all. However, before heading back, Jiang Zhao felt compelled to visit the bizarre world once more. Having lingered in the late stage of foundation building for quite some time, he was growing impatient. Finding a secluded spot, he unleashed his spiritual sense, sweeping the area 3 or 4 times to ensure absolute safety, before releasing a golden portal and stepping through, swiftly vanishing from sight. Upon re-entering the eerie, rejuvenated world, Jiang Zhao reveled in the dense aura of ghostly energy surrounding him, feeling invigorated as his internal true essence seemed to flow more swiftly in an inexplicable manner. It felt as if the entire world was welcoming his arrival. Shinsong. Jiang Zhao summoned Shinsong from the 10,000 souls flag and instructed, seek out Lu Rohai and have him prepare the ghostly entities for transport. Ensure they are delivered to me without delay. Yes, Master, Shinsong responded, transforming into a wisp of black mist that sped towards the Spirit Administration Bureau. Approximately half an hour later, 3 trucks came to a halt outside the villa. Lu Ruhai disembarked, discreetly wiping the sweat from his brow before respectfully offering, "Mr. Shun, shall we assist in carrying them inside?" The ghostly entities of this realm varied greatly in size, some no larger than a palm. While others rivaled the dimensions of a bed or cabinet, it was no wonder that the Spirit Administration Bureau had dispatched 3 trucks for transport. "No need. I can manage on my own." Shinsong declined, raising his hand to release a surge of black mist. To Lu Ruhai's astonishment, the dark energy burst open the truck doors, swiftly enveloping the sealed ghostly entities and propelling them into the villa like untamed steeds. "Ah, this." Lu Ruhai stared at Shinsong in bewilderment, waves of astonishment crashing within him. Back when Shinsong was alive, he had frequently interacted with him as the head of the Spirit Administration Bureau. But never had he witnessed such might. Yet now, how long had Shinsong been under the tutelage of that Mr. Jiang, to wield such power over objects in the void already? In the blink of an eye, the ghostly entities from the 3 trucks were entirely transported. Lu Ruhai found himself swallowing hard. Forcing a stiff smile, he produced a black phone and presented it to Shinsong, saying, "Mr. Shun, please pass this to Mr. Jiang. In the future, he may communicate any matters through this number. The Spirit Administration Bureau shall wholeheartedly serve Mr. Jiang." Furthermore, Lu Ruhai hesitated for a moment before continuing, "We have yet to make progress on Mr. Jiang's previous request to locate the headquarters of the Ancient God Society. However, we have found quite a number of ghostly servants. Please inquire when Mr. Jiang might be available." "Understood." Shinsong nodded lightly and turned to enter the villa. Upon stepping inside, he immediately spotted Jiang Zhao standing in the courtyard, who waved a hand gently. "No need to elaborate. I am already aware. Let them return and await further news." Time was of the essence. Having bolstered his strength, he still needed to return to the sect. After submitting his tasks, he could then return to purge those ghostly servants. After all, it was only a matter of a day or so. Once Lu Ruhai had departed, Jiang Zhao settled cross-legged in the courtyard, surrounded by numerous ghostly entities. Given the passage of time, the array surrounding the courtyard activated automatically, concentrating the ghostly energy in the vicinity. It could be said that Jiang Zhao's villa had become one of the densest sources of ghostly energy in the world. Over time, he even began to suspect that every blade of grass and every tree within the courtyard would evolve into a ghostly creature. After all, with the abundance of spiritual energy, all things would naturally awaken. It was only logical that a similar phenomenon would occur with ghostly energy. Setting aside such thoughts, Jiang Zhao closed his eyes, unleashing a terrifying pull that emanated from his being. Within the courtyard, it was as if a tempest of unimaginable force had been unleashed, coalescing above him into a vortex, drawing in an almost inexhaustible stream of ghostly energy. Jiang Zhao's cultivation began to ascend at an unprecedented rate. Approximately an hour later, a vast aura erupted forth. After lingering in the late stage of foundation building for so long, Jiang Zhao finally ascended to the pinnacle of his cultivation. Though the 70-plus ghostly entities were still insufficient, he had brushed against the edge of the golden core stage. Yet, the sheer volume of ghostly energy required for a breakthrough was overwhelmingly immense. He would need at least double the current amount to succeed. Jiang Zhao mused to himself. Although he had not yet broken through to the golden core stage, his current strength undoubtedly surpassed that of a typical pinnacle foundation building cultivator. In other words, he was now considered half a step into the golden core realm. Having cultivated for over 4 months, he stood a mere half step away from the golden core. This pace was commendable. Though he lamented that his fortuitous awakening had occurred somewhat late, had it been earlier, a mere Jingqian would have been crushed in a single hand. Jiang Zhao pursed his lips, rising to his feet and dismissing further thoughts. He recalled Shinsong into the 10,000 souls flag and waved his sleeve to release the golden portal. Stepping through and returning to the cultivation realm, he boarded the carriage and swiftly made his way towards the location of his sect. Meanwhile, atop a mountain in the Wansheng zone, Zhongqian awoke from his meditative healing. His brow furrowed. He retrieved a jade slip pulsating with white light, a sense of dissatisfaction brewing within him. Several days had passed since his confrontation with Hong Wanshou, yet his injuries had yet to fully mend. Just as he was engrossed in his recovery, an unwelcome message arrived via his communication jade slip, prompting a scowl to deepen on his already grim face. Good. Zhang Qian spat out 3 words in rapid succession, an aura of terrifying malice surging forth, reverberating throughout the great hall. How dare a mere blood-blade sect pursue the descendants of his lineage? It was only due to his advanced age, coupled with the injuries sustained from his recent battle with Hong Wanshou, that he had yet to retaliate. Otherwise, solely based on the events of today concerning the Bloodblade sect, he would indeed feel compelled to confront them. They must understand the reason behind the vibrant blooming of flowers. They truly believe that the vengeful nature of demonic cultivators is merely a jest. While the fates of others may hold little significance for him, Zheng Qian is profoundly concerned for his own descendants. Demonic cultivators are typically ruthless towards outsiders. However, they tend to exhibit a degree of care towards their kin. After all, not all demonic practitioners adhere to a path devoid of emotion. As long as there exists a semblance of parental affection, they will invariably show some measure of consideration for their progeny. Moreover, Zheng Qian's clan is quite astute, sending numerous spirit stones and elixirs each year. Consequently, the weight of family loyalty has grown increasingly significant in his heart. Today, with his descendant being pursued by the Bloodblade sect, if he were to remain indifferent, it is likely that tomorrow, someone would contemplate the annihilation of his lineage. Seated on the meditation mat, Zheng Qian pondered the implications of his current state in attempting to rescue that descendant. Although he could indeed effect a rescue, it would undoubtedly delay his own healing process. Furthermore, such an endeavor would hinder his other plans. After much deliberation, Zheng Qian concluded that it would be more prudent to send his somewhat unworthy disciple on the errand. Initially, he had intended to assign Jiang Zhao other tasks upon his return, ensuring he remained occupied. Little did he anticipate that an opportunity would present itself so readily. As for the deteriorating relationship between himself and Jiang Zhao, Zheng Qian contemplated whether Jiang Zhao might act out of spite and endanger his family. He deemed this likelihood to be rather low. Previously, Li Su had mentioned that Jiang Zhao was merely at the early stage of foundation establishment. Given that Li Su had been with him for over 200 years, managing affairs during his periods of seclusion, Zheng Qian had complete faith in Li Su's honesty, since Li Su had not misled him. The matter stood. Even if Jiang Zhao were to follow a trail and locate his family, what of it? Although there were no golden core masters in his family, they at least had a foundation pinnacle head of the clan in place, representing several minor realms of difference. Based on Zheng Qian's experience of over 800 years, even if two Jiang Zhaos joined forces, they would likely not match the strength of the Zheng family patriarch. With this realization, Zheng Qian felt a sense of resolution. He estimated that Jiang Zhao would soon return, just as he was about to call for Li Su. However, Li Su's voice preemptively resonated from outside the door. Reporting to the master, there is news from Wanbao Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Zheng Qian's eyes brightened, and with a gentle wave of his sleeve, a gust of wind surged forth, flinging open the hall's entrance as he exclaimed with a hint of excitement, "Come in and speak." Yes, Li Su hastened into the hall, kneeling on the floor, and respectfully reported, "Master, Wanbao Pavilion has just sent word that the Ziluo heavenly fragrant herb and the soul-fixing divine would you requested have arrived." "Is it true?" Zheng Qian's eyes sparkled with delight, his aged frame trembling with anticipation. "Absolutely true," Li Su affirmed solemnly. "Excellent. Marvelous," Zheng Qian exclaimed, marveling at the unexpected turn of fortune. He had assumed these items would take months to procure. Yet here they were, delivered in mere days. It was evident that the success of their business was well-deserved. His initial plan, which had spanned a year, had now been reduced by several months, prompting a need for adjustments. "Li Su," Zheng Qian raised his gaze to Li Su, instructing with a serious tone, "You must go to Jiang Zhao at once. When he returns, direct him to this location to rescue one of my descendants." With that, he casually tossed a jade slip before Li Su. Li Su, not daring to delay, accepted the slip and quickly bowed in acknowledgement. "Yes, I shall depart immediately." Watching Li Su leave, Zheng Qian could no longer contain his smile, bursting into laughter that echoed towards the heavens. "Haha, truly, heaven is on my side. I suspect that Jiang Zhao, that little rascal, could never have anticipated my swift preparations. Upon his return, it will be his reckoning." Not long after, a black carriage descended before the mountain gate. Jiang Zhao stowed the carriage away and hurried into the gate, traversing the mountain path until he arrived before the task hall. Upon entering, he approached the disciple responsible for task registration, presenting 2 task tokens and a jade box containing windgrass. "Could you kindly assist me with the registration?" "Oh, certainly." The disciple in black glanced at Jiang Zhao, offering no further comment as he proceeded to register the task. The first task encountered no issues. The disciple merely confirmed the quantity and age of the windgrass before swiftly handing Jiang Zhao 5 mid-grade spirit stones. However, regarding the second task, he scrutinized the task token closely, then looked back at Jiang Zhao. expressing some skepticism as he inquired, "Brother, is it just you?" "Yes, just me." Jiang Zhao nodded. Upon hearing this, the disciple's expression grew peculiar. Yet he refrained from elaborating. Such occurrences were all too common within the demonic sect. It was not unusual for several comrades to embark on a task only for one to return, or even none at all. An astute observer would recognize the underlying tension, yet as a mere task registrar, he dared not inquire further. After confirming that Jiang Zhao had indeed returned with Zhou Qian's corpse, the disciple quickly finalized the spirit stone transaction. Another 100 or so mid-grade spirit stones were added to Jiang Zhao's account, lifting his spirits as he collected the stones and made his way directly toward his courtyard. Approaching the entrance, he noticed a figure standing before the gate, Brother Jiang. Upon spotting Li Su, Jiang Zhao felt a flicker of unease as Li Su seemed to recall something unpleasant. After exchanging greetings, Li Su stepped back a pace. "What now?" Casting a sidelong glance, Jiang Zhao continued toward his courtyard. Having reached the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, he was but a step away from the Golden Core stage. Whether it was Li Su or even Zheng Qian himself before him, he felt no fear. If necessary, he could simply retreat into the enigmatic world. After all, his cultivation technique could carry him to Golden Core Peak. The next time he returned, it would be Zheng Qian who would need to flee. "The master has a descendant who is currently being pursued by the Bloodblade sect," Li Su hesitantly began. Jiang Zhao pursed his lips, instinctively preparing to refuse before Li Su had finished in prior tasks. His main concern had not been Zheng Qian, as the latter was merely a Golden Core cultivator and posed little threat. His true apprehension lay in the formidable figures within the law enforcement hall. After all, he had remained secluded in his courtyard, and should someone discover his unusual behavior, the consequences of an investigation could reveal his secret of traversing the realms. While he could vanish at will in the enigmatic world, it was a different matter within the cultivation realm, where even the utmost caution might not suffice. Having completed 2 tasks, he now had ample time to focus on enhancing his strength. For Zheng Qian to expect him to assist further was nothing short of folly. Just as he was about to vocalize his rejection, Jiang Zhao suddenly felt a jolt of realization, questioning if he had misheard. And quickly pressed, "What did you just say?" "The master wishes for you to personally undertake a journey," Li Su replied. Before he could finish, Jiang Zhao interrupted. "The previous statement. The master has a descendant who is currently being pursued by the Bloodblade sect." Li Su momentarily froze, hesitantly uttering, "He has descendants?" Jiang Zhao appeared to have discovered a new world, his eyes igniting with astonishing brilliance. Previously, he had never considered this aspect, his mind solely preoccupied with devising a way to eliminate Zheng Qian. Yet, it now seemed that he was woefully inadequate as a demonic cultivator. He had entirely overlooked the necessity of investigating Zheng Qian's family. Indeed, Li Su's head shrank back, for some inexplicable reason, in that fleeting moment. This senior brother Jiang appeared to be more fearsome than ever, instilling in him a paralyzing dread that deterred any movement. After all, he was merely a young cultivator. Although he had lived for over 2 centuries and had attained mid-foundation stage cultivation, he had never engaged in combat. Over the past 200 years, he had scarcely stepped outside the confines of the Wanxing immortal sect. His family was not at fault. Where was that descendant who was being hunted? Jiang Zhao rubbed his fists together, swiftly inquiring. The advantages of demonic cultivators are numerous, but the most crucial trait is their adherence to their word. They do what they say. If they claim they will annihilate your entire family, they will do just that. In recent days, Jiang Zhao had yet to find a way to deal with Zheng Qian. However, sending Zheng Qian's family members to their demise was a task within reach. Ensuring his intentions remained inconspicuous. Therefore, Jiang Zhao deliberately refrained from asking about the location of the other party's family. After all, once he located Zheng Qian's descendant, he could easily inquire about their hometown and the number of formidable guardians they had. The elder had meticulously documented vital information within a jade tablet, including the appearance of that descendant and their current whereabouts. Li Su produced a jade tablet and spoke rapidly. Jiang Zhao seized the jade tablet, probing its contents with his spiritual sense, casting a cursory glance before a smile crept across his face. "Convey a message to my master for me. I shall handle this matter with utmost precision, leaving no room for error, and strive to ensure a swift reunion with his family. Then I shall trouble you, senior brother." Li Su bowed respectfully. Jiang Zhao nodded lightly, his figure vanishing in an instant. By the time Li Su lifted his gaze, Jiang Zhao had already arrived outside the valley. Although flying was prohibited within the sect, Jiang Zhao's speed remained astonishing. Watching Jiang Zhao's disappearing silhouette, Li Su couldn't help but marvel. Though he was unaware of Zheng Qian's intentions regarding soul possession, his intuition suggested that there might be some discord between his master and senior brother Jiang. However, it now appeared that he may have been overthinking it. Upon hearing that his master's descendant was in trouble, didn't Jiang Zhao rush over without a second thought? His speed was significantly quicker than during their last encounter. After leaving the sect, Jiang Zhao did not hasten to rescue anyone. Instead, he sought out a secluded location to venture into the bizarre world. Previously, he had planned to return to the sect and immediately head to the strange realm, where he would explore the vicinity of Donghai City, disrupt a few ghostly nests, and refine some ghost servants. Concurrently, he aimed to elevate his strength to the Golden Course stage. However, given his newfound responsibilities, it was clear that he could not act personally and would have to endure a bit longer for Lu Ruhai and others. He instructed them to work overtime over the next few days to capture more ghostly entities to enhance the efficiency of subduing these spirits. Jiang Zhao retained 5 powerful ghosts, including Shinsong, to oversee the cleansing of the entire Donghai city. Before departing, Jiang Zhao informed Shinsong, if they failed to capture any wild ghosts, they should first target the local ghost tamers, as they too harbored ghostly entities within them. Upon returning to the cultivation realm, Jiang Zhao cast a glance at the distant gates of Wanqing Immortal Sect, a cold smile spreading across his lips. Just wait. The next time I return, it will be the end for you. Zheng Qian, you old wretch. A day later, in a dense forest 30,000 miles from Wanqing Immortal Sect, for men clad in crimson and wielding long blades radiated their spiritual senses, enveloping the area for hundreds of meters. Their gazes darting about. The leader, with a defiant expression, called out, "Boy, I know you're hiding here. If you know what's good for you, come out willingly. Our possessions are not so easily acquired. Hand over what you have, and we might consider sparing your life. Otherwise, you should pray that we don't find you if you fall into our hands." Humph. The man sneered, his expression menacing. You will suffer dearly. Not far away, in a pit. Zheng Xuanyi lay in tattered clothes, blood streaming from his wounds. He crouched at the bottom of the pit, a layer of medicinal powder sprinkled over him to mask the scent of blood. Additionally, he had laid down a covering of dry leaves for camouflage, with only his pair of eyes visible, stealthily observing the crimson-clad men moving about a few meters ahead. Gulp. Zheng Xuanyi quietly swallowed. Frantically transmitting messages to the outside world using a jade tablet. As he heard the footsteps of the 4 disciples of the Bloodblade sect drawing nearer, his heart raced to the brink of breaking. Within a few breaths, he had sent nearly 100 messages, yet the only response from the jade tablet was a single line. Don't panic. Stay steady. The elder's disciple is already on their way to rescue you. Seeing this message from his family's leader, Zheng Xuanyi couldn't help but curse inwardly. They had said the same thing last night, but now a whole night had passed. Where were they? He knew that the elder's recent disciple seemed to be extraordinary. Having just become a foundation cultivator and entering the law enforcement hall of the Wanqing Immortal Sect, the reputation of the Wanqing Immortal Sect needed no elaboration, with hundreds of thousands of disciples. Each law enforcement disciple being among the elite. Though both were foundation cultivators, the difference between those in ordinary sects and those in major sects was incomparably vast if that elder's disciple arrived. Eliminating the 4 Bloodblade sect disciples shouldn't pose a problem. Yet, the crucial point was that despite sending so many distress signals, and with so much time elapsed, he had yet to see the figure of that disciple. Surely, the elder's disciple hadn't gotten lost, had they? As such thoughts arose, a sliver of despair crept into Zheng Xuanyi's heart. Just as he was about to send another message to his family, a rustling sound of dry leaves emerged. Startled, Zheng Xuanyi suddenly looked up, locking eyes with a pair of mocking orbs belonging to a red-clad man, whose mouth curled into a sinister grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. So, you were hiding here. Oh no. Zheng Xuanyi thought to himself, sensing danger. He quickly scrambled backward, but before he could retreat more than a couple of steps, he collided with a solid object behind him. Slowly looking up, he discovered that another crimson-clad man had appeared behind him. And to his left and right stood 2 more disciples of the Bloodblade sect, effectively sealing off any escape routes. Why not keep hiding? The leader, a burly figure with a scruffy beard, stepped forward, looming over Zheng Xuanyi. He raised one foot and brought it crashing down. Crack. A sharp sound resonated. Zheng Xuanyi couldn't help but let out a pain scream. Looking down, he realized that his right leg had twisted into an unnatural angle. A boot pressing down upon it, incessantly twisting. With each rotation, Zheng Xuanyi felt a fresh wave of excruciating pain wash over him. What was it I said earlier? The burly man spoke grimly. You best pray you don't fall into our hands, or I will crush your limbs one by one. Zhang Shuani inhaled sharply, struggling to respond. What about my 4 limbs? Huh? At his words, the 4 nearby burst into laughter. Even in the face of death, he still dared to negotiate. The man's eyes widened, his long knife raised, ready to descend. Wait a moment. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Qian immediately shouted, disregarding the pain in his right leg, my esteemed ancestor is Zhang Qian, an elder of the Wansheng sect. If you kill me, you shall find no peace yourselves. Zhang Qian, the burly man maintained his expression, sneering, I've heard of that old fool. He has lived far too long. I doubt he has many years left. Tio think you would use him to intimidate me. How naive. Moreover, the man in red continued, as if struck by a thought, if memory serves, that old coot is still listed on the bounty boards of both the Zhengyang sect and the Xianyang sacred sect. Isn't he? Should he dare to step out of his sect, I wager he wouldn't need our intervention. Someone would surely come to slay the demon. At this point, the 4 men in red erupted into a cacophony of raucous laughter. Zhang Qian had lived for so long, and his exploits were numerous. Over the past several centuries, he had been hunted down by righteous cultivators more than once, yet each time he managed to escape. These tales of survival were often boasted by Zhang Qian himself, and many had witnessed him in battle against the righteous sections. Thus, his notoriety was well known not only within his sect, but also in the outside world. For not every demonic cultivator could escape unscathed when besieged by a host of righteous practitioners. I must inform you. Zhang Qian's face turned pale as he spoke again, trembling. My esteemed ancestor has dispatched a disciple to come to my aid. By now, he should be nearby. Oh, the man in red raised an eyebrow, glancing around with disdain. That old fool Zhang Qian has a disciple. Where is he? Even if he were standing right before me, I would slice him down without hesitation. Before he could finish his taunt, a flash of black light sliced through the air, accompanied by the sound of fabric tearing. The blade cleaved through the necks of the 4 men. It continued onward, severing dozens of towering trees before dissipating into the ether. The 4 men in red shuddered slightly, exchanging incredulous glances. This is impossible, the burly man managed to utter, before he could utter a 5th word. A sharp sound echoed as crimson blood erupted from the gaping wound in his neck. Zhang Qian, caught off guard, was drenched in the chilling spray. Though he appeared disheveled, a look of astonishment illuminated his face. Through the gaps between the corpses of the 4 men in red, he beheld a young man in black, leisurely approaching, wielding a long black blade. As he walked, the blade transformed into a shadow, swiftly vanishing. Jiang Xianchong. Zhang Qian exclaimed with surprise. Although he too was at the foundation establishment level, akin to Jiang Zhao, there was a significant difference. He was a descendant of Zhang Qian, while Jiang Zhao was his disciple. The disparity in their statuses was immense, and he dared not refer to him as Daoyu, instead opting for Xinchang. As Jiang Zhao drew near, he nonchalantly swept aside the bodies of the red-clad men. Extending a hand towards Zhang Qian's eyes brightened. Indeed, the disciple of his ancestor proved reliable, not only saving his life but seemingly offering to support him as well. Such courtesy was unexpected. In that moment, Zhang Qian hastily reached out, yet their hands brushed past one another in the in the midst of Zhang Qian's bewilderment. Jiang Zhao's hand settled upon his head. Zhang Qian barely managed to utter a syllable. In the next instant, he felt a surge of powerful divine consciousness coursing through Jiang Zhao's palm into his mind. Just before his awareness faded, a terrifying thought surfaced. This seemed to be a soul search. After a brief moment, Jiang Zhao retracted his hand. Exhaling a long breath of turbid air, he produced the Wan Hun banner, gathering the souls of the 4 men, and then spoke again. Gui Sheng, come forth and cleanse the ground. Coming, the Gui Sheng exclaimed with enthusiasm, promptly darting out from Jiang Zhao's sleeve. After this time apart, it felt as though it had been living in paradise. Aside from sleeping, it had been surrounded by countless delectable treats. Having feasted so heartily, it was uncertain of its newfound strength. Regrettably, among these corpses, there were no souls to be found. Had there been, it could have nurtured some ghostly servants to assist its master. However, the absence of souls surely served a purpose. The Gui Sheng dismissed such thoughts and observed as it absorbed the essence of flesh and blood. Jiang Zhao collected several storage bags, inspecting them one by one. The bags belonging to the disciples of the Bloodblade sect were disappointingly mundane, containing only some spirit stones and ordinary garments. However, within Zhang Qian's storage bag lay a palm-sized crimson long knife, crafted from a translucent jade-like material. Upon extraction, A powerful malevolence surged forth, radiating outward. Is this the treasure spoken of by the disciples of the Bloodblade sect? Jiang Zhao scrutinized the crimson long knife. Yet after a lengthy examination, he discerned nothing definitive. The weapon was merely the front half. The rear half vanished without a trace, its smooth cut suggesting it had been severed by someone. In his estimation, it did not appear to be a magical artifact, but rather a token of some sort. After summoning the souls of the 4 disciples of the Bloodblade sect to question them, Jiang Zhao was met with disappointment. It seemed they were merely pawns, unaware of the true purpose of the crimson long knife. For now, I will inquire further about this item when I visit the Bloodblade sect, he resolved, shaking his head to dismiss the thought. The Bloodblade sect was a destination he intended to reach, not only for the token in hand, but also to obtain the latter half of the Wuxing Dao Jing, a technique of the Bloodblade sect, of which he currently possessed only the first half. Having secured the half of the crimson knife, Jiang Zhao carefully recalled Zheng Xian's memories, then turned his gaze southward, softly murmuring, Luo Shui City, Zheng family. Before his traversal, he had recalled an ancient saying from his homeland: to hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening. Now he was aware of the path leading to the Zheng family. Glancing upward, he noted the dawn breaking. Without hesitation, Jiang Zhao waved his sleeve, summoning a black carriage. Stepping inside, the 2 white horses whinnied as they galloped forth, transforming into a streak of light, soaring into the heavens. Time passed swiftly, and soon half a day had elapsed. In Luo Shui City, at the Zheng family estate, before a pavilion, a young servant respectfully addressed a middle-aged man with a solemn expression, "Young master. The master of the Qin family has come to visit." "What Qin family master? I've never heard of such a figure. I shan't meet him." The servant's words were barely out when a defiant voice echoed from within the pavilion. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man stepped forward, his voice grave. "Zheng Xiao, whether you meet Qin or not is inconsequential. I simply wish to know the whereabouts of my daughter." "What daughter?" The voice from within the pavilion erupted with impatience. "This is the Zheng family residence. How dare you come here seeking my daughter? Come." "Fu. At your service." The servant quickly bowed. "Why haven't you thrown this scoundrel out yet?" The young servant's expression revealed his hesitation as he lifted his gaze to the middle-aged man. Speaking softly, "Master Qin, perhaps you have truly come to the wrong place. Might I suggest you search elsewhere?" "Humph." The middle-aged man remained steadfast, letting out a cold snort as he solemnly declared, "At the hour of the snake today, dozens at the East City Gate witnessed young Master Zheng forcibly abducting my daughter. Does young Master Zheng dare to deny such an act?" As he spoke, the man took a step forward, raising one hand, his inner essence gathering in his palm, ready to break through. Yet, in the next moment, the door swung open of its own accord at a young man, clad in white with a jade pendant at his waist and a folding fan in hand, gracefully stepped out. He cast a sidelong glance at the middle-aged man and indifferently remarked, "I wondered who was barking at my door in broad daylight. It turns out to be Master Qin." "You?" Master Qin's face hardened, his fists clenched tightly within his sleeves, the power of his late-stage foundation establishment concealed but palpable. After several deep breaths, he managed to suppress the fury within him and solemnly inquired, "Young Master Zheng, might you now reveal the whereabouts of my daughter?" He understood the gravity of the situation. Even as the head of the Qin family, he could not afford to act rashly here. Unlike the Zheng family, the Qin family relied solely on him. His own strength merely reached late-stage foundation establishment. In contrast, the Zheng family boasted a peak foundation establishment master and a formidable ally in Elder Zheng Qian of the Wanqing Xinzhou. Though a golden core cultivator may not hold much weight within the sect, outside, he was undoubtedly a powerful figure in many small clans and sects. A foundation establishment cultivator could be revered as an ancestor, let alone a golden core practitioner. Should the Qin family provoke the Zheng family, Qin Jingyong was nearly certain that every member of the Qin family would not see the light of another day. Faced with the Zheng family's aggressive demeanor, Qin Jingyong had contemplated relocating his entire family from Luo Shui City. However, the region they inhabited was not under the jurisdiction of the righteous path, but rather within the domain of the Wanqing Xinzhou. Within the city, even the sect's disciples were restrained by rules, reluctant to annihilate an entire populace. But outside, such constraints were significantly lessened. If they were to relocate and encountered a passing disciple of the Wanqing Xinzhou, it was entirely possible that the entire clan could be wiped out without a soul to plead their case. Staying within the city meant enduring humiliation. Ever since taking on the role of family head, Qin Jingyong had opted for a strategy of enduring temporary hardship for peace. Yet today, his daughter had been abducted in broad daylight, and he could no longer remain passive. The daughter of the head of the Qin family. Zhang Yunsheng raised his folding fan and lightly tapped his forehead, apologizing, "Oh dear, how forgetful of me. This morning, I indeed invited your esteemed daughter to my residence for a discussion. She should still be in the guest chamber." With that, he strode forward, continuing, "Since Master Qin has come, you might as well take her back." Qin Jingyong followed closely behind Zhang Yunxing, traversing the Zhang estate with increasing trepidation as they approached the guest chamber. His unease intensified with each step. Soon, Zhang Yunxing came to a halt, pointing with his fan towards a room ahead. "Master Qin, your daughter is in the room just ahead. You may see for yourself." At these words, Qin Jingyong's heart quivered. The sensation of dread reaching its zenith. He cast a deep glance at Zhang Yunxing, inhaled deeply, and quickly approached the door, extending a hand to push it open. Upon entering, he beheld a disheveled woman lying upon the bed. Warner. Qin Jingyong's complexion changed drastically as he rushed to the bedside, grasping the woman's wrist and channeling his overwhelming essence into her. Yet it was as though it had sunk into the ocean without a trace of response. In that moment, the heart that had been hanging in suspense finally shattered. He released his divine sense to scan the surroundings. Finding no trace of life, his pallor deepened as he trembled, pulling the blanket over the woman and hoarsely uttering, "Young Master Zhang, my daughter has perished within the Zhang estate. Oh, you not owe me an explanation?" "An explanation?" Zhang Yuxing chuckled as if he had heard something utterly absurd, throwing his head back in laughter. "What sort of explanation does Master Qin seek? Surely, you do not expect me to repay your daughter's life." "Repay a life." Qin Jingyong's voice was frigid. Yet before he could finish, Zhang Yunxing leisurely interjected, "Master Qin, I advise you to think carefully before you speak." Upon hearing this, the rage-clouded mind of Qin Jingyong swiftly cleared. He glanced at his daughter's lifeless body on the bed, then back at Zhang Yunsheng, who stood so near. After a moment's silence, the tension in his demeanor and the grip of his hands gradually loosened. Indeed, while he could take action against Zhang Yunxing today, what would follow? It was likely that every member of the Qin family would pay the ultimate price alongside him. Moreover, given Zhang Yunxing's status, he undoubtedly possessed some means of protection. It was possible that before he could even strike, the Zhang family's numerous powerful cultivators would arrive in haste. At that point, not only would he fail to avenge his daughter, but he himself would also meet his demise at the hands of the Zhang family. If he were to perish, the entire Qin family would surely vanish with him. Observing Qin Jingyong gradually regaining his composure, Zhang Yunsheng couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh, stating flatly, "Does Master Qin still seek an explanation?" "No need." Qin Jingyong managed to force out 3 words with great difficulty. The moment those words escaped his lips, he appeared to have aged decades. His form slightly hunched as he turned to look at the lifeless woman on the bed. With a wave of his hand, he gathered his daughter's body, then turned to exit. Just as he reached the door, a servant rushed in, calling out from a distance, "Young master, visitors from the Xinzong have arrived. The master has instructed you to hurry over and not lose face." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunxin's eyes brightened as he glanced at Qin Jingyong, feigning curiosity. "Might I inquire which esteemed immortal from the Xinzong has graced us with their presence?" "It is." The servant gasped for breath as he rushed over, quickly explaining, "I heard it is the Door disciple of our ancestor. A formidable presence. Even the family head is treating him with utmost respect. That immortal has requested all members of the Zhang family to assemble in the main hall, as he wishes to meet each of us. Even the second master, who had recently been in seclusion, has been called out by the family head. Is that so?" Zhang Yunxing felt a surge of delight. The status of Zhang Qian within the Zhang family required no elaboration. Without Zhang Qian's backing, the Zhang family would have been obliterated numerous times over. Now, with the arrival of Zhang Qian's only disciple, the entire Zhang family dared not show any sign of negligence. After all, Zhang Qian's dwindling lifespan was no secret. Once he passed, the Zhang family's greatest support would, without a doubt, fall into the hands of this lone disciple. Seeing that the other party wished for all Zhang family members to gather, Zhang Yunsheng perceived this as an opportunity for favor. After all, why else would so many be summoned? With this thought, Zhang Yunsheng smiled faintly and turned to Qin Jingyong, suggesting, "Master Qin, would you care to accompany me to meet with this esteemed immortal? My family has pressing matters." Qin Jingyong declined without a moment's hesitation. He was not bound by familial ties to the Zhang family, and given that his daughter had just died within the Zhang estate, how could he willingly seek out the Zhang family's powerful ally? Would that not be a form of self-degradation? What's this? Zhang Yunshan's smile faded, his tone becoming indifferent. Does Master Qi not wish to offer me this courtesy? Or perhaps you do not wish to show respect to the esteemed immortal from the Wanqing Xinzong? Shall I speak a few kind words on your behalf when we meet him? Upon hearing this, Qin Jingyong's expression changed dramatically. He was acutely aware of the reputation of the Wanqing immortal sect. Such a powerful entity would not kill indiscriminately without cause. If there were a reason, the annihilation of his entire clan would be a lenient outcome. Today, Zhang Yunxing insisted on bringing him along, merely to flaunt the prestige of the Wanqing immortal sect and to impose a minor humiliation upon him. After much contemplation, Qin Jingyong gritted his teeth and nodded, solemnly stating, "I shall accompany you. Just this once." Haha. With Qin Jingyong's agreement, Zhang Yunsheng laughed heartily and turned, calling out loudly, "Lai Fu, lead the way." A moment later, in the main hall of the front courtyard, the place was filled with high-ranking members of the Zhang family, each one brimming with vitality and unable to conceal their smiles. Outside the hall, many younger members of the Zhang family stood, gathering to whisper among themselves, occasionally glancing curiously and excitedly into the hall. Although they could not see their venerable ancestor, they were fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of the ancestor's disciples today. That a single glance revealed that they were indeed figures of the immortal sect, exuding an extraordinary presence that set them apart from ordinary folk. Jiang Zhao sat at the head of the table, holding a cup of tea, leisurely taking a sip before looking towards the head of the Zhang family and asking, "How many are still missing?" Returning to the immortal, everyone else from the Zhang family has arrived, save for my son. The head of the Zhang family, a rotund middle-aged man, was sweating profusely but dared not wipe his brow. Standing beside Jiang Zhao with a forced smile, he hesitantly suggested, "Shall I send someone to urge him?" "No need." Jiang Zhao set down his teacup and replied languidly, "I am not in a hurry. I possess some patience. However, you must remember that every member of the Zhang family must be present. None can be absent." "Understood, understood." The head of the Zhang family nodded vigorously, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will ensure that not a single person is overlooked." "They have all been informed." "Very well." Jiang Zhao nodded slightly. No sooner had he spoken than a young man entered the courtyard, accompanied by two attendants and a middle-aged man. Soon as Zhang Yunxing appeared, the head of the Zhang family urged, "You wretched child, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and pay your respects to the immortal." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunxing dared not delay, swiftly making his way into the main hall, his gaze sweeping across the room before finally landing on Jiang Zhao. He promptly clasped his hands in salute, declaring, "I, the junior Zhang Yunxing, pay my respects to the immortal." "So, he is the last one?" Jiang Zhao did not respond but turned to the head of the Zhang family. Indeed, the head of the Zhang family nodded, visibly relieved, and added, "My son is indeed the last one. I wonder what the immortal has in mind." Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Zhao raised a hand and struck downwards. In an instant, a massive palm print coalesced in the air, accompanied by a piercing shriek, crashing down rapidly, with a thunderous roar. The entire Zhang family hall trembled, dust swirling in the air. What? Everyone was stunned. In their minds, as a disciple of their venerable ancestor, Jiang Zhao would at least bestow some praise or a favor upon Zhang Yunxing, the outstanding descendant of the Zhang family. Yet, who could have anticipated that Jiang Zhao's strike would shatter the hearts of countless Zhang family members? They were utterly unprepared, witnessing the emergence of a palm imprint several meters wide in the hall center, with Zhang Yusheng standing at its heart, appearing as insubstantial as a mere sheet of paper. For a moment, the entire hall fell into an eerie silence, every individual present doubting their own perceptions. Wasn't this Jiang Xianzhong a disciple of their ancestor? Why was he? Countless questions surged in their minds, yet no answers emerged. Outside the hall, Qin Jingyong stood amidst the crowd, his face pale, trembling uncontrollably, although he remained silent. His heart was raging. Was this the essence of demonic cultivation? Was this the disciple of the Wanqing immortal sect? Indeed, as rumored, they recognized no kin when it came to killing. Even the family of his own master was not spared. Now, having killed Zhang Yunxing, what fate awaited him? While Jiang Zhao's earlier strike could be seen as vengeance on his behalf, Qin Jingyong felt little gratitude. Only an overwhelming dread consumed him. After all, Jiang Zhao was not intimately acquainted with him. He did not act solely to avenge him. Even without his words, that strike would have been delivered. Qin Jingyong wished to flee, but before he could take a step, he felt a terrifying spiritual presence locking onto him. He was almost certain that if he dared to move an inch, the next moment Zhang Yunxing would serve as a cautionary tale. While Qin Jingyong hesitated, contemplating his next move inside the hall. The head of the Jiang family gazed at his son. Reduced to a mangled mess, he staggered backward, but at the crucial moment, the second elder of the Jiang family stepped forward to support him. In a deep voice, he addressed Jiang Zhao. Immortal, what is the meaning of this? The Jiang family has committed no offense, have we? If you cannot provide us with a satisfactory answer today, we will have no choice but to summon our ancestor to seek justice. Ku. Do you think summoning that old fool Zheng Qian can intimidate me? You are bound to be disappointed. Jiang Zhao smiled ominously, slowly rising, an inexhaustible malevolent aura emanating from his being. Reminiscent of a ghostly king emerging from the depths of the netherworld, sending shivers down the spines of all present. With a wave of his hand, a large black banner descended from the heavens, crashing into the ground with a resounding thud. The banner flapped ominously, and countless vengeful spirits surged forth, rapidly filling every corner of the Jiang family estate. Looking around, they were met with the sight of vengeful spirits, each possessing cultivation levels around the 7th or 8th layer of Qi Refinement, with the stronger among them reaching the mid to late stages of foundation establishment. You have taken the first step. Zheng Qian will soon come to accompany you. Jiang Zhao, the second elder of the Jiang family, attempted to speak again, but was abruptly cut off by the head of the Jiang family. Jiang Zhao, you will return my son's life. His eyes burned crimson, a palpable killing intent radiating from him, nearly coalescing into a physical form. With a thunderous roar, he raised his hand to form a seal, conjuring a massive black mountain that materialized from thin air, bearing down upon Jiang Zhao with the might of a tempest. As he struck, the head of the Jiang family did not forget to continue speaking. Second brother, are you out of your mind? At this point, words are futile. He will not spare us. If we fight back, we may have a slim chance of survival, but if we continue to speak, we will only be led to our doom. We must hold him off while you activate the family formation, allowing the younger members to flee, and don't forget to send word to the ancestor too. As he spoke, his voice faltered, cut short as he looked down to find a black blade piercing through his neck. The blade extending several feet, the other end held firmly in Jiang Zhao's grip. With one hand propping up the descending black mountain, Jiang Zhao held the Xianyue ancient blade in the other. Speaking leisurely, with death upon you, why waste breath on meaningless chatter? However, I can share one piece of information with you. Jiang Zhao smiled slightly, twisting the long knife in his hand, drawing a circle in the air with the several-foot-long black blade. As the blade passed, several heads soared into the air. Numerous headless corpses stood in place, blood gushing forth, transforming the hall's floor into a scene of hellish carnage. The Xianyue ancient blade in my hand was also bestowed upon me by your ancestor. You, the head of the Jiang family, fell to the ground, yet he did not die immediately. His lips moved, struggling to utter something, but his words never materialized, and his gaze dimmed completely. The ancestor has betrayed me. With a resounding cry, the second master of the Jiang family was sent hurtling backward, his fortune favoring him as he had already begun his escape the moment the family head spoke. Thus, he narrowly avoided being decapitated by Jiang Zhao. However, upon fleeing the grand hall and casting a glance back at the interior scene, he was immediately engulfed in darkness, nearly losing consciousness from the shock. Had he known it would come to this, they would never have allowed Jiang Zhao to brazenly enter the Jiang family estate. Although there were no golden core cultivators to defend the family, the lineage had endured for centuries, and its foundation was still substantial. That a protective formation had long been established around the ancestral residence. Had Jiang Zhao not possessed the identity of an ancestral disciple, he would never have been able to infiltrate the core of the family so easily. Despite the fact that the Jiang family's rise was attributed to Zheng Qian, its eventual downfall was inextricably linked to him as well. Retracting his gaze from the grand hall, the second master of the Jiang family found himself suspended in midair, his mind racing as he took in the chaos around him. He shouted, "Everyone, scatter and flee." Without hesitation, he charged towards the distance. As he fled, he pulled out a jade slip, intending to send a message to Zheng Qian, who was far away at the Wanqing Immortal sect. Just as he prepared to transmit the message, he felt a heavy pressure above him. Struggling to turn his head, he looked up to see a hand with outstretched fingers pressing down upon him. "The immortal caresses your crown. The next line is, receive." The second master of the Jiang family trembled, gripping the jade slip tightly, his lips quivering as he stammered, "The bond of marriage." Bang! With a gentle yet devastating palm strike, the second master of the Jiang family's head exploded in midair, leaving only a headless corpse plummeting to the ground. Jiang Zhao withdrew his hand, cleansing the blood from his palm with his vital essence, and calmly remarked, "You misinterpreted. having dealt with all the high-ranking members of the Jiang family. Jiang Zhao descended from the sky step by step, casually stating, all dealt with, upon receiving his command. The Jiang family's disciples, who had long been under the control of numerous specters, were swiftly dispatched, leaving only translucent souls lingering in place. They gazed around at the horde of vengeful spirits, their forms flickering and wavering. Returning to the grand hall, Jiang Zhao seated himself and reached for the tea he had just sipped. The tea was still warm. Though a layer of dust had settled upon its surface, he poured the tea out, rinsed the cup, and filled it anew. After savoring a sip, he cast aside the ghostly tether and turned his attention to the increasingly ethereal figure of the Jiang family head. Come here. Jiang Zhao beckoned with a crooked finger. The Jiang family head shivered, slowly approaching, his eyes filled with terror as he beheld Jiang Zhao so near. Before the confrontation, he had anticipated some disparity between himself and Jiang Zhao. Yet he never imagined the chasm would be so vast. In mere moments, the Jiang family had been annihilated, with not a single soul surviving. Faced once more with Jiang Zhao, it was impossible for him to claim he was unafraid. After all, the ancestor of the Jiang family was a demonic golden core cultivator, and he was all too aware of the ruthless nature of those who walked the path of darkness. In their grasp, even a swift death would be a distant hope. Bring your subordinates and gather all that your Jiang family has accumulated over the years. If you accomplish this task, I may grant you a swift end. Jiang Zhao stated, glancing at the Jiang family head with a measured demeanor. Upon hearing these words, the others remained largely indifferent, but the Jiang family head's eyes brightened, and he involuntarily exclaimed, is that true? Jiang Zhao always kept his word. He affirmed sincerely, very well. After a moment of contemplation, the Jiang family head nodded in agreement. At this juncture, he had no alternative but to place his trust in Jiang Zhao. While it seemed absurd to assist the very individual responsible for his family's downfall and retrieving their former possessions, reality offered him no choice. In the clutches of a figure like Jiang Zhao, the only thought shared by the Jiang family was to seek a swift demise, thereby sparing themselves from torment. As he watched the Jiang family head depart with several specters in tow, Jiang Zhao turned his gaze slightly to the side, addressing the second master of the Jiang family. Second master of the Jiang family, is it? You shall personally make a trip to summon the head of the Qin family from Luoshui City. Through the memories of Zheng Xianyi, he was aware that there were two families in Luoshui City. One was the Zheng family, and the other was the Qin family. Now that the Zheng family had been eradicated, the Qin family stood as the sole dominant force in Luoshui City. Should he simply leave after the Zheng family's annihilation, it would be tantamount to gifting the Qin family an unearned advantage. Seizing all of the Zheng family's legacy without lifting a finger, such a stroke of fortune was beyond imagination. Jiang Zhao was no benevolent soul, and regardless of his motives for obliterating the Zheng family, assisting the Qin family in seizing control of Luoshui City was an undeniable reality. As the prospective beneficiaries, they were obliged to offer some form of compensation, were they not? Just then, the second master of the Zheng family remained in place. Turning to look outside the grand hall. At that moment, two vengeful spirits carried in a half-dismembered man, swiftly flying into the hall. Upon entering, they unceremoniously tossed the middle-aged man onto the ground. Subsequently, the two spirits let out a bellow. After observing the two spirits for a moment, Jiang Zhao remained perplexed by their intentions. Enough. He waved his hand dismissively, stating calmly, you may leave now. Once the two spirits had distanced themselves, Jiang Zhao lifted his teacup and splashed it onto Qin Zhengyong's face. The latter shivered, immediately regaining consciousness. Upon glancing around and realizing he was still in the Zheng family grand hall, the ember of hope in Qin Zhengyong's heart quickly extinguished. His gaze flitted about, first landing on the once mighty second master of the Zheng family, followed by the other high-ranking members of the Zheng family, further deepening his despair. Was it now the Qin family's turn? Qin Zhengyong pondered this troubling thought. The scene of the Zheng family's destruction was still vivid in his mind. The figure known as Jiang Zhao had summoned 1,000 vengeful spirits with a mere wave of his hand, each possessing strength at the 7th or 8th level of Qi Refining. Such a formidable individual had cultivated countless vengeful spirits who could fathom the number of lives he had extinguished. The thought of annihilating a single Zheng family was trivial. He could very well bloodily sacrifice the entirety of Luoshui City without batting an eye. Speak. What is your name? As Qin Zhengyong contemplated how to meet his end with dignity, a clear voice suddenly resonated in his ears. I. His thoughts were abruptly drawn back to reality as Qin Zhengyong's heart raced. Slowly, he sat up and knelt on the ground, respectfully addressing, I am Qin Zhengyong. I have the honor of meeting you. Immortal Jiang. Qin Jingyong. Jiang Zhao repeated the name, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he inquired. Head of the Qin family, he had been puzzled as to why the two spirits had brought Qin Jingyong back. Now everything fell into place. Before taking action, he had commanded the vengeful spirits within the Wandering Soul's banner to seize control of all members of the Zhang family. It seemed that when Qin Jingyong was captured, he had uttered something along the lines of "I am not from the Zhang family," which had allowed him to escape with his life amid the chaos of two attacking spirits. Indeed, Immortal, you have keen insight. A glimmer of hope ignited within Qin Jingyong, yet he remained diligent, adding, "I am indeed the head of the Qin family, and my presence in the Zhang family today is due to unforeseen circumstances. Rest assured, I shall not divulge a word of today's events. If you doubt my sincerity, I am willing to swear to the heavens. No need for oaths." Jiang Zhao waved his hand dismissively, gesturing to a nearby chair, and calmly stated, "Please sit and speak." Before an immortal, how could there be a place for a mere mortal? Qin Jingyong remained on his knees, displaying profound humility as he replied, "It is sufficient for me to kneel." "Ha!" Jiang Zhao shook his head with a chuckle, not pressing the matter further. He continued, "Since the Zhang family has been eradicated, from this day forth, the Qin family shall reign supreme in Luoshui City. You understand what you must do next, do you not?" Upon hearing this, Qin Jingyong could hardly be oblivious to Jiang Zhao's intentions. In the quiet hours of midnight, he had envied the Zhang family for their substantial backing on countless occasions. Over the past few centuries, the heads of the Qin family had attempted over 10 times to emulate the Zhang family's practice of sending their most gifted descendants to the Wanqing immortal sect for cultivation, hoping that among their progeny, a figure akin to Zhang Qian, a formidable golden core cultivator, would emerge. However, the outcome was disheartening. While the Wanqing immortal sect was relatively accessible, survival within its ranks proved to be exceedingly challenging. Throughout the years, they had sent forth more than a dozen family disciples, yet none had returned alive, let alone shield their family from adversity. By the time of Qin Jingyong's generation, he had relinquished all hope, merely wishing to preserve the meager foundation of the Qin family. Yet, unexpectedly, today he found himself presented with an opportunity. A single wave of the hand had obliterated the entire Zhang family, and Qin Jingyong could surmise that this individual was anything but ordinary. Despite currently possessing only the pinnacle of foundation establishment, it was conceivable that in due time, their cultivation would ascend to unfathomable heights, should the Qin family manage to ally with such a formidable entity. Perhaps in a few decades, they too could rise to the prominence currently enjoyed by the Zhang family. With this thought, Qin Jingyong immediately prostrated himself on the ground, respectfully declaring, "We are profoundly grateful for your benevolence. Esteemed immortal, the entirety of the Qin family is willing to serve you with utmost loyalty. Should any of our descendants ever show disrespect to your commands, they shall meet a fate most dire. You certainly know how to ingratiate yourself." Jiang Zhao remarked with a light chuckle. He simply sought to extract some benefits from the Qin family, yet Qin Jingyong had outright pledged his allegiance. Although somewhat unexpected, Jiang Zhao had no intention of declining. While the Qin family may not be large, their annual returns would be quite substantial once they gained control of the entire Luoshui city. Over time, the resources would be more than sufficient to support a golden core cultivator. "Rise," Jiang Zhao said, lifting his hand and speaking in a calm tone. "Thank you, esteemed immortal," Qin Jingyong exclaimed with joy as he slowly stood up. The fact that Jiang Zhao did not outright refuse him indicated an acceptance of the Qin family's allegiance, provided they demonstrated adequate sincerity. From this moment forth, the Qin family would possess a formidable protector. With this thought in mind, Qin Jingyong hastily continued, "Esteemed immortal, traditionally, the Zhang family would allocate 30% of their annual profits. Why only 30%? Jiang Zhao interjected, his brow furrowing. At these words, Qin Jingyong's heart sank. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Zhang Qian was the ancestral figure of the Zhang family. Thus offering them a degree of leniency was entirely reasonable. However, the Qin family had no such connection to Jiang Zhao, who was merely offering protection due to a fortuitous circumstance. To mimic the Zhang family's practice of tribute would undoubtedly be tantamount to courting disaster. With this realization, Qin Jingyong forced a laugh and quickly clarified, "Esteemed immortal, I had not yet finished my statement. What I meant to convey is that the Qin family will allocate 30% of our profits for the cultivation of our kin. The remaining 70% shall be yours." "Now that is more agreeable," Jiang Zhao replied, a smile gracing his face as he relaxed his furrowed brow. While speaking, he formed a hand seal, and a mysterious rune materialized, surging into Qin Jingyong's forehead. Faced with this rune, Qin Jingyong did not dare to evade. He allowed it to penetrate deep into his sea of consciousness. He understood that this was the foundation of their mutual trust. Establishing a visible mark was far superior to covert schemes. At the very least, it would alleviate any discomfort in his heart. Moreover, he had anticipated this step from the moment he resolved to ally with Jiang Zhao. Prepare the annual contribution, Jiang Zhao instructed, waving his hand dismissively. Yes, Qin Jingyong replied. Lowering his head, I shall attend to it immediately. Not long after Qin Jingyong departed, the head of the Zheng family returned, accompanied by several apparitions. Unlike their earlier departure, each apparition now bore a storage bag. One particularly fearsome spirit clutched a storage ring. Jiang Zhao received all these items, inspecting them one by one. The majority contained spirit stones, along with some techniques, abilities, and a collection of earthly treasures, albeit of mediocre quality. While these might prove invaluable to Foundation establishment cultivators, their efficacy diminished significantly at the Golden Core stage. Nevertheless, Jiang Zhao harbored no disdain for them. After all, they were resources. Even if he could not utilize them, selling them later would yield considerable profit. As Jiang Zhao gathered all the items, the head of the Zheng family nervously cleared his throat and stammered. Esteemed immortal, it is time for you to fulfill your promise, is it not? Promise? Jiang Zhao responded, momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Rest assured, I, Jiang, have always held my promises in high regard. With that, he raised his hand and obliterated the consciousness of the Zheng family head, subsequently absorbing him into the Wanhan banner. The entire process was seamless, as though Jiang Zhao had performed it countless times before, almost as if he had mastered the art. However, to the onlookers from the Zheng family, the scene was entirely different. Their expression shifted drastically, chilled to the bone. Particularly, the second elder of the Zheng family stepped forward, his voice booming. Esteemed immortal, have you forgotten what you promised us? What did I promise you? Jiang Zhao retorted, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded the elder. Was it not to grant you a swift end? Did my treatment of the Zheng family head not suffice? The second elder's face turned a shade of ashen, trembling as he pointed at Jiang Zhao. You are untrustworthy. Do you not fear retribution? Ha! Jiang Zhao appeared to regard the second elder of the Zheng family with newfound amusement, his expression oddly playful. Have you forgotten my true identity? You. The second elder faltered, his throat constricted as if a multitude of words were lodged, yet none emerged. Indeed, the figure before him was no righteous cultivator, but a genuine demon cultivator. To accuse a demon cultivator of dishonor was akin to preaching to the deaf. If a righteous cultivator were to act thus, they might risk nurturing inner demons in the years to come. Yet, a demon cultivator, they possessed no heart, let alone the concept of inner demons. Throughout history, demon cultivators had met their demise in various ways. Some were struck down by lightning, others were slain by their peers, and many fell to the onslaught of righteous forces. However, it was rare to hear of a demon cultivator perishing due to inner demons. Inner demons were akin to moral coercion if one lacked morals. How could they be coerced? Observing the second elder's expression of disbelief and indignation, as if on the verge of invoking their ancestor once more, Jiang Zhao grew weary of their futile discourse. He rose to his feet and, forming hand seals, plunged them into the Wanhan banner within the hall. In the next moment, the banner erupted with a terrifying black light, akin to a small sun. Radiating waves of darkness. A dreadful pull emanated from it, drawing all souls uncontrollably towards the Wanhan banner. Once every soul had been absorbed, Jiang Zhao methodically eradicated their consciousness. The entire procedure spanned a full quarter of an hour. Having completed the cleansing of the Zheng family, Jiang Zhao returned to his seat and waited patiently until Qin Jingyong arrived. He approached with a tray in hand, upon which rested several storage bags, and presented them respectfully before Jiang Zhao. Esteemed immortal, this is the tribute from the Qin family for this year. Please, peruse it. Jiang Zhao replied, casting a casual glance over the bags before collecting them all. He left behind a communication jade slip for Qin Jingyong, then made his way towards the exit. Should any matters arise in the future, use this jade slip to inform me. If I am not preoccupied, I shall arrive at the earliest opportunity. Qin Jingyong bowed deeply. I humbly escort you, esteemed immortal. Qin Jingyong carefully stored away the jade slip and then respectfully bowed his head when he raised himself again. Jiang Zhao's figure had already vanished without a trace. Shortly thereafter, thousands of miles away from Luoshui City, Jiang Zhao descended from the heavens in a black carriage. He circled a mountain peak twice, releasing his spiritual awareness to scan the surroundings. Confirming that no outsiders were present, he then landed in a secluded corner, summoned a golden portal, and stepped inside, his figure disappearing entirely upon arriving in the mysterious realm. He felt the flow of his true essence quickened by another twofold, filling him with immense joy. He retrieved the mobile phone that Lu Ruhai had previously left him, found the contact number, and dialed it directly. The passage of time in this strange world matched that of the cultivation realm, and since his last departure had not been long, Jiang Zhao mentally prepared himself for the possibility that the Spirit Administration Bureau had not captured many anomalies. He intended to inquire about locations with a higher concentration of anomalies, as he had the time to personally visit, intending to eliminate a few anomaly nests and elevate his cultivation to the golden core stage. The phone rang, producing a busy tone for a moment, but it did not connect. Jiang Zhao put away the phone, glanced at the screen, and shook his head slightly. He had long stated that this device was of little use. And now it proved to be just that. Technological inventions were not ineffective, yet the technology of this world was evidently not advanced enough to defy the heavens. They had yet to even produce a two-dimensional foil. When confronted with the resurgence of anomalies, they were easily subdued by them. That a mere ghostly cover could effortlessly block electronic signals. Without a signal, the mobile phone in his hand was no more useful than a brick. After stowing the phone, he took out the one-on banner and carefully sensed Shinsong's location. Subsequently, he looked towards the east and took a step forward, his figure vanishing completely. The headquarters of the Spirit Administration Bureau. The first-floor hall was already packed with people. A glance revealed at least several hundred individuals, divided into two factions, facing off against each other with a tense atmosphere, ready to erupt into conflict at any moment. At the center of the crowd was a conference table. Lu Ruhai sat at the southern end, his expression grave, flanked by several ghostly entities, with a few team leaders from Donghai City behind him. Further back stood nearly 100 core personnel from the Spirit Administration Bureau, all vigilant and on guard, some even armed with firearms. Although conventional weapons held little efficacy against anomalies, they still posed a threat to ghost tamers. No matter how resilient a ghost tamer might be, without the awakening of a ghostly cover, they could easily be turned into a sieve with just a couple of shots. Observing the assembly of the Spirit Administration Bureau, a scene reminiscent of a formidable adversary, the white-haired man facing Lu Ruhai, who appeared somewhat youthful yet bore a head full of white hair, chuckled and said, "Director Lu, what is the meaning of this? We have merely come to discuss a potential collaboration, yet your actions are hardly hospitable. Is this the way to negotiate a collaboration?" Lu Ruhai's gaze flicked past the white-haired man, landing on the multitude of ghost tamers behind him. A hint of derision lacing his words. Though he had not meticulously counted, it was evident that the number of ghost tamers they brought was no less than 200. Many among them likely harbored at least two ghostly entities within. And some even had 3 or 4. With such a multitude of spirits within them, they had achieved a certain balance. It was precisely for this reason that upon their arrival, they unleashed 4 or 5 ghostly covers, completely enveloping the Spirit Administration Bureau. In the past, Donghai City did not have so many ghost tamers, but as the resurgence of anomalies became increasingly severe, countless cities within the Great Yu realm fell one after another. The displaced ghost tamers gathered in cities that had yet to be destroyed, with Donghai City being one of their targets. Over the years, even the Spirit Administration Bureau could not provide an accurate figure for the number of civilian ghost tamers in Donghai City. Lu Ruhai was certain that the more than 200 ghost tamers present were merely a fraction of the total. These individuals fled swiftly when confronted with anomalies, but upon hearing of potential benefits, they swarmed forward like sharks detecting blood in the water. The Spirit Administration Bureau is no longer what it once was, the white-haired man remarked nonchalantly, casting a glance at the individuals behind him. A confident smile gracing his lips. "Are we to simply wait for you to pick us off one by one? As far as I know." Here, the white-haired man paused momentarily, producing a list from his hand and placing it on the table. He spoke with conviction. "In recent days, the Spirit Administration Bureau has suppressed a considerable number of civilian ghost tamers, correct? Could Director Lu enlighten me on what crimes they committed to warrant such suppression?" "Abuse of anomalous abilities, endangering public safety. Does that charge suffice?" Lu Ruhai replied coldly. "What a grand accusation." The white-haired man clapped lightly, then pointed at the team leaders behind Lu Ruhai, saying, "Your Spirit Administration Bureau has resolved the threat of ghost tamers being harmed by anomalies. Yet you dare label us with the charge of abusing anomalous abilities. Do you find that reasonable? Zhao Jingsheng, watch your words." Lu Ruhai's expression darkened. No one within the Spirit Administration Bureau has ever abused anomalous abilities or endangered the safety of ordinary people. Calm yourself. Director Liu, Zhao Jingsheng maintained his smile. We could also refrain from harming ordinary people, provided you explain how the Spirit Administration Bureau has dealt with the threat of anomalies. I can assure you. We will leave immediately and never oppose the Spirit Administration Bureau again. In fact, we can even collaborate to combat anomalies. Huh? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruhai merely scoffed coldly, casting a disdainful glance at him, and replied indifferently, "Do you truly believe those words? When we, the Spirit Administration Bureau, invited you to join, you were all fearful for your lives, turning a blind eye to the rampant anomalies. Now that you see benefits emerging from the Spirit Administration Bureau, you come here attempting to leverage your numbers as a threat. There's such a thing as a free meal in this world. Director Liu, I advise you to think twice before speaking." Zhao Jingsheng glanced at the ghostly entities beside Lu Ruhai, his tone laden with meaning. The individual strength of the ghost tamers within your Spirit Administration Bureau is indeed somewhat formidable, but ultimately, it is limited. Together, you number only a little over 100. You cannot possibly remain united at all times. When anomalies arise, there will inevitably be moments of solitude. Zhao Jingsheng's lips curled into a smile, his voice low as he continued. At that point, should one of your ghost tamers let their guard down, the consequences could be dire. After all, while anomalies may be indestructible, humans are not invincible. Are you threatening me? Lu Ruhai raised an eyebrow, suddenly standing, his expression chillingly severe. Director Liu, do not misconstrue my words. Zhao Jingsheng replied with a mischievous smile, that I am merely stating facts. Since the resurgence of anomalies began, it has been decades. How many incidents involving anomalies have occurred without casualties, and what of it? Zhao Jingsheng's gaze shifted to the ghostly entities accompanying Lu Ruhai, his tone hauntingly calm. You and the Spirit Administration Bureau have already allied with anomalies. Do you believe you still possess the moral high ground to accuse me? Surely the methods you employed to resolve the anomalies within your ranks were learned from the very anomalies themselves? During this period, the changes within the Spirit Administration Bureau have been considerable. According to Bai Jingsheng, in earlier times, the Bureau would handle merely 7 or 8 bizarre incidents each month. Any more would overwhelm the spirit manipulators within. As the use of supernatural abilities is not without its limits, overexertion may leave the anomalies unscathed, but it certainly takes a toll on the users. However, in the past month, the spirit manipulators of the Bureau have operated with an invigorated zeal, handling bizarre events with remarkable ease. Their supernatural powers seem to be functioning without restraint, as if they were machines running tirelessly, with the monthly count of incidents skyrocketing from the original 7 or 8 to an astonishing 70 or 80. And this is merely what Bai Jingsheng is aware of. The true number remains uncertain. After much of the anomalies within the city had been addressed, the Bureau suddenly shifted its focus to the civilian spirit manipulators just a few days ago. In a matter of days, dozens of these civilian practitioners have been subdued. The rapidity of these actions has truly alarmed Bai Jingsheng. While there may be many civilian spirit manipulators, they cannot withstand such onslaughts from the Bureau. Given a month or two, the entire Donghai city could very well be cleansed by the Bureau. Subsequently, Bai Jingsheng dispatched individuals to investigate, only to discover that the spirit manipulators of the Bureau had undergone a tremendous transformation, each appearing spirited and radiant, entirely devoid of signs of being eroded by the supernatural. In stark contrast, he and his companions appeared ghastly, resembling specters themselves, as if they were nearing their end. Despite Bai Jingsheng's relatively young age of just over 20, he should have had a lifespan of at least 40 to 50 years if not for the resurgence of the supernatural and other unforeseen events. Yet now, due to the 3 demonic entities within him relentlessly devouring his vitality, his lifespan has plummeted to a mere 2 to 3 years, and even that is contingent upon the whims of the anomalies within him. Should one of them awaken prematurely, his remaining years may not suffice to satiate their hunger. Upon hearing of the Bureau's purported solution to the risks posed by spirit manipulators, Bai Jingsheng discreetly disseminated this information, which attracted over 200 allies. With such a formidable gathering, he firmly believed that Lu Ruhai would not dare to defy him. While the Bureau may have found a way to mitigate the backlash from the supernatural, surely they remain mere mortals? In a confrontation, these 200 allies may not guarantee victory, but the Bureau would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. Bai Jingsheng could not fathom how Lu Ruhai could endure such devastation. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it seems Lu Ruhai would have no choice but to negotiate a collaboration with them, once they too resolve the dangers posed by the anomalies within. Would they not be akin to superhumans from films? With his unique supernatural abilities, Bai Jingxing harbors aspirations of constructing a new realm, one where he reigns supreme. In such a world, he, Bai Jingxing, would be the sole monarch of this apocalyptic landscape. Director Liu, what are your thoughts? Is it not time to sit down and discuss a potential collaboration? Bai Jingxing raised his gaze to Lu Ruhai, a smile lingering on his lips as if he had already secured the upper hand. Which, in truth, he did. Lu Ruhai was flanked by formidable spirits, appearing to be on the verge of S-rank strength. Yet, even with their might, they numbered only 4 or 5. Conversely, he commanded over 200 spirit manipulators, many of whom wielded mysterious ghostly artifacts. If a confrontation were to ensue, they might not obliterate the anomalies, but eliminating the Bureau's personnel would be a trivial matter. Unbeknownst to him, this was precisely why Shen Tsung and others had endured relentless beatings within the Wanhun banner, resulting in little improvement in their strength. Otherwise, with Shen Tsung and his companions alone, clearing the Bureau's spirit manipulators would pose no challenge. Who are you to negotiate with us? Before Lu Ruhai could utter a word, Shen Tsung surged forward, pressing Bai Jingxing with a hoarse voice. After spending days with a horde of mindless spirits within the Wanhun banner, even if Shen Tsung and his companions had retained their sanity, they were inevitably affected. Faced with Bai Jingxing's aggressive demeanor, he instinctively yearned to subdue him. Heh! Bai Jingxing let out a cold chuckle, glancing at Shen Tsung with a smirk of disdain. You must be the illustrious President Shen Tsung. Am I correct? I have heard of your reputation. Yet, to my surprise, you now find yourself a loyal hound to the Bureau. If I am not mistaken, your master has likely cast you aside, has he not? The downfall of the Shiguang Club was no longer a secret. Among civilian spirit manipulators, there were channels of information. Uncovering the truth was not insurmountable. They believed it to be merely the arrival of a mysterious and powerful spirit manipulator in Donghai City, who effortlessly dismantled the Shiguang Club and subsequently forged ties with the Bureau, providing them with a means to counter the backlash from the supernatural. Bai Jingxing did not possess the audacity to confront this enigmatic spirit manipulator directly. But leveraging the Bureau was not beyond his reach, especially since their aim was simply to eliminate internal threats. Why should it matter whom they approached? With a modicum of respect, he addressed Shen Tsung as president. Without that respect, who would he be? Did he truly believe that with a master at his side, he could trample on others? Bai Jingxing laughed unabashedly, mocking, with so many of us here, and numerous powerful spirit manipulators among us, what can you do? Even if your master were present, what could he achieve? As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Tsung prepared to retaliate. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted. The crowd turned instinctively toward the source of the sound, only to find a youth, seemingly no older than 18 or 19, standing at the entrance of the hall, clad in a long robe of black with red trim and wearing a jade crown. His bright eyes and handsome visage radiated confidence as he smiled at everyone. In that instant of eye contact, every individual present felt their bodies stiffen, an inexplicable wave of profound fear washing over them. As he strode forward, the crowd unconsciously parted, granting passage to Jiang Zhao. Upon crossing the throng, Lu Ruhai's eyes lit up, as if he had found a pillar of support, exclaiming in delight, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Zhao, however, paid him no heed. Instead, standing beside Bai Jingxing, his gaze lowered as he raised a hand, slowly placing it above Bai Jingxing's head, whose astonished and fearful expression revealed his intent to resist. Yet, his body betrayed him, rendered immobile. Even the two demonic entities within him fell silent at that moment. Only a cold, indifferent voice echoed in his ears. You just asked, what could I possibly do here? Now, allow me to enlighten you on what I can do. With that, Jiang Zhao clenched his fingers, seizing Bai Jingxing's head and forcefully slamming it onto the conference table. With a resounding bang, the table shook violently, crimson blood splattering in all directions. In the aftermath, only a headless corpse lay sprawled across the table, a chilling stream of blood flowing ominously. Silence enveloped the entire hall. The scene was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. No one had anticipated that the self-assured Bai Jingxing would, in the blink of an eye, transform before their very eyes into a headless corpse. Blood and brain matter splattered onto the faces and clothes of many, yet they dared not wipe it away. Each individual stood frozen, gazing at Jiang Zhao's figure, as if a foreign object were lodged in their throats, rendering them speechless. Bai Jingxing was not a weakling among them. Although he possessed only two peculiarities within him, their powers were extraordinary. In a confrontation, it was likely that 99 of the ghost tamers present would not stand a chance against him. Yet, astonishingly, this formidable ghost tamer found himself utterly powerless before the young man, effortlessly subdued and killed. A soft gulp echoed, the source unknown, yet it pierced the heavy silence like a knife. The civilian ghost tamers had previously agreed that should anything go awry, they would act immediately. Yet, faced with the current situation, none dared to take the lead. After all, with Bai Jingsheng dead and his peculiarities dormant, they could not possibly be more foolish than those very peculiarities. Could they? Mr. Jiang, you have arrived. At that moment, Lu Ruhai reacted the quickest, coming back to his senses. He meticulously wiped the chair he had just vacated and called out loudly, "Please, have a seat." Jiang Zhao responded with a slight nod. Casually extracting a handkerchief from the pocket of a nearby individual, meticulously wiping his palms before taking a couple of steps forward to sit down. Once seated, he lifted his gaze to scan the crowd opposite him, nonchalantly stating, "Speak. How do you wish to die?" Jiang. With Bai Jingsheng's death weighing heavily on them, it was a middle-aged man who dared to speak. His Adam's apple bobbed nervously as he replied in a deep voice. "Mr. Jiang, we did not come here to engage in conflict. We are here to discuss cooperation. Jiang Zhao raised an eyebrow, slowly lifting his freshly cleaned hand, which seemed to grasp the very air itself. The man's body appeared to be suddenly constricted by an invisible force. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. Flesh and blood scattered, and the hall was as if showered in a crimson rain. Witnessing the scene, all the civilian ghost tamers were rendered speechless. How could he do this? Without uttering a word, he killed. "It seems my words have not been clear to you. I inquired about how you wish to die, not why you have come." Jiang Zhao retracted his hand. Speaking with an air of indifference, he saw through these people's true natures with a mere glance. Had he not been present today, it would have been a case of mutual destruction. None would emerge unscathed. Yet now that he was here, it was evident they were here to negotiate cooperation, with no other intentions. The contrast of their former arrogance and current subservience was almost laughable. Jiang. After witnessing the deaths of two of their own, the remaining individuals understood Jiang Zhao's ruthless disposition. Their pleas for mercy were futile. A robust woman stepped forward, her voice cold and commanding. "Do not push us too far. Bai Jingsheng was killed by you, and wants Yuan too. What more do you desire? We acknowledge your strength. Your ability to annihilate the Shiguan Club and the Ancient God Society is indeed impressive. However, there are so many of us here. I refuse to believe you can eliminate us all." As she spoke, she glanced at her companions, seeing their shared resolve, which ignited a sense of morale within her. She continued, "We do not wish to make things difficult for you. As previously stated, if you provide us with a method to resolve the peculiar threats, we will assist you. Moreover, our numbers exceed those of the Spirit Management Bureau, and we can act far more swiftly." Mr. Jiang. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruhai's expression changed. Anxiety creeping into his voice, he feared that Jiang Zhao might be swayed by their words. Should Jiang Zhao choose to ally with them and abandon the Spirit Management Bureau, it would spell doom for the Bureau. After all, the woman's assertion held truth. The civilian ghost tamers vastly outnumbered the Bureau's personnel. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Zhao raised his hand to silence him. Fixing his gaze on the individuals before him, an expression of mockery dancing in his eyes. Ultimately, they still wished to submit, did they not? If they had remained steadfast, perhaps he would have regarded them with a modicum of respect. However, their last words unequivocally revealed their ulterior motives. He already had individuals from the Spirit Management Bureau assisting him, and as for absorbing these civilian ghost tamers, Jiang Zhao had no interest whatsoever. The primary reason was that their initiative was far too lacking. Even if he resolved their threats, they would still cower in fear when confronted with the peculiarities. Their nature was set, and it could not be altered in an instant. In contrast, the personnel from the Spirit Management Bureau, without his prompting, were already at odds with the peculiarities, and after addressing the threats, they would become even more fervent in their pursuit, since they did not wish to choose their own demise. He would make the choice for them. "Ghost ropes," Jiang Zhao declared. As his words fell, a surge of dark light erupted from his sleeve. Before anyone could react, a dense fog enveloped the room, obscuring everyone's vision. In the next moment, black ropes, exuding a putrid aura, descended from the void, wrapping around each individual's neck before they could resist. What is this? Could it be the ghostly bind? Everyone, flee. Panic ensued. "Oh no. My peculiarities are suppressed and I cannot move. Mr. Jiang, spare me." The hall was filled with a cacophony of voices, yet these sounds faded abruptly within mere seconds. Behind them, over 100 personnel from the Spirit Management Bureau watched with curiosity at the fog before them, eager to uncover what transpired within. After all, 200 ghost tamers. Even they would find that a formidable challenge. Yet this Mr. Jiang had only unleashed a single peculiar entity. Could it be that with just this one entity, he could vanquish all the ghost tamers? If so, what level of entity could it possibly be? Their pondering did not last long. Within a few breaths, the fog dissipated, revealing a horrific sight that left all present gasping in shock. The entire hall was adorned with corpses, each suspended in midair by a jet-black rope. Though they had perished only moments ago, all the bodies resembled desiccated husks. As the breeze wafted through, each corpse swayed, creating a terrifying spectacle that would send shivers down anyone's spine. In the hall, Lu Rahai stood among the crowd. Even he, seasoned in the storms of life, felt his complexion pale, that he felt an immense sense of relief for having recognized the situation in time and aligning himself with Mr. Jiang. Otherwise, had they confronted Jiang Zhao, their fate would have been little better than that of the civilian ghost tamers. After all, there were over 200 of them. Among them, some even possessed ghostly artifacts. Yet what was the outcome? Not a single technique was employed. With just a rope, Mr. Jiang had annihilated them all. That very rope, if his assumptions were correct, could likely wipe out the entirety of the Spirit Management Bureau as well. Regaining his composure, Lu Ruhai quickly patted the still-dazed Chunyu, instructing, "Captain Chun, what are you still doing in a daze? Go to my office and fetch the tea leaves from the second drawer on the left of my desk. Prepare some for Mr. Jiang." "Yes, right away," Chunyu responded, promptly dashing out. The others, too, did not dare linger, boiling water, cleaning teapots, and sweeping the floor in a flurry of activity. Although everyone appeared to be preoccupied, their gazes remained fixated on the corpse suspended from the ceiling. Clearly, they had yet to recover from the shock they had just experienced. Jiang Zhao waved his hand gently, and the ghostly rope transformed into a dark mist, returning to him. In that instant, as if dumplings were being dropped into boiling water. Over 200 corpses plummeted to the floor of the grand hall in unison. Xiao Jiang, Lu Rahai, unwilling to be negligent, hurriedly called for assistance. "Take some people and package the peculiarities within these bodies. Deliver them to Mr. Jiang later." "Yes, Director." The young man named Xiao Jiang, accompanied by dozens of ghost tamers, cautiously approached. Though these individuals were deceased, the peculiarities within them remained very much alive. Their careful approach was primarily due to the fear that the anomalies within the corpses might suddenly spring to life and inflict harm. After all, being close enough, even a ghost tamer could easily be overwhelmed in an instant if caught off guard. However, to Xiao Jiang and his companions' astonishment, these anomalies behaved as docile as lambs, remaining completely still throughout the suppression process, with not a single one showing signs of revival. How peculiar! This was indeed a sight never before witnessed by anyone at the Spirit Management Bureau. The ghost tamers within the Bureau were not fools. Upon realizing that these anomalies were behaving abnormally, they discreetly cast glances toward Jiang Zhao. Just that fleeting moment of eye contact left them all in a daze. Jiang Zhao, as if performing a magic trick, produced a large black banner adorned with arcane patterns, enveloped in swirling dark mist. Merely catching a glimpse sent chills down their spines. What is this? They dared not voice their thoughts or inquire further. They could only watch as Jiang Zhao formed hand seals, unleashing a gust of wind that swept through the hall in the depths of the void. It seemed as though some unearthly call echoed, only to fade away swiftly. It was as if something within the hall had been collected, yet upon closer inspection, they felt nothing was amiss. After completing all of this, Jiang Zhao stood and calmly announced, "You may continue your work. I shall take my leave." Mr. Jiang, Lu Rahai wiped the sweat from his brow and forced a smile. "Would you care for a cup of tea before departing?" "No, thank you." Jiang Zhao waved his hand dismissively as he reached the door. He paused and turned to Lu Ruhai, generously offering praise. "You all performed admirably today. Keep up the good work. If you continue to excel, the talismans for suppressing spirits will be in abundance." Upon hearing Jiang Zhao's words, Lu Ruhai was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Performed admirably? Where had they excelled? Today, they had been besieged by rogue ghost tamers from the common folk. Had it not been for Mr. Jiang's timely arrival, he could only imagine how the situation would have unfolded. If a confrontation had erupted, it would have resulted in casualties numbering in the hundreds among the ghost tamers. That would have been a catastrophic scene of mass revival among the anomalies. Even if everyone at the Spirit Management Bureau had risked their lives, they would hardly have been able to suppress such chaos. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Lu Ruhai discerned the nuance. The rogue ghost tamers had indeed cornered them. Could it be that Mr. Jiang was referring to this? although the Spirit Management Bureau had found themselves in a precarious situation today. From another perspective, they had inadvertently assisted Mr. Jiang in gathering the anomalies. After all, with over 200 ghost tamers, had they sought each one out individually, it would have consumed most of the day. Today, however, they had delivered themselves right to Mr. Jiang's doorstep, undoubtedly saving him considerable effort. That's so. This is what Mr. Jiang meant, Lu Ruhai murmured to himself. Behind him, a captain from Donghai City gradually approached, gazing in the direction Jiang Zhao had departed. He whispered, "Director, who exactly is Mr. Jiang?" As a captain, he was considered one of the higher-ups within the Spirit Management Bureau. Having previously encountered some information about Jiang Zhao, he had initially imagined that someone capable of crafting talismans to suppress spirits would be a refined and extraordinary figure. However, after today's encounter, that image had shattered into a myriad of pieces, dressed in black, with a ruthless demeanor, and producing a large black banner upon completion of his tasks. Although he had not read many novels, he had heard tales where Jiang Zhao's every action was beginning to align with the archetype of a demonic practitioner in his mind. If he was not mistaken, that final black banner must be the legendary soul-gathering banner or the soul-refining banner. Perhaps it would be best to refrain from inquiring too much about Mr. Jiang in the future. Lu Ruhai cast a knowing glance at the captain and remarked, "Knowing too much may not bode well for you." Meanwhile, Jiang Zhao returned to his villa that he ascended to the second floor, pushing open a door to reveal a mysterious array radiating a dark glow, slowly operating it. If the ghostly energy within the entire villa was already at its peak, then the energy in this room had reached a near liquid state. Should a corpse be placed within this room, even without any intervention, merely leaving it for a month or two would likely result in its transformation into a flying zombie. In the center of the room, Jiang Zhao inserted the soul-gathering banner. As the array continued to operate, the dense ghostly energy seemed to find an outlet, surging wildly toward the banner, nourished by the abundant ghostly energy. Nearly 2,000 malevolent spirits within the banner roared in unison. Their terrifying aura coalesced into a singular entity, causing the entire soul-gathering banner to emit a faint glow, its flickering light casting a deepening shadow on Jiang Zhao's face, enhancing the enigmatic smile he wore to this rate. It would not be long before even the weakest malevolent spirit within the soul-gathering banner would possess foundational cultivation strength. Jiang Zhao could hardly contain his delight. As for the strongest, they were likely on the verge of reaching the golden core stage. After all, those who had perished at his hands, such as Zhou Qian and Xie Tianxing, were not weak by any means. All having surpassed the foundational stage, with a bit of nurturing, they would easily become malevolent spirits of foundational strength. Now, with the aid of abundant ghostly energy, facilitating their breakthrough to the golden core stage was hardly a formidable challenge. Having secured the soul-gathering banner, Jiang Zhao lingered in the villa for a short while. Soon, a line of trucks rumbled down the road, unloading all the anomalies and stacking them in the courtyard. Jiang Zhao felt a surge of joy that he had roughly counted earlier, and there were over 300 of these anomalies, more than sufficient for breaking through to the golden core stage. If he successfully refined all these anomalies, perhaps he too could attain a flawless golden core. Seated in the center of the courtyard, Jiang Zhao slowly closed his eyes, channeling his true essence. The 300 or so ghostly entities nearby acted like a multitude of charging batteries, continuously supplying him with ghostly energy. The immense influx of ghostly energy transformed the true essence flowing through his meridians from a mere stream into a surging river, magnificent in its scope. Each meridian within him approached its limit, relentlessly transporting ghostly energy into his dantian. Within his dantian, the true essence, which had already been condensed to its utmost limit and was almost entirely liquid, underwent a momentous transformation under the relentless deluge of ghostly energy. Clusters of true essence coalesced, forming a tangible entity. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a colossal sphere. Is this the golden core? But why is mine black? Could it be due to my cultivation of ghostly techniques? Lost in his practice, Jiang Zhao gazed at the enormous, pitch-black golden core within his dantian, a hint of surprise flickering in his heart. After a meticulous examination and comparing it with the cultivation methods in his mind, he found no discrepancies and could only settle his mind and continue his cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, a day had passed. The once massive golden core had been forcibly reduced in size by a full circle. Although the golden core had diminished, the total volume of true essence it contained had more than doubled, and its quality had also become more refined and concentrated. So that's how it is. Enlightenment dawned upon Jiang Zhao. According to the records of the Xian Yin true scriptures, the golden core must be tempered 9 times to achieve perfection. I wonder how many times I can temper mine, for ordinary individuals. Successfully condensing a golden core is already a remarkable feat. Many cultivators of average talent have never even considered the possibility of tempering their golden cores. After all, this is not merely dough that can be shaped at will. The golden elixir within their bodies is indeed their very essence and lifeblood. A single misstep could shatter the elixir, leaving them with no place to lament their fate. Only the proud scions of esteemed sects or illustrious families might dare to consider refining their elixirs with a few strikes. The number of strikes need not be excessive. Even 3 or 4 can significantly elevate their combat prowess above that of ordinary golden elixir cultivators. Each refinement serves to render their true essence ever more pure and solidified. When a cultivator who has undergone the refining process engages with one who has not, it is akin to wielding a forged steel sword against a wooden one, almost like a father besting a son. Should one who has not refined their elixir lack formidable treasures to bolster their strength, they stand little chance of turning the tide. Another day has passed. Within Jiang Zhao's body, the golden elixir has diminished once more. With each successive strike, the elixir grows increasingly potent and flawless. He can distinctly perceive a monumental transformation in the true essence within his elixir compared to before. If he were to complete the 9 strikes, he estimates that the disparity between his elixir and that of an ordinary cultivator would be more pronounced than that between water and crystal. While Jiang Zhao diligently refines his elixir at the Wansheng Xian Zone, atop a mountain peak, Zheng Qian slightly bows to a white-haired elder, whose deeply creased face is adorned with an unshakable smile. Thank you for your hard work these past few days, fellow Taoist son. The elder gently shakes his head and replies, I am merely performing my duty for remuneration, now that the soul-locking great array is complete. If you have no further matters to attend to, I shall take my leave. Safe travels, fellow Taoist saying. Zheng Qian turns to Li Su beside him and instructs, Li Su, please escort fellow Taoist saying. Of course that Li Su promptly responds, stepping forward to gesture, Senior Zun, please follow me. To whom the white-haired elder nods slightly and quickly departs behind Li Su. Observing the 2 retreating figures down the mountain, Zheng Qian can no longer contain his mirth and lets out a hearty laugh. It has only been a little over a month, yet he has accomplished everything necessary for his soul transference. The entire process has unfolded remarkably smoothly, without a single hitch, to the extent that Zheng Qian almost feels as though he is dreaming. He had initially prepared for a year. It seems the heavens are smiling upon me. Zheng Qian looks skyward, filled with emotion. Hundreds of years ago, his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage was thwarted by others, leaving him stagnant in his cultivation, which cast a shadow over his life. Since then, nothing has gone right, from being hunted by righteous factions to frequent failures in alchemy. This unfortunate streak persisted until he encountered Jiang Zhao. Ever since taking Jiang Zhao as his disciple, inexplicably, his life has turned favorable, with everything falling into place. In his view, it must be a turn of fortune after enduring misfortune for half a lifetime. Now, everything is in readiness. Only his obedient disciple remains. Zheng Qian ponders. Just as this thought arises in his mind, he is suddenly gripped by an inexplicable sense of foreboding, causing his smile to falter momentarily. Zheng Qian scans the surroundings but finds nothing amiss. How peculiar, he mutters to himself. Unable to comprehend the feeling, he dismisses it from his mind. This time, he has prepared thoroughly, reinforcing the mountainous array to prevent a repeat of the circumstances surrounding his failed nascent soul breakthrough. From any perspective, it should be foolproof. Surely, it cannot be because of my obedient disciple. As this thought crosses his mind, he quickly casts it aside. Though Jiang Zhao is gifted, he would still need decades of cultivation to contend with him. Seeing Li Su returning along the mountain path, Zheng Qian casually inquires, has my obedient disciple returned to the sect? Reporting to you, Master. Li Su promptly bows and replies respectfully, Senior Jiang has not yet returned. After a brief moment of contemplation, he adds, however, he should be back soon. Not back yet. Zheng Qian's brow furrows slightly, puzzled. Though there is some distance from Wansheng Xian Zone, it should pose little obstacle for Jiang Zhao, who possesses a high-grade flying artifact. By all calculations, he should have returned by now. Could it be that my obedient disciple is stalling for time? With this thought, a glimmer of coldness flashes in Zheng Qian's eyes as he strides down the mountain, declaring, in that case, I shall go personally to await my obedient disciple. If he wishes to hide, he may evade a monk, but he cannot escape the temple. I shall go and block his path directly. Time passes swiftly, and soon 9 days have elapsed out on this day. Within the villa where Jiang Zhao resides, malevolent energy swirl, and a flawless, pitch-black golden elixir, perfect in its form, rises majestically. Within the elixir resides terrifying true essence. Its surface shimmering with a myriad of dark lights, resembling a small sun in the sky, radiating brilliance. Yet, the vast might it exudes sends chills down one's spine. Fortunately, Jiang Zhao had the foresight to set up protective arrays around the villa. Otherwise, the overwhelming power of the golden elixir would sweep across much of Donghai City. Ordinary people nearby could easily be crushed by its sheer force. After all, in the realm of cultivation, even a mere wisp of a powerful cultivator's aura can render lower-level cultivators powerless to resist. Common folk, being mere mortals, could not withstand such oppressive energy. Moments later, seated in a meditative posture, Jiang Zhao opens his mouth and swallows the golden elixir from the heavens. As the mighty true essence courses through his limbs and bones, he undergoes a profound metamorphosis from within, emanating an unparalleled aura even while remaining still. Buzz. Jiang Zhao opens his eyes, radiating brilliance from his gaze. He looks skyward, and at that moment, a golden light descends rapidly from the heavens, piercing through the protective array and entering his body. As the golden light flows within him, Jiang Zhao senses a significant enhancement in his fortune, comprehension, and destiny. It is said that the merits one accumulates will elevate one's personal fortune. He wonders just how far his luck has risen. Jiang Zhao feels a twinge of regret. Such intangible aspects lack any point of reference for comparison. He can only rely on his personal intuition to gauge them. Glancing at the now enlarged merits within him, he retracts his consciousness and observes the golden elixir, which, after 9 strikes, has solidified to an astonishing degree. The same divine ability wielded from his hand could likely sweep aside numerous peers of his rank. However, to ascertain just how many he could overpower, he must conduct further experiments. After familiarizing himself with his inner strength, Jiang Zhao releases his divine sense, sweeping it across the surroundings. This time, as his divine sense leaves his body, it envelopes the entire Donghai City area. Everything within the city is laid bare before his eyes. He perceives every detail of the streets and every individual. In a metropolis of over 10 million. There are no secrets hidden from him. Everything that ought to be seen and that which should not is brought to light. Having scanned the entirety of Donghai City, Jiang Zhao remains unsatisfied. He fully extends his divine sense, reaching out into the distance. Only after stretching over 500 miles does it seem to reach its limit. Though he could push it further, the clarity of the images transmitted back becomes significantly blurred. Within 500 miles, any scene is crystal clear to Jiang Zhao. However, beyond 500 miles, the quality of the image rapidly deteriorated. Based on Jiang Zhao's conjecture, that quality might not even reach 1080p. With his consciousness withdrawn, Jiang Zhao returned to the villa and cast a glance at the Wanhun fan placed on the 2nd floor. Over the course of the past 10 days, the spirits within the Wanhun fan had undergone significant changes. The weakest among them still hovered around the 7th or 8th level of Qi Refinement, while the strongest had already reached the early stages of the Golden Core. The 2 spirits at the early Golden Core stage were Zhou Can and the head of the Zheng family. The average strength of the fierce ghosts within my Wanhun fan had significantly lowered the capabilities of those folk ghost tamers. Jiang Zhao mused internally. He did not take this to heart. Their low strength was merely temporary. Given enough time, those 200 folk ghost tamers could very well become tribulation-crossing powerhouses, or even ghost immortals. Putting away the Wanhun fan, Jiang Zhao waved his sleeve to summon a golden portal that he stepped inside. Reappearing once more in the realm of cultivation, he cast a distant glance in the direction of the Wansheng Xian zone. His eyes filled with a cold, murderous intent. "Old fool, I have come for you." Just as he finished speaking, the murderous intent in his eyes had yet to dissipate. Boom! A rumble echoed. Jiang Zhao's body trembled as he looked up at the sky, only to discover dark clouds converging ominously overhead, enveloping a 100-mile radius. Within the clouds, lightning flickered, emanating a terrifying aura. Is this a heavenly tribulation? Jiang Zhao raised an eyebrow, almost forgetting that upon breaking through to the Golden Core, one must face a tribulation of 3 nines, and upon reaching the transformation stage, a tribulation of 6 nines, culminating in the 9-9 tribulation during the tribulation crossing phase. Successfully overcoming the final tribulation would mark the end that countless cultivators yearn for, the Great Ascension. This realm would undergo a baptism of celestial energy, shedding the mortal coil to transform into an immortal body, wielding unmatched strength, with no rivals within this world. Previously, Jiang Zhao refrained from indiscriminately slaughtering ordinary people like other demonic cultivators. Primarily out of caution regarding the heavenly tribulation, cultivators killing each other was inconsequential in the eyes of the heavenly Tao. After all, one wielding a weapon naturally harbors murderous intent, and cultivation itself is a weapon. Once one embarks on the path of cultivation, there is no escape from bloodshed. If one is killed, then one must not resent being killed in return. However, large-scale slaughter of ordinary people is viewed as a severe transgression by the heavenly Tao, deserving of a minor heavenly tribulation as a warning. Generally, the tribulations faced by demonic cultivators are somewhat stronger than those of others, as for ghost cultivators, especially those who, in order to refine the Wanhan fan, have slaughtered millions upon millions of ordinary people. Their tribulations nearly reach an exaggerated level. If they succeed, their strength will surge dramatically. Yet, if they fail, the outcome is equally dire. Under the heavenly tribulation, all beings are equal. Without the means to undergo a transformation into a loose immortal during the tribulation phase, the only fate awaiting them is the scattering of their souls. In this world, I have never killed an ordinary person. Surely the heavenly Tao would not impose an excessively harsh tribulation upon me. Jiang Zhao felt somewhat uncertain. Nevertheless, seeing the clouds gathering ominously, he retrieved his weapon, adopted a defensive stance, and prepared for the tribulation. In the next instant, boom, a thunderous roar erupted, and the heavens were illuminated in blinding brilliance. Countless lightning serpents interwove as they descended from the dark clouds, each as thick as a water barrel, harboring terrifying divine might that instilled a sense of impending doom. So ruthless. Jiang Zhao felt a weight in his heart as he raised his long knife, unleashing a torrent of blade intent. Attempting to cleave through the chaos, before he could strike, the dense lightning serpents rapidly diminished before his eyes, transforming from the thickness of a barrel to that of a pinky finger as they approached him. Jiang Zhao momentarily failed to react. Allowing the lightning to strike him, he felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body, sending a shiver down his spine, as he sensed his physical form subtly enhancing without his awareness. Beyond that, there were no further anomalies. This can happen too. Jiang Zhao was taken aback, glancing within himself at the golden light of virtue, and began to grasp the situation, while others faced tribulations upon breaking through to the golden core. For him, this was no tribulation at all. It was clearly the heavenly Tao bestowing him with benefits. Consequently, he ceased his resistance and allowed the lightning to envelop him. The 3 waves of tribulation struck in succession, and Jiang Zhao felt as though he had taken a refreshing hot bath, his entire being relaxed. The thunderous energy tempered his true essence and bodily defenses, elevating them to a new level. Before long, the dark clouds dispersed. Jiang Zhao stood in midair, feeling the immense true essence flowing within him and the increasingly formidable strength of his body, and could not help but let out a triumphant roar towards the heavens. Refreshing. Only now did he realize that facing the heavenly tribulation could be this simple. Was it merely a matter of having hands? The 3/9 tribulation lasted but a brief moment, comprising only 3 waves. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the heavenly tribulation completely faded away. Jiang Zhao cast a glance towards the direction of Wansheng Xianzong. This time, he did not summon the black carriage, but transformed into a streak of black divine light, shooting into the sky at a speed akin to thunder, much faster than the previous black carriage, before returning to Wansheng Xianzong. Jiang Zhao first visited Wanbao Pavilion. There, he purchased a high-grade breath-concealing talisman and promptly affixed it to himself. In the past, Jiang Zhao would have been indifferent to concealing his cultivation level. After all, the sect he belonged to was not a righteous one. Within righteous sects, concealing one's cultivation would merely invite ridicule. However, within demonic sects, if one appeared weak, most would be contemplating how to eliminate you. To minimize unnecessary trouble, Jiang Zhao always revealed as much of his cultivation level as he possessed. After all, his true trump card has never been his cultivation level. It lies in his blade intent and the dual portal. Yet this time, to deal with Zheng Qian, Jiang Zhao felt it necessary to play it safe. If Zheng Qian discovered that he had broken through to the golden core, the latter would undoubtedly be on guard. At that point, if he attempted a sneak attack, the returns might not meet expectations. Now nearing the gates of Wansheng Xianzong, there was no time to cultivate the breath-concealing technique, so after some contemplation, Jiang Zhao simply purchased a breath-concealing talisman to make do. Upon entering the sect, Jiang Zhao kept moving, making another stop at the scripture repository. This time, he intended to kill Zheng Qian, who held the position of an outer elder in Wansheng Xianzong. He was certainly not someone comparable to Wang Shou. Killing him would undoubtedly elicit some sort of reaction. Even Jiang Zhao could not predict the consequences. Although slaying one's master is not considered a grave sin within demonic sects, the severity of the offense does depend on the individual. In the case of the sect leader of Wansheng Xianzong, it would be a trivial matter, and no one would dare question or raise the issue. Yet, if the same act were to be attributed to Jiang Zhao, the outcome would be uncertain. Thus, he needed to be prepared to flee after committing the murder, as for the possibility of avoiding punishment from the sect by ignoring Zheng Qian. That was nearly impossible. Just because he did not target Zheng Qian did not mean the latter would let him off easily. Zheng Qian still had several decades of life left, and over such a long span, it would be impossible to continually evade him. Alternatively, luring Zheng Qian out of the mountain gate, that would likely be infeasible as well, considering he was an inner disciple of Wansheng Xianzong. Required to return to the sect annually for tasks, Zheng Qian was not foolish. He could simply wait at the sect's gates, making it impossible for Jiang Zhao to escape even a step beyond the mountain gate. With various thoughts swirling in his mind, Jiang Zhao arrived at the entrance of the scripture repository. The same old man from before was lounging on a recliner outside, swaying gently in the sunlight. Upon hearing the commotion, he turned his head to glance at Jiang Zhao. Then, "Oh, it's you?" The old man sat up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, which quickly transformed into an appreciative smile. He nodded slightly and said, "You little rascal, not bad at all. You're considerably stronger than those little brats that Ren Qi Hong took in." Ren Qi Hong, the headmaster of the Wansheng Xianzong, spoke with a tone of authority. However, Jiang Zhao, feeling the weight of his words, refrained from responding in kind. He offered a slight bow and humbly remarked, "Elder, your kindness overwhelms me. I am but a novice, having gleaned only a modicum of understanding. The words you speak do not do justice." The elder dismissed with a casual wave of his hand, his voice imbued with earnestness. "As a disciple of our Wansheng Xianzong, you must not emulate those who arrogantly claim to walk the righteous path. You must stand tall. Do you comprehend? I shall heed your counsel, Elder," Jiang Zhao replied, bowing deeply. "Good." The elder nodded appreciatively and inquired, "Have you come to learn divine abilities this time?" "Your insight is commendable, Elder," Jiang Zhao responded solemnly. "Proceed then," the elder said, reclining once more and waving his hand dismissively. To access the third floor of the scripture repository, you will require 5 high-grade spirit stones for each divine ability or technique. Jiang Zhao's footsteps faltered slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. It was only natural. His high-grade breath-concealing talisman could easily fool golden core cultivators, and even seasoned nascent soul practitioners might overlook it. Yet, to deceive the elder in front of the scripture repository would clearly be beyond his capabilities. Expressing his gratitude, Jiang Zhao advanced into the depths of the scripture repository. Upon entering, the elder's voice resonated again from behind him. "You possess commendable talent, young one. Should you encounter any matters within the sect, do not hesitate to seek me out." Hearing this, Jiang Zhao's heart soared with joy, and he swiftly turned to bow deeply once more, exclaiming, "I am profoundly grateful, Elder. Go on, go on." The elder waved his hand nonchalantly. "I am an old man with few aspirations, merely wishing to see the promising seedlings of our sect flourish and not wither away." The elder's words eased the tension in Jiang Zhao's heart. It seemed he had secured a new ally. However, the efficacy of this ally remained uncertain in his mind. To avoid any missteps, he adhered to his original plan and ascended to the third floor of the scripture repository, where he selected several dozen techniques. He then returned to the second floor for more, and ultimately gathered over 100 from the first floor. According to his thoughts, should he eliminate Zheng Qian without facing repercussions from the sect, the spirit stones expended today in the scripture repository would serve to broaden his horizons and deepen his foundation. Conversely, if the sect insisted on pursuing him, he would escape to the bizarre world. With an arsenal of techniques, albeit of lower grade, he could rely on the insights gained from slaying the anomalies to forge his own subsequent methods. If he truly found himself unable to innovate, Jiang Zhao was untroubled. He could simply disseminate the techniques he possessed, inciting a frenzy of ghostly cultivation among the populace. With so many minds collaborating in the bizarre world, he had little doubt that a method capable of reaching the tribulation stage could be developed. Of course, these were merely contingency plans. The actual outcome would depend on the elimination of Zheng Qian. Upon returning to the entrance of the scripture repository to register, the elder, who had been reclining, suddenly sat upright as he beheld Jiang Zhao, who was clutching an armful of jade slips. His eyes widened in astonishment. young man. The elder scrutinized Jiang Zhao, a hint of suspicion in his gaze. What are your intentions? From the moment Jiang Zhao arrived today, the elder sensed something was amiss. The normally unreserved Jiang Zhao was concealing his cultivation level today. As a seasoned fox, the elder had likely pieced together some of the puzzle. His earlier words had stemmed from a desire to nurture talent. Yet despite his overtures, Jiang Zhao appeared resolute in his intentions to abscond with a wealth of techniques from the repository. While the Wanxing Xianzong did not prohibit its disciples from acquiring diverse techniques, the sheer volume Jiang Zhao was amassing seemed excessive. From any perspective, the elder felt that this disciple named Jiang Zhao had seemingly resolved to defect from the sect, thus seeking to profit from the repository before departing. Returning to you, elder, I intend to learn a variety of techniques so that I may have some trump cards when confronting those who self-proclaim as righteous. Jiang Zhao replied with utmost respect. The elder stroked his beard, considering the rationale presented. However, he then pinched a few jade slips and questioned, but why so many techniques? Are you truly planning to cultivate a dozen methods simultaneously? Do not jest, elder, Jiang Zhao replied, pursing his lips. I merely wish to broaden my perspective and see if I can create a technique of my own. Though he spoke thus, the specifics of where he would innovate remained uncertain. Your ambition is commendable, the elder mused, gazing deeply at Jiang Zhao for a moment before slowly continuing. However, to create a technique is no trivial matter. Do not aim too high. I understand, elder, Jiang Zhao replied. Yet his feet did not shift. After a brief silence, the elder sighed softly, refraining from further admonishments. With a wave of his hand, he lifted the restrictions on the jade slips and instructed, go forth. I too look forward to seeing how far you will progress, he added. Thank you, elder. Jiang Zhao bowed and retrieved a pile of spirit stones, placing them in a storage pouch before presenting it to the elder. The elder glanced at the pouch, confirming the quantity of spirit stones before waving Jiang Zhao off. He watched the disciple's retreating figure. He pondered for a moment before gesturing with his hand. In the void, an array of lights coalesced into a large azure stone. Crashing to the ground with a thud, the elder pointed at the stone, inscribing a few lines of large characters. Any who enter the scripture repository may select no more than 3 techniques at a time. He placed the stone to the left of the entrance of the repository, clapping his hands in satisfaction as he admired the clear, bold characters. Meanwhile, after exiting the repository, Jiang Zhao did not return to his quarters, but instead made his way directly to Zheng Qian's mountain peak. All preparations were complete. He needed to devise a way to eliminate Zheng Qian swiftly to avoid prolonging the matter. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Jiang Zhao raised his hand to activate the array. And shortly, an opening appeared in the protective formation, through which a young man emerged. This individual was none other than Li Su, who, upon seeing Jiang Zhao, displayed a flicker of surprise on his face. Senior brother Jiang, where is my master? Jiang Zhao inquired, disinterested in small talk, instead scanning behind him for Zheng Qian, only to be met with disappointment as he did not see the latter's figure. Did he not go to find you? Li Su asked, bewildered. Did you not cross paths? To find me? Jiang Zhao suddenly realized that Zheng Qian had indeed gone in search of him. He had intended to intercept Zheng Qian, only to discover that Zheng Qian was likewise attempting to intercept him. In that case, the situation had simplified considerably. They would confront one another atop Zheng Qian's mountain peak, regardless of the circumstances. It was Zheng Qian's territory, and no one could guarantee he lacked any hidden resources. However, leaving his own mountain peak meant they would be starting from the same line. It would be a matter of who struck first. With this thought in mind, Jiang Zhao bid farewell to Li Su and turned to leave. As he traversed the mountain path, he soon caught sight of the valley where he resided. Meanwhile, at the entrance of his bamboo dwelling, Zheng Qian, who had been waiting so long he began to question his life choices, suddenly tensed and quickly turned to gaze towards the end of the path. His previously murky gaze sparkled with brilliant light. At last, he has arrived, Zheng Qian murmured, suppressing his excitement. I thought you had fled after all this time. I was even planning to have the law enforcement hall search for your whereabouts. Yet you have returned on your own. Releasing his spiritual sense, he scanned Jiang Zhao's cultivation level. Mid-stage foundation building. This marks the limit of the restraining talisman, capable only of suppressing Jiang Zhao's cultivation to this extent. Yet, to Zheng Qian, it still evoked profound sentiments. Truly a genius. Over the past month, most of his time had been spent in arduous travels, and despite this, he had remarkably advanced to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, given a year's time. He might indeed have the potential to elevate his beloved disciple's cultivation to the late stage of foundation establishment. or even its pinnacle. However, it is too late to speak of such matters now. Cuckoo. Zhang Qian chuckled softly, his emaciated hand brushing over a dark green fragrance pouch at his waist. Instantly, a peculiar aroma wafted forth, dispersing in all directions, with a warm smile adorning his face. He approached Jiang Zhao. Even from a distance of 1,000 zhang, Zhang Qian called out, "My dear disciple, after all this time, you have yet to visit your master. Have you forgotten me?" Master's kindness to his disciple is as heavy as a mountain. How could a disciple ever forget his master? I have prepared a grand gift for you, master, and hope you will take a look. Before his words had fully left his mouth, Jiang Zhao produced a black longsword from thin air and struck downwards. The blow was sudden, with no prior warning. Jiang Zhao exhibited no hint of murderous intent, nor did any terrifying aura emanate from him. Yet, as the sword descended at an angle, clang, 1,000 zhang of blade light manifested. Cleaving the heavens, this was a strike imbued with despair, as if the entire firmament had been split asunder, an overwhelming demonic might crashing forth like surging waves, sweeping away all tangible entities in its vicinity. Zhang Qian's smile froze, an overwhelming sense of death enveloping him as he abruptly looked up, only to see a pitch-black blade light rapidly magnifying in the depths of his pupils. Having cultivated in the Golden Core realm for so many years, he had never felt so close to death. Golden Core. Zhang Qian's eyes widened in disbelief, a cry of horror escaping his lips. In such a short span, Jiang Zhao had advanced to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, an impressive feat. Indeed. Yet, Zhang Qian could never have anticipated that Jiang Zhao was a Golden Core cultivator. What had he been doing these past few days? Could it be he had been killing? How many lives must one take to forcibly elevate oneself from the early stage of foundation establishment to the Golden Core realm? How had he survived the heavenly tribulation? His mind was awash with countless questions, yet reality offered him no luxury for contemplation. He summoned the entirety of his true essence to concentrate in his right hand, fingers clawing towards the sky, intent on tearing the heavens apart. However, the moment his fingertips brushed against the blade light, his 5 fingers shattered instantaneously, followed by his arm, head, and body. It was as though he were tofu being sliced by a knife. All the means he had prided himself on were cleaved in twain before this blade light. How could an old man of over 800 years in the cultivation world perish too? Zhang Qian began, astonished and furious. Yet before he could finish, the blade light plummeted to the ground. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, the terrifying blade aura sweeping in all directions as the ground surged like an ocean. Rocks flying in all directions. Amidst the billowing dust, Zhang Qian's physical form disintegrated, but his soul was ensconced within a bronze bell, soaring skyward in an attempt to escape. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Zhao wasted no time. He raised his hand and seized the bronze bell, instantly refining it. With only a wisp of residual soul remaining, Zhang Qian found himself gripped in Jiang Zhao's grasp, his expression exceedingly grim. For this day, he had prepared for long, yet he could never have imagined that his beloved disciple had actually reached the Golden Core. Had he known this, he would have taken Jiang Zhao down at the town prison peak. However, at that time, he had considered that his own possession was not yet ready, and if he acted rashly and failed to control Jiang Zhao instantly, the aftermath could become quite troublesome. After all, for a Golden Core powerhouse, slaying a foundation establishment cultivator was a trivial endeavor. One merely needed to exert their full strength. Yet, to seize control of the opponent in an instant required more effort. What if Jiang Zhao reacted, severing his own meridians or even self-destructing? Such extremes could render all his meticulous plans stillborn before they even commenced. Moreover, the location he occupied was the town prison peak, a place rife with ancient monsters both above and below. If he acted there, who could predict the reactions of those old monsters? As Zhang Qian mulled over these thoughts, regret coursed through him. But he realized that those considerations were not the crux of the matter. The most vital question remained. How had Jiang Zhao reached the Golden Core? By what means had he attained this? In the long history of the 10,000 Saints Immortal sect, there had been individuals who achieved the Golden Core within a year, yet such individuals were either prodigious geniuses or madmen. The top geniuses, achieving the Golden Core in a year, were simply those with exceptional talent, high comprehension, and rapid cultivation speed. Ordinary individuals could not compare. As for the madmen, they employed techniques that severely damaged their potential, forcibly elevating their cultivation to the Golden Core within a year, but at the cost of exhausting their potential, rendering further advancement nearly impossible. Throughout the vast expanse of the 10,000 Saints Immortal sect's history, many such madmen existed, yet the prodigies were scarcely a handful. On average, One might not see a single one for 5 or 6,000 years. Having lived for over 800 years, Jiang Zhao had yet to encounter even one. Based on his experience, although Jiang Zhao was talented, he was likely still distanced from those unparalleled geniuses. Not only he, but the vast majority of people in the world tend to base their considerations upon their own understanding. This very experiential knowledge left Jiang Zhao in deep regret, for he had never fathomed that a disciple he casually accepted could truly be one of those unmatched geniuses who appeared only once every few millennia. With such exceptional aptitude, why was he mingling in the outer sect? Shouldn't he have been a direct disciple from the outset? Jiang Zhao could not comprehend, and no matter how he tried, he found himself unable to make sense of it. He had a myriad of words to express, yet when they reached his lips, they transformed into a feeble plea. "Disciple, might you spare your master's life?" No, Jiang Zhao flatly rejected, raising his hand to erase Jiang Zhao's consciousness. Then retrieving the 10,000 souls banner, preparing to ensconce Jiang Zhao within it.at that moment, 3 distinct and commanding voices resounded from above. "Stop. Hold on. Impudence." The 3 voices crashed like thunder, accompanied by overwhelming pressures that descended upon Jiang Zhao. Akin to 3 colossal mountains bearing down upon his shoulders, with the 10,000 souls banner in one hand and Jiang Zhao's soul in the other, Jiang Zhao froze in place, although he made no further movement. His heart raced with vigilance. Should the situation turn awry, a golden portal would manifest beneath him in an instant. After all, this was a golden finger, not a divine ability. It required no expenditure of true essence to activate. Only a thought would transport him to a bizarre world. In that strange world, he had previously attempted to conceal himself. To others, it would appear as though he had invoked some mysterious power to vanish without a trace. They would never suspect he had traversed into another realm. "Jiang Zhao, you possess immense audacity. How dare you act against an elder within the sect?" 3 figures streaked through the air, one leading while the other 2 followed. Before they approached, a voice from the right spoke coldly. This voice sounded somewhat familiar. Jiang Zhao turned to see the speaker clearly. It was none other than Gu Yuzhou. Jiang Zhao's close friend Qi Yuzhou, a law enforcement elder, had rushed to the scene upon learning of such a significant event within the sect. Which was entirely to be expected. The trio halted in midair, and Gu Yuzhou was the first to extend his divine sense, sweeping over Jiang Zhao's soul, which had lapsed into a dazed state. Upon seeing Jiang Zhao's consciousness had been erased, Gu Yuzhou's brow furrowed, his fury igniting within him as he coldly proclaimed, "What an unbridled scoundrel! The sect nurtured you for this. Why do you not follow me to the law enforcement hall to face punishment?" He spoke, directly raising his hand to seize the moment. The sky was tumultuous, dark clouds swirling, as a massive black hand emerged, casting a shadow over a radius of several hundred meters. It descended like an oppressive storm cloud, exuding a dread-inducing aura as it loomed ominously towards Jiang Zhao. The 2 other elders stood by, showing no intention to intervene, regardless of who was in the right or wrong between Jiang Zhao and Jiang Zhao. The matter must first be brought to the law enforcement hall. As for Gu Yuzhou's somewhat heavy-handed approach, it was rather human nature. After all, his friendship with Jiang Zhao was no secret. A touch of selfishness is only natural. Who in the world is devoid of it? However, before Gu Yuzhou could bring his palm down, the elder clad in black suddenly shifted his demeanor, casting a respectful glance towards the Sutra Pavilion. He then stepped forward, without any unnecessary movements, unleashing a tempestuous wave of energy that shattered the black hand above into nothingness. "Elder L, you." Gu Yuzhou's expression altered slightly as he retracted his hand and turned to the black-clad middle-aged man, speaking solemnly, "Are you truly defending such lawless and ungrateful wretches? Elder Gur, do not be so hasty to draw conclusions. There may be hidden circumstances at play." Elder L replied nonchalantly. "Acts of treachery against one's master and ancestors may be rare in the righteous path, but within the 10,000 holy immortal sect, such occurrences have transpired countless times." Without going far, he was aware of at least 4 or 5 instances himself. Yet, he had always pretended to be oblivious. After all, being within the demonic sect, the most vital principle is to blend in with the dust. Everyone understands that some matters, if not weighed properly, can become burdensome once they are brought to scale. If one were to truly pursue the matter of treachery, it would have to start with the sect leader. However, the question remains, who in the law enforcement hall possesses the audacity to do so? The 3 present were acutely aware of Jiang Zhao's ulterior motives. It was merely a failed attempt at possession that resulted in his misfortune. With Jiang Zhao bearing the brunt of it, he had wagered his life. Had Jiang Zhao lacked backing, Xiuandao, as an elder of the law enforcement hall, would not have hesitated to uphold justice today and curb the sect's corrupt practices. Yet now, it seemed Jiang Zhao had formidable support. Moreover, his backing was anything but ordinary. Consequently, how Jiang Zhao would handle the situation warranted Xiuandao's careful consideration. So, Jiang Zhao, Xiuandao descended from the heavens alongside another elder. Approaching Jiang Zhao, he placed a hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder and smiled. Come, enlighten this elder as to why such an incident has transpired today. Speak freely, for with this elder present, no one shall take you away. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhao's face lit up with joy. However, above in the sky, Guyuzhou's countenance darkened to the color of a soot-stained pot upon witnessing Xiuandao's amicable demeanor towards Jiang Zhao. Junior Jiang Zhao pays respects to the two elders. Jiang Zhao first bowed his hands in greeting, then swiftly continued. The situation is as follows. Zheng Qian, driven by greed, sought to. Thus, I was compelled to. As Jiang Zhao spoke fervently, Guyuzhou's already dark expression deepened into a stormy gloom, nearly dripping with rage. Previously, at the prison peak, Jiang Zhao had called him Shu with such frequency, yet now, before the three elders, he only acknowledged the other two, completely disregarding him. The thought of having gifted the young man a powerful technique made his heart bleed. The time had been too pressing for him to leave a contingency plan. What a loss. After listening to Jiang Zhao's account, Xiuandao exchanged glances with the other elder, then nodded slowly, speaking deliberately. If that is the case, it does make sense. After all, Zheng Qian had ulterior motives. Ostensibly, he sought to take you on as his disciple, but in reality, he aimed to possess your body. Killing him is not unwarranted. However, in the sky, Guyuzhou hastily descended, his face anxious as he interjected. Before he could complete his thought, Xiuandao shot him a sidelong glance and replied flatly. What is it? Elder Gur, do you have something to add? Guyuzhou bit his teeth, glancing at Jiang Zhao. Then at Xiuandao, murmuring, regardless of the circumstances, Zheng Qian was an outer sect elder. Is it not somewhat unreasonable for him to be killed by an inner sect disciple today? Inner sect disciple? Xiuandao surveyed the surroundings, puzzled. Where is this disciple? Elder Zhang. Did you see any inner sect disciples? No. Elder Zhang quickly responded, smiling. Within the sect, there are no such formidable inner sect disciples capable of slaying an outer sect elder. Exactly. Xiuandao nodded slightly before turning to Jiang Zhao with a stern expression, displeased. Jiang Shidi is already a gened and cultivator. Why is he still dressed as an inner sect disciple? Unbecoming. He turned back, reminding him to change his attire. Yes, Jiang Zhao, unable to suppress his joy, realized that after slaying Zheng Qian, he might still enjoy a delightful networking opportunity. He immediately clasped his hands and said, Thank you for the reminder. Sure, Shu. I will change at once. Xiuandao acknowledged with a slight nod. Then, as if casually, sent a secret message. How does Jiang Shidi know Elder Fong? Elder Fong, Jiang Zhao mused, trying to recall who that might be. He seemed not to recognize him. Yet since Elder L had inquired, it was evident he did not ask without reason. Quickly, he pondered, and an image of a hunched old man surfaced in his mind. Could it be him? Jiang Zhao resolved in his heart, displaying a mixture of respect and familiarity on his face. He responded through secret communication. Elder Fong mentioned that our relationship must not be disclosed to others. Translated, this essentially meant, can you guess? Regardless of what you surmise, it is not something I uttered myself. Should Elder Fong hold you accountable, it will be for your far-fetched assumptions. Xiuandao smiled warmly, wearing an understanding expression. Meanwhile, Guyuzhou, unaware of the private exchange between Jiang Zhao and Xiuandao, sensed that the situation was turning dire from their glances. He tentatively inquired, Elder L, do you intend to let today's events pass without consequence? Our law enforcement hall has always upheld justice. How could we so easily overlook today's occurrence? After all, our 10,000 holy immortal sect has lost an elder. Xiuandao spoke with righteous indignation. After making this statement, he swiftly shifted his tone, continuing, however, Jiang Shidi's actions in slaying Zheng Qian are understandable, especially since he is a disciple of my law enforcement hall, though his methods were somewhat excessive. It was a matter of necessity. In my view, perhaps, a 3-year salary deduction would suffice. A 3-year salary deduction. Guyuzhou's eyes darkened. What difference did that make from a few cups of penalized wine? Was Zheng Qian's death to be in vain? What? Does Elder Gu have any objections? Xiuandao turned to him, speaking. No. Guyuzhou hesitated, deeply gazing at Jiang Zhao, slowly uttering 2 words. Upon saying them, he seemed to have lost all strength. His once imposing aura diminished, murmuring, "Elder L, I have pressing matters in my cave abode, so I shall take my leave. Go ahead." El Xiuandao waved his hand. He glanced at Jiang Zhao, gesturing for him to leave as well. Reminding him to change his attire, Junior takes his leave. Jiang Zhao exhaled in relief upon hearing this. He had not expected to navigate this ordeal so effortlessly. He would surely express his gratitude to Elder Fong later. Elder Zhang, as he saw Jiang Zhao depart, El Xiuandao sent a message. "You shall personally visit the Huiying Hall to retrieve Jiang Zhao's identity information. I wish to review it myself." "Yes." Elder Zhang nodded in agreement and swiftly departed. Shortly thereafter, he returned, presenting a jade token of identity to El Xiuandao. El Xiuandao reached out to accept it, probing his consciousness within to scrutinize it closely. A look of dawning realization crossed his face as he murmured to himself. No wonder, half a year to reach the golden core stage. Such a pace of cultivation is simply unfathomable. Has Elder L discovered something? Elder Zhang inquired with curiosity. Nothing of consequence, El Xiuandao replied, shaking his head as he stowed away the jade slip. Let us return. I will arrange for some disciples from the law enforcement hall to handle matters here later. But Elder Zhang cast a glance at the ravaged valley below, hesitatingly voicing, Zhang Qian was, after all, an outer sect elder. How shall we account for his demise to others? Account for? El Xiuandao scoffed, responding through sound transmission. What is there to account for? Do you truly regard the Wansheng Xianzong as a righteous sect? If the rules of Wansheng Xianzong were as strict as iron, would the outside world still perceive us as a demonic sect? You must understand that whether it is Zhang Qian, you, or I, we are merely huddling together for warmth. Do not speak of the death of one Zhang Qian. Even if we all perished, we would mean little in the eyes of those few within the sect. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhang felt a chill in his heart and quickly transmitted, does that Jiang Zhao have backing? He had witnessed El Xiuandao's initial reluctance to intervene, only to later block Gu Yuzhou's attack. It was evident that something was amiss. Indeed, El Xiuandao nodded helplessly, replying, his support is more formidable than you might imagine. Who is it? Elder Zhang's interest was piqued, and he hastily inquired through sound transmission. Is it from the forbidden land of the Back Mountain? Or from the Jinyu Peak? Or perhaps the Tsajing Pavilion? From the Tsajing Pavilion, El Xiuandao conveyed in a low tone. No wonder. Elder Zhang's expression turned peculiar as he murmured. Zhang Qian chose to provoke him of all people. Heh, El Xiuandao chuckled lightly, gazing in the direction Jiang Zhao had departed, and remarked meaningfully, sometimes, being valued by an ancestor is not necessarily a blessing. Elder Elmit, the righteous faction would not idly stand by as our Wansheng Xianzong gained another giant. Just wait and see. Some matters cannot remain concealed. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhao is making his way back, simultaneously sealing Zhang Qian's soul into the Wanhun banner. Within the Wanhun banner, there was no distinction between heaven and earth. It was a realm of chaos, filled with swirling ghostly energy. Nearly 2,000 vengeful spirits congregated, each scrutinizing the newly joined member. After a thorough examination and finding nothing particularly special, most of the spirits howled and turned away. However, the members of the Zhang clan did not depart. Instead, they continued to observe Zhang Qian. Although their intellect had been erased, for some inexplicable reason, this newly arrived vengeful spirit felt somewhat familiar to them. Yet, with their limited cognitive abilities, they could not pinpoint why. Zhang Qian, too, regarded them with puzzlement. Scratching his head in confusion. In the external world, Jiang Zhao examined a copper bell with great interest. His earlier strike had been delivered without any restraint, for he and Zhang Qian were sworn enemies. And to hold back would be a disservice to his own life. Under his full might, Zhang Qian should have perished instantly. Yet, due to this copper bell, he had managed to preserve a remnant of his soul. A low-grade treasure that protects the soul. Zhang Qian indeed had some hidden depth, Jiang Zhao mused. The distinction between magical tools and treasures is slight, yet the disparity in power is monumental. Most practitioners at the Qi Refining and Foundation establishment stages wield magical tools. But at the golden core and nascent soul levels, treasures are the norm. A quality treasure can enhance one's strength by over 30%. Moreover, upon reaching the golden core stage, one's lifespan significantly increases. Some righteous cultivators emphasize longevity, aided by elixirs that extend life. Living for around 1,000 years is not unusual. During such an extensive span, the offensive techniques they develop are nearly impossible to defend against. Without delving too far, even the mere concept of divine consciousness has been manipulated into a formidable weapon. Divine consciousness is not only a means of perception but can also serve as an offensive method, specifically targeting souls. In combat, a sudden jolt of divine consciousness can leave anyone momentarily dazed, potentially turning the tide of battle in an instant. What's more, unlike the physical body, the soul does not heal easily after injury. Recovering from a soul wound can be quite troublesome, and in some cases, it may not heal at all. The copper bell in Jiang Zhao's possession could perfectly defend against such attacks from divine consciousness. Excellent item, Jiang Zhao exclaimed with delight as he dripped blood to establish his connection with the bell, storing it within his mind. With the protection of the copper bell, his sense of security surged. Reaching the depths of the valley, Jiang Zhao spread his fingers and grasped forward, unleashing a powerful suction force that swiftly pulled together the remnants of Jiang Qian's shattered body, forming a mass of flesh. Jiang Zhao weighed it briefly, estimating it to be around 100 pounds. The body of a golden core powerhouse is indeed a valuable asset. Given Jiang Zhao's nature, he would never waste it. He intended to let the ghostly rope absorb it, which might elevate its power further. After securing Jiang Qian's corpse, Jiang Zhao searched the valley for a short while longer, ultimately discovering only a damaged and unrecognizable storage ring, along with a large black umbrella. Alas, Jiang Zhao sighed lightly as he gazed at the storage ring in his palm. He had anticipated this outcome, yet witnessing it unfold before his eyes made it hard to accept. The majority of a peak golden core powerhouse's wealth had simply vanished, all of it comprising his spirit stones and elixirs. Although the storage ring was lost, fortune smiled upon him with the acquisition of a treasure. Jiang Zhao felt somewhat consoled as he glanced at the large black umbrella in his hand. This was a medium-grade treasure, a step above the copper bell in quality. It combined both offensive and defensive capabilities. A rare gem within the cultivation world. After establishing a bond with the umbrella through blood, he nurtured it within his dantian before turning his gaze toward the mountain peak where Jiang Qian resided. Within the Wansheng Xin zone, not even a mountain peak, let alone a blade of grass or a flower, belonged to individuals. All were the property of the sect. Now that Jiang Qian was deceased, his peak would soon be reclaimed by the sect and reassigned to the next elder. Jiang Zhao needed to act swiftly to scour the place. Otherwise, any valuable items would belong to the sect if he delayed. As Jiang Zhao departed, the injured inner sect disciples emerged slowly from the surroundings of the valley. What is this all about? One disciple lamented helplessly. I was peacefully cultivating at home when, out of nowhere, a blade fell from the sky, sending me flying hundreds of meters away. Thankfully, it was not aimed at me. By reacting quickly and employing some life-preserving techniques, I barely survived. Who could argue otherwise? Another chimed in, surveying the devastation in the valley with tears in his eyes, muttering, I had 100 spirit stones hidden in my dwelling. All gone. Now they were all gone. His 100 spirit stones were not low-grade but medium-grade, a substantial sum for a foundation establishment cultivator. Fear not, junior brother, the sect will provide compensation. Previously, when Elder Zheng and Elder Hong clashed within the sect, many inner disciples were affected, and the sect offered some recompense. An elder inner disciple spoke calmly. Really? Would I deceive you? As the aging inner disciple turned to gaze in the direction of Jiang Zhao's departure, he softly murmured, what intrigues me even more now is the true identity of the one who just acted. I overheard Elder Gu call out the name Jiang Zhao when he came by earlier. Someone quickly interjected. Upon the utterance of those two syllables, an air of silence enveloped the gathering. After a brief moment, another voice quietly remarked, that name seems familiar. It appears he recently killed a disciple of Elder Hong at the mountain gate, which subsequently led to a confrontation between Elder Hong and Elder Zheng. A youthful inner disciple, lost in contemplation, mused aloud, having slain an inner disciple at the mountain gate previously, and now an elder within the confines of the sect. Yet he remains unscathed. As he concluded, he could not help but draw in a sharp breath.